Chapter 361 Ace Spy. Why did Chongming and the others give up chakra? After flying for a whole day and basically mastering the pair of wings, Yaking followed Shimura Gentoi back to the villa. After taking a shower, he couldn't help but run over to ask. The reason why he flew out during the day, in addition to mastering the pair of wings, was mainly to monitor this guy, and then he heard those remarks. As a tailed beast, he has to give up his chakra to reshape an independent body. This is incredible. There must be a big secret hidden inside. Some secrets you are not qualified to know now. With a mysterious smile, Shimura Gentoi has no intention of making this secret public for the time being, and he has never planned to make it public. He still needs ninjas in the ninja world to develop new bloodlines to help him improve the Reisnan Jindan system. If all ninjas know that there is a problem with chakra, they will inevitably slack off when practicing, and even become suspicious. Anyway, he has already set the future for the ninjas in the ninja world. Those people don't need to know too much, just serve him obediently, and wait until there is no benefit. Just die after using your value. Forget it. Seeing Shimura Gentoi pretending to be mysterious, Yaking pouted in dissatisfaction, and then exclaimed. What are you doing? Quickly grabbed the claw that was stretched out, and Yaking glared at her. This guy wanted to take advantage of her again. How can I teach you a more advanced chakra mode if I don't check your body? She replied as a matter of course, ignoring the girl's resistance and struggle, forcing her to become an open and honest person, and then clumsily checked her body again and copied and updated the data. Resistance was fruitless, and Yaking could only admit defeat and humiliation. There was no way, who made her inferior to others. Although she had become a quasi-cage level strongman, and even if she reversed the chakra of the wind and fire escape techniques into the burning escape technique, she could become a positive cage level strongman, but there was still a big gap compared to this guy. For the village. Putting her pink lips tightly, Yaking admitted it. During this period of time, she has not relaxed her training. The chakra armor that this guy taught her last time has been fully cultivated, and the two major attributes of wind and fire have been cultivated to the level of escape chakra. She already has the capital to cultivate a stronger chakra mode. If she can cultivate it and study it, the benefits to the village will be unimaginable. But this patience soon broke down. What do you want to do again? Seeing Shimura Gentoi holding her horizontally and walking out of the room, Yaking couldn't help but ask, and his heart became more and more uneasy. What does this guy want to do? Take you to practice dual cultivation. With an evil smile, Shimura Gentoi carried the girl horizontally to Jiaoyuo's room. Now this room is temporarily occupied by Uchiha Mikoto. The more people there are in this method of spiritual power dual cultivation, the greater the benefits to him, the higher the efficiency of cultivation, and it can be continuously stacked. Since there are two little beauties, and Yaking has discovered his true face, he naturally has to pull them together for dual cultivation. You bastard! Uchiha Mikoto, who was sitting on the bed thinking about something, saw Shimura Gentoi carrying Yaking in, and her pretty face turned red with anger, and her Manjakaya Sharingan could not help but emerge. It doesn't matter how that guy torments me when I'm alone, but it means a lot with one more person. However, as the son of the pot, would Shimura Gentoi care about the opinion of his little fiancé? Anyway, it's okay to get used to this kind of thing, and let little Mikoto adapt through the power of habit, and eventually become a member of their Shimura family. After all, this girl approached me with bad intentions, and it would take some effort to train this girl into a real person of hers. Of course, the same is true for Yaking. A night of dual cultivation passed like this. On the morning of the second day, Shimura Gentoi came to the door of a room on the first floor and put his ear to the door to listen to the movement inside. It's not bad to be able to hold on for a whole night. After listening to the blushing sound inside, Shimura Gentoi smiled with satisfaction. If things continue like this, 2GE will surely be born on time, and his Kamui Manjakaya Sharingan will arrive soon. Yesterday, Ebizo sent a bottle of special medicine. He split it into two and mixed it in a drink for Uchiha Taju and Uchiha Lee to drink. Then the relationship between the two of them really took a step forward. Aren't they done yet? At this time, a soft voice came from behind. Looking back, he found that it was Kongming's split body. Do you like these new clothes? Looking at the blue long skirt on Chongming, Shimura Gentoi asked with a smile. Yesterday, Chongming only used chakra to transform a set of clothes on his body. After returning in the evening, he asked the family's agent clothing store in Sand Village to send a set of all styles of dresses. Anyway, this villa is big enough, and there is no problem in fitting those dresses. Very beautiful. Waving the blue long skirt, Chongming liked the dress on his body and the beautiful clothes sent last night. Although she was not a human before, as a being who inherited part of the knowledge of the Six Paths Sage, her aesthetics are close to those of humans. It's been a whole night. Can they bear it? Looking at the door again, Chongming was a little worried. After all, the two were Xian Dingjun's companions. If something went wrong, Xian Dingjun would be worried. As for what happened inside, she knew it last night, and she didn't think much of it. She had lived in the wild for thousands of years and had seen too many animals reproduce, so she had long been indifferent. Yesterday I added something rich in vitality to their drinks. It will be fine. Pushing his glasses, Shimura Xianding was very confident in the henchman. He had already calculated everything. Although the amount of medicine was a bit large, some grayer energy liquid was added to the drink in advance, which was enough to ensure the physical consumption of the two people, and even to recover some injuries. There was absolutely no problem fighting for a day and a night. Hurry up and turn your body into half flesh and blood. I will shape the appropriate Meridian A cup ointment reconstruction technique and the Raise Nan Jindan condensation method for you later. A reminder, he also attaches great importance to Kongming's practice, or more accurately, the practice of the nine-tailed beasts. As creatures born from the power of the sacred tree, the nine-tailed beasts are blessed by nature, especially in the fusion of bloodline limits. There is a high probability of fusion of 7 attributes of bloodline net. It is worth focusing on training. I will intensify my practice. Nodding to show that he understood, Chongming was also very interested in the Raise Nan Jindan practice method and was full of expectations. Fortunately, most of the bones were obtained from Yakang's body during the previous split, and it would be faster to transform the half-flesh and blood body based on it. After chatting with Chongming for a while, Shimura Xianding came to the rooftop to sunbathe, and at the same time stepped up to condense the Raise Nan Jindan. The practice of mental power cannot always go down. After all, humans have their limits, too much is as bad as too little. Just practice at night, he will intensify the practice of Raise Nan Jindan during the day. But before he practiced for long, 2 figures jumped up from the edge of the building. They were Ebiza and Inyazuka Ken. Is he your candidate? Staring at Inyazuka Ken following behind Ebiza, Shimura Gento looked strange. Yesterday Ebiza said that he would bring people to implement the Wind Shadow Power Plan, but he never thought that the person he brought was his old spy classmate Inyazuka Ken. Is the Sand Village too stupid? Or is Inyazuka Ken's spy ability too awesome? Aegean is the most suitable candidate to practice the Wind-style chakra mode. After explaining, although Ebiza didn't understand why Shimura Gento had that expression, he didn't care. It just so happens that you are acquaintances, so there is less time for adjustment. Get the power of the Wind Shadow out as soon as possible. In the war outside the ancient city of Lulan, they witnessed the Wind-style chakra mode performed by Shimura Danzo with their own eyes, and they knew that only swordsmanship could perfectly display the power of the Wind-style chakra mode. And now Aegean is the strongest ninja in the entire Sand Village in terms of swordsmanship, and is also a quasi-shadow level strongman, enough to be the carrier of the Wind-style power plan. Isn't Brother Luasha the heir of the Wind Shadow's choice? Why do you want Jian to take the position now? With an even more weird look, Shimura Gento really couldn't imagine the scene where his old classmate Inyazuka Jian would become the 4th generation Wind Shadow of the Sand Village in the future. Although it's been 3 years, you're almost the boss of the hostile ninja village. 007 is not as awesome as you. Although your plan is called the power of Kazekage, it is our Sand Village's own business to decide who will become the Kazekage. Ebizo glared at him unhappily. Ebizo had long known that this guy was not a good person and had been eyeing the Kazekage inheritance of their Sand Village. Moreover, the so-called Kazekage power plan was just a kind of power, and had little to do with whether he could become the Kazekage. After continuing to communicate with Ebizo and sending him away, Shimura Gento looked at his old classmate in front of him and really didn't know what to say. You will be mine from now on. I will find a way to arrange for you to take the position. Even if you can't become the 4th Kazekage, the 5th Kazekage should not be a problem. Don't worry about the Senju family. I will take care of it. Leaning back on the recliner, Shimura Gento admitted that he had underestimated this old classmate before. Since the other party was so capable and doing so well in the Sand Village, it would be a pity not to train him vigorously and support him to become the Kazekage. I'm not interested in that position. Standing with his sword in his arms, Ken Inyazuka spoke coldly, saying that he was not interested in the position of Kazekage. He only had the sword in his heart, and he didn't want to be disturbed by other things in his practice, let alone becoming Kazekage. Looking over, Shimura Gentoi held his forehead speechlessly after seeing that his old classmate was serious. Are all of you ace spies so willful? You are now in a good position to become the Kazekage of the Sand Village. As long as you kill the third Kazekage and Raza, and then improve your strength to the level of the Seekage, you have more than 70% chance of becoming the Kazekage. But now you actually said that you are not interested in the position of Kazekage. When you said this, did you consider the feelings of the senior leaders of the Senju and Inyazuka families who arranged you to come here? I didn't do anything. Still with that aloof male god style, Ken Inyazuka was actually quite puzzled. After he was assigned to the Sand Village, he did nothing else but practiced swordsmanship wholeheartedly. He ignored everything, even the people sent by the Senju family to contact him secretly. But somehow he was appreciated by Ebizo and the third Kazekage. Some time ago, he became the disciple of the third Kazekage together with Luasha, and also became a member of the Shadow Guard. You should know that the third Kazekage's Shadow Guard now has only 9 people, all of whom are absolute confidants and have access to some top-secret information of the Sand Village. Shimura Gento didn't know what this old classmate was thinking. If he knew, he would probably spit out a mouthful of old blood. You can't just lie down and win like this. After I leave the Sand Village, find a way to go out of the village once, and I will let my father come to purify your chakra. Looking at the old classmate in front of him and thinking for a long time, Shimura Gento finally decided to increase the intensity of training. According to the current momentum of this old classmate, even if he does not become the Kazekage in the future, he will definitely become a powerful figure in the Sand Village, just like Ebizo now, which is enough. Since he has such potential and achievements, he naturally has to increase his efforts to win him over. 363. Chapter 362 Fishing Plan. The fusion of Tobirama cells is good. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. You practice it in secret just in case. After checking the fusion of Tobirama cells in Inyazuka-ken's body, Shimura Gento showed joy. Perhaps because Inyazuka-ken has half of the blood of the Senju family, he has a high affinity for Tobirama cells. After solving the cell rejection reaction, the fusion is perfect. After Ebizo brought Inyazuka-ken here last time, he transplanted Tobirama cells for him. Originally, he only planned to use a cell from the Senju clan to deal with it, but since the target is an old classmate, he naturally has to increase his efforts, so he uses the best Tobirama cells. Do you want to forcefully develop and devour it like the yellow earth in the hidden rock village? After getting dressed, Ken Inyazuka asked coldly, still looking like a cool and handsome man. You even know this kind of top-secret information. Raising his eyebrows, Shimura Gento didn't expect Ken Inyazuka to know about yellow earth. You have to know that the plan to speed up the power of the Tsuchikage for yellow earth is a top-secret, and not many people in the entire hidden rock village know about it, not to mention leaking secrets. After all, Sand Village is one of the 5 major ninja villages, and its intelligence network is not as weak as you think. With a cold expression, Ken Inyazuka has indeed seen intelligence in this area, which is also the benefit of becoming a member of the 3rd Kazekage Shadow Guard. Ninjas are born to do this. With a sigh, Shimura Gento didn't know how to complain about the abnormal development of the Naruto world, which actually made the existence of a group of agents, spies, killers, and mercenaries become the mainstream. No wonder this world is so tragic, even terrorists are fighting for peace, and it's a mess. I have asked someone to deal with the people from the Senju family. You just need to practice your sword well, and practice Flying Thunder God more. You now have some space talent. It may be difficult to apply it in battle, but it is still possible to run away as a trump card. Smacking your lips, it means that from now on you are Ding Yi's people, and you only need to be responsible to him. A few days ago, he asked White Zetsu to inform Black Zetsu to follow the information provided by Inyazuka-ken and go to Konoha to find an opportunity to kill the Senju clan elder who sent Inyazuka-ken that year, and clear all the intelligence clues related to Inyazuka-ken. This time, he even made a slight adjustment to Inyazuka-ken's appearance to minimize the chance of his exposure. And he took out the Flying Thunder God technique as the final trump card, and once he was discovered, he would use it to run away. He couldn't bear to let such a great talent die. Is there really a problem with chakra? Putting the scroll of Flying Thunder God technique into the ninja tool bag, Inyazuka-ken asked a question. Previously, King reported the conversation between Chimera Gentoi and the Seven Tails split body, saying that there was a problem with chakra, and even the tailed beasts had to abandon their chakra bodies and regenerate independent bodies. There must be a big secret in this. There is indeed a problem. This is also the main reason why I asked you to find an opportunity to leave the village and let my father help you purify chakra. And purifying chakra is only a temporary means. This thing itself has a big problem. You will know more when you are qualified to transfer to the immortal power in the future. After simply mentioning it, Shimura Xianding even began to search for his own young lady of the right age in his memory, and then find one to marry an old classmate and let her become the son-in-law of the Shimura family. Although the means of marriage are very weird, it has to be said that it is very effective. Seeing that Shimura Xianding did not want to say more, Inyazuka-ken also tactfully did not ask any more questions, and turned around and left with the big sword in his arms. Not long after Inyazuka-ken left, a black mass of black zetsu emerged from the ground. Is it done? He poured a cup of tea and asked while sipping it. Although he was very confident in the ability of black zetsu, the Senju family had Miss Midu in charge after all, so some things were not easy to do. There were some twists and turns, but it was finally done, and the souls of those people were taken away. With a sinister smile, Black Zetsu did not take such a small matter to heart. In fact, if Uzumaki Mito had not been in the Senju clan's territory, it would have been easier to do. After all, Miss Mito used the whirlpool sealing technique to seize the Nine Tails chakra, and has the ability to perceive good and evil. It is not easy to hide it from her. I was not surprised. After all, Uzumaki Mito's perception is very strong, and it is even stronger after integrating the Nine Tails ability to perceive good and evil. It is already amazing that Black Zetsu can sneak into the Senju clan's territory and get things done. There is one more thing. Your initial hunch may be correct. The evil demon was indeed not completely killed. Thinking of the information sent back by White Zetsu a few days ago, Black Zetsu said sinisterly, the waters of the Land of Water have been very turbulent recently. Huge waves have occurred from time to time, swallowing many ships going out to sea and even submerging many island cities. But the strange thing is that after the sea receded, there was not a single soul left in those cities. This was the result of White Zetsu's personal investigation. According to their research, it usually takes 7 days for ordinary people to gradually dissipate between heaven and earth after death. It is impossible that no soul was left behind, and ordinary people have no chakra in their bodies, and their souls will not be drawn to the Pure Land after death. Obviously, some kind of existence took away the souls of those people. In today's world, only that evil demon can do such a thing. He is not dead. Taking a sip of the tea in the cup, Shimura Gendo had a blank expression on his face, but the murderous intent in his heart was surging. As a new generation of people who had received Chinese education, he naturally couldn't stand such massacres of civilians. The evil demon must be killed as soon as possible. Let my father write a letter to inform the Fire Country Daimyo, and then the Fire Country Daimyo will inform the Daimyo of other countries, especially the Water Country Daimyo, to join hands to search for the whereabouts of the evil demon. At least, the evil demon can't be given the opportunity to devour more human souls. He gave the order. He knew the potential and growth method of the evil demon very well. If it was allowed to devour enough human souls, it would grow to a level that was unimaginable. It might even reach the 6 paths level. They didn't have a good way to deal with or even kill the 6 paths level strong men, so they must not let the evil demon devour more human souls. I will notify the main body immediately. Nodding in agreement, Black Zetsu also praised the view of Tong Mukan Xianding. Since the evil demon was created by the 6 path sage, it must not be allowed to grow. But it may be difficult to catch that guy. The most important thing is that we don't have the means to sense that guy. White Zetsu's perception is very strong, but even White Zetsu can't sense the existence of the evil demon, and even the evil power at the beginning is not revealed at all. It is obvious that the evil demon is deliberately hiding its own breath and power. Facing an enemy who can survive, it wants to catch it. It's not easy to come out and kill him. Just like him who has been hiding for thousands of years, even the 6 path sage can hardly find his existence, let alone kill him. Do you think it's possible to let the 5 major ninja villages connect with the evil demon and join our fishing plan in the Whirlpool country? Shimura Gentoi was also thinking about this problem, and finally thought of a bolder method. If you want to deal with the evil demon, you can only lure the snake out of the hole, but he was almost killed the first 2 times. I guess that guy has a shadow in his heart and it is impossible for him to show up directly. For example, he has been secretly hiding in the dark to collect human souls from last time until now, and he dare not make too big a move. If you want to lure the snake out of the hole, you have to increase the confidence of the evil demon, such as finding some powerful allies for the evil demon. Black Zetsu was silent, and once again realized the insidiousness and meanness of this human being, and at the same time he felt pity for the 5 major ninja villages and the evil demon. Once the 5 major ninja villages join forces with the evil demon, they will inevitably become the enemy of all mankind, and they will be worse than rats crossing the street. It's your bad luck to meet such an insidious, despicable, shameless, and vicious opponent. Hee. I will make arrangements to induce the 5 major ninja villages to cooperate with the evil demon. It just so happens that they are all studying the flesh and blood of the evil demon, so we can use this to let them connect with the evil demon. He laughed sinisterly. Black Zetsu liked this kind of dark style. Only such a vicious and despicable person could outwit the 2 brothers of the 6-path sage and help him rescue his mother. I'm at ease with you doing the work. Be careful and don't leave any clues. He gave a deep warning. Shimura Gentoi liked to deal with this kind of people. He could understand the other party with a simple mention without having to talk about it in detail. I believe that with Black Zetsu secretly making connections, the 5 major ninja villages will soon collude with the evil demon, further showing the dark and despicable side of the ninja villages and becoming the enemy of the entire human group. After the last battle with the evil demons, the 5 major ninja villages are very afraid of the evil demons. It is not easy to lure them to join forces with the evil demons. After secretly calculating for a while, Black Zetsu felt it was very difficult. If he was given more than 10 years to slowly plan, he would definitely be able to do it perfectly, but according to their plan, the decisive battle of the Whirlpool country would break out in 2.5 years at most. In other words, the 5 major ninja villages must be connected with the evil demons within 2.5 years, and form an alliance to become ironclad allies. After the next trip to Lulin, I will join forces with my father and Uchiha Madara to encircle and kill the evil demons. You ask White Zetsu to keep an eye on it and determine the approximate range of the evil demons as soon as possible. This time I will take Miss Yueli with me. After thinking about it, Shimura Xianding said a method. Since the 5 major ninja villages and the evil demons still have concerns, then put pressure on both of them. I believe that as long as there is enough external pressure, the 5 major ninja villages and the evil demons will definitely work together to become ironclad allies and jointly defeat their Shimura family. After all, in the original work, in order to fight against Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara and others, the 5 major ninja villages can put aside their blood feuds and form a ninja alliance to fight together. Now we just need to imitate it. Anyway, ninjas don't a Euro trademark T have much moral integrity. As long as the pressure is great enough, I think they want a Euro trademark T mind cooperating with the notorious evil demons. There are a lot of things to do. Showing his signature sinister smile again, Black Zetsu likes this young man more and more. His style of doing things is very much in line with his appetite. However, there are indeed a lot of things to do next. We have to warm up for the encirclement and suppression of the evil demons again, and then leave a spectator position for the people of the 5 major ninja villages, so that they can truly see the terrifying strength of Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Madara and give them enough pressure. After discussing the details, Black Zetsu left with satisfaction, while Shimura Xianding played with 9 balls of immortal energy of different attributes in his palm. It's almost done, it's almost complete. With murderous intent surging in his heart, Ziken Xianding made up his mind to give the evil demon a ruthless blow. Even if he couldn't kill it completely, he would at least cripple it. The source of his confidence was the Raise Nan Jinden that was about to be cultivated. As long as the Raise Nan Jinden was condensed in the 361 acupoints, a large circulation cycle could be formed, and the strength would be qualitatively improved. The most important thing was that once the large circulation cycle was completed, the practice of the transformation of the escape technique could be completed quickly, and the 9 attributes of yin and yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, time, and space could be upgraded to the level of the escape technique. In this way, the 8 gates of the escape technique could be directly performed without the help of external forces. While the power was stronger, the side effects would be much smaller and the duration would be longer. At that time, even if he faced a real 6 paths level strongman, he would have the confidence to compete with him in a short time. It would not be difficult to deal with an evil demon that had not really grown up. The only problem was that thing was very timid now and it was difficult to kill. 364. Chapter 363 Ebizo's Intuition. Chapter 363 Ebizo's Intuition. Shimura Gentoi's life in Sand Village was pretty good, after all, he had quite a few acquaintances. At night, he practiced spiritual cultivation with Mikoto and Yekara. During the day, he either worked hard to condense the remaining rays Nanjindan or went to talk to Monk Bonfuku about the development of the ninja monk system. Or he would go to the Ninja Samurai Academy in Sand Village to give lectures and fool the ninja samurai. Today, he finally got the consent of his elder brother Zhang and went to visit his beautiful sister-in-law at his elder brother Akazaga's house and take care of his lovely nephew, Scorpion. Akazaga, this is too wrong. After using his innate yang-attributed immortal energy to warm up his nephew's body, Shimura Gentoi felt guilty and angry. He didn't expect his elder brother Akazaga to do such a thing. He was too beastly. When Akazaga came back from the restricted desert, he married his current sister-in-law, Yafeng, and soon became pregnant. But that guy is really a piece of shit. He loses his temper at home and even bullies his beautiful sister-in-law, causing her to give birth prematurely when she is pregnant. The poor little Scorpion was forced to be born after only 7 months of gestation in his sister-in-law's belly. If it weren't for Ebizo's consumption of many precious herbs for nourishment, coupled with the magic of medical ninjutsu, I'm afraid the child would have died. Brother Zhang, you too, how can you arrange a wedding for brother Akazaga so quickly? My sister-in-law is an independent person, not a substitute for anyone. Handing the sleeping little Scorpion back to his sister-in-law, Shimura Gento glared at Ebizo to express his dissatisfaction. The marriage between brother Akazaga and his sister-in-law was arranged by this old guy. He didn't know whether his sister-in-law liked Akazaga at the beginning, but now looking at his sister-in-law's haggard look, he knew that she must not be happy. I just thought that the boy would be more mature after marriage. Feeling guilty, Ebizo didn't expect that his nephew was so disappointing. He would take it out on his wife when he got angry outside. It was really shameful for a man to do this. My elder brother is the kind of guy who doesn't remember to eat or be beaten. Will he grow up because of marriage? Said unhappily, Shimura Gento looked down on the character of his elder brother Akazaga. He was too mean. He wanted to become the Kazekage. Sister-in-law is Yang, right? Turning his eyes to the haggard and beautiful sister-in-law again, Shimura Gento felt that as a brother, he couldn't just let it go and let elder brother Akazaga make mistakes again and again. What do you want to do? Instantly alert, Ebizo had already guessed that this boy had no good intentions. Help my sister-in-law improve her strength. Are you going to let my sister-in-law be abused by big brother Kisha? He rolled his eyes. As a good brother of big brother Kisha, he absolutely could not watch his sister-in-law suffer. Don't you think you are too controlling? And I will discipline Kisha myself and will never let him hurt Yafeng again. His old face twitched, and Ebizo felt that it was a wrong decision to bring this kid here today. Originally, he just wanted him to treat the congenital weakness of Scorpion of Kisha, but he didn't expect that this kid would set his sights on Yafeng. You discipline him? Can you discipline him? If you can discipline him, will brother AKA's Haga still have unrealistic fantasies about the position of Kazekage? Do you know that he is in danger now? He is probably on the blacklist of Uncle Kazekage, just waiting for an opportunity to kill him. And there are only 0 and countless times of domestic violence. Last time, Xioxi was lucky that she didn't die directly. Next time, she won't be so lucky. He never believed in so-called guarantees, especially those of AKA's Haga. Senior Ebizo, you don't have to say anything more. I want to protect Xioxi with my own strength. Ebizo was about to speak, but Yafeng, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up. His expression revealed a determination. As you wish. The lips moved slightly, and finally turned into a sigh. At this moment, Ebizo seemed to have aged 10 years. Originally, after getting married, Yafeng followed Kisha and called him uncle, but after that incident, he changed to senior. This is a kind of estrangement from the heart, but they are indeed sorry for Yafeng. Before getting married, he praised his nephew to the sky, but not long after getting married, the boy showed his true colors. At first, he just scolded and scolded, but in the end he even started to fight. You have to know that Yafeng was still pregnant at that time. Well, you practice this Yang Dun armor first, and after you raise the Yang attribute to the Yang Dun level, I will do a small operation for you. Grabbing his sister-in-law's soft hand, Shimura Xianding used the immortal force silk thread to sense his sister-in-law's physical condition, and then tailored a set of Yang Dun armor's exclusive version of the operating circuit for her. Yang Dun armor is not only a technique to bless oneself, but also can be used to practice yang attributes and transform to the yang dun level, while also improving physical fitness. As long as the yang style armor is practiced to the extreme, it is absolutely possible to transform one's own yang style chakra into yang style chakra and enter the quasi shadow level. Although sister-in-law Yafeng only has a single yang style, because of the single yang style, she puts all her energy into the practice of yang style. She is also a medical ninja and has made very good progress in the practice of yang style. In this way, she can definitely practice yang style chakra before she leaves, and then she can proceed with the next practice plan. After staying at her eldest brother's house for a while, Shimuragento and Ebizo finally left. "What do you want to do?" Halfway through, he finally couldn't help asking. Ebizo always felt that this kid had an ulterior motive, but he couldn't figure out what the other party was planning. Yafeng's qualifications are average, with only a single yang style, and he will be a quasi-shadow at best in the future. Zioxi is born weak and his qualifications are definitely not good. Kisha is like that, and it is not worth the other party's strong planning. Or is this guy really lusting after Yafeng? That's why I don't like you ninjas. You're too dark-minded. I just can't bear to see Brother Akazaga go on like that. I'm trying to get him to change his ways through indirect means. Don't be so suspicious all the time. Rubbing his forehead in frustration, Shimuragento didn't understand how the old guy knew he had ulterior motives. Could he have a woman's sixth sense? Yes, he did have ulterior motives. Scorpion was the chief engineer of the Gundam that he had planned. This kind of high-end talent must be firmly grasped in his hands, and all external ties to the other party must be cut off. Now Brother Akazaga has provided this opportunity, so he must seize the opportunity and pursue it. Am I that stupid? Still staring at the boy beside him, Ebizo was sure that this kid had a conspiracy. I have nothing in common with you. Not wanting to argue any more, Shimuragentoi quickened his pace to the Sand Temple, intending to have another good chat with Monk Fenfuku. The ninja monk training method he gave was deduced based on the immortal talent secrets of the Fire Temple, and needed to be based on the Buddha realm. At that time, only Fenfuku met the standard in the entire Sand Temple, but he also left behind a method of visualizing the Buddha realm, which is simply a means of self-hypnosis. Now there are 5 qualified ninja monks in the Sand Temple, and they are all strong, so the ninja monk plan can be considered to have some foundation. What exactly does that kid and the Shimura family want to do? Frowning and thinking hard, Ebizo really couldn't understand what Shimuragentoi and the Shimura family were doing, and he still didn't understand their real purpose. The following days were more fulfilling. At night, he continued to practice spiritual cultivation with the 2 sisters. During the day, he condensed the Reis Nanjindan and guided the cultivation of Inyazuka-ken and others, including the beautiful sister-in-law Yafeng. Sister-in-law was a well-educated person. It was embarrassing for him to come to the house every day, so she brought Xiao Zixi to this villa instead, so that her son could continue to receive the warmth of immortal energy to make up for his congenital deficiencies, and to receive guidance to speed up the practice of Yang Dun armor. Yafeng did not disappoint Shimuragentoi's high expectations. In just 2.5 months, he practiced Yang Dun armor to the perfect level, transformed his own Yang attribute chakra into Yang Dun chakra, and became a positive shadow level strongman. The next step is the second stage of the operation. Sister-in-law, take off your clothes first, and then disinfect with disinfectant. Next, I will transplant something into your heart so that you have the qualifications of all attribute chakras. While operating on a piece of Tobirama cells, Shimuragentoi gave instructions, signaling his sister-in-law to prepare for the operation. After all, his sister-in-law is a medical ninja and knows all about these things. But this made Yafeng blush, because if she had to open her chest to perform heart surgery, she had to take off her shirt. After all, she was a woman, and a married woman, this. Fortunately, she was a medical ninja with good professional qualities. In the end, she suppressed her shyness, took off her shirt, and silently wiped the skin on her chest with disinfectant. Finally, then he lay on the operating table. On the other side, after completing the transformation of the Tobirama cells, Shimuragento turned around and stretched out his hand to press the heart position to analyze the thickness of the fat layer here so that he could make the cut later. But it would have been better if he didn't press it. Once he pressed it, he was sprayed in the face. Shimuragento, whose glasses were covered with a layer of milky white, was completely confused. By the way, Zioxiexi is 3 years old this year, how can his sister-in-law still produce? This change also confused Yafeng. After she came to her senses, her pretty face turned red as blood. She suppressed her inner shyness and explained in a low voice, Zioxy is very weak and can't eat other things. Because of premature birth, the little scorpion is very weak, and even grows only half as fast as a normal child. He is 3 years old this year, but his body is only the size of a normal child of 1.5 years old, and his gastrointestinal function is very weak, so he can't eat anything else. There is no other way, she can only use medical ninjutsu to stimulate the body to continue feeding. During this period, she has been bringing the child here during the day to receive guidance and practice, and asked Shimura Xianding to nourish the little scorpion with immortal energy to make up for the congenital deficiency, and only feed the little scorpion after returning home at night. Now that he has been holding it in for a day, the internal pressure is high, and the slightest touch will. The little scorpion is hungry too, you feed him something. Take off the glasses dyed milky white, and Shimura Gento reminds him to turn around and go into the bathroom to wash them. It seems that my sister-in-law is also very hard to endure, otherwise there would not be such a great internal pressure. And outside, Yafeng hurriedly got down from the operating table, put on her clothes, and then picked up her sleeping son with a red face to feed him. 10 minutes later, the little guy was full, but looking at the big and small chests, Yafeng was very distressed. Her medical ninjutsu is not good. Although it can stimulate the body, it is difficult to control the degree inside, and the output far exceeds her son's appetite. This time, the amount her son ate was less than 1/3, and there was no way to solve the rest. It can't be all put it all into his son's stomach. And his son's gastrointestinal function is not strong, and the consumption rate is very slow. It is impossible for him to eat a second time in a short time. In the past, the excess output was dumped in the bathroom, but now Shimura Xianding stayed in the bathroom to avoid suspicion. In order to avoid being disturbed, this temporary operating room was also shrouded and blocked by the barrier, and he couldn't get out at all. Anxiously looking around, he finally saw a teapot. 365. Chapter 364 The Bad Guys of Sand Village. After staying in the bathroom for half an hour, Shimura Xianding returned to the room and found that his sister-in-law was lying on the temporary operating table again, and the scale was much smaller. The little guy is quite good at eating. Glancing at the little scorpion who had woken up and was lying in the crib looking over, Shimura Gentoi had a better understanding of his nephew's appetite. Without thinking any more, he began to transplant Tobirama cells into sister-in-law Yafeng, and this transplant was different from the past, with a deeper goal. The operation went smoothly. After eliminating the rejection reaction between cells, Shimura Gentoi sutured the wound for sister-in-law, and even restored the cut ribs with the Kagaya puppet, leaving no scars in the end. The next chakra circulation circuit is very complicated, you remember it slowly. Signing sister-in-law to sit up and put on clothes, Shimura Gentoi used the immortal energy thread to put it in, and built an extremely complicated circulation circuit in her body. It took 3 hours to complete a cycle, and the complexity made Yafeng feel dazed. Her memory was excellent, but it would take at least a year to memorize that complex operating circuit. What does it do? Yafeng couldn't help but ask curiously. She had learned the Yangtun Chakra mode before, but the operating circuit of the Yangtun Chakra mode was not even 1% of the current operating circuit. Such a complex operating circuit must have a stronger effect, but I don't know what the effect is. After a ninja fuses the new attributes gained by the blood limit, they will be fed back and imprinted in their own chakra bloodline, thus passing them on to future generations. Now this operating circuit can allow your chakra to obtain the chakra attributes of those transplanted cells and imprint these attributes into your own chakra bloodline. The principle is similar to the feeding back of the blood limit, but it will take longer. With your strength and qualifications, it will take about 3 years to completely imprint the attributes into your own chakra bloodline. Yes, he has long been planning a chakra completion plan to complete the chakra attributes that the human body does not have. There are precedents for reference in this regard. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto only had 1 wind attribute, but after completely obtaining the chakra of Ashura and the 6 path sage, his own attributes were transformed into yang wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth, and he only needed 1 yin attribute to complete it. The same is true for Harudasuke on the other side, who only needed 1 yang attribute to complete it. Coupled with the existence of the blood limit, it is enough to prove that chakra attributes can be added later. He had been studying the secret technique in this area until he succeeded a few months ago, and sister-in-law Yafeng was the first beneficiary, or the first guinea pig. The operating circuit is indeed a bit complicated. You should first remember the operating circuit of this Yin Dun armor. After it is cultivated, it can activate brain cells, improve various functions of the brain, and enhance memory. He turned to build another operating circuit in his sister-in-law's body. Shimura Gendori did not think of asking his sister-in-law to remember the operating circuit of the property refinement immediately, which was unrealistic. It's a pity that the sister-in-law is not one of us yet, so the theory of the secret technique cannot be directly passed on to her by the consciousness spirit body. She can only remember it slowly in this way. However, if the Yindun chakra in the cells of Tobirama blesses the Yindun armor and improves the activity of brain cells, it will be enough to remember the entire set of chakra operating circuits within half a month. Why are you so nice to me? After memorizing the operating circuit of the Yindun armor, Yafeng lowered his head and asked in a low voice. He really couldn't understand why a big man like Hiken Xianding would teach him such a precious secret technique. You are my sister-in-law, isn't it my duty to help you? Blinking his eyes, Hiken Xianding showed that sunny smile, giving people a sense of peace of mind. It's getting late, take Xioxisia back quickly. Looking at the sky outside, Hiken Xianding signaled his sister-in-law to leave. After all, it's okay during the day, but if you stay overnight at night, people will gossip about your sister-in-law. He is upright and upright, how can he let his sister-in-law's reputation be damaged? Thank you. After a quiet thank you, Yafeng picked up his son and left. It was late, and it was indeed not suitable to stay here any longer. Mr. Xianding, Akashi returned to the sand village at noon. After returning, he stayed at home and smashed things, as if he wanted to tear down the house. A head of white Zetsu emerged from the potted cactus next to him, reporting a new piece of information. Didn't I ask you to find a way to lure back Big Brother Akashi yesterday? How come he came back so soon? He was stunned when he heard that. He did ask White Zetsu to find a way to lure back Big Brother Akashi, but this was too fast. As far as he knew, that Big Brother was more than 3,000 kilometers away before, and he didn't bring a desert eagle. It's impossible for him to return so soon. Even a quasi-shadow level strongman can hardly run 3,000 kilometers in a day. Something is wrong. Someone brought Akashi back before us. He should want to use that guy to do something. Luo Sha also came back. He laughed strangely. It was the first time that White Zetsu saw someone dare to use this method to plot against Shimura Xianding. Didn't he know that this man was a sinister person that Black Zetsu admired? That means I just need to watch the show from now on. I hope my sister-in-law won't beat Brother Akazaga to death. The smile on his face became more and more intense. Shimura Gento was looking forward to the show that the person behind the scenes wanted to show him, and at the same time he was worried about his elder brother. With his assistance, his sister-in-law has made great progress during this period. The cultivation of the Yangtun armor has made her physical strength soar. If Akazaga's physical skill level is still the same as before, he will definitely not be a match. Take good care of my sister-in-law in the future. Those bad guys in the sand village will definitely covet the secret technique I passed on to my sister-in-law, and may even hold Xiao Xiexie hostage to threaten her. If necessary, you can ask for help from the samurai from the Fuku and Ninja Samurai Academy. Don't let those bad guys succeed. His expression changed, and he solemnly warned. During his time in the sand village, his sister-in-law will naturally be fine, but he can't stay in the sand village forever, so he will have to rely on Baizetsu to take care of her in the future. Fortunately, due to the existence of well-pressing technology, Sand Village has no shortage of water sources, and a wave of afforestation has also started. Now the greening of Sand Village has reached 5%. Although this data is pitifully small, you should know that the greening of Sand Village used to be 0%, which is a breakthrough from 0. Can you be more specific? Scratching his head, White Zetsu asked. He is not the insidious Black Zetsu, who can fully understand Xianding Jun's meaning. Judging from the previous words, the sinister Xianding Jun seems to be plotting against the human woman, but he is not good at this. It is okay to let him do things, but it is not okay to use his brain. I didn't ask you to interfere in this matter. The bad guys in Sand Village will help us do it. You just need to report to my sister-in-law at the critical moment and ask for help from Monk Fenfu and the Ninja Samurai Academy. Looking at the silly and cute appearance of Baizetsu, Shimura Xianding missed his future son Heizetsu. That was his confidant, all of whom were sinister and vicious. As long as he mentioned it a little, they would understand it with their hearts and have a tacit understanding. When he was about to tell Baizetsu a few more words, he suddenly looked up at the door. Baizetsu seemed to sense something and his head retracted into the cactus. Shimura Xianding leisurely picked up the milk tea pot on the table and poured a cup of fragrant milk tea. The environment of the wind country also has some advantages. Food does not cool down easily. You can drink it directly without reheating it. Today's milk tea is unexpectedly fragrant. Tasting the milk tea in the cup, Shimura Gentoi was very satisfied with his brother-in-law Yashimaru. The boy has been learning to cook and make various beverages, including milk tea, from him. It seems that he has a tendency to develop into a nanny. This is a good thing. After all, the world of ninjas is full of fighting and killing. It is too dangerous. It is better to stay at home and be a nanny. Anyway, such a big villa needs people to take care of it from time to time. At most, I can pay my brother-in-law Yashimaru a salary. Knock knock. Come in. The door was knocked, and Shimura Gentoi motioned the people outside to come in. Then he saw his sister-in-law returning with the little scorpion in her arms. It's sister-in-law, did you forget something? After drinking the milk tea in the cup, Shimura Gentoi asked curiously. I had sensed that my sister-in-law had returned before, and I don't Euro trademark tea know what she had forgotten. You. Looking at the cup in Shimura Gento Euro trademark S hand, Yafanga Euro trademark S pretty face flushed. She had used the teapot as a container before, and had intended to take it with her when she left, but she was shocked by the complex chakra circulation circuit and forgot about it for a moment. She only remembered it when she left the villa and hurried back. But when she came back, she found that she had already drunk it. How could she bear it? Sister-in-law, what a Euro trademark S wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Shimura Gento Euro trademark S abnormality made Yafanga Euro trademark S sister-in-law serious. He stood up and walked over to see if there was anything wrong with the transplanted Tobirama cells. Although he could completely solve the rejection reaction of transplanted cells, genes were too mysterious. He still hadn't a Euro trademark T figured it out. What if something went wrong? No, nothing, I a Euro trademark am leaving. Seeing Shimura Gento coming, Yafeng became even more flustered. She turned around and ran away, and her pretty face became even redder. What's going on? The abnormal reaction of his sister-in-law made Shimura Gento confused. He really couldn't understand why his sister-in-law was like this. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped wasting brain cells. After all, women's minds are the most difficult to guess. Sitting back in the chair, while continuing to drink milk tea, he thought about how to ensure the safety of his sister-in-law in the future. He knew very well how terrible the greed of human hearts was. As long as the third generation of Kazekage and others wanted to get the secret technique he passed on to his sister-in-law, they would definitely attack his sister-in-law. Before, he asked Baizetsu to investigate the information of his sister-in-law and found that she was born a commoner and had few relatives and friends. She could be said to be alone in the sand village, far less than Yekeng and Karu. The third generation of Kazekage and others would not put pressure on Karu and Yekeng, but facing the lonely sister-in-law, those people would not talk about reason. But that kind of exclusive secret method is not something you can take away just because you want to. Even if my sister-in-law has mastered the secret method, it is difficult to explain why. As the Ninja World War approaches, the patience of the third Kazekage and others will become worse and worse, and they will definitely do some despicable things, just like the fourth Kazekage Raza in the original work. In this way, my sister-in-law can become one of us, and with the help of brother Akazaga, it's perfect. After thinking about the whole plan, Shimura Gento smiled and wanted to give a thumbs up to his IQ. Wait, I remember that I finished the milk tea before the operation on my sister-in-law. He drank the milk tea in the cup happily, and then reacted, his eyes fell on the teapot. He remembered that he drank the milk tea sent by his brother-in-law Yashimaru before the operation, leaving only some tea leaves, so how did the milk tea come from now? Recalling his sister-in-law's abnormality, Zhikan Xianding had a bold guess, could it be? Waste is shameful. After sighing, he continued to drink milk tea as if nothing had happened. 366. Chapter 365 Crazy Akazaga. Holding her son in her arms, Yafeng walked towards home in the moonlight, recalling the previous scene in her mind, and the blush on her pretty face never faded. In this trance, she finally returned home, but when she opened the door and saw the messy appearance of the house, her face changed, knowing that the man was back and had bad intentions. Realizing that the situation was not good, Yafeng secretly circulated chakra and was ready to activate the Yangtun armor at any time. Others did not know what kind of person the man was, but she saw it clearly. Although the guy was friendly to others outside, he was not a man at all inside. When he was upset outside, he got angry at home and smashed many things at home. She was even too lazy to buy new furniture in the end, but she didn't expect that guy to go even further this time. At first glance, there was not a single piece of furniture in good condition. You still remember to come back. Sitting on the torn sofa, Akashi sneered as he violently dismantled the steel toy in his hand. Turning his head, Yafeng was furious when he saw the violently dismantled toy in Akashi's hand. That was the toy transformers that Shimura Genteng asked Ebizo to give to his son. His son had a lot of fun playing with it, but now it was torn to pieces by Akashi. From the miserable appearance, it was obviously completely scrapped and there was no possibility of repair. How could this bastard do that? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Yafeng returned to the room without saying a word. Seeing the bed, wardrobe, and clothes torn by the wind escape ninjutsu, his heart became colder. Yafeng was so angry that her body trembled. She knew that she couldn't live like this. Still without saying a word, she turned around and walked out, but was stopped by a figure. Where do you want to go in the middle of the night? Why do you want to work for that kid? Akazaga's eyes were full of bloodshot, and even his face was ferocious. After receiving the notification from his friend, he rushed back in a hurry. After asking around, he found out that this bitch had indeed been in contact with that guy, and even stayed in the villa during the day for more than 2 months. Do I need to say what he did? How could he bear to be cuckolded? I'm afraid that he has become the laughing stock of the entire Sand Village. How can he compete for the position of the 4th Kazekage? It is equivalent to cutting off his own path to the Kazekage. How can he bear this? If he hadn't known that he couldn't beat that kid, he would have rushed over and fought hard. But even if he can't beat that kid, it's no problem to deal with you, a bitch. Get out of the way. Yafeng was completely disappointed with this man and didn't want to explain anything. She went to Xianding-jun during the day with Hebei Zhang's consent, mainly to ask Xianding-jun to use his immortal power to nourish her son's congenitally deficient body. There was nothing wrong between them. Tisk. What if I say no? Kisha's face became more ferocious, and even a sharp blade popped out from the puppet's arm. Today he was going to teach this shameless bitch a lesson. It's a pity that Yafeng was already angry, and now seeing Kisha actually use a knife, even the tip of the knife was pointing directly at the son in her arms. For a mother, the child is absolutely a reverse scale that cannot be touched, so Yafeng exploded. Yangdun armor. Divine power technique. The Yangdun armor was deployed, and under the blessing of Yangdun chakra, the cells were highly activated, and the body functions were greatly improved. With the blessing of the divine power technique taught by Shimura Gento, he punched the red sand hammer and flew it out, embedding it in the wall behind in a soul-stirring posture. It's that kid's technique. You really have a dirty thing with that kid. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Red Sand ignored the severe pain in his chest, and his face became more ferocious. If it was just a suspicion before, then now it can be 100% certain. He had sparred with that kid in the restricted desert and experienced the other party's method similar to the strange power technique, which was exactly the same as what Yafeng had just used, and it was more advanced. It is impossible for that kid to pass such a high-level secret technique to this bitch for no reason. Something dirty must have happened between the two of them. Damn bitch! Without even bothering to take a look, Yafeng walked out of the house with her son in her arms. This home has been completely destroyed by that man, and there is no need to stay. But as soon as she walked out of the house, her delicate body was shocked. She looked down at the blood gushing out of her heart, and her face turned pale as paper. Just now, 1,000 books shot from behind, piercing her entire body and her heart. And it also brushed across the cheek of the little scorpion in her arms, leaving a wound. Poison! Looking at the 1,000 books nailed to the opposite wall, Yafeng gritted her teeth and hated her wildly. The 1,000 books were abnormally dark green, and it was obvious that they were quenched with poison, which was also a common method used by puppeteers. And she also felt that the wound was rapidly paralyzed and her heart stopped beating. It was obviously an extremely terrible poison. Ahem, bitch, you can't go anywhere. If you want to die, you have to die in this house. Struggling to jump down from the wall, Kisha sneered viciously. This bitch has already cheated on him, how could he let her live, let alone find the adulterer? Little scorpion, hold on, Mom will take you to see the best doctor right now. Seeing that half of her son's face was infected with the toxin and turned green, Yafeng decisively put her fingers together and used the chakra scalpel to cut out the heart infected with the toxin, leaving a big hole on the back of her chest. This toxin is very strong. If she is left alone, she will not be able to hold on for a few seconds. Although she will die without the heart, she can at least take her son to Xianding for treatment with the support of the Yang Dun armor. There is no way. Although she is a medical ninja, she is only good at treating external injuries and is not good at detoxification. The most important thing is that this toxin attacks very quickly and there is not much time left. She burst out forcefully, holding her son in her arms, jumped onto the residential building next to her, jumped from the rooftop one after another, and rushed straight to the building a kilometer away. On the other side, Shimura Xianding was taking a bath and enjoying the massage service of Xiaomaikan and Miss Yakang, and then found that his window was broken. Xianding Jun, please save my son. Falling to the ground, Yafeng pleaded with a weak voice. She had reached her limit. Damn, what's going on? Are the people from the neighboring village coming to the sand village? Coming back to his senses, Shimura Gento couldn't help but swear, and hurriedly got up to check the injuries of the mother and son. Poison. Seeing the whole body turned light green, Yes pupils suddenly shrank, and she realized that this was a symptom of poisoning. The source of the poison should be the dark green wound on her cheek. Not daring to delay, she quickly poured the innate Yang attribute immortal energy into the mother and son to enhance their vitality. No matter how poisonous it is, enhancing the vitality of the poisoned person will definitely increase resistance and give more time for rescue. Sister Yafeng. At this time, Yakeng on the bed also came back to his senses. He didn't care about being shy, and put on the nightgown that was taken off next to him and ran over. Looking at the big hole in Yafeng's heart and the pale green skin of the little Xiet, he was also very nervous. Although she was not familiar with Yafeng before, after 2 months of getting along, they have become good sisters, and naturally couldn't bear to see Yafeng suffer such a heavy blow. On the other side, Uchiha Mikoto also put on a nightgown and picked up a bath towel to wrap around Shimura Xianding's waist. Just the next moment after wrapping the bath towel, several Anbu ninjas rushed in from the window that was broken by Yafeng. They were responsible for monitoring the place outside. Previously, Yafeng exploded too fast to stop it, and they only chased in now. But when they saw Yafeng's miserable state and the strange skin color of the red sand scorpion, they knew that things were serious. Go and find Ebizo for me. He ordered coldly without looking back. Shimura Gentoi wanted to see the old man now. Although he didn't know what was going on, he had to find the old man to ask him clearly if something like this happened. If he didn't give a satisfactory explanation, he didn't mind sending the old man away. Sensing Shimura Gentoi's murderous intent, several Anbu ninjas couldn't help shivering, looked at each other, and didn't dare to delay. They left and informed their immediate superiors. Although they also didn't know what was going on, the identities of Yafeng and the red sand scorpion were very unusual. Yafeng was the nephew-in-law of Ebizo, and the red sand scorpion was the nephew-grandson of Ebizo. Now that they were killed, the whole village had to move and shake. Something big is going to happen. Go back to your room and change clothes first. It looks like you won't be able to sleep tonight. While cleaning the toxins and treating the wounds for Yafeng and her son, Shimura Xianding instructed Yakeng and Uchiha Mikoto. After curing the toxins from his sister-in-law and nephew's injuries, he will leave to deal with the matter. Uchiha Mikoto and others will then protect his sister-in-law and nephew's safety. Can it be cured? Yakeng asked worriedly. He didn't know if such a serious injury could be saved. It's not a big problem. After a casual reply, Shimura Xianding used his immortal energy to create a heart and connect blood vessels to resupply blood to his sister-in-law. With his current medical skills, except for the injuries to the brain and spinal cord, which would be more difficult, other body organs can be replaced. Even if all the internal organs are gone, he can find a second brother's internal organs for transplantation. Seeing that the immortal energy heart began to supply blood to Yafeng, Yakeng was relieved and quickly returned to the room to change clothes. Uchiha Mikoto also went back to the room to dress, and also sent a shadow clone downstairs to greet Uchiha Doju and the others. She naturally sensed the murderous intent of Shimura Gento, and something big was bound to happen next. What's going on? After the two women left, Shimura Gento continued to treat the wounds and detoxify while asking. We just got the news from over there. Kisha is crazier than we expected. In the end, he used the mechanism in the puppet's arm to shoot out poisonous thousands of books, piercing Yafeng's body from behind and scratching Zioxi's face. Baizetsu's head emerged from the cactus pot and informed the intelligence sent by Baizetsu. Alas! Brother Akagasa is too stupid. He is always taken advantage of. He needs to learn his lesson. With a sigh, Shimura Gentoi was really worried about the IQ of his elder brother. He was used by the third Kazekage in the restricted desert to poison Mistcho, and now he is being used by others again. It seems that breaking an arm last time was not enough. This time, the remaining limbs will also be broken. Poor Akagasa. Sensing the increasingly cold and sinister murderous intent, Baizetsu felt pity for Akagasa. On the other side, Ebizo, who was in a meeting in the Kazekage building, almost fainted when he heard the Anbu ninja report that Yafeng was seriously injured and poisoned, and Akagasa no Scorpion was also poisoned. Without saying a word, he quickly left the meeting room and went to Shimura Gentoi's villa building. Who of you did it? After Ebizo left, the third Kazekage's face suddenly became gloomy, and his cold eyes swept over everyone in the meeting room. During the day, he heard his subordinates report that Akagasa had returned early, and he didn't take it seriously. But now that Yafeng and Akagasa no Scorpion were injured and poisoned, he realized that this was no coincidence, and someone must be plotting in secret. I just don't know which one it is. The people in the conference room looked at each other, their eyes flickered, and I don't know what they were thinking. Everyone, restrain yourself. The Ninja World War is imminent, and there should be no more trouble in the village. The third-generation Kazekage warned coldly that it was not appropriate to pursue this matter, otherwise it would only cause the village to fall into civil strife, and he could only cover up and muddy the waters, but the necessary warnings must be given. However, several people in the conference room sneered at this. They had already reacted and understood that Zhou and Zionjaihu's betrayal of the village was not simple, and all the clues pointed to the third-generation Kazekage. You, the dignified Kazekage, took the lead. Are you qualified to say this? 367. Chapter 366, The Evil Devil Arrives. How is it? Seeing that Shimura Gento finally finished the operation, Ebizo asked anxiously. After receiving the report from the Anbu ninja, he rushed over in a hurry, and then saw Shimura Gento performing surgery on Yafeng and her son to extract the toxin. He did not dare to disturb them, so he stood by and waited anxiously. He introduced Yafeng to his nephew. If anything happened to Yafeng and her son, he really didn't know how to explain to Yafeng's dead parents, not to mention the little Scorpion. Most of the toxins have been extracted, but some of the remaining toxins are hidden deep. Sister-in-law Yafeng is quite strong and can withstand it, but the little Scorpion is more dangerous. It would be best to have an antidote to neutralize the remaining toxins. While wearing a heavy gold battle suit, Shimura Gento explained and asked. Have you identified the toxins? After Ebizo came over, he would let him watch and study some of the toxins extracted from Yafeng's body to see if he could find an antidote. Poison is very troublesome. It is difficult to extract it completely through surgery. In the end, some residual toxins will remain, which will damage the body's functions. For example, Kankuro in the original work was poisoned by the red sand scorpion. Even though he was treated by Sakura, he was still very weak in the end and recovered for a long time. This was only because of the antidote he had researched. Xiao Xiexia is a child now, and his physique is weak. It is difficult for his body to metabolize such a strong toxin, which is a bit dangerous. I can see that it is a kind of absolute poison that my sister once developed. With a gloomy face, Ebizo probably guessed who had done something to Mafeng and her son. When his sister developed that kind of absolute poison, she sealed it up and only added it to the Tenkinmatsu. Last year, in order to deal with the upcoming Ninja World War, he gave all the legacy left by his sister in the village, including the sealed poisons, to his eldest nephew. In other words, only Akashi possessed that kind of absolute poison, and it goes without saying who did it. But he could never have thought of it, let alone understand why Akashi would do such a vicious thing. Although Akashi's character had changed a lot after returning from the restricted desert, this change was too big. Absolute poison. Shimura Gentoi smiled, and his smile was so cold that Ebizo couldn't help but shiver. What do you want to do? Feeling that something was wrong, Ebizo became alert and realized that this kid wanted to make trouble. I already know what happened from my sister-in-law's memory fragments. It seems that brother Akazaga is also injured. I will go to treat his injuries. Still with that sunny and gentle smile, Shimura Gentoi missed his elder brother after not seeing him for a long time, and he had to have a good chat with brother Akazaga. You. Shimura Gentoi didn't look like he was going to treat Akazaga, so Ebizo naturally wouldn't let him go, but before he could stop him, his body was restrained by dozens of immortal energy threads. Brother Zhang, don't worry about this. I will save brother Akazaga's life and help sister Cho educate that unfilial son. Patting Ebizo on the shoulder, Shimura Gentoi left immortal energy with radiation energy in his body to interfere with his chakra operation, and flew out of the window that his sister-in-law had broken before. Alas! I hope Akashi can grow up a little. Watching Shimura Gentoi leave, Ebizo sighed dejectedly, and felt a little disappointed. He was not a fool. After discovering that Akashi had returned early, he knew that someone must be plotting against that stupid nephew, and this time he was used as a knife by the person behind the scenes. I thought that after being plotted against by the third Kazekage, the nephew would grow up, but now it seems that he is still stupid. With this IQ, he still wants to compete for the position of the fourth Kazekage? On the other side, following the induction, Shimura Gentoi quickly found the elder brother Akashi who was receiving treatment in the Sand Village Hospital. Brother Akashi, I heard that you were injured. Entering the ward, Shimura Gentoi's worried expression surprised the doctor who was checking Akashi's physical condition, and also startled Akashi lying on the bed, and instinctively wanted to jump out of the window to escape. He didn't think that this guy came to visit him out of kindness. He must have come to avenge that bitch. Unfortunately, how could Shimura Gento watch his elder brother jump out of the window and commit suicide? He used the immortal power silk thread to pull his elder brother back and tie him to the bed. Shimura Gento walked forward with concern and tore the hospital gown on his body, leaving only a pair of shorts. My elder brother was poisoned and you didn't even notice it. How can you be a doctor? Shimura Gento scolded. Lord AKA's Haga was poisoned. The doctor next to him was stunned. They had done a detailed examination on AKA's Haga before and there were no symptoms of poisoning. How could he be poisoned? The next scene made the doctor dumbfounded. Shimura Gento cut a wound on Akashaga's one arm and 2 feet, and dripped a green venom on it. Soon the skin around the wound was rendered with a strange light green color. Look, even the skin has turned green. There is no cure for this poison. It must be amputated as soon as possible. Pointing at the arms and legs that were being rapidly infected by the poison, Shimura Gentoi shouted righteously, as if the poison was not caused by him personally. The shocked eyes immediately turned into dead fish eyes, and the male doctor also understood that this guy came here to make trouble on purpose. But before he could stop him, he saw Shimura Gentoi cut off his eldest brother's legs and one arm, and sutured the wound neatly. Although Kisha struggled hard, it was a pity that the toughness of the immortal energy thread was far beyond imagination, and he could not break free at all. Not to mention that the acupoints in the body were blocked by the immortal energy thread, and it was even more difficult to break free without being able to circulate chakra to bless the body's strength. It was even difficult to speak or shout, and he could only watch his legs and the only remaining arm being cut off at the root. Does Senior Ebizo know? Seeing that things had come to this, the male doctor, who was also an understanding person, came over and asked quietly. He naturally knew Shimura Gentoi, and Akashi was the nephew of Master Ebizo. As the doctor should have informed Lord Ebizo, otherwise. It's none of your business. I will sew up the wound. You just need to pay attention to my brother's subsequent recuperation. Waving his hand to signal the male doctor that he could leave, Shimura Gentoi suppressed the violently twitching and struggling Akashi and sewed up the wound. Since he had promised Ebizo not to kill this guy, he had to keep his word. Glancing at Akashi with pity, the male doctor turned around and left the ward without saying anything, closing the door. He was just a medical ninja and had no interest in getting involved in the confrontation between those big men. Brother, bear with it, it will be healed soon. Seeing that his brother was still struggling violently, Shimura Gentoi comforted him, and his sew-up technique became more and more rough. Finally, looking at the hideous sutured wound, Shimura Gentoi nodded with satisfaction. His medical skills had indeed improved greatly. Oh, this place should be poisoned too. I remembered that I had planned to cut off my brother's limbs before, but now I have only cut off 3 limbs, and there is still 1 left. As a man who keeps his word, Shimura Gentoi will naturally not break his promise. When Kisha, who was about to collapse, saw Shimura Gentoi's eyes falling on the area below his lower abdomen, he was about to cry. Then he really cried. Brother Kisha, I have sutured and healed the wounds. No need to thank me, we are brothers. Looking at the sutured hideous wounds with satisfaction again, Shimura Gentoi praised his medical skills. From now on, my brother will have to squat and pee, unless the other party can create a puppet prosthesis in that aspect. I won't disturb your rest. Without staying for long, he said hello to his brother and got up and left, leaving Kisha lying on the bed alone crying silently. He is now all gone, all 4 limbs, including the 5th limb unique to men, are gone. Although as a puppeteer, the loss of limbs does not have a big impact on strength, the humiliation inside is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It's good to know regret when you can cry. Ebizo pushed open the door and walked into the ward, staring with regret. He really couldn't understand how his sister, who had been smart all his life, could give birth to such a stupid son? Could it be that they took the wrong child in the hospital that year? Ignoring Ebizo's words, Akashi's tears continued to flow, and his mind was also confused. I had planned to let that kid strengthen Yafeng's strength and pave the way for your position as Kazekage. When you really become Kazekage one day, you will also have a virtuous wife to help you. It's a pity that all this was ruined by you. Don't have illusions about the position of Kazekage in the future. That position is not suitable for you. With a sigh, Ebizo told the truth. Although he didn't know what the boy's intentions were for Yafeng before, it was indeed an opportunity. He took out a treasure that he had secretly collected and asked the boy to do his best to help Yafeng become stronger, at least to become a strong man of the level of Zheng Ying. In this way, he could persuade his sister and Xianjiahu to come back with reason in the future, and there was a great chance that Kisha would take the position of Feng Ying. Unfortunately, the boy's IQ made him despair. He was simply a pile of mud that could not be supported. Who is it? After being stunned for a long time, Kisha's face became hideous and terrifying again, and there was a creepy murderous intent. He still had some brains. His uncle had said it so clearly. If he still couldn't figure out that he was being calculated by someone, he might as well bang his head against the wall and die. Does it matter who it is? Even more disappointed, Ebizo really wanted to slap himself in the face. Fortunately, he had hoped for this boy before, thinking that he could grow up and eventually become Feng Ying. But looking at his current state, he has no patience at all. Even if he really takes the position of Kazekage, he will definitely be tricked to death. Don't think about pursuing this matter. No one is willing to investigate this matter at this critical time. It will cause discord in the village, and the 3 generations will not allow it. Too lazy to say anything more, Ebizo turned and left. That kid is completely hopeless. He will just stay at home for the rest of his life. Ebizo doesn't need a freeloader. The departure of his uncle made Akashi even more angry, knowing that he was completely abandoned. You seem to need strength now. Just then, a tentacle crawled out from the dark corner of the wall and swam to Akashi like a long snake. Evil demon! The strange pattern on the tentacle startled Akashi, and his heart was filled with fear. Although the Sand Village did not participate in the demon war, it later obtained detailed intelligence from the Mist Village through spies, including the appearance of the demon. The most special thing was the strange patterns on the tentacles, which were exactly the same as the tentacle in front of him. Wasn't the demon dead? Why did he appear again now? He came to me, what was going on? Do you want power to take revenge? The voice full of temptation came from the tentacles. He now needs this kind of chess piece filled with hatred and anger. Can your power allow me to kill that bastard kid? After seeing that the demon was not here to kill him, Kisha barely calmed down and asked hatefully. My power is not what you mortals can imagine. The voice was still full of temptation, and the demon knew that this human was tempted. As long as he was tempted. 368. Chapter 367, Lolita. After returning to the villa building, Shimura Gendo didn't know that the evil demon had found his elder brother, Akazaga. He didn't plan to stay in the Sand Village for long. That day, he took his sister-in-law Yafeng, Xioxiexi and others and a group of war pets to Lulin. Sister-in-law Yafeng is quite strong and can eliminate the remaining poison by herself through her body's metabolism, but Xioxiexi can't do that. She must find Miss Cho as soon as possible. Sister will help to detoxify. After all, the poison used by Akashi comes from Cho. Even if there is really no antidote, there must be a way to alleviate it. Not to mention that Cho has been practicing hard in the past few years, and her strength has improved rapidly. There should be a way to detoxify. Don't think about it, you will meet again soon. On the rooftop of the villa building, Nanao Shijiki saw Yekeng staring at the direction where Shimura Xianding left without moving, and couldn't help but remind him. Who misses him? Staring angrily, Ye King is not thinking about that guy. It would be best if that bastard who always bullies her is dead. Tomorrow I will fly to the land of water to meet them. Leaving a word, Nanao Shijiki walked downstairs in crystal high heels, ready to pack up all her clothes and take them away. Those were all given by Xianding Jun, very expensive. What's going on? With a frown on his eyebrows, Ye King still couldn't figure out what Senior Ebizo had done before. Go ask Senior Fanfu. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Ye King extended his wings behind him and flew towards the Sand Temple. This matter was full of weirdness, and he had to figure it out. After flying to the Sand Temple, Ye King told all the previous experiences and doubts in his heart. He knelt quietly in front of the monk Fanfu, waiting for the guidance of this senior. Alas! Teacher, maybe you are really wrong. Sand Village is not the future of ninjas. After a long silence, he couldn't help but sigh. Monk Fanfu roughly guessed what was going on, but the result made him very sad. The second generation Kazekage and the first generation Kazekage worked hard to gather the ninja forces in the Kingdom of Wind and establish the Sand Village here. The original intention was good, but it did not produce the desired results. The current village's top leaders are constantly fighting, and various conspiracies and tricks are taking turns. From the original Cho incident to the current Akazaga incident, all prove the fatal flaws of the ninja village system. This is a power struggle, agreed from the heart, irreconcilable, and will definitely intensify, more terrifying and sinister than the pure killing in the Warring States period, and will eventually lead the entire village to destruction. You are a good child, you don't need to pay attention to the darkness in the village, but you must be careful and don't trust anyone. Ninjas can't bring a bright future to the village. You and Karu have to work harder. A simple reminder, Monk Fanfu didn't want to tell the darkness in the village. He was completely desperate about ninjas. The future of the village still had to rely on the two systems of ninja monks and ninja warriors. Could it be that the villagers really did it? Ye Kang's brain is not stupid. He can see something from Fanfu's reaction. Obviously, the matter of AKA's Haga is indeed unrelated to Shimura Gendai. It is likely a conspiracy of some people in the village. No wonder Senior Ebizo didn't stop that guy from harming Senior AKA's Haga in the end. Senior, I plan to go to the land of water to meet and train with Karura. Do you have anything to tell me? Forcing himself to calm down, Ye King stopped thinking about those terrible speculations and asked whether Fanfu had any instructions for his best friend. After all, this is his best friend's teacher. Before the next Ninja World War is over, don't return to the village. I will take care of the things in the village. With a serious look, Fanfu solemnly warned. The power struggle among the village's top leaders is becoming more and more intense, and this is just a prelude. When the Ninja World War officially begins, the power struggle will break out in full, just like the last Ninja World War. The reason why his teacher, the second-generation Kazekage shaman, suffered trauma was not only because of Konoha, but also because of the secret activities of some people in the village. He didn't want Ye King and Karura to repeat the mistakes of their predecessors. Not returning to the village is the best choice. Shimura Gendo didn't know what was happening in Sand Village, and he didn't feel like caring about it. He was using the anti-gravity technique to bless the increasingly huge Shimura harmony, carrying everyone from high altitude to Lulin. Zioxy's physical condition was very unstable, and the remaining poison in his body must be removed as soon as possible, so Shimura Gendo raised the altitude to the maximum limit he could reach. The air was thin at high altitudes, the resistance would be much smaller, and the flying speed would be faster. In this way, in less than 3 days, Shimura Gendo rushed to Lulin New City without sleep, went straight to Miss Cho, and then it was tragic. Miss, what are you doing? With his limbs restrained by 4 puppet armors, Shimura Gendo was very confused, and he didn't understand why the little sister treated him like this when they met. You know what you did? Floating in front of the traitor, Cho was so angry that she wanted to clean up the door when she thought of the last encounter. Although I was unconscious at the time and didn't know what this guy did to me, I could easily guess what this traitor would do based on his appearance. I thought that Cho had been loyal to her late husband for more than 10 years, but she didn't expect to fall into the hands of this traitor. You know everything. Shimura Gentoi was gloomy, and he hated the existence of ninjas even more. Every ninja was like Conan, and no secrets could be kept. Last time, I was as careful as possible and restored everything to its original state, but I didn't expect that my true face would be discovered by the little sister in the end. What a pit! What do you think? With her arms around her chest and a cold smile, Cho looked up and down with her beautiful eyes, as if she was considering where to start the knife. But before she could think it through, a flash of silver sword light passed by, and the puppet armored arm fused with chakra metal was cut off, and Shimura Gentoi was free again. I can't compare to the real swordsman. Using the immortal energy thread to control the big silver sword and insert it back on his back, Shimura Gendo made up his mind to develop the perfect magnetic escape as soon as possible, so that the Sword Immortal's flying sword method can be developed based on it. I knew I couldn't trap you. Pouting with dissatisfaction, Cho was very frustrated. I have been researching and developing the puppet armor of Lushan, and have made great gains. Each of the 4 puppet armors made now can beat the previous Jinsong 10 people. It's a pity that they are like chickens and dogs in front of this kid, and their combat power is not at the same level at all. What are you doing? Suddenly, I found that my body was tied up by dozens of immortal energy threads, and even the acupoints in my body were blocked. Looking at the evil smile of the traitor in front of me, Cho panicked. Could it be that this traitor wants to humiliate me again? Nothing, just want to check the teacher's body. The evil smile on his face became stronger, and Shimura Xianding stepped forward to undress the teacher's body very skillfully, making her an upright person, and then he did a clumsy physical examination and copied and updated the data. Last year, the old father helped the 2 teachers to completely clear the chakra blood in their bodies and turn to cultivating immortal energy. Chiyo's foundation was originally very strong, and she soon succeeded in specialization, and even improved her strength. With such a big change, it is natural to update the body data. Traitor! Cho was so angry that she trembled. If the look could kill, I am afraid that Shimura Xianding would have to become a mosquito net. I don't want to be like this, but who made you so smart, teacher, to see through the true face of the disciple? Isn't it better to pretend to be confused? After completing the data update, Shimura Xianding pulled a chair and sat down, and let Cho sit in his arms. It has to be said that Cho is worthy of being the flower of the generation of ninja, the first beauty of Sand Village. Although her body is delicate and exquisite, her appearance is the best, and her mind is also very broad, which forms a sharp contrast with her delicate figure. In addition, that lowly face, a complete childlike face and a big thing, is full of temptation to men. How about this, teacher? Just pretend that what happened before has never happened, and we are still a harmonious master-disciple relationship. After persuading him with emotion and reason, Shimura Gento didn't want to break up with this teacher. After all, whether it will be faster to build Gundam or spaceships in the future and enter the space and starry sky depends on this young lady. Although I have the black tripod space blessing enlightenment, it is only reflected in the practice, which is of little help to this kind of technological development. It is better to find professionals to do it. Originally, he was optimistic about Brother Snake. After all, in the original work, Uncle Snake made a mechanical Naruto and a mechanical Ninetales that were comparable to Iron Man's battlesuits. They were awesome. It's a pity that Brother Snake has bad intentions and is not the same as them. At this stage, he can only rely on Miss Cho and the grown-up little scorpion. Do you think it's possible? She stared at him hatefully. If her body had not been immobilized, she would definitely fight this traitor to the death. But this hatred soon collapsed, and her eyes widened. I saw Shimura Gentoi kiss the pink lips fiercely, and his tongue also joined the offensive. This is the fastest way for a man to take down a woman. Although the little sister is not young, for him who has initially broken the limit of lifespan, age is not a problem. Isn't it just a little difference after 100 or 1,000 years? As long as the little sister can always maintain this youthful state, as a male creature, you have to judge people by appearance. Stop. I won't pursue it anymore. I won't pursue it anymore, okay? Feeling a pair of claws wandering around her body, Cho finally came to her senses and realized that this traitor was serious, so she quickly opened her mouth to apologize. Teacher Cho, be my wife. The movement on her palm paused for a moment, and Shimura Gento said affectionately. When he was still weak, he naturally had to be more secretive about what he did, but now he is a strong man, and this is his territory. It would be a waste of his brain to continue to be secretive. And unlike the underage girls like Uchiha Mikoto and others, the teacher in front of her is a legal Lolita, and her son is much older than her, so she can take him down directly without any worries. This confession made Cho stunned. She only knew that this traitor was bold and daring before, but she really didn't expect it to be so bold. Don't even think about it. After coming to her senses again, Cho decisively refused. Are you kidding? If I really become your woman, I will become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. I'm not in a hurry. There's plenty of time to wait. Without forcing it, Shimura Gendo took back the immortal energy thread that sealed the acupoints in the teacher's body, stood up and walked towards the door of the laboratory, saying, "Your daughter-in-law and your grandson are poisoned, and you need to find a way to detoxify as soon as possible." Before, he was let in alone by the teacher, and then he was caught by 4 puppet armors, and then his true form was exposed. Now sister-in-law Yafeng is still waiting outside with her child in her arms. Daughter-in-law? Grandson? Cho was stunned, and then reacted. When her younger brother Ebizo arranged the marriage for that rebellious son, he wrote a letter to her. Now the daughter-in-law and grandson mentioned by the rebellious disciple must be that rebellious son. Hurrying to put on the dress that was taken off, Cho used magnetic escape to control her body to fly out quickly, and saw Yafeng holding the child and waiting anxiously outside. "Xiao Yafeng, how did you and Xiao Ziza get poisoned?" Seeing her daughter-in-law, Cho asked in confusion while checking their physical condition. She was not unfamiliar with Yafeng. Her father was her and her brother's teammate back then. She was also her niece, and he even taught this girl some medical ninjutsu. But this girl working in the village hospital, he basically never leaves the village to perform missions. How could he be poisoned, and the poison that even the traitor was helpless against? 369. Chapter 368 The Way of the Overlord. This poison. After checking and finding out that the poison that Xiao Xiexia was poisoned with was a kind of poison that she had prepared, Chiyo's face darkened. This kind of poison has no antidote, and because the raw materials are extremely rare, it cannot be popularized, and was eventually sealed by her. The only one who can activate this poison is his younger brother Ebizo, at least the poison was spread from his younger brother. And there are not many people who can get this poison from his younger brother. Can it be cured? Seeing Cho retract her palm, Yafeng asked anxiously, fearing that Cho would say that there is no antidote. Uchiha Mikoto and the others who followed were also very nervous. They didn't want to see a baby lose his life like this. If it were before, I really couldn't cure this poison, but now it's just a little more difficult. I can prepare the antidote tomorrow. After comforting her daughter-in-law, Cho looked at Zionjiu who came over and said, "Zionjiu, take Yafeng to stay first. This kind of poison is indeed very tricky." She didn't think of making an antidote for it at first, but fortunately, she is very clear about the composition and working principle of this poison. With her current strength and resources, she is enough to prepare the antidote. "Follow me." After saying that, Cho glared at the traitor beside her and returned to the laboratory. There are some things she needs to know from this traitor, such as how Yafeng and the little scorpion were poisoned. And when she heard that the antidote could be prepared tomorrow, Yafeng finally let go of her worries. Although her son's physical condition is unstable, it will not be a problem for him to hold on until tomorrow. "Sister Yafeng, come with me. I'll arrange a room for you." With a complicated look at the traitor, Zionjiu took Yafeng, Uchiha Mikoto and others away to arrange a room for them. "Did Zionjiu teacher also discover my true identity?" Zionjiu's last complicated expression made Himura Suending's starry eyes narrow slightly, guessing that the teacher's sister might have discovered his true identity. "I have to go to the teacher's sister to explain." I immediately decided to go to the teacher's sister to argue clearly. If I can't argue, I will confess and take her down. "Now that you are in my territory, can I let you fly away?" Having made up his mind, Himura Xianding turned back to the laboratory and closed the door of the laboratory. What happened in the sand village? While quickly preparing the antidote, Cho asked coldly. "This matter is definitely not simple. Brother Akazaga was used by someone again." Shrugged, Himura Xianding explained simply. "Miss Cho is a smart person. There is no need to say too much. As long as the most critical point is pointed out, the whole thing can be figured out. After all, this man is a strong man from the old generation who came from the Warring States period. He also built the sand village with his own hands. He has experienced all kinds of scenes. Evil child." Sure enough, Cho immediately figured out everything and was so angry that she wanted to chop him. At the beginning, that evil child was used by the third Kazekage, who secretly poisoned her and almost killed her. Unexpectedly, he was used again and poisoned his wife and son. How could her shinobi flower give birth to such a fool? "Don't be angry, anger hurts the liver. I have already taught you a lesson to Brother Kisha, and brother Kisha is in a very miserable situation now. His limbs are poisoned and he has to amputate to save his life. Opening his mouth to comfort him, Shimuragento didn't know how his elder brother was doing now, but he thought that with the help of chakra threads, he should have no problem taking care of himself. He even made a puppet prosthesis to wear on his body, and he can walk like a normal person. You deserve it. Opening his mouth hatefully, Cho was really angry. Although she no longer recognized that evil son, she recognized Yafeng as her daughter-in-law and grandson Xioxi. Now that her daughter-in-law and grandson were killed, how could she not be angry? What? Suddenly, she felt a chill on her body, turned her head and glared at him. What did this traitor want to do? Teacher, you prepare your medicine, and I will massage you to relax. Putting his palm on the teacher's shoulders, Shimuragente massaged her filially. He is such a filial 3 good student. Do you need to take off your clothes to massage me? And why are you taking off your battle clothes? Cho was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. After the traitor showed his true face, he became more unscrupulous. This is the latest massage method I invented. I can use my developed chest muscles and angular abdominal muscles for massage. He looked serious, even with a sense of sacredness, like an academic researcher. Shameless. Even more furious, Cho immediately exploded, but unfortunately in terms of their own strength, especially in terms of physical skills, the gap between the two was too big, and she was subdued by Shimuragento in just 3 seconds and held tightly in his arms. I should have poisoned you back then. Being held in his arms, Cho glared again, full of regret. I shouldn't have kidnapped this kid to the Kingdom of Wind, and even accepted him as a disciple. Now, she is being bullied by this traitor. Teacher, please prepare the medicine quickly. Xioxi's physical condition is not stable. The sooner you prepare the antidote, the better. While providing massage services for the teacher, Gentoi Shimura urged seriously. Saving people is like putting out a fire, and there is no time to delay. Sooner or later, I will clean up your house. Staring hatefully, Cho could only endure the strangeness in her body and started to prepare the antidote. Time passes like this. For some people, it passes very quickly, but for others, every second feels like a year. Because of someone's interference, Cho didn't know how to do it until the second the antidote was prepared at night. In the room, Yafeng watched the last trace of green on her son's skin fade away, and finally felt relieved. Senior Cho, you've worked hard, thank you. She bowed to Cho gratefully. She could see that Cho looked tired, which was very different from yesterday. It was obvious that she had spent a lot of energy and effort to prepare this antidote. The little scorpion is my grandson. It's my duty to save him. Cho said, and she also glared at the traitor standing next to her, wishing to get rid of him immediately. Preparing the antidote is indeed very energy-consuming, but it's nothing for her current strength. What really consumes energy, heart, and even physical strength is the massage service of this traitor. It was so embarrassing in the laboratory last night and today, and even now my legs are weak. It's all because of that traitor. You are tired too. Take a good rest with little scorpion. You will have to take care of little scorpion in the future. Don't let yourself get exhausted. Yafeng's bloodshot eyes made Cho feel distressed. It was obvious that her daughter-in-law had not rested for a long time because of her grandson's affairs. It was all the fault of that evil son. Sister-in-law, everything is over. You and little scorpion will have a new beginning here. After giving a word of comfort, Shimuragento did not stay for long and followed the 2 teachers out of his sister-in-law's room. As soon as he walked out of the room, he found that Miss Cho ran away quickly. She disappeared in a blink of an eye, leaving the master and apprentice stunned. Is there anything else urgent for Senior Cho? Xionjia was puzzled and really couldn't understand why Senior Cho left so eagerly. She should go back to clean up the lab. In order to prepare the antidote for Xioxiexi and sister-in-law, Cho made the lab very messy. Thinking, Shimura Xianding probably guessed why Cho was in such a hurry to leave. Last night and today, except for the last step, he had taken advantage of the little sister, and he didn't expect that the little sister was sensitive and had become an immortal many times, making the lab a mess. She was in a hurry to detoxify Xioxiexi and sister-in-law before, and had no time to clean up, so she went back so eagerly. Xionjia glanced at the traitor beside her, and her pretty face turned pink. Without saying anything more, she turned around and went back to her room next to her. She arranged Yafeng next to her room yesterday so that she could take care of him. As soon as she entered the room and was about to close the door with her backhand, she found that she couldn't close it. Before she could understand what was going on, a figure forced his way in and slammed the door shut. "Miss Xianjiu, have you missed me after not seeing you for so long?" Pushing the teacher against the wall, Zihan Xianding asked with a smile. "Get out!" Xianjiu scolded with a cold face. She didn't want to talk to this traitor now, and she regretted accepting this traitor. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, her body was held horizontally, and Xianjiu struggled to get out, but her strength was far inferior to that of this traitor, and she couldn't get out at all. "I have a secret method of dual cultivation that can increase our cultivation efficiency. I will teach you." Putting the teacher gently on the bed in the bedroom, Zihan Xianding skillfully used the immortal power silk thread to untie the heavy gold battle clothes on his body, and took off the teacher's dress, shoes and socks, and the master and disciple met frankly. Without waiting for the teacher to get angry, Shimura Xianding extended 361 immortal energy threads based on his own 361 acupoints, and pierced into the corresponding acupoints in Xianjiu's body. The immortal energy of the two people circulated with each other, and the speed of cultivation doubled. This is the complete dual cultivation. Uchiha Mikoto and others practiced chakra, and he could only practice spiritual power with them at most, while Xianjiu fully switched to cultivating immortal energy, so she could practice with him perfectly, which would greatly improve all aspects. The most important thing is that he has condensed the left and right rays Nan Jindan in the 361 acupoints, forming a large Jotyen cycle. Not only did his strength increase dramatically, but there were also many mysterious changes. Using himself as a guide, it was enough to assist Xianjiu in quickly condensing the rays Nan Jindan, which doubled the speed of cultivation. Originally, he wanted to explode in resistance, but when he sensed the beauty of this dual cultivation method, he hesitated, and finally Xianjiu closed his eyes and turned a blind eye. "Just think of it as really helping you practice." But soon she couldn't help but open her beautiful eyes, full of anger. "Take your claws away. This traitor really has no good intentions, and his lustful nature has not changed. Teacher Xianjiu, be my wife." The action on the palm of his hand continued, and Zihan Xianding kissed the red lips. After a long time, the lips parted and he confessed affectionately. Since this teacher has also seen his true face, he naturally can't let it go. He must take him down completely and become his real one. This confession made Xianjiu stunned. After reacting, her pretty face flushed red and she decisively refused. "No, I can't be your wife." "Why not? You are not married to anyone else, why can't you be my wife?" Holding the little sister in his arms tighter, Zihan Xianding asked. "No means no." Still decisively refused, pursing her red lips, Xianjiu held on to her last bottom line. "Being bullied by this traitor is fine, but becoming his wife is absolutely impossible. I won't force you. We still have a long time. I can wait until the day you agree, teacher." Seeing the determination of the young lady, Shimura Gento didn't force it, but his hands became more and more bold. Habit is a terrible force. As long as the young lady is familiar with his existence, everything will develop naturally. And he likes to take advantage of others. The word advance means that as long as the teacher's defense line is attacked layer by layer, it will be completely penetrated sooner or later. As for the anger in the teacher's eyes now, it can only be ignored. After all, it is impossible to enjoy the blessing of having two wives by just kneeling and licking. Look at those poor men in the previous life, they couldn't even handle one, let alone a group. Besides, he is not the kind of love saint who is awesome to the sky, and he doesn't have such high emotional intelligence, so he can only do this kind of overlord way. 370. Chapter 369 The father-in-law is dead. After practicing dual cultivation with the teacher in his arms for a whole night, Shimura Xianding walked out of the room in a refreshed state the next morning, and then saw a big loli. "You really did it to Sister Xianjiu." Staring at the golden-armored boy in front of him, Uchiha Mikoto was very unhappy. This guy is too philandering, flirting with women everywhere. Now he walked out of Sister Xianjiu's room. What he did in there last night can be guessed with his toes. Jealous. Looking at the big loli with a smile, Shimura Gentoi liked Uchiha Mikoto's angry look. "Only a ghost would be jealous of you. You will definitely die on a woman in the future." Uchiha Mikoto glared angrily and turned away, ready to have breakfast. She was not unfamiliar with Lilin, and even had a good relationship with Xianjiu and Cho. She could walk around freely in this experimental base and had explored it roughly yesterday. Shimura Gentoi also went there to have breakfast. After all, he had only eaten some dry food after flying all the way from Sand Village. He had helped the two teachers and sisters practice dual cultivation before. He had not eaten anything and was already hungry. When he arrived at the restaurant, he found that Uchiha Doju and Uchiha Lee were both there. Uchiha Doju was like a slave, serving Uchiha Lee breakfast. He was a real dog. No wonder he gave birth to a person like 2GE. The belly is finally up. Glancing at Uchiha Lee's slightly bulging belly, Shimura Gendeng became more and more expectant. The medicine given by Ebizo was indeed very powerful. Although Uchiha Lee forced Uchiha Poison Wine out after the effect of the medicine wore off and they no longer lived in the same room, it still hit the mark. When he was in the Sand Village before, he saw that Uchiha Lee was pregnant, but there seemed to be something wrong with her belly. Humph! With a cold snort, Uchiha Lee was still furious. Although she had some feelings for Uchiha Poison Wine through what happened in the Rock Village last time, and she had a better impression of Uchiha Poison Wine after half a year of getting along in the land of demons, it had not yet reached that level. Who would have thought that she would be drugged by that bastard and let herself and Poison Wine go crazy for a day and a night? Every time she thought of the experience at the time, she was ashamed and almost crazy. Put your hand over here, I'll show you, your belly is bulging too fast. Ignoring Uchiha Lee's coldness, Shimura Xianding gestured to stretch out his hand. Originally, she didn't want to pay attention to this bastard, but when she heard that there was something wrong with her belly, Uchiha Lee, as an expectant mother, naturally didn't dare to neglect it, and hesitated and stretched out her hand. Uchiha Doju also became nervous, fearing that there would be problems between her child and the goddess. Even Uchiha Mikoto on the opposite side looked up, and she also didn't want Uchiha Lee to be in trouble. With his fingers on the white wrist, the immortal force thread extended into it and finally gathered on the placenta in the abdomen. Shimura Xianding carefully sensed the situation inside, and frowned for a long time before retracting his palm. Boss, what's wrong with Xylee and the child? Uchiha Doju, who was already anxious, saw Shimura Xianding frowning, and became even more nervous, and even began to sweat on his forehead, and he was very anxious. Sister Xylee is fine, and the child is fine. Looking over with doubt, Shimura Gento didn't understand why this brother was so nervous. It's okay, why are you frowning? Relieved, Uchiha Mikoto glared in dissatisfaction, feeling that this guy didn't have the ethics of a serious doctor at all. Don't you know that patients are most afraid of doctors frowning and sighing? Oh. Sorry, I thought of something else. Sister Xylee and the child are fine, and they are twins. But the fetus has just begun to develop, and it is still impossible to distinguish between boys and girls. Just reacted, Shimura Gento explained with a smile, and he frowned because of this. In the original work, 2GE didn't have twin brothers or sisters, but now he has twins, which is obviously the result of his butterfly wings flapping. I just don't know whether the two little guys who are being conceived are boys or girls. If they are both girls, I'm afraid 2GE will become 2G. The picture made Shimura Gento's scalp tingle when he thought about it. Oh no, I only thought of a boy's name. If both are boys, it will be bad. I have to think of another one. Uchiha Doju grabbed his hair in frustration. He didn't like to think hard, and naming a child was a big event that took a lot of thought. Fortunately, he was only responsible for naming the boy, and Xylee was responsible for the girl. Even the child's name has been thought of, what is it? Asked curiously, Shimura Gendeng wanted to finally confirm whether Uchiha Doju was Uchiha Obito's old father. Obito, I thought of it a long time ago. Looking at Xylee beside him shyly and happily, Uchiha Doju said the name he gave his son. When he went to school with Xylee, he thought about the names of their future children. The boy would be called Obito and the girl would be called Daiyu. But he didn't expect that he would actually chase Xylee and make her pregnant with his child. Although the process was a bit weird, the result was not bad. He had also told Xiao Li the two names he had thought of long ago, but unfortunately she only reluctantly accepted the name Obito for the boy. The name Daiyu was rejected outright, which made him sad for a long time. It's really Brother Tu's old father. Hearing the familiar name, Zhikan Xianding felt relieved. This guy is really Brother Tu's old father. After a hearty breakfast, Zhikan Xianding took 2 breakfasts to Miss Xianjiahu's room and Miss Chiyo's laboratory, and delivered breakfast to them. It's a pity that both ladies couldn't accept his true face for a while. When they went over, they hid in the bathroom, obviously not wanting to see him. Zhikan Xianding didn't care about this, and went straight to Miss Yueli to chat. I haven't seen Miss Yueli for a long time. I don't know if she has become more beautiful. There is also my goddaughter, little Sarah. While thinking, Zhikan Xianding went to the government building of Lulan New City. When he was in Lulan, he referred to his previous life and created a new government system. Except for the initial busy period, Yueli became much more idle afterwards. She only needed to deal with some big things, and she didn't have to be busy every day. Mr. Xianding, you're here. Yu Li, who was playing with her daughter in the garden on the top floor of the government building, blushed when she saw Shimura Xianding coming, but she quickly recovered and calmed down to greet him. But Shimura Xianding saw the strange look, and realized that this young lady might have seen through her true face. What's wrong with this world? Is everyone Conan? Depressed, Shimura Xianding didn't understand the high IQ of the people in this world. He had been seen through so many times. At the beginning, Miss Yu Guan and Miss Gui Deng Shuiro could be said to be accidents, but Miss Cho, Miss Yang Yu and others were not accidents. Now even Miss Yu Li has seen through her true face. This world is too scary. I'm afraid even the genuine Conan would be at a loss. Miss Yueli, I am 18 this year, and I can marry you. Seeing that his true identity was exposed, Zhikan Xianding simply stopped pretending, stepped forward and grabbed the young lady's soft hand, and said affectionately. Lulan was the key point in his plan, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. He must ensure that this young lady would not go wrong. The best way is undoubtedly to turn her into a real one of his own, and he is very experienced in this regard. But Yueli was confused by this. After she came to her senses, her fair face was flushed red. Although she is a queen, her mind has improved a lot in recent years, but she has little experience in love. Even her husband was found by her mother. Now she is confessed so boldly, how can she bear it? She tried to pull back her palm, but found that it was held very tightly and could not be pulled out at all. Then her whole body was hugged into a solid embrace. Don't, Sarah is still here. Yueli was very anxious and was about to cry. Although she was a little interested in this little brother, she had never thought of being with him, let alone that he was so bold. Miss, do you mean that it's okay as long as little Sarah is not here? Lifting the delicate chin of the beauty in his arms and kissing her red lips, Zhikan Xianding smiled evilly. Don't do that. She was confused by the kiss, but after feeling the hands wandering on her body, Yueli became more anxious. Just when Zhikan Xianding was ready to use his own kingly and domineering way in one go, he suddenly had an idea and let go of the beauty in his arms. Miss Yueli, I'll come to see you in the evening. Looking at little Sarah playing in the water not far away, Zhikan Xianding jumped out of the rooftop garden. There is a long way to go, there is plenty of time to take down the Queen's sister, there is no need to rush. Queen Yueli looked at her daughter playing with a guilty conscience, and was relieved when she saw that she didn't notice. However, when she thought of what Shimura Gentoi said before he left, her heart couldn't help but beat wildly. On the other side, Shimura Gentoi came to a secluded corner, and a group of Black Zetsu emerged from the shadows. It was because she sensed the arrival of Black Zetsu that she separated from her sister and came to meet him. Uchiha Fugaku killed Uchiha Enichi and replaced him as the head of the Uchiha clan. Black Zetsu didn't waste any words and reported this emergency. What? My father-in-law was killed. Hearing this, Shimura Gentoi was full of confusion. He was still thinking about having a good exchange with the old father-in-law after returning to Konoha, and using the relationship with Mikoto to restart his plan for the Uchiha family, but who would have thought that he died before he saw him? Has Uchiha Fugaku become so cruel? Rubbing his chin, Shimura Gentoi looked at his rival with new eyes. At the beginning, he did get the report from White Zetsu, knowing that Uchiha Fugaku had cooperated with Onoki, and guessed that the other party would seize power as soon as possible, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. I suspect that Uchiha Fugaku, with the stimulation of killing Uchiha Enichi, awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan again, and it is very likely to be the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Speaking out a guess, Black Zetsu was not sure about this, just guessing based on his feelings. Does he have that qualification? Looking sideways, Shimura Gentoi didn't believe that Uchiha Fugaku's qualification could be so awesome. Although he had guessed before that guy might awaken the Mangekyo. Again, after all, although the pair of Mangekyo's were taken away by him, there was still some Mangekyo pupil power left in his body. But it was just a possibility. Even if he could really awaken it, it would never be so fast, let alone jump directly to the Eternal Eye. Although Uchiha Fugaku and his father-in-law Uchiha were like father and son, and had a very good relationship, Uchiha Fugaku would indeed have strong negative emotions after killing him, but he would not open the Mangekyo directly. After all, the guy's eyes were not original, but from his cousin. If he really wanted to awaken them, it would definitely be more difficult. Big. I'm not sure. After Uchiha Fugaku killed Uchiha Eniki in the secret place of Uchiha Shrine, his pupil power was greatly enhanced. It gave me the feeling that he was very similar to Uchiha Madara at that time. Shaking his head, Black Zetsu was not present at the time. These information were obtained from White Zetsu afterwards. At most, he sneaked into the Uchiha clan to observe Uchiha Fugaku. The secret place under the Uchiha Shrine. Thinking, Shimura Gentoi thought of a Six Paths relic in the original work. It is said that in the secret place of Uchiha Shrine, there is a stone tablet inherited from the Six Paths sage, which is sealed by mysterious power. Sharingan of different levels will see different contents on it. After figuring out the nature of the Eternal Eye Mangekyo, he realized that it was difficult for Uchiha members to awaken the Eternal Eye by their own practice alone. Unless Uchiha Fugaku learns to devour attributes without a teacher and devours the other 6 attributes with Yindun, it is possible to transform Yindun to that level and drive the transformation of pupil power and Mangekyo. Sharingan. Since it is impossible to complete the transformation by oneself, it must be with the help of external forces like Uchiha Madara. 371. Chapter 370 Actively Prepare for War. You mean that the power of the Six Paths Sage is left in that stone tablet? Black Zetsu suddenly realized, and after careful thinking, he found that it was really possible. After all, if the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was really that easy to awaken, the Uchiha family would have dominated the ninja world for thousands of years. Even Indra had reincarnated countless times and pushed his own accumulation to the extreme before awakening the Eternal Eye in Uchiha Madara. Bring that stone tablet to me after we return to Konoha. Shimura Gento was extremely sure of this. Since the Uchiha clan members could see different contents on the stone tablet with the help of the Sharingan, it proved that there was a power on that thing, and the source of this power was definitely the Six Paths Sage. Either it was the chakra of the Six Paths Sage or the pupil power of the Six Paths Sage, the latter was the most likely. What is Uchiha Fugaku doing now? Since Uchiha Fugaku dared to kill Uchiha Eniki to take the throne, there must be a big move, at least to stabilize his position as the clan leader. After all, Uchiha Eniki's death is not easy to explain. He seems to be adapting to that Hashirama arm, which is why I guess he may awaken the Eternal Eye. Black Zetsu personally sneaked into the Uchiha family a few months ago, learned about the existence of that Hashirama arm, and reported it to Shimura and his son. He also knew the power of Hashirama's cells, especially Hashirama's living cells. Uchiha Madara only transplanted a small piece of it and it eroded his body like that, which shows how terrifying that kind of cell is. However, Uchiha Fugaku now has a whole arm transplanted. Although it is suppressed from the outside with the help of the sealing technique, it is still not easy to carry it. Then it must be the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Shimura Gentoi was extremely sure. The Mangekyo level pupil power alone can only suppress ordinary Hashirama cells. For example, the Hashirama living cells with Ashura power that Hashirama Senju got before his death must be suppressed by the pupil power of the Eternal Eye. I really didn't disappoint you. With a happy face, Shimura Gentoi was looking forward to Uchiha Fugaku's growth, and even expected the Six Paths Sage to come back to life and awaken a 6 Magadama Samsara Eye for that guy. How is the search for the evil demon going? He turned his mind and asked about the search for the evil demon. At present, we can only confirm that the evil demon is hiding in the sea, but the sea is so vast that it is quite difficult to find the evil demon in it. Even if Miss Ueli brings the human radar, it will not be easy to do it. At least we have to determine a rough range first. We have determined a sea area, waiting for you to go there to start the war. After knowing that the evil demon is still alive, Black Zetsu is highly alert and dispatches a large number of White Zetsu to the islands of the water country and the coastal areas of various countries, and finally determines a sea area. Tomorrow I will go to the ancient city of Lilan to meet with Uchiha Madara, and start the war to kill the evil demon in a week. Setting the time to a week later, Shimura Xianding can see that the evil demon is very cowardly from the fact that he has been hiding for nearly 2 years. Once he finds out that he is being monitored by White Zetsu, he will definitely run away. It will be difficult to find that guy at that time. We must fight quickly. Everything has been arranged, just waiting for you to perform on stage. Hee, laughing sinisterly, Black Zetsu slowly sank into the ground. We need to practice double cultivation with Miss Cho and Miss Zionjiao more, and transform our innate attributes to the level of escape techniques as soon as possible. With a firm mind, Shimura Gento decided to speed up the process. That night, he rushed into the laboratory to restrain Miss Cho and carried her away, then Miss Zionjiao and Uchiha Mikoto, and finally sneaked into Miss Yueli's bedroom. Queen Yueli, who was already restless in her bedroom, saw Shimura Gento jump in from the window and throw the three women on his shoulders onto her bed, and she was immediately furious. You, who do you think I am? Is he trying to make her sleep with him? Don't be angry, miss, I know it's hard for you to accept our changed relationship, and I won't force you. This time, I brought two teachers and Xiao Mikoto here mainly to practice double cultivation with you, so that our strength can be further improved and we can better kill the evil demons. While explaining, he untied the restrictions on the three women of Cho. Demon? Didn't you burn that thing to death? After being freed, Cho, who was originally full of anger, sat up and stared at the traitor solemnly. She had personally experienced the horror of the demon, but it was just a larva, and only the head was left. Leaving them helpless. Although she did not participate in the war to kill the evil demons in the water country, she obtained detailed intelligence afterwards and knew very well how terrifying that thing was. If it is allowed to grow, it will be a disaster for the entire human race in the future. Yueli, Zionjiao, and the other three girls also became nervous. We didn't completely kill it last time. Recently, our people found that the sea is not calm, often swallowing up ships and cities on islands, and no dead souls remain. Only the evil demons have this ability and motivation. Our people have identified a sea area. In a week, we will take people there to surround and kill the evil demons again. This time, we need you, Sister Yueli, to locate the location of the evil demons and show us the way. That's why I want to improve your strength as soon as possible and increase your perception range of the evil demons. Putting on the posture of worrying about the village and the people again, Ziken Xianding secretly lamented that it was really outrageous that he, the son of a pot, had to do the work of a savior. Since we are dealing with the evil demon, I will practice with you. Taking a deep breath, Yueli showed her determination as a queen. The evil demon was born in Lulin, and it was severely damaged at the beginning. The other party will definitely come back for revenge. As the queen of Lulin, she has the responsibility to help eliminate the evil demon. Without further delay, you all lie down in my arms. Mikoto and Cho lie side by side on my chest, Zionjiao and Yueli lie on my arms. Practicing with 4 people at once is a bit strenuous for me now. You can contact my skin to the maximum extent to reduce the difficulty. Seeing that the most difficult queen nodded in agreement, Shimura Gento took off his battle clothes neatly, even the tight shorts were not left, and lay on the queen's bed, signaling the 4 girls to come up and start practicing. Uchiha Mikoto had long been accustomed to Shimura Gento's shamelessness, and quickly accepted this dual cultivation method. She also took off her clothes and lay on his left torso. The 3 Cho girls looked at each other, recalled the horror of the evil demon, and finally gritted their teeth and took off their clothes. Cho went up and lay on Shimura Gento's right torso, lying side by side with Uchiha Mikoto. Both of them are now delicate and petite, while Shimura Gento is heroic and tall, and his broad chest can just accommodate the 2 women side by side. The remaining 2 girls, Yueli and Zionjiao, also lay in Shimura Gento's arms, resting their heads on his strong and powerful arms, their pretty faces as red as blood, and their jade-like skin also has a touch of pink. It's so embarrassing. Shimura Xianding did not delay and entered the sage mode. He extended 361 immortal energy threads from 361 acupoints, divided them into 4, and pierced into the corresponding acupoints in the bodies of the 4 girls to practice dual cultivation with them. He did not lie before. It was indeed difficult to practice dual cultivation with 4 girls at once, even with the blessing of the sage mode. However, this 1-to-4 dual cultivation mode can bring great benefits. Practicing dual cultivation with 1 girl can double the efficiency of one's own cultivation, and practicing dual cultivation with 2 girls at the same time can double the efficiency of cultivation. Now practicing dual cultivation with 4 girls can increase the efficiency of cultivation to 4 times, not to mention that Cho and Zionjiao have also switched to practicing immortal energy, and Miss Yueli is also practicing immortal magic. This time, Shimura Xianding is even more prepared to let Miss Yueli evolve her immortal magic into complete immortal energy. After observing for several years, it is basically confirmed that Miss Yueli is trustworthy, not to mention that he is ready to make her his own person in the Shimura family, so what is there to worry about? While Shimura Gendo was practicing the double cultivation, Black Zetsu contacted his nominal body, Shimura Danzo. That night, Shimura Danzo performed the Flying Thunder God technique and came to the ancient city of Lulin to discuss specific tactics against the evil demon with Uchiha Madara. Although they all disdain the ninja system now, ninjas also have many advantages, such as the emphasis on pre-war tactical planning. Evil demon, I hope you won't let me down. With his hands folded across his chest, Uchiha Madara stood proudly, and his fighting spirit rose in his heart. He has been lonely for a long time since Hashirama died. He was quite regretful when he knew about the evil demon war, and regretted that he did not participate in it. I thought this regret could not be made up, but who would have thought that the evil demon was not dead yet, and this time he could not miss it anyway. Have the 5 major ninja villages arranged it? Standing with his hands behind his back, Shimura Danzo maintained his own high-cold male god style, but his fighting spirit also rose in his heart. The last time I fought that evil demon, I was not happy. This time, I must teach that guy a lesson and test the extent to which the ultimate weapon created by the Six-Path Sage can restrain chakra. However, this battle cannot be fought secretly. He also agrees with his son's suggestion. Since the ninja is already an absolute mortal enemy, we must do everything we can to drive it into an abyss of no return, so that it will never be able to turn over and become an existence that everyone curses. It's all arranged, but you need to openly mobilize the strong men of the Shimura family to the Land of Water to further attract the attention of the 5 major ninja villages, and then let the 5 shadows go out to watch the battle. He smiled sinisterly, and Black Zetsu was also looking forward to the next battle. After Shimura Danzo became the 2nd-generation Chakra God Tree Jinchuriki, especially after he got a batch of leaks specializing in chakra in the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village, his strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, infinitely close to the 6 paths level. Uchiha Madara's strength has also greatly improved since he used his split body to condense the ultimate attribute, and is also infinitely close to the 6 paths level. As for Shimura Gend, although his normal strength is far inferior to the 2, after the full attribute Immortal Energy Mode and the 8 Gates Ninjutsu formation are released, his strength will even exceed. With these 3, even if the demon can't be killed, it can still be seriously injured again. In the future, as long as we keep a close eye on it, we can greatly suppress and delay the opponent's recovery and growth. Do you want to arrange for the Otsutsuki class to go there? Thinking of the Otsutsuki class, Black Zetsu thought that he could make plans there and let the Otsutsuki class come out to get some fresh air and gain some experience, so as not to become arrogant after awakening the Samsara Eye. Did you find him? Looking sideways, Uchiha Madara was naturally very concerned about the original body, and he didn't know what he was brainwashed by the 6-path sage. Not only did I find it, I also became a double agent arranged by him. Black Zetsu laughed strangely, and it was exciting to think about it. Damn, idiot! Speechlessly covering his face, Uchiha Madara really didn't want to admit that it was his original body. Although Black Zetsu said it very briefly, he could roughly guess what was going on. Obviously, that guy was fooled. How could a great Uchiha Madara have such a stupid body? 372. Chapter 371, Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. After practicing with the 4 girls for a night, Shimura Xianding got up and dressed energetically the next day, and took Uchiha Mikato, Uchiha Taju and Uchiha Lee to the ancient city of Lulin. Although the threat under the ancient city of Lulin has been eliminated, countless gods and demons have been buried there after all, which is too unlucky, and Yueli has never thought of developing it. So the abandoned ancient city of Lulin became the experimental base of the Shimura family, and Uchiha Madara has been sitting here. However, before he saw Uchiha Madara, he was stopped by a royal sister. Are you my little man? Pinching Shimura Suinding's chin and shaking it left and right, Uchiha's Hilly was quite satisfied with this little man. Since she was resurrected, Shimura Danzo told her that she was Shimura Gento's wife. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, not to mention the orders of the old clan leader Uchiha Madara. Originally, she felt a little uncomfortable, but this little man is not bad looking, and it is said that he is very powerful. It is not a loss for an old cow to eat tender grass. Senior's Hilly. Uchiha Mikato, who was following behind, asked tentatively. Since she knew the existence of the Mangekyo, she has checked the information of the predecessors who awakened the Mangekyo in the past, including Uchiha's Hilly, and even a black and white photo, which is exactly the same as the person in front of her. But didn't Senior Uchiha's Hilly die? How did he come back to life? Are you the daughter of Yanyi? How could that boy give birth to a daughter as beautiful as you? Turning his eyes to Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha's Hilly was very puzzled. As an ancestor of the Uchiha family, she naturally knew about the rising star Uchiha Yanyi, and even mentored Uchiha Yanyi in the past. But she really didn't expect that guy to give birth to such a beautiful daughter. Could it be that the boy's neighbor's surname is Wang? Is it really Senior's Hilly? Aren't you dead? Subconsciously ignoring the abnormal words, Uchiha Mikoto really couldn't figure out how this senior could come back to life. According to the records of the family, this woman is indeed dead, and the body was transported back to the family for burial, and the eyes were taken out and preserved as a proof of honor. The ninja world has been developing, and life and death have long been broken. Pinching the girl's tender little face with a smile, Uchiha's Hilly was still very happy that she could come back to life. When she died, she was only in her early 20s, and her best years had just begun. She hadn't even had a relationship yet, so she naturally didn't want it to end like that. I will guide you in your training from now on. Don't take chances. My training is very cruel. Uchiha's Hilly swept his eyes from Uchiha Doju and Uchiha Lee, and was already thinking about how to train the three juniors, especially Uchiha Doju. After all, he was the only boy among the three, so he had to suffer more. The smiling look made Uchiha Doju shudder, and he always felt that the senior was targeting him. Would the young lady like to join our double cultivation at night? It can double the speed of cultivation. Shimura Xianding, who finally reacted, rubbed his hands excitedly. It would be great to have another young lady to assist in cultivation. And this young lady has completely switched to cultivating immortal energy, and her strength is not weak, which can greatly increase her own cultivation speed. How can such a good thing be missed? Okay. Smilingly responded, Uchiha's Hilly also wanted to see the quality of this little man. Anyway, she had prepared herself mentally. Besides, she was an adult and had died once, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. As a pure Uchiha, the pursuit of power was engraved in her soul. If the dual cultivation could really double the efficiency of cultivation, she would not mind dual cultivation. After chatting with the young lady for a while to deepen their relationship, Shimura Gento went to find his old father and Uchiha Madara. As for Uchiha Mikoto and the other two, they were left behind to receive the teachings of Uchiha Chisato. Give it to me. Sensing the approach of Shimura Gento's immortal energy, Uchiha Madara, who was standing in front of the window and looking at the rising sun, reached out his hand without looking back. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Be frugal, just this one. Shimura Gento felt quite painful when he threw a ball of time power over. He had stayed in the land of ghosts for half a year to obtain the time gift from his young wife Ziai Ning. He had indeed stabilized his time gift, and then extracted a portion of the time power from the spring pigeon power in his young wife's body, just for Uchiha Madara. It took a lot of effort and several months to extract such a portion, which was very precious. Without saying a word, he stared at the Uchiha Madara, almost couldn't help laughing wildly when he saw the ball of time power. He had obtained the space talent from Shimura Harmony at the beginning, and the time talent was missing to gather the 9 basic talents and complete the first stage of the attribute swallowing road. Although there was only one time power in front of him, it was enough to create the time talent for the last split body. When the split body used the time talent to swallow the other 8 talent attributes and reached the extreme, it could give the other 8 split bodies the time talent, so that the attributes of the 9 split bodies all reached the extreme of the first stage. At that time, the strength would definitely be able to go further and reach the level of half-step 6 paths. After this siege and killing of the evil demon, come back to the village with your father and marry Keiko. At this time, Shimura Danzo spoke, and he was also very anxious in his heart. Although his son's peach blossom luck was good and he had many confidants, he had always kept his first time for Keiko, and would not have children until he got married. He didn't object to this. After all, Keiko was the daughter-in-law he truly recognized, and the others were a little worse. But the inheritance of his lineage is also a big deal, especially since his son is so evil and awesome. The son he gives birth to will definitely not be bad. He doesn't ask to be the same as him, but if he can have 1/10 of him, he will be rich. Where is sister Keiko? With a knowing smile, Shimura Gento asked about his legitimate fiancé copyright-e. Although he was bullied many times by his fiancé copyright-e when he was a child, and even his twin brother was hit many times, he has a very good relationship with her, and it is not enough to describe them as childhood sweethearts. Moreover, Sister Keiko's feelings for him are the most important. She even practiced hard for him at all costs in the past 2 years, which is unmatched by other women at this stage. How can such a virtuous wife be let down? So even though he had exposed his true colors to Uchiha Mikoto and other women before, he never broke through the last step, which was reserved for Sister Keiko. I am taking people to the land of water to act as bait to lure people from the 5 major ninja villages to follow. Although he still maintained his aloof male god demeanor, Danzo Shimura was still a little nervous. For this plan, the Shimura family had come out in full force, and all those who had reached the level of Jonin went to the land of water to make arrangements. Even the personnel stationed in Lulin were dispatched there to shock the 5 major ninja villages to the maximum extent and force them to cooperate with the evil demon. Wouldn't it be better to kill that thing? Uchiha Madara expressed a different opinion. Compared with keeping the evil demon as an unstable factor, he wanted to kill it completely to eliminate future troubles. I also want to kill that thing, but it's not easy to kill. Not to mention that he has the 6-path sage covering him in secret, how can he kill him? Shrugging helplessly, Shimura Xianding wanted to kill the evil demon more than Uchiha Madara to prevent that guy from continuing to harm civilians. But the problem is that it is really hard to kill. It is not easy to kill it. And after such a long time, who knows how powerful it is? It is too difficult to kill it completely. It is the 6-path sage again. Uchiha Madara punched the wall with hatred, making a hole in it. He wanted to kill the old silver coin in the Pure Land right now. Which side are the 6-path sage brothers on? Uchiha Madara asked in a deep voice after taking a deep breath. He still couldn't figure out whether the 6-path sage brothers stood on the side of the ninja world or the side of the Otsutsuki of the universe. It's hard to say, but I guess he should be inclined to the side of the universe Otsutsuki clan. He put a hat on the brothers of the 6-path sage without hesitation. Even if the 6-path sage was not on the side of the universe Otsutsuki clan, he would force that old bastard to stand on the side of the universe Otsutsuki clan and become the world's public enemy, so that he could enjoy the local world alone. What Xianding said is right. I also think that the brothers of the 6-path sage are more inclined to the universe Otsutsuki clan. After all, they have complete Otsutsuki blood and have the foundation to integrate into the universe Otsutsuki clan. Compared to staying in our world that has been played with, going to the universe Otsutsuki clan will obviously get more and better opportunities. Just like what Master Yanzong Niao wrote in his book, people go to high places and water flows to low places. It's human nature. A group of black Zetsu emerged from the ground, supporting Shimura Xianding's opinion. Back then, the mother was the one who advocated the other side, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others, but the 2 brothers of the 6-path sage rebelled against the mother, sealed her up, and messed up the world, so the energy concentration was naturally decreasing. Things have been so ugly, what is the other side's position? At least it doesn't seem to be on the side of the native world. Dinger, Senju Tsunade and Jiraiya have all cultivated into the Holy Land Sage mode, and this is their hair. Black Zetsu handed over 2 strands of hair, which were sent by White Zetsu overnight. Sure enough, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. After carefully sensing the 2 strands of hair with his mental power and immortal energy, Shimura Gendo's starry eyes flashed with cold light, and he threw it to his old father and Uchiha Madara to see. The 2 also carefully sensed it and found the existence of alien power in the hair. I knew that the 3 holy places were not good things. Uchiha Madara crushed the hair in his hand into ashes, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Last time, Black Zetsu sent a portion of the 3rd Kazekage's snake scales, from which he sensed another force, and even another powerful cell. That cell is also corrosive, although not as strong as Hashirama's cells, but it is subtle. This proves the Shimura family's previous speculation about the 3 holy lands magic. That magic is indeed a pitfall. Didn't Orochimaru cultivate the sage mode of the Dragon Cave? Thinking of Orochimaru, Shimura Gentoi was quite sad. Originally, he wanted to bring Brother Snake over to develop together, but who would have thought that he would evolve into Uncle Snake first, and his methods were too despicable. It seemed that he was also trying hard to practice before, but then gave up. With a sinister smile, Black Zetsu secretly felt that Orochimaru was indeed the wisest of the 3, unlike Tsunade and Jiraiya who were so stubborn. What a pity! He couldn't help but sigh. If he could have fooled Brother Snake over to do scientific research together, I'm afraid the puppet armor would have taken shape now, instead of the semi-finished product that Miss Cho had made. Without Uncle Snake, their scientific research progress would have to be reduced by at least 33.333%. Pay more attention to that Bailuhu, and win him over if you have a chance. Although he is much worse than Snake Brother, he is also a genius. After feeling sorry, Shimura Gentoi thought of another researcher in the original work, who had been instructed to be the focus of observation. That was the great man who developed the bloodline swallowing. Mr. Suending's vision is still unique. Bailuhu is indeed a talent. Recently, he seems to be studying the transplantation technology of bloodline limits, and has a very interesting idea. Black Zetsu was also very moved. When it comes to judging people, he only admires Shimura Gentoi. That Bailuhu is indeed a talent and worth winning over. 373. Chapter 372, Get a Piece of the Pie. Shimura Gentoi was practicing dual cultivation in Lulin, while discussing the encirclement and killing plan against the evil demon with Nabekich's old father and others. On the other hand, Shimura Keiko, who was far away in Konoha, led the clan's senior ninjas and shadow-level ninjas who had been practicing and improving in recent years, and rushed out in full force to the Land of Water. This scared Konoha and the 5 major ninja villages, because unlike the last Sand Village collapse plan, this time the Shimura family showed up thousands of jonins and hundreds of cage-level strongmen. Although those cage-level strongmen are basically all quasi-cage level, and it seems that they have just broken through not long ago, they can't stand the crazy number. Even if it has been guessed that the Shimura family has hidden a lot of powerful ninjas, this number is too terrifying. Not to mention the powerful families like Senju Uchiha Hyuga, even if all the ninjas of Konoha are dispatched, they will not be comfortable against such a lineup. Damn it, the Shimura family must have hidden the key training secrets. After getting the detailed information, even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but be furious, realizing that he was fooled by his good friend. Now you know the true face of Danzo. Yuditen Koharu sneered, but her face was also very ugly, and she was even more frightened in her heart. The Shimura family's background is too terrifying, far beyond their families. Cooperating with such a terrifying ninja clan is like seeking the skin of a tiger. The people in the intelligence are very young. None of the jonins are over 18 years old. According to the set of body-strengthening secret techniques, it is impossible for them to practice to the jonin level at such a young age. The Shimura family must have secret techniques or secret treasures that can accelerate practice. Having also seen the detailed intelligence and the list of people, Maitaman Yan, who is in charge of intelligence work, expressed his attitude, and his face was also extremely ugly. The Shimura body-strengthening secret technique is indeed very strong, but the slow practice speed is also a major disadvantage. If a person with average qualifications wants to practice to the jonin level, he must wait until he is at least 25 years old, but none of the jonins in the Shimura family are over 18 years old. Unless those people are rare geniuses, coupled with sufficient resources, it is possible to practice to the jonin level before the age of 18. But the reason why geniuses are called geniuses is because they are very rare, like rare existences, but this time the Shimura family has so many of them all at once. Obviously it's not normal. Now is not the time to talk about this. We have to figure out what Shimura Danzo wants to do by making such a big fuss. Akimichi Tofu, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up. Compared with the terrifying strength shown by the Shimura family, he was more concerned about what made Shimura Danzo so desperate to expose the hidden power of the family. Could it be that he wants to attack the hidden mist village? Looking at the unfolded map in front of him, Yuditen Koharu had an amazing guess. In the current ninja world, there are only 5 major ninja villages that are worthy of Shimura Danzo and the Shimura family to make such a big fuss. It would be difficult for Konoha to carry such a lineup, let alone other ninja villages. In addition to Shimura Danzo's strength, it is enough to destroy any major ninja village. And the group of people from the Shimura family also ran straight towards the direction of the water country, and their speed was extremely fast, and they also used wind escape ninjutsu to bless the speed. Are they going to raid the hidden mist village? It shouldn't be that bad. Forcing himself to calm down, Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Tenkin Koharu's guess. Based on his understanding of Azang, even if the other party wanted to destroy the hidden mist village, he would not bring people there so openly. He would definitely go there personally to inflict heavy damage to the hidden mist village first, and then let the clan members go to clean up the mess. Now that he is going out so openly, I'm afraid that the other 4 major ninja villages, including the hidden mist village, have received the news. Maybe he found the nest of the group that attacked the hidden cloud village and the hidden rock village. Maitaman N proposed a possibility. After all, there are only a few forces in the current ninja world that are worth Shimura Danzo and the Shimura family's big fight. Since it is unlikely to attack the Hidden Mist Village, the only thing left is the mysterious group that attacked the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village. Only the sea can hide those mysterious people. This proposal was recognized by several people. Since the Hidden Cloud Village was almost destroyed by the attack, they were all alert and sent a large number of people to search for the mysterious group in the ninja world. But nothing was found. No one could hide from the joint search of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world. Since they could not find it, it must not be on the ninja continent. Either it is on the moon as Onoki said in the letter, or it is hidden overseas. The vast ocean is much wider than the land, and there is no problem in hiding the next force. If it is to deal with that group of mysterious people, I am afraid that Orochimaru and his men alone cannot suppress it. His eyes flickered, and Yutain Koharu said meaningfully. That group of mysterious people successively seized the secret treasures from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village. In addition, their own background is also terrible, and they are probably comparable to the Shimura family. Such a huge force, its background is naturally very envious. Hiruzen, it's time to make a decision. With a serious face, Mito Kato-en looked at his old friend, and now he was waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to make the final decision and cut off the ties with Shimura Danzo. This time they must go over to get a share, even if they can't get a share, they must not let the Shimura family get it. The Shimura family is extremely terrifying now. The young generation alone has a per capita jonin. It is conceivable that the old generation of strong men who have not yet appeared must be more and stronger. If they are allowed to get the foundation of the mysterious group of people, they will really be invincible. It is not a good thing to have an ally who is too strong. Come here, tell all the jonins and above in the village to gather and follow me in an hour. Putting away the pipe in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and gave a cold order, and then put on his armor and carried ninja tools to prepare for departure. This time he will do it himself. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen really showed the decisiveness of being a Hokage, Mito Kato-en and the other two breathed a sigh of relief and then went back to prepare. This time they will take away all the jonins and shadow-level strong men in the village, even if those ninjas have any ideas, it will be difficult to display them. Not to mention that Lord Mito stayed in the village to ensure that everything was safe. Even if there were problems, they could not care so much. The most important thing now was to prevent the Shimura family from obtaining the foundation of that mysterious force and to get a share of it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others made such arrangements, and the other 4 major ninja villages did the same, sending elite troops to the Land of Water in various ways. After the initial panic, the Hidden Mist Village also gathered elite troops and prepared to get a share of it. On the other side, Keiko Shimura led the Shimura clan to use wind escape ninjutsu to increase their speed. In just 4 days, they ran more than 5,000 kilometers and arrived at the east coast of the Land of Fire. There, the daimyo of the Land of Water had already sent the fastest warships to greet them. Fortunately, there were many warships sent, otherwise they really couldn't accommodate so many people. The main reason was that Sarutobi Hiruzen also led the elite jonin and shadow-level strongmen in Konoha to rush over, causing the number of people to soar to more than 2,000. In recent years, with the practice of Shimura's body-strengthening secret technique, the overall strength of the ninjas has been greatly improved, especially those ninjas of the ninja clan have stronger qualifications, and with a large supply of resources, the training speed is faster. This has brought the number of jonin in Konoha to an astonishing 1,500. Although more than 90% of them are special jonins who have just broken through not long ago, they are also a terrifying force. You use wind escape and water escape to speed up the ship. We must reach the target location within 3 days. After boarding the ship, Shimura Keiko instructed Tsunade and others who were traveling with her, and she knelt at the bow to conserve her strength. She knew very well what the enemy was this time, and she also knew that the opponent was powerful. She must treat it with caution and save every bit of strength. Not only her, but also her clansmen must save chakra to prepare for the war. It would be good if Sarutobi Hiruzen and others came over, and the matter of using ninjutsu to speed up the ship would be left to those people. Orochimaru and Jiraiya signaled to Tsunade to ask over. They had thought about asking Keiko Shimura about the real intention of the Shimura family this time, but they ignored them and even got annoyed and had people drive them away. Now that they were on the ship, and the teacher had come with many senior ninjas, it was time to tell them. However, because of the Lulin incident, they both offended the Shimura family, so now they could only let Tsunade go and ask. Keiko, you're out to sea, can't you tell us? If you really want to deal with the mysterious people who attacked Kumagakure and Uegakure, we can help. Helplessly, Tsunade could only ask. Just don't make trouble when the time comes. She replied without opening her eyes. Keiko Shimura had never thought of getting help from Tsunade and others, because the evil demon itself was an existence that restrained the ninja chakra system. Even if Tsunade and Jiraiya have achieved sage mode, it will be useless, not to mention that from the current signs, the evil demon this time has complete spiritual intelligence and knows how to grow in a sleazy way, which is not comparable to the irrational big guy at the beginning. This time it will definitely be a fierce battle. As for the family ninjas brought out, they are not going to participate directly in the war, but to create a temporary battlefield. Seeing that Shimura Keiko still didn't want to say more, Tsunade was angry and helpless. Finally came to Shiwohuau, who was also resting with her eyes closed. Huau, you should say something. She and Shiwohuau have some friendship, and she has tried her best to match her own Oudao with Huau before, so they can be considered relatives. After the war, let those people stay away, otherwise don't blame us for not reminding them if they die. After a silence, Shiwohuau kindly reminded. She also knew what she was going to deal with this time. Facing that kind of existence, as a swordsman, she could only play auxiliary on the periphery, not to mention those ninjas. Even though Konoha village dispatched a lot of cage-level ninjas this time, however, facing the existence of evil demons, there is not much difference between a cage-level ninja and an ordinary ninja. Unless it is a person like Tsunade who is proficient in physical skills, it is just a delivery. Seeing that she still couldn't get any useful information, Tsunade felt even more depressed. The Shimura family made such a big move, they naturally guessed that there would be a fierce battle. The question now is who the Shimura family is going to fight? Are they really going to deal with that mysterious group of people? The three of them looked at each other, and finally jumped off the fast-moving warship and came to the warship on the other side where their teacher was riding. Teacher. Arriving at the temporary meeting room in the cabin, Tsunade shook her head slightly, indicating that she had not obtained any useful information. The many ninja clan leaders present frowned and looked at Orochimaru and Jiraiya unhappily. They knew that Orochimaru and Jiraiya had offended the Shimura family to death in Lulin, and the failure to get key information from them this time must be due to these two people. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Orochimaru had no expression on his face, but Jiraiya lowered his head in embarrassment. Yan, tell me about the latest information you just got at the dock. Seeing the dull atmosphere, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject. No matter what, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were his disciples after all, and he couldn't just watch them being targeted. It's very wrong. The daimyo of the 5 major countries has almost dispatched all the swordsmen this time, even the hidden ones, and the scale is amazing. The daimyo of each country has dispatched 300 swordsmen. With a gloomy face, Mightaman Yan was also shocked by the new information, and the faces of the people present also changed wildly. 374. Chapter 373 Tiansongta. When ninjas and samurai of the same level fight, ninjas will have a great advantage, but when it comes to the level of shadow-level swordsmen, as long as the samurai swordsmen are cautious enough, it is difficult for shadow-level ninjas to kill them. Not to mention that this time, 300 sword masters appeared in the daimyo mansions of each country, and even though Konoha has practiced the Shimura body strengthening secret technique, it only has a little over 100 cage-level strong men, which is nearly 3 times the number of people. If 3 fights, they will definitely lose. And this is just Konoha. The other 4 ninja villages do not have the rich foundation of Konoha. Even if they also practice the Shimura body strengthening secret technique, the number of cage-level strongmen will increase to more than 50 at most, which is even less of an opponent. Even so, it is not known whether 300 people are the limit of the daimyo mansions of various countries. If more sword masters appear, their ninja villages will be miserable. After understanding this, everyone present immediately decided that they must grab the foundation of the mysterious force from the Shimura family to strengthen themselves, otherwise there will be no future. Will the information be wrong? With a gloomy face, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, and at this moment he could no longer maintain his scheming and calmness. Although the ninja village and the daimyo's mansion are in a cooperative relationship, it was the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara who forced the daimyo's mansion of the Land of Fire to agree with their invincible strength. Other countries followed suit, and finally established the one country one village system, that is, the ninja village system, at the first 5-cage conference. In fact, he knew very well that the daimyo's mansion had always wanted to destroy the ninja village, and their ninja village also had similar ideas, but the power of both sides was balanced and they were wary of each other. But now this balance has obviously been broken, and the result of the broken balance is war, world war. In addition to the spies we sent to various countries, the people waiting at the dock also have people from the 4 major ninja villages. The information they sent is almost the same and there is no way they will make mistakes. Giving an affirmative answer, Mito Kadokain is very confident in his intelligence system and will never make mistakes in such a big thing. Although the daimyo's mansion of the 5 major countries used the sacred bird to carry people to deceive their eyes, it could only delay time at most. Not to mention that the 4 major ninja villages have taken the initiative to send intelligence and expressed their intention to form an alliance to fight against the 5 major daimyo, so it is even more correct. It's a troubled time. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, knowing that his plan to pit the Senju family might not work. In the past, there was almost no external pressure, so he could naturally pit the Senju family with confidence, let himself really take power, and become a true Hokage. But now that the daimyo has shown hard power beyond them, playing internal fighting again is purely courting death. At this moment, several people with strong perception at the scene stood up in shock, and at the same time a figure rushed into the meeting room. Master Clan Leader, there is a letter from the clan. Lord Mito left the village yesterday despite dissuasion and is rushing here quickly. The speed is very fast. It was a member of the Senju clan who rushed in, bringing very bad news. In fact, without his report, Senju Orange Water also knew that the ant was coming. He inherited the powerful perception of his father, Tobirama Senju. Although not as strong as his own father, he can also sense thousands of kilometers. Even if he does not actively cast a spell, he can passively sense hundreds of kilometers in radius. Just now, the ant's chakra appeared in his perception range, and there was the chakra of the 9 tails. Obviously, her real body came. What's going on? Roaring in his heart, Senju Orange Water really couldn't understand why his aunt was so ignorant. The reason why they dared to come out in full force was because their aunt was in charge of the village, but now that aunt left the village in person and rushed here. What exactly does that woman want to do? While everyone was shocked and confused, a figure in gorgeous armor broke through the top floor and fell into the conference room. It was Uzumaki Midori. Aunt, why are you here? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Senju Orange Water even used a questioning tone, and was really angry. If I don't come, you, just wait for the whole army to be wiped out. Sensing her nephew's anger towards her, Uzumaki Miyadu snorted coldly. She made an exception this time just to save these people. Once these people are gone, Konoha will be ruined. Grandma, did that little pervert ask you to come? Tsunade's face was also very bad. There were not many people in the world who could make this grandmother make an exception and leave the village. The only one who could be invited was that traitor. That's your fiancé copyright. Don't be a little pervert all the time. When you go back this time, marry Xiao Xianding and don't go crazy outside all the time. Staring with dissatisfaction, Uzumaki Miyadu really couldn't understand why this granddaughter grew up like this. And Xiao Xianding is so good, but the granddaughter is so prejudiced against him. It's not right. This time, the little fox asked me to come. He said that the matter is very serious and you can't solve it at all. Go back now and don't make trouble. She explained briefly, and although she knew that these people would not retreat, Uzumaki Mito still tried to persuade them. She sent her heart, and it was up to these people whether to listen or not, and they would deserve to die at that time. She came from the Warring States period and she didn't have a saintly heart. Master's wife, what happened? What is Shimura Danzo's goal this time? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked with a move in his heart, and he was also very confused. Although it was speculated that the group that attacked Kumigakure and Uegakure might be hiding in the sea, and Shimura Danzo's target this time might also be that group, it was just speculation after all, without substantial evidence. They need more information to make a judgment and formulate a more thorough battle plan. I don't know, the little fox didn't say. Shaking her head slightly, Uzumaki Mito also asked Kurama in her belly, but unfortunately the little fox didn't want to say more, and even now it was snoring and didn't pay any attention to her. Master's wife, you go down with Tsunade to rest first, we can't let Danzo fight alone. With his eyes flashing, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the lead in expressing his position, and showed his fearless spirit and supreme love for Azang. Although they all had other thoughts in mind, it was a tacit understanding that they were going to support the Shimura family on the surface. I hope you don't regret it. Without saying much, she looked deeply at the disciple of her husband and brother-in-law. Uzumaki-me didn't stay for long, but she didn't live on this ship, but jumped to the warship that the Shimura family was on. There are some things she must understand as soon as possible. Since the little fox in her belly doesn't want to say more, she can only ask the people of the Shimura family. For example, the fiancé of Xiao Xianding must know some information. Just as Konoha was advancing rapidly, the 4 major ninja villages obtained the direction of the Shimura family with the help of spies and rushed there. It was about to take the water country, and after traveling around the island countries, Yu Guan and others also joined the swordsman team of the daimyo of the land of water and headed for the target location. They received a message from Shimura Gento a few days ago. Although the letter did not say what the matter was, they gave absolute trust and rushed here as soon as possible. Although the 5 major ninja villages set out late, they still arrived at the target sea area in time without hesitating to use chakra to perform ninjutsu to accelerate. After arriving, several Shimura ninjas came to the deck of the warship, took out an altar from the ceiling scroll and fixed it on the deck, and blessed the deck with the barrier technique. Tensongta. Tuchai, who had been watching from a distance, was shocked. As the secretary of the Reikage, he naturally knew the existence of Tensongta. It was used to transmit items with the Tensong secret technique, and it could also transmit people, but it required a high level of strength from the transmitter. It's really Tensongta. Grabbing the telescope from Dode's hand and looking around, the third Reikage also saw the Tensong platform that the Shimura family was fiddling with. The Shimura family has storm release. The third Reikage couldn't help but look back at the white-haired ninjas in the team. They were all storm release ninjas from their cloud village, and the Tensong technique was developed based on storm release, not a pure thunder release secret technique. After all, thunder release is extremely difficult to control. Only by integrating water release to form storm release can it be highly controllable and thus accurately teleport. But storm release Kekkei Genkai is unique to their cloud village. How could the Shimura family have it, and how could they have that kind of Tensong altar? Just when he was wondering, a ray of lightning shot from the distant sky and accurately fell on the Tensong altar that had been placed. The huge impact force almost flipped the huge warship over. Fortunately, a water release ninja hurriedly took action, otherwise it would really capsize. Miss Mito, how did you get here? The lightning wrapped around his body dissipated, and Shimura Gento jumped off the Tensongta. He glanced and was surprised to see the red-haired figure wearing exquisite battle clothes. That was Miss Mito. He also knew the status of this lady in Konoha. He did not inform her before, but who would have thought that she would come with him? You didn't even call me for such a good thing as a fight. I loved you in vain before. Turning the scepter in his hand upside down, he tapped Shimura Gento's forehead with the handle. Uzumaki-me was very dissatisfied and full of fighting spirit. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, although she is not warlike, she is active. Since she married into the Senjua family, she has hardly gone out, especially after becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she hardly left the Senjua clan. This is not because her character has changed, but because she is suppressing it. After decades, she has been itching to do it. How can we miss such a big battle now? It's good that you are here, but your current weapons are not very useful. I will strengthen them for you. Not paying attention to the intimate way of greeting the little sister, Shimura Xianding looked at the scepter spear in the young lady's hand and decided to strengthen her combat power, otherwise she would not even be qualified to participate in the battle. He pulled out the big silver sword behind him and used magnetism to separate most of the hilt and the sword guard, making the hilt hollow. Although he got the high-density meteorite from the hidden rock village last time, that thing cannot be seen in the light for the time being, otherwise it will affect future plans. For the time being, he can only use the material of the big silver sword in his hand to do it. Anyway, with the hardness of the material of the big silver sword, whether the hilt is hollow or solid will not have much impact on his own performance. Use mine. He handed the big guandao in his hand to the trader. Yu Guan saw that the trader's idea was to use meteorite alloy to bless the spear of Uzumaki Mitu. However, the hilt of the big silver sword of Shimura Xianding was not made of all meteorite alloy. In order to save materials, a piece of heavy gold was filled in the heart. Even if the hilt was separated again, there would not be much meteorite alloy. In comparison, the big guandao in his hand is made of a lot of materials. The meteorite alloy alone weighs thousands of tons, which is much stronger than the big silver sword, which weighs only hundreds of tons. It doesn't matter if it's a little less. Then I won't be polite. After I get the meteorite back from that group of people, I will give it to you, teacher. Without any pretentious refusal, Ziken Xianding integrated the meteorite alloy that had just been separated into the hilt and hilt of the big silver sword, and picked up the big guandao to decompose it. Anyway, it doesn't take too much, and 100 tons of meteorite alloy is enough. Ziken Xianding's speed is very fast. It didn't take long for him to use magnetism to apply a layer of meteorite alloy to the shield and spear of Uzumaki Midu. Although the meteorite alloy weighs 100 tons, it is only a thin layer because of its extremely high density. But even if there is only one layer, its strength is indestructible, and even the Tao-seeking jade cannot decompose and destroy it. 375. Chapter 374 Frozen Sea. A layer of meteorite alloy was plated on Miss Midu's spear and shield, and Shimura Gento also plated a layer on the spear blade in the hand of his legitimate fiancé copyright Shimura Keiko. Why only give it to the two of them? Hago Romo Ino said dissatisfiedly. Although she didn't know who the traitor was going to fight, it seemed that weapons with that layer of alloy were the basis for participating in the war. But she and others were not given a share, and this kind of differential treatment made her very unhappy. I am also your teacher, and you, the traitor, have taken advantage of me a lot. How can you be so heartless? You are too weak and have no right to participate in the war. Shrugged, Shimura Gento never thought of letting Hago Romo Ino and others directly participate in this battle. The reason why he gave Miss Midu alloy weapons was mainly because she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although the nine-tailed beasts were born at the same time, they are also strong and weak. The nine-tailed beasts that condensed the yin-yang release Kekii Genkai is the most powerful. With its blessing, Uzumaki Midu can definitely step into the Six Paths level. At least the improvement of physical skills will be very strong. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto, who only had the Yang nine-tailed beast, could be infinitely close to the Six Paths level. Now that he has a whole nine-tailed beast, Uzumaki Midu will naturally be more powerful. As for Sister Huizi, although her strength is not as strong as Uzumaki Midu, she has completely turned to cultivating immortal energy and will not be restrained by evil demons. She can exert her own strength 100% and is also qualified to participate in the exhibition. Then why did you let us come here? Yin Yin was angry. This traitor always speaks nonsense. We are all very strong. After this period of hard training, we have reached the Super Shadow level, not weaker than the third generation Raikage, but now we still say we are weak. The girls of Gui Deng Shuiro were also quite unhappy. This guy was too incompetent, but they had no way to refute him. Who made this traitor stronger? You only need to assist from the outside. You don't need to intervene in the frontal battle. After explaining casually, Shimura Gento took off the purple gold gourd from his waist, unplugged it, and three figures rushed out. Uchiha Madara. Seeing the figure in the lead, Uzumaki Mei became alert. Even if it was just a back view, she could recognize at a glance that it was the man who squeezed her husband dry. After all, it was rare to have such a showy and wild hair in the ninja world. That's right, the three people released by Shimura Gento were Uchiha Madara, his own father, the Nabe Cage, and the Queen Yueli. Although he successfully copied the Tensongta to assist the Tensong technique, and transplanted the Storm Release Bloodline Genkai to a White Zetsu with a good IQ, it was still very difficult to perform the Tensong technique across 20,000 kilometers. It was basically paralyzed after using it once. And at most only one person can be sent over, so he used the purple gold gourd to temporarily take the three people away. Anyway, there is enough air in the purple gold gourd for the three people to breathe and survive, so nothing will happen. Shui. Midu, long time no see. Turning around, Uchiha Madara felt very sad. It has been more than 20 years since he last saw this old friend. It's not long since we last met. Still vigilant, but Uzumaki Midu was very confused. This time, Uchiha Madara gave her a very different feeling from the last time, even his chakra was gone. It wasn't me you saw at the time. His face suddenly darkened, and Uchiha Madara felt a wave of liver pain when he thought that his original body was first brainwashed by the Six Paths Sage, and then deceived by Shimura Gentoi and Black Zetsu. His Uchiha Madara's fame will definitely be ruined by that idiot. In that direction, about 1,000 kilometers away. At this time, Queen Yueli, who had been sensing since she appeared, pointed in a direction and sensed the location of the evil demon. Full speed ahead. Shimura Danzo, who still maintained his cool male god style, gave orders, and several warships moved forward quickly under the dual blessing of Wind Escape Ninjutsu and Water Escape Ninjutsu. Even the four-tailed Son Goku, the air-split body, also used a large-scale light and heavy rock technique to reduce the weight of all the ships and further speed up. Although they still don't know who Shimura Xianding is going to deal with, they have absolute trust in Xianding Jun. Anyone who Xianding Jun wants to deal with is definitely a big bad guy and must be eliminated. When the 5 major ninja villages behind saw the Shimura family speeding up, they also hurried to catch up. In the end, seeing that the speed could not keep up, they even gathered together and worked together. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist village used water escape ninjutsu to accelerate the water flow below, the strong men of the Hidden Rock village used light and heavy rock techniques to reduce the weight of the ship, and the ninjas of the Hidden Sand village used wind escape ninjutsu to speed up the ship. The 2 major ninja villages of the Hidden Cloud village and Konoha also sent ninjas to speed up the ship in various ways, and they kept following the warships of the Shimura family. The power of ninjutsu is magical. Under the burst of no consumption, it arrived at the location of the evil demon in less than 3 hours. It's more than 100 kilometers below, but its evil power is much stronger, tens of thousands of times stronger than when it was underground in Lulin City. Queen Yueli was worried after sensing it again. The power of the evil demon was too strong, and she didn't know whether Xianding Jun's power could kill it. Dad, let the tribesmen prepare to open up the battlefield and borrow the Jinchuriki along the way. Signing his old father to go over and make arrangements, Shimura Xianding stood on the bow and looked down at the deep sea below. According to the information provided by Black Zetsu, the evil demon should have secretly infiltrated the 5 major ninja villages. Half an hour ago, Yueli whispered to him that the power of the evil demon was sensed on the ship of the 5 major ninja villages, but it was very weak. If Yueli's strength had not increased greatly in the past few days, she would not have sensed it at all. Even so, she carefully sensed it for 2 hours before finally confirming it. In other words, their actions this time would definitely not be hidden from the evil demon. At least after going out to sea, they could tell from the direction that it was aimed at the evil demon itself. But the problem is that according to the results of Miss Yueli's induction, the evil demon did not run away, but stayed here all the time, obviously having absolute confidence in its own strength. How powerful is the other party? Zhang, what are you going to do? Later, when they heard that the ninjas from the Shimura family wanted to borrow the tailed beast Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Onoki and the other 5 could not sit still, and came together to ask Shimura Danzo's real intention. You shouldn't have come. Standing with his hands behind his back, Shimura Danzo sighed. He knew that his good friend must have had no good intentions when he came with the Konoha ninjas this time, and their friendship seemed to be broken. But it's better to break it. Previously, he had been hesitant in his heart. From the standpoint of the family, it was most reasonable to break the bond with Sarutobi Hiruzen as soon as possible, but in personal feelings, he really couldn't break that bond himself. Now it's good for Sarutobi Hiruzen to break it first, and it can also make him make up his mind. Zhang. Feeling guilty, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that it was not right to do so, but for the sake of his family and Konoha, he had no choice. The Shimura family was already too powerful, and they must not be allowed to go any further. Leave the tailed beast Jinchuriki to me for a while, and leave as soon as possible afterwards. You are not qualified to intervene in the next battle. A kind reminder, this was Shimura Danzo's last good intention, and it was also a knife that completely cut off the bond. Of course, the most important thing is that the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages are still useful and cannot die for the time being, at least not at the hands of evil demons. His son has already arranged the script, and these people are needed to go on and lead the ninjas to an irreversible abyss. Bring Yukari and the others here. Seeing that Shimura Danzo did not want to say more, although Onoki was very unhappy, he still signaled for people to bring Yukari and Han. The 3rd Reikage, the 3rd Kazekage, and the 3rd Mizukage also made a decisive statement, bringing their own tailed beasts to Danzo Shimura to command. There was no other way, the relationship between the tailed beasts and Shimura Gendai was too good. If they refused, the tailed beast sealed in the body of the Jinchuriki would probably go berserk. Rather than ruining the relationship, it was better to do a favor. Soon 8 Jinchuriki were brought in, and they separated into 4 directions with the Shimura family's ninjas, surrounding the sea area of a hundreds of kilometers in radius. At the same time, the Shimura family's ninjas also took out huge devices, which were arranged and sealed. Everyone burst out all the chakra in their bodies, including the chakra accumulated in their bodies, and were input into those devices. The 8-tailed beasts also transported all the chakra in their bodies into the huge devices in front of them, and then transformed into endless cold air and poured into the sea below, causing the sea water to freeze rapidly. Ice escape. The third generation Mizu cage in the back widened his eyes. As the cage of the hidden mist village, he was naturally familiar with ice escape, but how could the Shimura family perform ice escape ninjutsu, and the range was too exaggerated. Raise the ship quickly. Seeing the rapid spread of the cold current, the third generation Mizu cage shouted to Onoki and others without caring about the shock and inner doubts. In fact, without the third generation Mizukage's reminder, Onoki and others also understood how terrifying the ice escape ninjutsu performed by the Shimura family was. They immediately performed the super light and heavy rock technique to force the gathered ships to lift off. Unfortunately, the cold current was too terrifying and vast. Even if they lifted off in time, they were still swept by the aftermath. All the ships were covered with a layer of frost, and the ninjas on the ships were also frozen blue. What exactly is Shimura Danzo going to do? Could it be that the mysterious group is hiding in the sea? Shivering, Jiraiya lay on the side of the boat and looked down. What caught his eyes was a vast expanse of white. The sea for hundreds of kilometers was forcibly frozen, which could be called a natural disaster. After all, this was the chakra accumulated by thousands of Shimura ninjas for several years, and it was also a fairy chakra mixed with natural energy. Pull, and the chakra of the eight-tailed beasts, it is normal to be able to burst out such a catastrophic power. I roughly guessed what Shimura Danzo was going to deal with. Also lying on the side of the boat and looking down at the ice below, Orochimaru licked his lips, his golden snake eyes full of excitement. Tsunade, who was standing next to him, had a solemn expression and a very bad look. Could it be that the evil demon was not killed last time? Slamming a fist on the wooden railing of the bow covered with frost, Tsunade realized that things were serious. The Shimura family could not have done this to deal with the group that attacked the hidden cloud village and the hidden rock village. The only one who could hide in the seabed and was worthy of the Shimura family's big fight was the evil demon. I didn't expect that the evil demon was burned to ashes at the beginning, but the guy was not killed. What? You mean the evil demon? Jiraiya, who was still wondering, was shocked when he heard the name of the evil demon. After all, the evil demon escaped from Lulin because of him and Orochimaru. He thought that the evil demon was killed at the beginning, but he didn't expect that the thing was still alive. It took only a few months for the evil demon to escape from Lulin and become so powerful. Now that a few years have passed, it is really hard to imagine how powerful the other party will be. Clang! Without saying anything else, Tsunade pulled out the giant sword hanging on her back and jumped down. The existence of the evil demon threatens the entire human race and even the entire world. It must be eliminated at all costs. Jiraiya also jumped down and raised his hand to quickly form a seal in mid-air. Evil demon! On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Onoki and others looked at each other and also guessed that the Shimura family was going to deal with the evil demon. However, unlike last time, they did not intend to intervene this time. If they could use the evil demon to severely damage the Shimura family, it would also reduce a major threat for them. After all, compared to the evil demon, the biggest threat to their ninja village now is the Shimura family, and the evil demon has to rank behind. Not to mention the five shadows' little thoughts at this time, the Shimura ninja below, after bursting out almost all the chakra, took out the skates that had been prepared long ago and slid quickly to the back. The next battle will surely be earth-shattering. With their small bodies, they will have to kneel down if any aftermath comes. They don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle. Retreating as soon as possible is the best choice. 376. Chapter 375 Suspicion and Defense. The evil demon at the bottom of the sea saw the sea being frozen quickly, knowing that the other party was indeed coming for him, and he was not vague, controlling the big guy under him to forcibly break the ice layer and drill upwards. He had long wanted to take revenge, although the time was a little early, but it was not bad. As the evil demon continued to rush up, the ice layer shook violently, like a volcano about to erupt, and an unconcealed evil force quickly surged from below. Jiraiya, who had just landed on the ice, noticed the familiar but countless times larger evil force below, and his face changed wildly. He did not dare to hide his strength, bit his finger, and quickly formed a seal with blood mixed with chakra, and finally slapped the ground hard. As a large group of mist exploded, three huge monsters appeared, and they were the three brothers of Bunta from Myaboku Mountain. Jiraiya, what kind of hell is this place? It's freezing. As soon as he appeared, he shivered because of the terrible cold, and Bunta said dissatisfiedly. As a toad, he naturally does not like cold environments. It is too cold here, and he feels like his body is about to be frozen. Bunta, this matter is very serious, and the evil demon is not dead. Standing on Bunta's body and taking a breath, Jiraiya said solemnly. There will definitely be a fierce battle next, but even if he dies here, he must completely kill the evil demon. What are you going to do? Hearing the name of the evil demon, Bunta also calmed down and understood the seriousness of the matter. But before Jiraiya could speak, a figure suddenly appeared on the bridge of Gamabunta's nose, staring at the two big eyes of the Kazilan toad. You Mayaboka Mountain really know that the evil demon is not dead? Looking at the two big eyes of Gamabunta, Shimura Jendeng understood and sneered. The big toad sage in Mayaboka Mountain has a close relationship with the six-path sage, and the evil demon was created by the six-path sage. If the big toad sage said that he didn't know the origin of that thing, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Just now, when Jiraiya mentioned that the evil demon reappeared, Gamabunta was not surprised at all. Obviously, he knew that the evil demon was not dead. Xianding. Sensing the murderous intent of his cheap disciple, Jiraiya was shocked. Just when he was about to explain, he saw Shimura Xianding ignored him and left. Bunta, what did the great toad sage predict again? Jiraiya opened his mouth and knew that the disciple's misunderstanding was getting deeper and deeper, which made him helpless, so he asked Bunta. He also saw that Bunta was not surprised by the reappearance of the evil demon, but he didn't think much about it. After all, the great toad sage could predict the future, and it was normal to know that the evil demon was not dead. But he didn't understand why the great toad sage didn't tell him about this. I don't know, but the great toad sage said last time that the evil demon is just a very small enemy. The future world is very cruel and tragic. You have to be careful. Bunta kindly reminded him, but secretly he was very scared. When the human stood on his nose with murderous intent, he felt that his consciousness and thoughts seemed to be frozen. If the other party wanted to kill him, he would not have the slightest resistance. Brother, the movement below is too loud. At this time, Toad Guang looked at the ice surface that was shaking more and more violently, and his heart became more and more uneasy. Judging from this movement alone, the strength of the evil demon that is about to be born must be exaggerated. The three brothers, they may not be opponents. What are you afraid of? Even if you can't beat them, you can just chop them once. Gamabunta was uneasy after pulling out the short sword from his waist, but he was not afraid. At most, he would chop them once with all his strength and run away as soon as possible. The three brothers were ready to fight, and Jiraiya put his hands together to gather natural energy and prepare to enter the sage mode. Thanks to Shimura's bodybuilding secret technique, he not only completed the sage mode in advance, but also gradually became independent and no longer needed the assistance of the two Gama sages. The four were full of fighting spirit, but when a 1,000-meter-long sword pierced the ice, Jiraiya and the other four were dumbfounded. Then a terrifying octopus emerged from under the ice. At a glance, the tentacles and the ferocious head were definitely more than 10,000 meters long. How could such a huge creature not shock people? How did it grow so big? Tsunade, who was also gathering natural energy on the ice to enter the sage mode, almost collapsed, causing the condensed natural energy to run wild and backfire. It was not that her state of mind was not enough, but the size of the evil demon that appeared this time was too crazy. It was only that small last time, but this time it grew directly to tens of thousands of meters long. You should know that the tailed beast is only 100 meters long, even the real 1,000 hands created by my great-grandfather Senju Hashirama is only 1,000 meters high, which is nothing compared to the evil demon in front of me. Sorry, Jiraiya, I'm afraid we can't help much. Looking at the 10,000-meter-long evil demon, and then looking at the small knife in his hand, Gamabunta swallowed his saliva and wisely put the knife back into the sheath. There is no way, the size difference is too big, and if the three brothers really go up, they can be crushed to pieces with just a single blow. Going up is just courting death. You go back first. Jiraiya jumped down and finally entered the sage mode, signaling the three brothers Bunta to return to Mayaboka Mountain first, while he quickly formed a seal again. Two mists burst out, and two small toads appeared on his shoulders. Little Jiraiya, why are you fighting the evil demon again? The first time he was summoned, the sage Fukasaku saw the huge body of the evil demon and the overwhelming evil aura. Seeing that kind of crazy size, he also felt a headache and horror. The big toad sage had already told them that they must not fight the evil demon, so even though they knew that the evil demon was not dead, they did not tell Jiraiya, because they were afraid that the young man would directly run into the evil demon. Who would have thought that they would eventually fight? Two sages, Please use the two-life technique on me. I need to maintain the sage mode for a long time. Jiraiya spoke apologetically. He knew it was not fair to bring Mayaboku Mountain to fight the evil demon, but it was the only way now. Although he had cultivated the Mayaboku Mountain sage mode, it could only last for a few minutes if he used it by himself. It was obviously not enough to deal with the evil demon of that size. Just as Fukasaku and Shima were about to respond, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared and blocked the two of them. This battle does not require you ninjas to intervene. Leave as soon as possible, otherwise we will treat you as enemies and attack you next. Shiwahua pointed at Jiraiya and Tsunade with the Fang Tianhuaji. In the next battle, the samurai swordsmen of the 5 major daimyo's mansions would not allow ninjas to intervene, especially those who were related to the 3 holy places. As he spoke, another group of samurai swordsmen rushed over and drew their swords to express their opinions. It's embarrassing to say that they came here not to deal with the evil demons, but to guard against the 5 major ninja villages and prevent the ninja villages from causing trouble with ulterior motives. The existence of evil demons is of great importance. We ninjas are also members of the human race. We should join forces to kill the evil demons. Although she was very dissatisfied with the attitude of Shiwahua and a group of samurai swordsmen, Tsunade still suppressed her anger and communicated with them. The most important thing now is to join forces to kill the evil demons, and everything else can be put aside. You don't know anything. Not wanting to explain more, Shiwahua's eyes fell on the ships of the 5 major ninja villages diagonally above. Those people were also the targets they needed to guard against. What exactly don't we know? What do you know? Jiraiya was also very unhappy with this kind of riddle. If he didn't want to fall out with the samurai at this time, he would have wanted to force his way in. The evil demons are man-made. They are very clear about the origins of the evil demons in Mayaboku Mountain. They can even be said to be in the same group. Don't try to deny it. We have already obtained definite clues and evidence. The eyes turned back to Jiraiya and swept across the 2 toads squatting on his shoulders. Shiwahua is not afraid of Mayaboku Mountain. This made Tsunade and Jiraiya stunned, and then looked at the 2 sages, Fukasaku and Shima, in doubt. Don't look at us. We don't know either. Little Jiraiya, you can ask the big toad sage. He should know something. Sage Fukasaku decisively passed the buck. He did know about the evil demons, but he just roughly guessed that the big toad sage should know something inside. Retreat to the periphery first. Seeing that something was wrong, Tsunade did not insist anymore. She glanced at the evil demon who had already fought with Uchiha Madara and decisively withdrew and retreated. Although Jiraiya on the other side was very unwilling, he could only choose to retreat temporarily in the face of the obstruction of Shiwahua and others. In the sky, Sarutobi Hiruzen Onoki and others watched the samurai swordsmen of the 5 great daimyo's mansions display the siege crossbow, a powerful weapon, and hurriedly flew back. That siege crossbow is a super powerful weapon with a range of kilometers. I didn't expect that the 5 great daimyo's mansions would even bring out such a powerful weapon this time, and even get so many of them. Roar! Not long after the 5 great ninja villages' ships retreated, the evil demon finally found time to roar. As soon as he got out of the ice, before he could even howl, Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo, which was also 10,000 meters in size, to cut him down with a sword, and he almost fell back under the ice. Then he just kept slashing wildly. It's quite strong. Looking at the broken spiritual weapon longsword in Susanoo's hand, Uchiha Madara realized how difficult it was, and quickly burst out his immortal energy to repair the broken spiritual weapon longsword, and continued to slash wildly at the evil demon. Master, your strength is not good enough. Shimura Gento, who was also standing inside the crystal of Susanoo's helmet, laughed. Susanoo's attack speed is indeed very powerful. It is said that during the battle in the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara used super-fast swordsmanship to fight against the countless fists of Zhen Qunqianshao for a while. It's a pity that Susanoo's power is much worse, and it can't cause substantial damage to the evil demon at all. Even if it can cut a wound, it will heal itself in the next second, which is useless. His old face darkened, he glared at him unhappily, and then shouted to Shimura Danzo on the other side. Little dumpling, use wood style to cooperate with me. There was no other way. After completely refining the remains of his original body, he completely refined Hashirama's living cells, and he could no longer use wood style. He could only use pure Susanoo. Dad, take it. Shimura Gento threw the purple gold gourd hanging on his waist to his old father. There was a lot of sand and sea water that he had specially collected before, which could be used to perform wood style. Although wood style can also be created with pure earth style chakra and water style chakra, it is only a simulated product, and its strength and stability are not as good as that of wood style created by physical substances. Taking the purple gold gourd, Shimura Denzo used the wind style chakra mode to fly out of Susanoo, and poured out the large amount of sand and sea water sealed in the gourd at the back. Senjutsu would release Super True Thousand Hands. A vast amount of Senjutsu chakra burst out and poured into the sand and sea water under his feet, forcibly shaping it with the two as the foundation. Soon, a giant Buddha with countless arms rose from the sand and sea water, tens of thousands of meters high, much larger than the evil demon. Buddha on the top. Without any nonsense, he controlled the countless wood-release arms behind the true thousand hands and clenched his fists to smash the evil demon. 377. Chapter 376 Wings of the Imperial Palace. Bang bang bang. The true thousand hands fists were huge, but the evil demons were even bigger, and every punch hit the flesh. The huge force caused the ice surface within a radius of hundreds of kilometers to continuously crack and explode. This was not over yet. Shimura Denzo used the second-generation chakra sacred tree to activate the power of wood release to absorb the remaining sand and sea water and condense a giant wood release fist to smash down again, continuously. Even those wooden fists that were broken due to excessive force were absorbed and condensed into new wood escape giant fists, and continued to smash down. This violent attack lasted for a full 10 minutes, and the ice surface with a radius of hundreds of kilometers was completely shattered, and the huge body of the evil demon was smashed into the ground for more than 10 kilometers. Isn't this your wood escape? When the attack stopped, Uzumaki Mito jumped to the top of the wood escape giant Buddha, looked at Shimura Denzo, and did not sense the wood escape chakra in his body, and the wood escape he used seemed to be very different from her husband's wood escape. It's just external force. Uchiha Madara jumped to the top of the wood escape giant Buddha and snorted unhappily. The results of his previous crazy attack were minimal, and he was defeated by Shimura Denzo's wood escape in this round. But there was no way, after all. Shimura Denzo had a second-generation chakra sacred tree, which could not be matched by human power alone. Without saying anything more, the vast yin-style immortal energy surged out, covering the giant Buddha of wood style with a layer of Susanoo armor. It was the powerful Susanoo, which Uchiha Madara had only used in the Battle of the Valley of the End and the last battle of the Hidden Cloud Village. Kurama in the sealed space saw this move through Uzumaki Midu, and felt that the whole fox was not good, and he was even more angry. This technique is the shame of his life for Kurama. Miss Midu, haven't you adapted yet? Also leaping over, Shimura Gendo Uzumaki Midu has not yet entered the stronger Kurama mode, and she is a little anxious. Before, Uzumaki Midu only used the sealing technique to forcibly seize the chakra of the Nine Tails, and was able to use it to enter the Nine Tails chakra mode, which is similar to the state of Uzumaki Naruto when he just rushed out of Kame Island in the original 4 battles. However, because it is the complete yin-yang Nine Tails chakra, it is stronger. But the Nine Tails chakra mode and the Nine-tailed Lama mode are two completely different levels of power. The Nine Tails chakra mode can only make people infinitely close to the 6 paths level, while the Nine-tailed Lama mode with complete yin and yang can make people half a step into the 6 paths level. Chakra is restrained by the evil demon. Without the strength of the 6 paths level, Midu can't participate in the battle at all. After all, he can only use physical skills. I feel it a little, but that thing is so big, even if I enter the Nine-tailed Lama mode, it can't help much. With a frown, Uzumaki Midu was also very nervous about the evil demon. The size of that thing was too big. Now that guy is just using a shell, his real body is hidden inside. Pointing at the big head of the evil demon, Shimura Gentoi roughly guessed the tactics of the evil demon. Queen Yueli pointed out before that there was a stronger and more evil power in the evil demon's head, which was very different from the evil power in the huge body of the evil demon now. Based on this information, he guessed that the evil demon should have another body. After all, the evil demon's last death was not a good one. If the evil demon really had intelligence, he would definitely not repeat the same mistake and make his body too big. This is also why he has not yet used the 8 gates to kill the evil demon's head again. The main reason for the destruction of the entire body. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara finally integrated the powerful Susanoo into the wood-release giant Buddha perfectly. Without the burden of the arms behind him, the wood-release giant Buddha was able to stand up, more than 10,000 meters high, and a heavy wood-release giant axe was condensed in his hand. Cut. The two of them rationally controlled the Susanoo giant Buddha and chopped it down with the axe. This was not over yet. Yu Guan, who had been ready for a long time, jumped onto the back of the giant axe, bursting the power of the gravity orb on the big Guandao, exerting 10,000 times the gravity, making the giant axe fall faster and heavier. The giant axe chopped down fiercely, smashing the evil demon who was about to climb out of the ice pit back, and the axe blade chopped heavily into the evil demon's head. This is not a simple giant axe. Uchiha Madara used his own Susanoo spiritual weapon longsword to turn into an axe blade, providing an unparalleled edge for the wood-release giant axe. At the same time, the axe blade of the spirit weapon condensed by the Yindun Xian Yuan Li will not be restrained and immune by the evil demon, so the damage caused is naturally greater. Roar! The evil demon with a crack in his head was mad with pain, and his thick tentacles swung wildly, whipping the Susanoo Buddha. Unfortunately, the wood-done Buddha was very durable. The huge size and the defense provided by the powerful Susanoo ignored the evil demon's tentacles. This is not over yet. Uchiha Madara and Shimura Danzo worked together to condense a pair of arms for the Susanoo Buddha again, and at the same time condensed a wood-ton hammer in their hands. Yu Guan also jumped up to the wood-ton hammer and smashed it down with 10,000 times the gravity. At the same time, the eight-tailed beasts also used those ice-ton devices to create a large amount of cold air and input it into the ice surface to increase the hardness of the ice surface to prevent the evil demon from hiding under the ice surface or even running away. Bang! 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 The second pair of arms held the wood-release hammer and smashed it down, smashing the wood-release axe into the huge head of the evil demon. Although the tactics were simple and crude, they were very effective. Soon the axe was cut in half. The evil demon hidden inside could no longer sit still and rushed out from the crack of the skull. Get out of here! The claws full of scales and stratum corneum clenched into a fist and punched out. The evil energy gathered into a fist print and smashed the Susanoo Buddha back again and again. The suppressed evil demon beast also took the opportunity to struggle to climb out of the ice pit. The tragic wound on the head healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the momentum also surged. Finally, you are willing to come out. The 7 major escape techniques and immortal energy modes were running at the same time, and Shimura Xianding was suspended in the air, confronting the evil demon body. At the same time, Uzumaki Mido, who finally opened the Kurama mode, also flew in the wind escape chakra mode and was parallel to Shimura Xianding. Rage surged. The evil demon knew that his tactics had been seen through by the other party. He thought he could attract the human to rush into the evil beast's brain like last time. He had arranged everything there, and as long as the other party dared to rush in, he could kill him instantly. Who would have thought that the other party had already seen through his plan and used such a rough method to break the situation? You two cooperate in the battle and act according to the situation. On the other side, Uchiha Madara glanced at the evil demon, and signaled Yu Guan and Shimura Keiko to cooperate in the battle. Swift release, swift shadow. Without hesitation, Shimura Keiko, who was good at speed, was the first to attack, and used her own swift release blood limit that combined the wind and thunder attributes. She turned into a residual shadow and rushed to the head of the evil demon beast in an instant, stabbing the giant eyes one after another. Although the size of the spear in his hand was far less than that of the evil demon beast's eyes, it was enough to affect its combat power. At the same time, the relatively small body could also flexibly avoid the evil demon beast's tentacles. Uchiha Madara and the other two also controlled the Susanoo Buddha to attack again, smashing with giant axes and heavy hammers, and Yu Guan also used the gravity orb to bless the offensive force, suppressing the evil beast in a disadvantageous position. Seeing that the specially cultivated evil beast was suppressed in a disadvantageous position, the evil demon body knew that it could not go on like this, otherwise without the help of the evil beast, it would be difficult for itself to fight against these hateful humans. The figure flashed and disappeared strangely, and when it appeared again, it had arrived behind Uzumaki Mido, and its sharp claws grabbed the vital part of the vest. With the strength of the evil demon body, even the heavy gold battlesuit could not block this claw. But Uzumaki Mido was not a vegetarian, and he immediately used the long tail of chakra to control the big shield to block behind him. The layer of meteorite alloy on the surface of the big shield was extremely hard, and it steadily blocked the sharp claws of the evil demon body. Then a silver spear blade pierced the evil demon's forehead, with great force and speed as fast as lightning. This is not over yet. Shimura Gento also opened the 8 gates formation and attacked the evil demon with his sword. The 3 of them fought fiercely, leaving countless after-images. They didn't know how many times they fought every second. After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and the evil demon's body was suppressed. But Shimura, who had the upper hand, didn't feel happy at all, because the scales and cuticles of the evil demon were too hard, and it was difficult to cut through with the sharp edge of the big silver sword. Even if a hole was cut, it could be repaired in a blink of an eye, which was meaningless. 6 paths level, or god level. With a sinking heart, Shimura was sure that this guy had indeed entered the 6 paths level or god level, at least not worse than the 6 paths Madara in the 4 battles of the original work. Although he didn't have the large-scale attack methods of the 6 paths Madara, his physical fitness and physical skills were stronger. It was estimated that there was no problem in taking on Yakai. Although the evil demon on the opposite side was suppressed, he was not panicked at all. He knew very well that Shimura power could not last long. As long as he persisted and his energy was exhausted, no one on the battlefield would be able to stop him. Space Immortal Energy Armor. Time Immortal Energy Armor. Instant Slash. Seeing the power of the evil demon, Shimura he decisively revealed his trump card. The not-so-pure Space Immortal Energy Armor and Time Immortal Energy Armor blessed himself, and his body instantly disappeared from the front of the evil demon's body and appeared on the side. He slashed with the big silver sword in his hand, but was barely blocked by the evil demon's claw arm. However, this was just the beginning. The power of time and space combined, and the power that burst out was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The speed of teleportation slashing became faster and faster, and the frequency became higher and higher. From the initial 10 slashes per second, to 20, 30, 40 times. In the end, Shimura didn't know how fast he was. The dynamic vision of his eyes couldn't keep up with this extreme speed, and he could only swing the sword and slash by feeling. I don't know how long it took, but the power of the big silver sword in his hand suddenly disappeared, and he quickly withdrew from the Space Immortal Energy Armor and Time Immortal Energy Armor, panting and looking at the evil demon. The evil demon stood still in the air, his ferocious face looked even more ferocious, but his scarlet eyes revealed a trace of fear and unwillingness. The evil demon was indeed unwilling to accept this. He had clearly been promoted to the god level, not inferior to the ancient gods of the 7th generation of the gods in his inherited memory, but he was still defeated. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, he was indeed arrogant this time. He really didn't expect that Shimura had such a big trump card. Sword marks slowly appeared on the evil demon's body, so dense that it made people's scalps numb. This was the result of Shimura slashing just now. After a wave of crazy slashing, the evil demon's body was chopped into countless pieces. The most important thing was that the evil demon's soul was severely damaged, which was the most fatal. Seeing that the evil demon's body was about to collapse and shatter, a figure wrapped in green chakra suddenly appeared. Forbidden Technique, Wings of the Imperial Palace. The supreme power of time exploded, causing the time of the demon's body to flow backwards, restoring it to its intact state before being chopped off by Shimura. Fuck. This scene made Shimura want to curse. He had finally managed to cripple the demon's body, but who would have thought that Otsutsuki would mess it up? That's right, it was Otsutsuki who suddenly appeared. He had been watching the battlefield with the help of the giant reincarnation eye until the demon was severely injured, and then he used space ninjutsu to rush to the rescue. 378. Chapter 377, Lure the 5 cage into the trap. We have a common enemy in our natural allies. Proudly stating a fact, Otsutsuki knew very well that Shimura was powerful. It was difficult for him and his people on the moon to compete with him alone. The powerful force of the demon was a target that must be won over. Indeed, they are natural allies. Grinning, the demon body didn't know where this helper came from, but since the other party was also an enemy of the opposite human, they could cooperate and use it. Sacred Tree Mode. On the other side of the battlefield, Shimura saw that the strong man of the moon Otsutsuki finally appeared, and decisively broke out the last trump card. The chakra of the 2nd generation chakra sacred tree was perfectly integrated into himself, entering the more powerful sacred tree mode. A layer of black chakra coat formed a windbreaker and was put on his body. There was an additional 3 Magadama Samsara Sharingan between his eyebrows, and his strength jumped to the level of the 6 paths. Humph! Sensing Shimura aura that was 1 level stronger, Uchiha Madara snorted unhappily, and his heart was sour. He also wanted to have such a powerful plug-in. With the outbreak of Shimura, the original wood escape giant Buddha of tens of thousands of meters suddenly expanded to a height of 20,000 meters, and the 2 giant hands turned into giant axes, slashing at the evil beast. At the same time, Shimura Gentoi also released several figures from the purple gold gourd. Is it finally Venom Master's turn to play? Laughing arrogantly, the released Uchiha Doju was full of fighting spirit. He had been looking forward to such a gorgeous stage for a long time. Unfortunately, he was only handsome for 3 seconds before he was hit on the forehead by the back of a knife by Uchiha's Hilly next to him, and a big bump appeared. Don't be so arrogant, this opponent is very unusual. A reminder, Uchiha's Hilly's pair of Scarlet Eternal Mangekaya. Sharingan stared at the evil demon and the Otsutsuki fan on the opposite side, sensing the opponent's strength. You go and deal with the green light, and leave the evil demon to me. Shimura Gentoi, who had recovered, signaled Uchiha's Hilly and others to deal with the Otsutsuki fan, while he continued to deal with the evil demon. He had long expected that the strong man of the moon Otsutsuki would not be able to sit still and show up, but he did not expect the other party to be so decisive, and even used forbidden techniques to reverse time on the evil demon and restore to full status. If I had known this, I would not have chopped so hard before. He was annoyed, but this annoyance did not last long and was thrown behind him. He knew very well that if he did not really cripple the evil demon, it would be difficult to induce the strong man of the moon Otsutsuki to show up. That's right, he forcibly crippled the evil demon to make a bait for the strong man of the moon Otsutsuki to show up and rescue him. I believe that as long as the other party is not a fool, he will never watch the evil demon being killed by him. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Without delay, Shimura Xianding once again opened the Space Immortal Energy Armor and the Time Immortal Energy Armor, and blessed himself with the two great powers of time and space. Although he has not yet cultivated the two powers to the level of immortal energy mode like the 7 attributes of yin, yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth, it is enough. Fuck you. Seeing that Shimura Xianding still had the energy to burst out in that terrible state, this time it was the turn of the evil demon to be so angry that he wanted to curse his mother, and turned around and ran away without thinking. Although he had reached the god level, the boy's outburst was too abnormal. Especially the big silver sword in his hand was enough to break through his scale armor defense. Even if he couldn't cut it through in one cut, he could cut it a few more times. 10 times would still work. It is not worthwhile to fight head-on with the opponent at this time, and the right thing to do is to run away quickly. Unfortunately, with the blessing of the two great powers of space and time, Shimura Gendo's speed has long exceeded the limit of distance, at least it is the fastest within the range of sight. He instantly appeared in front of the running evil demon, and slashed wildly with the big silver sword in his hand. At the same time, he used the power of space to constantly teleport and change positions, attacking from all directions, not even sparing the lower 3 roads, which was more fierce than the previous attack. You are calculating me. The face became very ugly. If the Otsutsuki fan still couldn't see that he was being calculated at this time, he would be killed. What made him most uncomfortable was that the surrounding space was disturbed, and he could no longer use space ninjutsu to get away instantly and return to the moon. Obviously, people deliberately used the evil demon as bait to lure him into the trap, but now it is difficult to get away. Without hesitation, he made a strange gesture to ask for help. He knew that his tribesmen had been watching this place with their giant reincarnation eyes, and they would definitely rush to reinforce him after seeing his gesture for help. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, dozens of Moon Otsutsuki warriors, also wrapped in the reincarnation eye chakra, suddenly appeared 10 kilometers away, and then flew over quickly. Patriarch, the space they disturbed is only 10 kilometers in radius, and they can perform space ninjutsu if they rush out. The leading Otsutsuki warrior reported the results of their observations. They originally wanted to descend to the side of the Otsutsuki Dojin, but they were deflected 10 kilometers away. Obviously, the opponent's influence range is 10 kilometers in radius. Let's go. Not daring to stay any longer, the Otsutsuki Dojin looked at the evil demon body covered by a silver sword light, and led the tribesmen to retreat. But soon his face changed wildly, because a barrier blocked them inside, and the result of observing with the white eyes alone made them see the power of the barrier. At least it is unrealistic to break it in a short time, and what they lack most now is time. The most important thing is that their connection with the giant reincarnation eye was temporarily cut off, and they could only use the little reincarnation eye chakra sealed in their bodies. Only this much. Holding a long sword, Uchiha's Hilly was not very satisfied. They deliberately set up a trap to lure out the Moon Otsutsuki clan. The previous evil demon was just the first bait, and the subsequent Otsutsuki Dojin was the second bait. But who would have thought that only so many people were lured out? The moon Otsutsuki is too useless. Patriarch, please fulfill the last wish of your ancestors. The strong men of the moon Otsutsuki branch are all a group of fanatics. Seeing that Shimuragento is about to kill the evil demon, they all use desperate secret techniques to overload the chakra and input it into the Otsutsuki Dojin together with the Byakugan pupil power and the giant reincarnation eye chakra in their bodies. With the chakra contributed by the tribe members, the Otsutsuki Dojin seemed to have opened a shackle, and the Byakugan transplanted in the center of the eyebrows suddenly turned sky blue, with exquisite patterns rotating continuously inside. I will fulfill the wishes of my ancestors and open up a new era that belongs to the Otsutsuki. With tears in his tiger eyes, the Otsutsuki Dojin solemnly promised the many tribe members who had become mummies, and then condensed several seeking truth jades and rotated them rapidly in his palms. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The golden chakra lightsaber burst out, forcibly piercing a hole in the ceiling barrier. He didn't dare to delay and rushed out through the hole. Although the Byakugan transplanted in the center of the eyebrows was temporarily evolved into the reincarnation eye with the help of the tribe members, the state was very unstable. The most fatal thing is that the soul fluctuations on the side of the evil demon are getting weaker and weaker, and it is about to fail. Once that guy kills the evil demon and comes back, he will definitely not be able to bear it. But just when he rushed out of the ceiling barrier, a big foot wrapped in wind chakra and lightning chakra kicked him in the face, kicking his whole body back into the ceiling barrier. Then the hole in the barrier was repaired, and the Otsutsuki Dojin was sealed inside again. Damn it! The Otsutsuki Dojin just reacted and roared, just a little bit short. Your Uncle Venom Soleil's taste good. On the ceiling barrier, Uchiha Venom laughed. Just now, he used the wind chakra mode and lightning chakra mode to double accelerate, plus the acceleration of the time pupil technique, and kicked the Otsutsuki Dojin back at a super fast speed, not letting him escape. Of course, the price paid to obtain a speed that exceeds the inside of the reincarnation eye is not small. Now he is bleeding and crying, and feels that the eye is going blind. Golden Wheel Revolving, ah! Unwilling to be trapped here, Otsutsuki Dojin used Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion again, but before he could use it, the transplanted Byakugan of the Heavenly Ninja in the center of his brow felt a burning pain. The blue pattern in the eye kept flickering, and finally faded away, turning into the Byakugan state. It had just evolved and had not yet experienced a complete fetal movement and gestation, so its state was very unstable. The forced use of Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion before made it even more unstable, and it was naturally difficult to maintain the state of the Reincarnation Eye. Even the green Reincarnation Eye chakra on his body collapsed, and it was obvious that he had suffered a lot of backlash. Don't panic, Xiao Xianding, I will help you. Seeing that the situation was good, it would only take a while to kill the evil demon and Otsutsuki Dojin here, but at this moment a golden burly figure flew from the sky. A beam of blazing white light shot down from the sky, covering Shimuragento who was chopping the demon's body. It was Onoki's dust release, and it was the most extreme limit stripping technique. This was not over yet. A black electric light shot from a distance, piercing through the ceiling barrier at an extremely fast speed. It was the third Raikage who performed the Hell Stab. Flame-devouring wave stick. The long stick burning with fire chakra smashed down, smashing the pierced seal barrier. Then a piece of black sand iron surged like a wave, sealing the broken barrier and the Otsutsuki inside. The last 3 generations of Mizukage also used water ninjutsu to form a super giant water vortex, driving the sand iron to rotate and strangle the inside. With a flash of golden light, Shimuragento forced out of the dust escape light column. His condition was very bad. Most of the gorgeous heavy gold battle clothes on his body were decomposed. It looked like if he hadn't rushed out in time, he would probably have been decomposed. With a gloomy face, he swept over the 5 people, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who came to support, and the cold murderous intent bloomed without concealment. In fact, he was laughing secretly in his heart. The last bait plan he laid was finally successful. That's right, he wanted the 5 major ninja villages to rescue the evil demon and the Otsutsuki Dojin, so that the 5 major daimyo would make up their minds to participate in the next Second Ninja World War and assist in completing his plan. Didn't I say not to let them come and make trouble? Although he sneered in his heart, Shimuragento did not show it. His face looked extremely gloomy, and he looked coldly at the flame blade swordman and others who were chasing him. Although the one in front was his grandfather, he had to act more realistically at this time. They have space ninjutsu, which is very similar to the Flying Thunder God technique of the 2nd generation Hokage. With a gloomy face, the flame blade swordman was full of murderous intent, and the purple lightning swordman and others who followed him also looked very bad. They had long known that the ninjas and the 5 major ninja villages had no good intentions. This time they took such a forced action, and there must be other plans. Xiao Xianding, you are wrong to say that. The evil demons are the enemy of all of us humans. We all have the responsibility and obligation to eradicate them. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who maintained the fire chakra mode, took the lead and expressed his position righteously. Who used Flying Thunder God? Senjua Orange Water? What about others? His eyes swept around again. Shimura Xianding's murderous intent became more sinister, and Uchiha's Hilly and others also surrounded him with unfriendly faces, making the atmosphere more solemn. 379. Chapter 378 Meteorite Falls. Flying Thunder God technique consumes a lot of energy. Orange water is resting in the back. With a smile on his face, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not afraid of Shimura Xianding's attack at this moment. First, they did not reveal their true purpose, and at most they seemed to be grabbing credit and picking peaches. Second, Shimura Xianding was in a very bad state after 2 explosions. Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Madara also consumed a lot of energy, and even Uchiha Madara vomited blood. Besides, the high-end combat power of their 5 major ninja villages gathered here, so they were not afraid of a half-crippled Shimura family. The most important thing is that they now have a trump card. Destroy the evil beast first. Sweeping Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 5 again with a vicious look, Shimura Gentoi turned and flew to the battlefield on his old father's side. Although the burst just now consumed a lot of energy, it was not a problem to maintain the anti-gravity technique to fly. Uchiha Chiri and Yanran Jianhao and others also glared at each other angrily, and then rushed to the other side of the battlefield. Hey! Shimura Gentoi's departure greatly relieved Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 5. In fact, they were quite nervous just now. Although they have a trump card, they really don't want to fight with the Shimura family now, so even if they win, it will only be a miserable victory. If there was only one Shimura family, it would be fine, but don't forget that there are 5 major daimyo's houses waiting in the wings. It would be best if we don't start a war right away. That thing doesn't have the spiritual power crystal you mentioned in its brain. Uchiha Madara, who was still coughing up blood, said unhappily. The reason why he was injured was that he rushed into the big head of the evil beast and searched for the spiritual power crystal that Shimura Gentoi mentioned. Unfortunately, there was no spiritual power crystal inside, but there was a layout similar to the ceiling barrier technique, which almost killed him. Since there is no spiritual power crystal, there is no need to keep it. Shimura Gentoi was in a bad mood as he looked at the evil beast that was still struggling and roaring after all its tentacles were cut off. According to the casualty figures collected by White Zetsu in the past 2 years, it is reasonable that the evil demon cannot cultivate such a large evil beast. After all, the last evil beast was only slightly larger than the tailed beast. This time it actually reached a length of more than 10,000 meters. Obviously, there is another reason for this size. Did it come from devouring marine life? Thinking, he knew that although the evil demon mainly devoured human souls, it could also devour flesh and blood. Since human flesh and blood can be devoured, the flesh and blood of marine life can also be devoured. And the number of creatures in the sea is far beyond the reach of humans or even land creatures. Master, practice Susanoo more. You may face many of these big guys in the future. Is that thing unkillable? With a dark face, Uchiha Madara was smart and could naturally think of this, but he didn't care. What he really valued was the evil demon's body. This large evil beast was obviously cultivated by the evil demon. Since 2 can be cultivated, more can be cultivated. As long as the evil demon's body is not killed, it will be useless to kill more evil beasts. Just like the ninja's clone technique, if you don't kill the body, it will be useless even if you blow up more clones. No, the soul of that thing is immortal. We can injure it severely, but it is almost impossible to destroy it, at least not with our current means. Sealing may be a way, but the chakra system sealing technique is useless against that thing. Our immortal energy system sealing technique is still far behind. And the strength of his soul is not as strong as his body, and he cannot perfectly control his body and the energy in his body. I suspect that the soul in that thing is not the main soul. Shaking his head slightly, Shimura Gentoi was also very difficult to deal with the evil demon. That thing was simply the ninja version of Voldemort, quite like the future Snake Uncle. If he had the chance this time, he would definitely give up all plans to kill the evil demon. After all, compared with the future plans for the 5 major ninja villages, the evil demon is more dangerous. It's a pity that the main soul of that thing seems to be hidden somewhere else. If the main soul is not destroyed, even if the body is destroyed, it will not be of much use. In this case, it is better to use the crippled evil demon body as bait to lure the 5 major ninja villages into the abyss and stand completely on the opposite side of the whole world. In this way, no matter what plans the 2 brothers of the 6-path sage have in the future, they will not be able to occupy the righteousness. Dark Rat. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth unhappily, Uchiha Madara hates this kind of dodging opponent the most. Back then, Hashirama often used wooden clones to trick himself into fighting, and Tobirama Senju was even more disgusting. I didn't expect that there would be another evil demon now. While talking, Shimura Danzo had already controlled the wood-release giant Buddha to smash the evil beast's head, and then handed the battlefield to the 8-tailed beasts who came over. They cooperated with Uzumaki Midoriya to perform the 9 red yang formation, gathering natural fairy fire to slowly burn the evil beast's remains. Success! Glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen and others standing in the distance, Shimura Danzo said indifferently, and he was increasingly disappointed with his good friend. Although everything was planned, he felt a little uncomfortable when his good friend did this. This foreshadowed that Sarutobi Hiruzen would embark on a road of no return, and even fall into the bottomless abyss with half of Konoha. He still had some feelings for his good friend and the village, so it was natural that he couldn't help sighing. It's done, and the person you hate the most seems to have been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. Nodding, Shimura Gento looked at Uchiha Madara with a barely detectable smile on his face. Whether Senju Orange Water has really learned the Flying Thunder God technique, it is not easy to get rid of the evil demon's body under his nose. Apart from anything else, the chakra required to get rid of the evil demon is not something Senju Orange Water can afford. Thinking about it, only Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique is qualified, and at the same time, the state of impure world reincarnation can ignore the damage of dust release to a certain extent. Uchiha Madara naturally knew who Shimura Gento was talking about. He didn't say anything, but just wiped the sickle in his hand silently. He couldn't help but recall the scene of his brother's death in his mind, and the murderous intent in his heart was boiling. He must kill Senju Tobirama. Get ready, we will go to the moon in 2 years. Standing with his hands behind his back, Shimura Gento's heart was also filled with murderous intent. Since the plan to bombard the moon with a chakra cannon failed, he has been thinking of many ways to deal with the moon. As a new man of the new era, the first thing he thought of was naturally the rocket landing on the moon. Although the technology in this world has just started, and it is impossible to build rockets like in the previous life, it is not difficult to land on the moon by using the local energy cultivation system. The difficulty is how to successfully land on the moon against the attack of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. In addition, there are the 6-path sage and Otsutsuki Hamura hidden in the dark, both of which are targets they need to deal with. 2 years, enough. Looking up at the sky, Uchiha Madara's fighting spirit rose again. He also saw the previous chakra golden sword, and it was clear that the current Susanoo could not stop it at all. Only when he entered the 6 paths level, or the immortal god level of the immortal Yuan Li system, could he fight against it. As for the 6-path sage brothers, they need stronger power to fight. The 2 years of training time is indeed very tight, but he is confident of success. No need to push yourself too hard. Combining work and rest is the best way. The further you practice, the more important your state of mind becomes. Hard work alone is far from enough, especially when it comes to breaking through a great realm. Besides, the 2 brothers of the 6-path sage are unlikely to fight us to the death. There is a high probability that they will take the Otsutsuki clan of the moon and move out. The goal of our trip is to occupy the moon and take back the secret treasure they took from the hidden cloud village to create a real star destroyer. Noticing the look that the old father Guoying gave him, Shimura Gendeng immediately thought of his grandmother and spoke quickly. If Uchiha Madara is really forced to stay in the secret room all day, how can his grandmother go to attack? Combining work and rest. Looking up at his cheap grandson in front of him, Uchiha Madara was thoughtful. If it was before, he would definitely sneer at this, but there is a ready-made example in front of him. Originally, when they first met, this kid was just a weakling in front of him, but now he has become a real strong man. Even if the opponent didn't use the 8 gates formation to explode, he was not sure he could take it down. Throughout this boy's training process, he was either picking up girls or on the way to pick up girls, and there were always women around him along the way. But his training speed was faster than his own, which made him have to reflect. Mr. Xianding, there is a pupil power that is the same as the 6 Magadama Samsara I hundreds of kilometers in the sky. At this time, Queen Yueli flew over and told a sensing result. She came here for 2 main tasks this time, one is to sense the location of the evil demon, and the other is to sense the existence of the Otsutsuki class. After all, she also obtained 1/3 of the 6 Magadama Samsara I pupil power, even if it was refined by the future Xianding, she could still sense it. I thought he would be mixed in the ninja group of the 5 major ninja villages. With greed surging in his heart, Shimura Xianding once again displayed the 7 attribute immortal power mode, and his figure quickly rose into the air. Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Madara also took off. They also wanted to see what the Otsutsuki class was like now. The Otsutsuki class, who were hiding in the sky and watching the battle secretly, immediately discovered the actions of Shimura Gentoi and the other 2, and they could not guess that they were exposed. They did not dare to delay and flew quickly to the distance. He was not idle during this period of time. He had studied the 2 types of ninjutsu, earth escape, gravity and wind escape, and was able to fly freely. Coupled with the power of the reincarnation eye pupil and the power of yin-yang escape, the speed was not slow. It was just that Shimura Gentoi was faster, and it didn't take long for him to stop in front of the Otsutsuki class. Then Uchiha Madara and Shimura Danzo also quickly chased after them, forming a triangle to surround the Otsutsuki class. It turned into a rat. Uchiha Madara stood in the air with a knife in his hand, showing disdain, and at the same time, murderous intent surged. If this guy is left alive, his Uchiha Madara's reputation will be ruined sooner or later. It is better to send him to see the 6-path sage now. A puppet that was created is also qualified to judge me. Also showing disdain, the Otsutsuki team had long guessed that Uchiha Madara was a puppet cultivated by the Shimura father and son. Do you really think that you can replace him by making a puppet? Quick fight, quick decision. Seeing that the encirclement was complete, Shimura Gento was too lazy to talk nonsense and took the lead in attacking the Otsutsuki team. Uchiha Madara and Shimura Danzo were also ruthless men who didn't talk much, and they attacked at the same time. Super Shinra Tensei. The Otsutsuki team also decisively used a big move, and the strong repulsive force exploded in a ball shape to the periphery, with no dead angles in all directions. Even though Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Madara were both hit so hard that they could not move forward, Shimura Gento could only draw his sword and attack. Cut. He mobilized the 7 attributes of immortal energy to merge into the big silver sword, and slashed forward fiercely. The 7 kinds of immortal energy, plus the sharpness of the big silver sword and the power and speed of Shimura Gento, forcibly cut open the repulsive layer of Shinra Tensei. Without waiting for the Otsutsuki class to react, he leaped forward, slapped his abdomen with one palm, and slapped his entire body towards the old father behind him, the pot shadow. And Shimura Danzo had already prepared to use the 2nd generation of Chakra God Tree to seal the Otsutsuki class, at least he made such a posture. But the strange thing is that before the Otsutsuki class fell into Shimura Danzo's hands, his figure disappeared strangely. Flying Thunder God technique. No, it's a space pupil technique. Uchiha Madara keenly judged that it was a space pupil technique, similar to Flying Thunder God. We are in trouble. Suddenly, he looked up as if he had sensed something, and Shimura Danzo's cold male god style almost couldn't hold it. Shimura Gentoi and Uchiha Madara also looked up and found a meteorite falling rapidly. The size was extremely amazing, and it must have a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. If this thing really fell, not to mention the people on the ice below, the land of water alone would be engulfed by the tsunami caused by the impact. 380. Chapter 379 Ninja Village People's Treachery. Was it the Otsutsuki class, or the Otsutsuki clan on the moon? Looking at the rapidly falling meteorite, Shimura Gentoi fell into deep thought. In the original work, both the Samsara Eye and the Rinnegan showed the means to control gravity. In the 4th war, the impure world Madara summoned a meteorite to fall, and the Samsara Eye could even control the moon to hit the earth. Dad, it's up to you. Unable to figure out who had come up with this thing, Shimura Gentoi simply didn't want to think about it. Anyway, there were only a few people who had this ability, so he could just kill them all when the time came. He gestured to his old father beside him. He and Uchiha Madara were almost exhausted of their sennin. Only his old father, who was the Jinchuriki of the God Tree, had abnormal chakra recovery ability and still had some strength left. In short, we must not let the meteorite fall. In the previous life, there was a saying that a meteorite with a diameter of 10 kilometers fell on the earth, changing the Earth's environment and causing the extinction of most plants and animals. Although the meteorite in front of him fell much slower than the one falling from the universe, and even did not produce much fire with the atmosphere, it was still a natural disaster. At least the tsunami it caused would not be a problem to destroy the water country. Without saying much, Shimura Danzo flew up to meet the falling meteorite. Super light and heavy rock technique. He used all his strength to activate the chakra restored by the second-generation chakra god tree in his body to perform the light and heavy rock technique. The super strong anti-gravity acted on the meteorite, making it fall slower and slower, and finally slowly fell on the ice below. Even Shimura Gentoi deliberately stepped aside and looked at the sky, in case a second meteorite fell. "Who did you just go up to the sky to deal with?" Tsunade jumped over to ask. Looking at the huge meteorite with a diameter of 10 kilometers, she was very frightened. If this thing really fell, all of them would die. Facing such a natural disaster, even a cage-level strongman would still be very vulnerable. However, this thing was definitely not a natural fall, it must be man-made, otherwise it would not be such a coincidence. "You are not qualified to know now." Shimura Gentoi refused to answer without hesitation, and he was not interested in explaining more. After all, this woman is not really one of us now, and she is not qualified to know too many secrets. Traitor! Tsunade was so angry that she gasped, and even the majestic chest kept rising and falling, which was extremely tempting. Unfortunately, Shimura Gentoi's immunity had been trained a long time ago, so he ignored it directly. "Is it the same class?" At this time, Uzumaki Midu sent out a shadow clone to ask. Her perception was not bad. She had just sensed the chakra of Uchihamadara in the sky. She looked at the Uchihamadara in front of her in confusion. The other party had really completely abandoned chakra, and there was no chakra fluctuation in his body. Then who was that person just now? "That idiot was not me." With a dark face, Uchihamadara denied decisively. Although that the guy is also called Ban, but he will never admit that the idiot was once his real body. This response made Uzumaki Miyato even more confused, but Uchihamadara had no intention of explaining. Shimura Gento and his son did not even plan to speak, and quietly watched the remains of the evil beast being slowly burned by the natural fairy fire of the Nine Red Yang formation. This time the evil beast is not only larger in size, but also much stronger than last time. It took a full 8 days to burn to ashes. On the 9th day, there was not even ashes left, and it was completely dead. This was Shimura Gento's special request. "Although I don't know how the evil demon created this kind of evil beast, it must be easy to think about it, otherwise it would not be just one evil beast this time, but several or even dozens of them. Now it is completely destroyed. Even if the evil demon wants to create a new one, it will take a long time to cultivate." Azang. Seeing the evil beasts being burned to death, Shimura Danzo and others finally chose to return. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward to communicate, but unfortunately Shimura Danzo didn't even look at him, and led the Shimura family members and the 5 great samurai swordsmen to leave by boat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was ignored, stood there with an uncertain expression, sighed for a long time, and realized that the bond between him and his good friend was completely broken. "Hokage, how long do you want to hesitate?" The third-generation Mizukage came over and reminded him sinisterly. The third-generation Reikage, Onoki and the third-generation Kazekage also stepped over. In addition to wanting to take the opportunity to share a piece of the pie and prevent the Shimura family from going further, they also wanted to take this opportunity to establish a 5-village alliance against the Shimura family in the future. After all, there are not many opportunities to bring the 5 shadows together, and they should not be missed. The strength shown by the Shimura father and son and Uchihamadara shocked them all. They were much stronger than expected. If the other party was in full strength, even if the 5 major ninja villages joined forces, it would be enough. The most terrible thing is that the Shimura family has a close relationship with the 5 major daimyo, and there is a tendency to betray the ninja world. Once those 2 forces join forces, the future of their 5 major ninja villages will be worrying. The 5-village alliance is the only option, and it is not even enough. "Excuse me for making a fool of myself." With a serious face, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to form a barrier, and Onoki and others also formed a barrier to completely isolate this area. After the barrier stabilized, he performed the perception ninjutsu again. After confirming that it was impossible to perceive through the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a flying thunder god kunao from the ninja tool bag and sent chakra into it. The next moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared. What a great impure world reincarnation! Staring closely at the second Hokage Senju Tobirama who appeared, the third Raikage exhaled and spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed to save the demons and the moon warriors, and the second Hokage's flying thunder god technique was the key. They were just responsible for confusing the audience. However, the impure world reincarnation technique of resurrecting the dead is indeed very perverted and can be called heaven-defying. Unaki, the third Kazekage, and the third Mizukage were also afraid. This time, only the second Hokage was resurrected. If the other party resurrected the first Hokage, how terrifying would it be? You must know that the first Hokage was an invincible strong man who defeated Uchiha Madara. Even if he is not as good as Uchiha Madara who has practiced for many years, as long as he can be resurrected and continue to practice, not to mention surpassing Uchiha Madara, it will not be a problem to stop that man. Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite satisfied with the fear of the four shadows. Although the 5 villages had already decided to form an alliance, there must be a leader. As the Hokage of Konoha, he naturally wanted to be the leader. The necessary deterrence was very important. Why is there only one puppet and tentacle? Won't their real bodies come? The 4 shadows were dissatisfied when their eyes fell on the tentacles in Senju Tobirama's hand and the puppets beside him. The result of the previous discussion was to meet with the evil demon's real body and the moon strongman in person to discuss the alliance. Now that their real bodies have not come, they only brought a tentacle and a puppet. What does it mean? Did Konoha take advantage of their serious injuries to detain them, or did the two have no sincerity? When there is a war against the Shimura family, input chakra into these 5 balls. Take out 5 balls and throw them to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 5. The Otsutsuki fan manipulated the puppets to express his attitude, and then used space ninjutsu to recall the puppet. I'm the same as him, but you have to help me grow by devouring more humans. The evil demon tentacle also spoke out and stated the conditions for cooperation. Finally, the tentacle was divided into 5 for communication purposes. He had nothing to say to these ninjas, and it was just a cooperation based on interests. Everyone was using each other. There was no need to waste time talking nonsense. Just express your position directly. Trouble. Looking at the tentacles jumping over on their own, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 5 cursed inwardly. If the evil demon wants to become stronger, it must devour human souls. Unfortunately, they, the ninjas, are also humans, but now they have to help cover up. This is asking them to be treacherous. But they can't refuse. Judging from the results of today's battle, the evil demon is obviously not as good as Shimura Gentoi. It needs to become stronger. Devouring human souls is a must. They must cooperate and cover up. All this is for the ninja village. Even the 3rd generation Raikage and Onoki, who have a grudge against the moon Otsutsuki, have to hold back. The moon warrior also has Byakugan. Hokage, how do you explain this? After sealing the ball and the evil tentacles, Onoki asked indifferently, even with a questioning tone. He saw with his own eyes that the moon warrior showed a pair of Byakugan when he attacked the hidden rock village, which must be related to the Hyuga clan of Konoha. I don't know either. I will ask the Hyuga clan leader when I go back this time. Also with an indifferent expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen was actually quite depressed and shocked. Although Konoha is the strongest of the 5 major ninja villages, it is a bit too strong. None of the 3 major clans are simple. The Uchiha and Senju families have produced 2 supersized beings, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Maybe another one will emerge at any time. The Hyuga clan, which was originally thought to be the weakest and most peaceful, is also very hidden, not to mention the unfathomable Shimura family. As a Hokage, I am really sitting on pins and needles. The 5 people continued to discuss for a while, determined the general formation, and signed the covenant, and then left one after another, taking the sea ship back to their homes. However, what Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know was that not long after he left, the 3 generations of Raikage, Onoki, the 3 generations of Kazekage and the 3 generations of Mizukage gathered again. Although the alliance has been established, the power of Konoha is too strong, and their 4 major ninja villages must stick together for warmth. The most important thing is that they don't trust Sarutobi Hiruzen very much. After all, he has a close relationship with Shimura Danzo. Maybe this time he is just pretending to form an alliance, and when the critical moment comes, he will unite with the Shimura family to give them a hard time. The world of ninjas is like this, it's normal to be treacherous. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really frustrated about the position of Hokage. He sneered, although the third generation Raikage envied and hated him in his heart, he also sympathized with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha's foundation is indeed very strong, but it is too strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Sarutobi family alone can't suppress it. Even now, most of the power is not in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. Not to mention that the second generation Hokage was resurrected, Sarutobi Hiruzen's future status will be even more embarrassing. It's better not to be a Hokage like this. You can't fight Konoha head-on, you have to outsmart them, use their internal conflicts to provoke them and kill each other. The shrewd Onoki smiled sinisterly, and he was also gloating over Sarutobi Hiruzen's situation. Support for Sarutobi Hiruzen must be there, and the strength cannot be small, otherwise it will force that guy to turn to the Shimura family, which will not be beautiful. The third generation Mizukage spoke up to remind him that the previous alliance agreement had helped Sarutobi Hiruzen eliminate dissidents and secure the position of Hokage. Although that guy did not say it explicitly, he hinted many times, and the general meaning was this. This is normal. In the last Ninja World War, the predecessors used the war to consume the voices of disobedience within themselves and consolidated their power. This is a tacit understanding between the five shadows. Cooperation with the evil demon cannot last long. After destroying the Shimura family, we will destroy that thing. The third generation Kazekage spoke up at the end, and he had a killing heart for the evil demon. Cooperating with the evil demon itself is to seek the skin of the tiger. As long as the goal is achieved, it must be killed as soon as possible. I believe the evil demon must think so. However, they thought so mainly to silence the witnesses. After all, raping people has a huge impact on the reputation of the ninja village. It is a destructive existence and must not be leaked, otherwise their ninja village will become the world's public enemy. No matter who wins the final victory among the Shimura family, the evil demons and the moon strong men, we should do our best to destroy them at all costs. The oldest Onoki made the decision and set the tone. This is also a major goal of their four-village alliance. It is enough for this world to have their four ninja villages. 381. Chapter 380 Sending Rings. Shimura Gending was not interested in knowing how the five Kage formed an alliance. After all, it was planned long ago and there was nothing strange about it. Not to mention that Black Zetsu used his own amazing concealment ability to lurk in and eavesdrop, and had already figured out the background of the five major ninja villages. Being enemies with Dinger is the biggest tragedy of the five major ninja villages. After reporting all the things discussed by the five Kage, including the subsequent alliance of the four Kage, Black Zetsu laughed strangely and felt more pity for the five major ninja villages. He was in awe of the insidiousness of this collaborator. Although he had survived for thousands of years, he had only made some achievements in ruthlessness, and was far behind Shimura Gentoi in terms of insidiousness. For example, the arrangement of the five major ninja villages was extremely insidious. As the saying goes, killing people is easy, just a knife will do, but destroying the heart is difficult. Once the five major ninja villages cooperate with the evil demons to harm and devour humans, they will become traitors and be rejected by the entire human race. At that time, even if the six-path sage jumped out, it would be impossible to save it, and that would completely cut off the ninja from the roots of the human race. I didn't intend to use these despicable means, but it's a pity that the two brothers of the six-path sage are hiding in the dark and watching covetously, so I can only do this kind of warm water boiling frog move. With a sigh, Shimura Gentoi didn't like this kind of insidious means. Fortunately, these are all done by the old father and Black Zetsu, which is also in line with their insidious, despicable and shameless style, and has nothing to do with him. He is still the gentleman. You are right. We are not the opponent of the six-path sage now. We can only take it slowly. Nodding, Black Zetsu was also very wary of the six-path sage brothers. Then, as if he remembered something, he asked worriedly, is it really okay to let them know the Reisnan Jinden cultivation system? The Reisnan Jinden cultivation method is very strong and has unlimited potential. If the six-path sage brothers can cultivate it, it will be more difficult to deal with. Moreover, the backup plans set by Shimura Gentoi may not be able to stop the six-path sage. After all, the two old guys have survived for thousands of years, and have accumulated infinite chakra with the help of ninjas, and their background is unfathomable. Don't worry, as long as they are still practicing chakra, they will never escape my counterattack, and there are major flaws in their chakra, and it is impossible for them to practice the Reisnan Jinden system to the highest level. Responding with a sinister smile, Shimura Gentoi was full of confidence. After all, the essence of chakra is there, the six-path sage, even if it is cultivated to the extreme, it is just to make wedding clothes for the ancestor of the universe Otsutsuki. Moreover, according to his conceptual framework of the Reisnan Jinden system, if he wants to use chakra to cultivate this system to the peak, he must completely control chakra. But the essence of chakra is the spiritual imprint of the ancestor of the universe Otsutsuki. Even if you can destroy the spiritual imprint, the energy of chakra will be gone. This is a dead end, so the six-path sage can never really cultivate the Reisnan Jinden. And the more you practice this thing, the more dangerous it will be. He has the black cauldron space to try and explore as much as he wants, but the six-path sage can't, so the 2 old silver coins are destined to lag behind him, and will only become stepping stones for him in the future. Seeing that Shimura Gendo is so confident, Black Zetsu is relieved. He is very confident in this person's ability. As for what the other party said about the chakra, he didn't care. Anyway, he had already abandoned chakra and embarked on the immortal energy training system. He even planned to switch to the immortal energy system after rescuing his mother in the future. Even if there was a huge pit in chakra, it had nothing to do with him. Now he just needed to practice immortal energy well. After communicating with Black Zetsu and asking him to continue to monitor the internal movements of the 5 major ninja villages, Shimura Gendo came to the door of Miss Yu Guan. He looked around, opened the door with the lock-picking skills he learned from the Konoha ninja school, and closed the door with his backhand. Yu Guan, who was taking a bath in the bathtub, froze, and her heart was in a panic. She naturally heard the movement on the other side of the door, and also sensed the unique immortal energy of the traitor. With the traitor's lust, he came to find her alone at this time, and he could think of what he would do with his toes. "Teacher, I'll take a bath with you." Seeing the teacher taking a bath, Ziken Xianding quickly took off his battle clothes, even the tight shorts were ruthlessly discarded, and rushed into the bathtub. The bathtub, which was not big to begin with, became crowded all of a sudden. After all, it was on a ship, and the conditions were limited. It was already very good to get a bathtub. "Teacher, I'll rub your back for you." He said he wanted to rub the teacher's back very filially, but unfortunately he only got a roll. "Then Teacher Yu Guan, rub my back for me." Not embarrassed, Ziken Xianding turned around with a smile, and turned his broad and solid back to the teacher. "If you don't let me rub you, then you can rub me, right?" With a cold face, Yu Guan aimed at the big Guandao leaning against the bathtub. Because the big Guandao was too heavy, she had to maintain the super light and heavy rock technique at all times, otherwise the weight of thousands of tons would be enough to press the ship to the bottom of the sea, so the big Guandao always stayed by her side. She was now hesitating whether to chop the traitor alive with the big Guandao. And the opposite side, Shimura Xianding saw that the teacher's sister was hesitant to take action, thinking that she was shy, and turned around boldly, and even bolder, hugged her delicate body into his arms, and his hands kept wandering on her smooth pink back, providing her with a back-rubbing service. "Let go. I really didn't expect the traitor to be so bold." Yu Guan was so angry that her delicate body trembled, and her palms were on the handle of the big Guandao. "Teacher, I like you, be my wife." Without the intention of letting go, Shimura Xianding rested his head on the fair forehead, staring at the cold and shining eyes opposite, and confessed his love and proposed to her affectionately. These words made Yu Guan's delicate body tremble again. The bare hands holding the big Guandao no longer had the strength they had before, and her heart became more flustered and helpless. "There are so many good girls around you, why do you have to stare at me?" Turning her head to the side, not looking at the traitor, Yu Guan spoke faintly. Although she had a mediocre relationship with her deceased husband, she would never remarry, let alone remarry a man who was a dozen years younger than her, and the other party was her disciple. If this were to be spread, it would bring shame to the family and her deceased husband, and would make her son Ditai unable to raise his head. "Teacher, are you worried about our age?" Gentling the delicate ear gently, Shimura Xianding still had that affectionate expression. "I have already broken the limit of my lifespan. I can live at least 300 years, and I can stay young forever. I will also live long with you, my teacher. If I live 300 years, you are still just a little girl. And this is only now. As our strength increases, our lifespan will continue to increase. When we reach 1,000 or 10,000 years old, the difference of more than 10 years will not be a big deal. But since the teacher is unwilling, I will not force it. I have enough time and patience to wait until the day when you agree to accept me." Biting her lips tightly without saying a word, Yu Guan was very upset now. She didn't know how to respond at all, and even had a little bit of secret joy in her heart. Back then, her marriage with her husband, the second-generation Tsuchikage, was more of a political marriage. Their explosion family needed to connect with the Tsuchikage lineage, and they had never experienced sweet love, let alone confession and proposal. Now that the traitor has confessed and proposed to her, how could a woman not react in her heart? She even thought that it would be better if the traitor could be born a dozen years earlier. It's a pity that there is no if in the world, and they are really not suitable. Seeing that the teacher was silent and had no objection, and that her bare hands that were tightly holding the big guandao slowly loosened and retracted, Ziken Xianding smiled, very proudly. The teacher's strategy progress increased by 1. Without saying anything else, Ziken Xianding held Miss Yuguan in his arms, and his palms kept sliding on her pink back, as if he was really rubbing her back. It's a pity that he didn't use a towel, but rubbed it dry with his hands. Originally, Yuguan closed his eyes and pretended not to see it, just like last time in the Hidden Mist village, but he couldn't help it after a while. You hit me. The fair face couldn't help but blush, and Yuguan naturally knew what was going on. I can't help it, who makes you so charming? Blinking innocently, Ziken Xianding didn't mean to correct it, and continued to provide the young lady with back-rubbing services, and then expanded the scope of this service. As a newcomer of the new era, he naturally knew the 3 elements of picking up girls: persistence, shamelessness, and the most important, persistence in shamelessness. This matter has to be pushed forward step by step. Of course, it's not for cleaning. The body level of the 2 of them no longer secretes unnecessary waste to form dirt. Even if there is some dust in the air, it only needs to be simply washed. This is mainly for the mood and an excuse. Yuguan was like a frog being boiled in warm water. Although he struggled and protested, unfortunately, in terms of physical fitness, he was too different from his own traitor and could not break free. In addition, he did not want to make this matter known to everyone, so he could only bite his lips and endure it. After 3 hours of bathing service and updating the young lady's body data, Ziken Xianding picked up the young lady horizontally, shook off the water droplets on the surface of the 2, and both lay on the bed, hugging each other. The teacher's half-chakra body has been cultivated well, and there is body fragrance. Smelling the faint body fragrance of the beauty in his arms, Ziken Xianding knew very well that this was not the kind of perfume pickled, but the teacher's own body fragrance. After the body evolves to a certain level, all functions will be greatly improved, and some abnormal characteristics will also appear, such as the body fragrance of women. This is an evolution from animal instinct. In nature, some male and female animals rely on various pheromones to attract the opposite sex, and the body fragrance of human women is a unique pheromone, which is extremely attractive to men. Yuguan, whose pretty face was still as red as blood, did not respond, and was very angry at this rebellious disciple. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Ziken Xianding pulled the purple gold gourd over and took out a ring that had been made long ago. This is the storage ring I made for you. There is a spherical space with a diameter of 9 meters and 9 inside. You can carry some of your own items with you. It has a similar effect to the ceiling scroll, but the internal space is more stable, and it does not need to provide energy to maintain the space all the time. It can slowly absorb the natural energy from the outside to maintain its own consumption. Do you like it? After successfully making the purple gold gourd in the ghost country, he gained a lot of experience in this area. The most important thing is that his own battle pet Ziken Hexi has improved its strength by a level and can create an independent space with the bubbles it spits out. Although the space is not large for the time being, it is enough to make a storage ring. Looking at the ring in front of her, especially the words "I love you forever" on the inside of the ring, Yuguan's heart was even more confused. Why couldn't this traitor let her go? 382. Chapter 381 Eyes of the Six Paths. Faced with the gift called a storage ring, but actually a proposal ring, Yuguan didn't want it. Unfortunately, Ziken Xianding's attitude was more resolute, and he forced it on the teacher's ring finger. Teacher, don't take this ring off, or I will come and take you away next time. After kissing the teacher's red lips, Ziken Xianding's domineering attitude made Yuguan tremble with anger again. If she really couldn't beat this traitor, she would definitely get rid of him. Why did she accept such a traitor in the first place? Good night. Giving another good night kiss, Ziken Xianding closed his eyes and went to sleep, and his consciousness came to the black cauldron space. Finally, I have gathered all the tailed beasts and the outer path demon statue, and I can summon the dragon, no, the 10-tailed divine tree. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Shimura Gentoi took the seal copied from the abdomen of the Otsutsuki class. The palm he slapped the Otsutsuki class before was mainly for copying and obtaining the outer path demon statue inside. The 10-tailed divine tree is something he must study, firstly to further study the power of the 6-path sage, and secondly to study the 6 Magadama Samsara Sharingan. He has studied the 3 Magadama Sharingan of the 2nd generation Chakra divine tree, which is very different from the 6 Magadama Samsara Eye of the 6-path sage and the 9 Magadama Samsara Eye in the Otsutsuki noble phantasm. Although the 6 Magadama Samsara Eye of the 6-path sage and the 9 Magadama Samsara Eye in the Otsutsuki noble phantasm both have Magatama, the pupil power is only the pupil power of the Samsara Eye. But the 3 Magadama Samsara Sharingan of the 2nd generation Chakra God tree has the power of the Sharingan, and it is perfectly integrated. Obviously, the God tree has undergone a certain degree of mutation in the native world. He must find a way to study these things clearly. Release the outer path demon statue from the seal, and then start to devour and absorb from the 1 tail, and finally to the 9 tail. Because the replica itself absolutely obeys orders and does not resist at all, the devouring and refining is quite fast. It didn't take long for the outer path demon statue to devour all 9-tailed beasts, and then resurrected into the 10-tail, and then transformed, and finally turned into the 10-tail god tree. Flying to the chakra fruit in the flower bud of the 10-tail god tree replica, Shimura Gento carefully sensed it. This chakra fruit presents the form of the 6 Magadama Samsara Sharingan, which is also the 1-eye transformation of the 10-tail. Although it is not as good as the complete version of the Samsara Sharingan of Miss Kagaya, it also has some power and is very valuable for reference. After carefully studying the semi-finished chakra fruit, Shimura Gentoi forcefully absorbed the 10-tails divine tree to become the 10-tails Jinchuriki, entering the so-called 10-tails Jinchuriki mode, which can also be said to be the 6 paths mode to some extent. It's a bit weak. He frowned, very dissatisfied with the power provided by this 10-tails Jinchuriki mode. Although it was also very strong, it was not qualitatively different from the Kurama mode, and was completely unworthy of the 10-tails divine tree. The most important thing is that the body of the 10-tails divine tree is stronger than the source power in the body, which is much worse, and the source power of the 9-tailed beasts cannot be perfectly integrated into the source power of the 10 tails. It seems to be completely differentiated, and only less than 1/10 is integrated into the source of the 10 tails. Could it be that the 6-path sage took away most of the 10 tails source for his own use, and only used a small part of the source power to shape the 9-tailed beasts? Thinking that the 9-tailed beasts were only that big at first, and they grew to this level by constantly devouring natural energy for thousands of years, Shimura Gentoi had a bad guess. The origin of the 10 tails cannot disappear out of thin air, and no one can extract it under the eyes of the 6-path sage, unless that guy steals it. The 9-tailed beasts formed by a small part of the 10 tails origin grow slowly, and the origin power that grows up naturally cannot be integrated into the origin of the 10 tails. Even if you want to force the integration, it will take a long time. That old bastard has been calculating Miss Kagaya for a long time. He sneered. He was more certain that the 6-path sage was a sinister, despicable, shameless, and vulgar old silver coin who even calculated his biological mother. This can be seen from the original work. First, the 6-path Tig, who became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, was pulled out of the 9-tailed beasts by Uzumaki Naruto, and then the 9-tailed beasts were pulled out of Miss Kagaya's body. Obviously, although the 10 tails can devour the 9-tailed beasts, it cannot refine them in a short time, which is why it was defeated. From this point, it can be seen that the 6-path sage had already begun to plot against Miss Kagaya when he was shaping the 9-tailed beasts. It can be said that the 4 wars in the original work were secretly directed by the 6-path sage, and even Black Zetsu was just a pawn of that old shaman. Evil son! Snorting unhappily, Shimura Gentoi used the decomposition ability of the Black Cauldron space to forcibly decompose the 10-tailed divine tree in his body, and soon he obtained an eye. A 6 Magadama Samsara eye. Sure enough. Playing with the separated 6 Magadama Samsara eye, it is clear without thinking that it must be another eye of the 6-path sage. There is this eye hidden in the outer path statue, which once again proves that the 4 wars were directed by that old silver coin. The 6 Magadama Samsara eye is not comparable to the Samsara eye without Magatama. I wonder which Samsara eye you will awaken for Pillar 2 in the future. Sneer with disdain, he had guessed that this would be the result. Although the 6 Magadama Samsara eye is not as good as the 6 Magadama Samsara Sharingan of the 10 tails, it is not too bad, and is much stronger than the non-Magadama Samsara eye of the Otsutsuki class. Suzuki alone has no chance of awakening the 6 Magadama Samsara eye, even if he obtains the 6 paths yin power, not to mention that Uchiha Sasuke still lacks the chakra of the Uzumaki sage to stabilize the samsara eye, unless the 6 path sage directly integrates his eyes that he has cultivated for many years into Uchiha Sasuke's body. Playing with the eyes in his hand, Shimura Gendo continues to use the analytical ability of the Black Cauldron space to realize the power of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Although most of the original power of the Ten Tails Divine Tree was taken away and hidden by the 6 path sage, its essence has not changed and it still has great reference value. Besides, is the lack of original power a problem for him? With the thought, he consumed the merit power and copied it continuously based on that small part of the Ten Tails origin, and finally obtained a complete Ten Tails origin. With the complete Ten-Tailed Divine Tree as a reference, it was much easier to comprehend. With the help of the analytical ability of the Black Cauldron space, it didn't take long for him to understand the essence and limit of the power of the Ten-Tailed Divine Tree. Although it was fast, he had already studied the original power of the Nine-Tailed Beasts. On this basis, studying the essence of the power of the Ten-Tailed Beast would naturally be more effective. After studying the power of the Ten-Tailed Divine Tree, especially the 6 Magadama Samsara Sharingan, Shimura Gentoi stopped the time acceleration ability of the Black Cauldron space. After all, it was the Ten-Tailed Divine Tree. It would take a long time to study it thoroughly. There was also a teacher sister outside who needed his company. He couldn't stay here all the time and let the beauty stay alone. Hey? Where's the teacher? Opening his eyes, Shimura Gentoi was a little confused. Where's a teacher sister as old as him? Teacher Yuguan is shy. We have to keep working hard to make her a frog boiled in warm water as soon as possible. After coming back to his senses, a smile appeared on the corner of his lips, and he also had a sacred sense of mission in his heart. It's not okay for the teacher to hide from him so shyly. He must let her adapt as soon as possible. Once she really becomes a frog boiled in warm water, it will be impossible for her to jump out of his Shimura family. After getting up and washing up, Shimura Xianding walked out of the door generously, ignoring Bai Tu Shuirong and others who were talking in the corridor outside, and returned to his room to continue cultivating immortals. He really did attack teacher Yuguan. Bai Tu was so angry that he clenched his pink fists, wishing he could beat that pervert to death. Also, the girls next to him, Gui Deng Shuiro and Jia Ru Luo, heard the hidden meaning in the girl's words, and their expressions all became more weird. It seems that this girl was also taken down by that bastard. Then the girls seemed to understand something, and looked at each other, and got a very bad answer from each other's eyes. Damn bastard! They cursed one after another, and the girls didn't know that they were all taken by that bastard. But then they became angry and helpless. That bastard was too strong, and the Shimura family was also extremely powerful. They had no strength to resist. Whether for themselves or for the family village behind them, they could only grit their teeth and endure. What sins did they commit in their previous lives? How could they meet such a bastard? At the same time, Shimura Xianding returned to his room to cultivate for a while, and then found that his old father appeared in his room quietly. When are you going to marry them home? Sitting on the chair, Shimura Danzo still maintained that cold male god style. In a blink of an eye, his child is already 18 years old, an adult, and can start a family. He now hopes to hold his grandchildren as soon as possible, and the more the better. Dad, are you tricking me? When it comes to this topic, Shimura Xianding asked faintly. He has long been puzzled by the fact that those young ladies discovered his true identity. He specially checked the memories of Mikatocho and others before and found some clues. You said it, we should be upright in our conduct. Shimura Danzo remained as a cool male god, not panicking at all. Even if his son saw through him, it didn't matter. Now that his son's accumulated immortal energy was almost exhausted and his strength was greatly reduced, he could suppress him with one hand, so he was naturally not afraid of the other party doing anything rebellious. What a trap! Shimura Xianding covered his face in frustration. He had long known that his old father was a trap, but he didn't expect that he would be directly trapped. The situation is changing now. It's not safe to keep them hanging around outside. Ninjas don't have any moral integrity. Shimura Danzo reminded calmly. He knew very well what ninjas were like. There were many people who acted in a similar style to him back then. He didn't want his daughter-in-law to be remembered by others and then encounter an accident. Although a forced melon can quench thirst, it is not very sweet. Miss Yuguan and the others still have illusions about the ninja village. I need them to complete their travels in various countries and see the dark side of ninjas. It would be great if the 5 major ninja villages take action against them. Then I will take them home to have children. With the bond of children, they will be real family members. Shaking off the gloom in his heart, Shimura Zhandun smiled calmly. He has made arrangements for Miss Yuguan and the others. Boiling a frog in warm water is only one aspect. On the other hand, he will let the 5 major daimyo cooperate. Coupled with the planning of White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, the young ladies will definitely completely cut off their thoughts on the ninja village. Let them realize that the ninja village has become a cancer in this world. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed and ruined, the group of ninja villages must be eliminated. After World War II, we will join forces with the daimyo prefectures of the 5 great nations to force the 5 great ninja villages out of the 5 great nations and let them go to the land of whirlpools to play. Another plan was revealed. Shimura Gentoi needed to intensify the conflicts among the 5 great ninja villages, compress the other parties' living space, and let them fight fiercely from within. And in his plan, after the people of the land of whirlpools were transferred, that piece of land would be transferred to the 5 great ninja villages to toss around. This could be used to further force the 5 great ninja villages to develop militarily with limited territory and resources, which would inevitably further stimulate the development and expansion of the dark side of ninjas. 383. Chapter 382 Gambling. Hiruzen and the others will not be content to live in the land of whirlpools. After thinking about his son's new plan, Shimura Danzo expressed a different opinion. He knew his good friend very well. The other party would never hide in the land of whirlpools according to their plan. They would definitely fight for more living space. The other ninja clans and the 4 great ninja villages in Konoha would also do the same. Then let them mess around with the Rainbow Country, Tea Country, Fire Country Peninsula, etc., but the civilians must be relocated in advance. Shimura Gentoi said indifferently. He also knew that the 5 major ninja villages could not always follow the path he planned. It would inevitably go a little beyond the scope, but it didn't matter. As early as when the 5 shadows decided to cooperate with the evil demons, the ending was already determined. Ninjas and ninja villages have lost their righteousness and completely stood on the opposite side of humans. Go and purify their chakra for them. The father and son continued to chat for a while, and Shimura Danzo got up and walked out, intending to purify the chakra of those daughters-in-law as soon as possible, and use the 2nd generation of chakra god tree to remove the spiritual imprint of the 6th-path sage in their bodies. Who are you going to see tonight? Leaning on the bed, Shimura Gentoi crossed his legs and thought about which young lady to have a tryst with tonight. It seems that I did a little too much last night. It may not be easy to sneak into Miss Yuguan's boudoir again. I have to change my target. Night soon fell again. Shimura Gentoi came to a door openly and used the lock-picking skills he learned from the Konoha ninja school to open the door. Then he saw the teacher sitting on the bed thinking about something. Why don't you die? The strong ninja quality made Hojiki Mizuki vigilant enough. She knew it the first time the door opened. After seeing that it was indeed the traitor, she threw a pillow over angrily. This traitor wanted to bully her again. Teacher's words really hurt the disciple. With a cry of grievance, Shimura Gentoi skillfully took off his battle clothes and the tight shorts, and even more skillfully touched the bed, hugged the little sister's delicate body in his arms, and reached out to stroke the slender snake tail. I have to say that the beautiful snake is really unique. In short, it is quite exciting. Closing her eyes and being too lazy to speak, Hojiki Mizuki treated it as being bitten by a dog again. What are you doing? Feeling that something was on her finger, Gui Deng Shuiro opened her eyes and stared at the man in front of her unkindly. Disciple. This is a storage ring. There is a space with a diameter of 9.9 meters. You can put some personal belongings in it. Do you like it? After kissing the beautiful woman's red lips, Zhikan Xianding said with a smile. Compared with the tough teacher Yu Guan, this sister Gui Deng Shuiro is much softer and easier to bully. No, it's a strategy. You also gave one to Yu Guan. Take off the ring on your finger and look at it carefully. After discovering the words I love you forever inside, you don't know what this traitor is thinking. Thinking of the fact that the mortal enemy Yu Guan rarely wore a long-sleeved dress and gloves today, it was obvious that he was hiding something. During the day, Gui Deng Shuiro was still curious about why Yu Guan suddenly changed her dressing style. That bitch used to wear a sleeveless long dress. Don't be jealous. You will all be good sisters in the future, and you will all be my women. You must live in harmony. Stroking the cold snake tail, Zhikan Xianding Chun persuaded. Although he is a man and hopes to have many young ladies to accompany him, he does not want to stage a series of bloody palace fighting dramas in his backyard, so it is important to live in harmony. Don't even think about it. After replying coldly, Gui Deng Shuiro would never obey this traitor. This is her bottom line. Although she has been a widow for 20 years, she will not betray her husband Gui Deng Huanyu. Their Gui Deng family can't afford to lose that person. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. The disciple can wait slowly, but you have to make a decision quickly, otherwise if the Kirigakuer and the Kirigakuer family are destroyed, we won't be able to invite my family to witness our wedding. Still with that smiling expression, Shimura Xianding understands the bond between this teacher and the Kirigakuer and the family, and this can be used. You bastard! Hearing the threat in the words, Gui Deng Shuiro was furious and bit the traitor's shoulder. A mouthful of sharp little white teeth kept biting, but unfortunately this guy's skin was as tough as steel, and it broke her teeth instead. Enjoying the beauty in his arms, Shimura Xianding didn't care about the little sister's behavior. He sighed in his heart that she was a lady from a noble family. Even if she wanted to scold her, she only had a few words, which was far worse than those stupid netizens in her previous life. Good times are always short. Because they were not in a hurry to travel, the warships did not sail fast. It was not until half a month later that they returned to the coastal port of the Fire Country. In the past half-month, Shimura Xianding would go to have a tryst with different little sisters every night, and give them storage rings that were necessary for murder and arson. We're on the shore, get out. Lying on the bed, Tsunade scolded the traitor who had his entire face embedded in her chest, with infinite coldness in her beautiful eyes. At first, she wanted to follow the ship that the village ninja took and return with her grandmother, but she was forcibly pulled up by this traitor. At that time, she knew that this traitor must have bad intentions and wanted to bully her again. Teacher, you are too ruthless. You were so proactive when you were in the Hidden Rock village, but you turned your back on me after you got my chakra armor and mode operation circuit. Raising his head from the summoner's rift, Shimura Gentoi was quite resentful. It is said that men are ruthless, but women are not bad either. The teacher in front of her was not as proactive as she was in the Hidden Rock village. If you are willing to take out the entire set of secret techniques of chakra armor and chakra mode, I don't mind serving you. With a move in her heart, Tsunade did not refuse, but put forward conditions. As a ninja, she naturally has the awareness of sacrificing everything for the mission, including her own life, and her reputation. There is even a course on seduction in ninja schools, whether it is male or female, it is a very effective means. For the sake of the family and the village, she doesn't mind accompanying this traitor to be absurd. Although I don't like to put a price on you, teacher, but if I really have to put a price on you, teacher, you are not worth it. Shrugging helplessly, Shimura Gentoi would naturally not agree to such conditions. He is not a dog like Uchiha Doju and future Tig. What do you want? Tsunade's expression was still cold, but she was not angry. She turned to ask Shimura Gentoi's conditions. During this period, she has been studying the operating circuits she has obtained. Unfortunately, even with the thousands of years of accumulation of the Senjua family, there is no gain, even with the second grandfather who was reborn by the impure world reincarnation. They all underestimated the anti-theft measures set by the Shimura family for the secret technique. It is more difficult than climbing to the sky to crack that kind of chakra operating circuit. 1,000 tons of chakra metal, and it must be equal to 7 attributes. You can also get a complete Meridian A cup ointment reconstruction technique and the Raise Nan Jinden practice method. After pondering for a while, Shimura Gentoi finally set a price. If the Senjua family is really willing to spend a lot of money to buy it, he doesn't mind trading with them. Although he has obtained a lot of perfect energy metal from the rock village, there is still a big gap compared to his plan. If he can get a lot of perfect energy metal, his plan will definitely be greatly accelerated. If you don't want to give it, forget it. Hearing the outrageous price, Tsunade snorted coldly and refused to accept this insincere condition. Although she also roughly guessed that the family must have accumulated a lot of chakra metal, it was definitely not as much as 1,000 tons, at most a few tons. You can't make the decision on this matter, go back and tell Senjua Orange Water, and ask him to send the same proportion of chakra metal as soon as possible. Not caring about Tsunade's attitude, Shimura Gento knew that Senjua Orange Water would definitely agree. What do you mean? Turn around. Suddenly the beautiful eyes stared at the traitor in front of him, and heard that the little pervert had something to say. The impure world reincarnation technique is a good one. The infinite chakra it provides should be able to turn the capital of the Iron Country upside down in an instant. With a smile on his lips, Shimura Gentoi had just figured it out not long ago. If you want to turn the entire capital of the Iron Country upside down, and turn it over in an instant, you need a huge amount of chakra, at least several Senju Hashirama's chakra. Not everyone can have the chakra of Senju Hashirama. At the beginning, the chakra of the entire Senju family's ninjas combined was not that much, let alone several Senju Hashiramas. But living people can't burst out so much chakra in an instant, but dead people can. It just so happens that Senju Tobirama developed the impure world reincarnation technique to gather so much chakra. It's just that the information obtained before showed that Senju Tobirama started developing it after the Battle of the Valley of the End in order to revive the first generation of Hokage. The difference in time made him unable to associate it with the past. But that information was only leaked by Senju Tobirama, and ninjas are a group that is not trustworthy, so it is conceivable how credible the leaked information is. Don't try to slander me. Staring angrily, Tsunade naturally heard the meaning of the words. This guy almost said that it was his second grandfather who caused the Iron Country tragedy that year. They don't want to take the blame, and they can't take it. Not to mention that compared to her second grandfather's impure world reincarnation technique, she believes that the mastermind behind the Iron Country tragedy is the Shimura family. First, the Shimura family has the strength, and second, the Shimura family is collecting a large amount of chakra metal. With the strength and motivation, who else could it be if not your Shimura family? Then let's make a bet, how about it? Putting his forehead against the fair forehead of the beauty, Shimura Xianding stared at the beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Different strategies must be used for different young ladies. Although the way of kingship is the basis, other methods can speed up the progress of the strategy. And is there a better way to deal with Tsunade, a fat sheep, than gambling? What do you want to bet? Tsunade couldn't help but speak with an itch in her heart, and she became interested in this gambling. If the Iron Country tragedy was really done by the second generation, you lose, if not, you win. If you lose, go back and marry me, if you win, I will give you a chakra attributed armor secret technique and mode secret technique. Still extremely confident, Shimura Gento is sure that the Iron Country tragedy was done by the second generation. And he had specially asked Black Zetsu to follow this clue to investigate, and indeed found a little clue, and now he is more than 70% sure that it was done by the second generation. I bet. Tsunade is also extremely confident. She has confidence in her second grandfather, and there is no way he would do such a crazy thing. In this way, you can get a chakra mode secret technique for free, so why not do it? I hope you can still laugh when the time comes. Laughing to himself, Shimura Gentoi is extremely looking forward to the thousands of tons of chakra metal that will soon be in his hands. According to Mifune, the chakra metal sealed in the treasury of the Iron Country at that time was more than 1,000 tons, which was accumulated by the Iron Country for thousands of years. It is unrealistic to get all of it from the Senju family, but it should not be a problem to get most of it. With 1,000 tons of chakra metal as a foundation, many plans can be accelerated. As for trading those secret techniques to the Senju family, it is nothing. Getting secret techniques and practicing secret techniques are two completely different concepts. As long as his plan goes smoothly, the Senju family should be almost wiped out after World War II. Not to mention that he will also make some changes in the secret techniques to greatly reduce the efficiency of their practice. Don't blame him for being insidious, after all, they are now in a hostile relationship. 384. Chapter 383 Faith Collapses. What is that? Looking at the scroll handed over by the trader, Tsunade was confused. The data of casualties in the Iron Country tragedy, and the number of direct and indirect deaths in the subsequent Iron Country split. He explained indifferently that this information was just obtained by Shimura Jondun from the clan land by his cousin Shimura Gengaku using spiritualism, and was provided by the Iron Country General's mansion. The Iron Country was really miserable, the kind of misery that was inhumane. In order to silence them, the person behind the scenes crushed the entire capital to death with Earth Escape, and as the capital of a country, the population in the capital was naturally the largest in the entire country. Even if those powerful people who deserved to die were excluded, there were millions of ordinary people inside. This is not the end. After the capital of the Iron Country and the daimyo's mansion were destroyed, the Iron Country quickly split and fought another civil war for more than 10 years. After the war, the plague was bred due to the excessive number of casualties, and the number of direct and indirect deaths reached tens of millions. It can be said that Senju Tobirama has done a lot of evil. If it is confirmed that it was really done by Senju Tobirama, Tsunade will never accept it with her heart, and her faith may even collapse. It just so happens that I can take advantage of the opportunity and turn him into my own person. Then let him get pregnant, and everything will be fine. Do you have any information? Unfolding the scroll and taking a rough look, Tsunade's pupils suddenly shrank, and she was silent for a while and suddenly asked. Teacher Tsunade, I hope this time will make you sober up and recognize the essence of ninjas. This world does not need ninjas and ninja villages. If you can really wake up and see everything clearly, I will tell you the essence of chakra. Without explanation, Shimuragento left a word and got into the carriage, enjoying the backstepping service of his fiancé copyright. Anyway, there is no rush to return to Konoha, so just take your time on the journey, and naturally enjoy the process. Second grandfather, did you really do this? Tsunade was trembling with anxiety as she clutched the scroll in her hand. The two grandfathers were her idols, even her beliefs. The reason why she chose to return to Konoha from the daimyo prefecture was because of her admiration for the two grandfathers. That was her belief. If the Iron Country tragedy was really caused by the second grandfather and caused such heavy casualties directly or indirectly, she really didn't know how to face it. Not to mention Tsunade, who was in a state of confusion. Shimuragento on the other side had already enjoyed the backstepping service of his fiancé copyright. The carriage had a large space, enough for Shimura Keiko to stand up easily and step on her back. And Shimuragento also used the anti-gravity technique to suspend the carriage to maintain stability. After all, there were no cement roads or highways these days, only mud roads, and the road conditions were imaginable. Tsunade-senpai, are you in the trap? Shimura Keiko asked curiously while massaging her fiancé copyright's back acupuncture points with her cute big toe. Well, it depends on whether Senju Tobirama can give us a good performance. Nodding, Shimuragento was very optimistic about the second-generation Hokage. You have to know that his old father can only be regarded as the second-generation Nabekage, and Senju Tobirama is the real first-generation Nabekage. It is right to put the blame on the other party. Aren't you afraid of losing the bet? Shimura Keiko was very cautious, and it was really hard to believe that the second-generation Hokage would do such a crazy thing. If you lose, you lose. It's no big deal. When the time comes, just send a copy of the Fire Escape Chakra Mode secret technique. Shrugged indifferently, Shimuragento really didn't care about this. Winning is the best, but not winning doesn't matter. You are so bad. Rolling her eyes with a smile, Shimura Keiko knew that her little man must have bad intentions. The Senju family is good at earth escape and water escape ninjutsu, but you sent a fire escape chakra mode over there. I guess there are not many people who can practice it. Really bad. Women don't love bad men. With a smile, Shimura Xianding turned around, pulled his fiancée into his arms with the immortal force thread, and kissed her deeply on her red lips. Are you ready to be my woman? Although she has trained with those teachers and sisters many times, she has never made a breakthrough and her practical experience is still zero. What's more tragic is that she was a single dog in her previous life and had no experience to refer to. This is the first time. Of course I'm ready. I even used medical spells to transform my body. I can definitely squeeze you dry. Let's see how you can still flirt with other women outside. Hatefully grabbing the bad thing that she often played when she was a child, Shimura Keiko was not afraid at all. Although she didn't have practical experience, she was definitely rich in theoretical knowledge. After all, she was the first reader of those pornographic masterpieces written by her little man. Not to mention that she had specially modified her body for the little man's 18.88 centimeters, and she could definitely squeeze him dry. Hiss. Shimura Xianding couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when his twin brother from the same mother was controlled, but he didn't give up either. It depends on whether Sister Keiko really has that ability. He sneered, with more expectations in his heart. He had promised that Sister Keiko would definitely be his first woman, so he had been suppressing her before. As long as he gave his virginity to Sister Keiko, then the days ahead would be free for birds to fly and fish to jump. Happy days are always short. Half a month later, the Shimura family's team finally returned to Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen personally welcomed them with a group of senior officials. Although they were powerful in the waters of the Land of Water, that was because of the help of the other 4 major ninja villages. But now the 5 major ninja villages have returned to their own homes and each has their own mother. Konoha alone cannot suppress the Shimura family, so they naturally have to admit defeat. It's a pity that Shimura Danzo didn't even look at his former good friend. After Sarutobi Hiruzen led the team to the land of water and finally rescued the evil demon and the moon Otsutsuki strongman, their friendship was broken. If they meet on the battlefield one day, he will never hold back. Sarutobi Hiruzen was embarrassed by his good friend's cold attitude, and he was also angry, but he had to endure it. Tsunade teacher, a week later is an auspicious day. I will use a sedan chair to go to your house to pick up the bride. You must be ready. When they parted at the entrance of the village, Shimura Gentoi told his teacher sister affectionately that this time he must completely take down this teacher sister. Then he can take his little brother Senju Nwaki over, and finally only Uzumaki Midori will be left. Are you going to marry him? Jiraiya was stunned. He really didn't expect Tsunade to marry Shimura Gentoi. Then he thought about it and it made sense. After all, Tsunade is already 24, almost 25, and if she doesn't get married, she will become an old maid. But when he thought about Tsunade getting married, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel disappointed. Tsunade is finally getting married. Tsunade, who was worried, didn't bother to pay attention to the idiot teammate and walked quickly towards the Senju clan. It is necessary to determine as soon as possible whether it was the Iron Country tragedy caused by her second grandfather. Walking quickly all the way, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the Senju clan, and went straight to her uncle Senju Orangewater who was handling affairs. Where is the second grandfather? Tsunade was uneasy at this time when she asked directly, and even wanted to escape. She was afraid to know the truth. If it was really done by the second grandfather, she really didn't know how to face it, and her faith would definitely collapse. Follow me. Seeing that his niece looked strange, Senju Cheng Shui thought that Tsunade had returned with comrade village Xianding, and that they must have something important to discuss. Without hesitation, he made a seal to open a secret door. The two followed the secret door, and soon came to an underground laboratory covered by a barrier, where a white-haired figure was busy. Is there anything wrong? Tsuna. Sensing the familiar chakra, Senju Tobirama asked while busy with the experiment. He had too many things to do. Not only did he have to continue to improve the experiments of the wood release reconstruction plan, but he also had to study the Shimura secrets. To be honest, he was quite confused after being resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. He really didn't expect the Shimura family to hide so deeply. Second grandpa, that little pervert said he was willing to use the whole set of Chakram mode secrets and raise Nanjindan secrets to exchange for 1,000 tons of Chakram metal with the same 7 attribute ratios. After hesitating for a while, Tsunade finally plucked up the courage to tell her trader about the deal. Crack! As soon as the voice came out, Senju Tobirama lost control of his power and crushed the test tube in his hand, and the prepared liquid inside spilled onto the laboratory table. Silently wiping off the liquid on his hands, Senju Tobirama turned around, his sharp eyes swept over Tsunade and his son, and finally fell on his son. That incident was a top secret of their Senju family. At that time, he only told his son Senju Orangewater, and even his eldest brother Senju Hashirama didn't know. How did the Shimura family know about it? And Senju Orangewater was also shocked. He looked at his niece beside him in disbelief, and his heart was even more flustered. The impact of the incident was huge, especially the Uegakure village. If the truth came out, they would definitely become mortal enemies with the Uegakure village. In addition, there will be a series of other impacts. In short, it will be very troublesome. Can that kid's words be trusted? Seeing that the information was not leaked from his son, Senju Tobirama asked. It is meaningless to investigate how it was leaked now. If he can use it to trade those secret techniques from the Shimura family, it is not a loss. After all, there were too many Chakram metals obtained that year, more than 1,500 tons. What's even worse is that the Iron Country deliberately integrated a special metal into those Chakram metal ingots, making them unusable for forging. There is no way to use them for the time being, so they can only be sealed in the summoning beast space as the family heritage. Now it is considered to be fully utilized. It's really you who did it. Tsunade felt that something seemed to be broken, and she really couldn't accept that the second grandfather whom she admired would do such a crazy thing. You know, even if you don't count the number of casualties in the Iron Country's separatist war, the population destroyed in the capital was millions. How could the second grandfather be so cold-blooded and cruel? That's millions of lives. I don't know how many young children and babies, even pregnant women and children, so many innocent lives were buried in the hands of the second grandfather. When Tsunade thought of this, she felt as if there were countless wronged souls wandering around, and a chill that penetrated the soul struck her heart. I know it's hard for you to accept this, but Grandpa did this for the family and the village. There will be a war between our ninja village and the daimyo's mansion in the future. There is no compromise. Only one side can end it. Grandpa feels guilty and painful in his heart no matter which choice he makes. His palm fell on his granddaughter's head and gently stroked it, and Senju Tobirama sighed with a complicated mood. He hesitated, felt guilty, and regretted it back then, but if he had to do it again, he would still do it. For the family and the village, he had no choice. Unfortunately, Senju Tobirama's words not only did not make Tsunade feel relieved, but made her more confused. Then she couldn't help but recall the conversation with the Sand Ninja when she led the traitor to the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire. Can ninjas really do whatever they want to protect themselves and the village? Is such protection right? 385. Chapter 384 Midu's Worry. Tsunade didn't know how she left the underground laboratory of her second grandfather. Her mind was very confused now. Child, do you not like Xiao Xianding? If you really don't like him, Grandma will reject this marriage for you. Sensing that her granddaughter's chakra fluctuations were very chaotic, Uzumaki Miyado hurried over to visit her. Seeing her granddaughter's pale face and lifeless eyes, she couldn't help but hold her in her arms with heartache. Although she really wanted to see her granddaughter get together with Xiao Xianding, if her granddaughter really didn't like him, she wouldn't force it too much. Grandma, why did my great-grandfather establish Konoha back then? Finally coming to her senses, Tsunade is now very confused. She grew up in the daimyo prefecture, but because of her admiration for her two grandfathers, she came to Konoha to become a ninja. But now what the second grandfather did made her realize that what she had seen before was false, which made it difficult for her to accept. As a medical ninja, she is kind-hearted and can't bear to see the pain and death of patients, but her second grandfather directly killed millions of innocent people in the Iron Country, and then indirectly killed tens of millions more. Now, as soon as she closed her eyes, she seemed to see countless wronged souls crawling towards her, trying to drag her into an eternal hell. Hashirama. Seeing her granddaughter finally regain some spirit, Uzumaki Miyado felt relieved. Thinking back to her husband who died young after being drained by another man, she couldn't help but sigh. The Warring States period was much more cruel than it is now. The ninja clans were opposed to each other and killings happened from time to time. In order to obtain as many resources as possible, almost all ninja clans were developing their military power. Even children of a few years old were sent out to perform tasks, or even to fight and kill. Several of Hashirama's younger brothers died at the hands of the enemy. The youngest, was only 7 years old when he died. Years old. From that time on, Hashirama vowed to eliminate this kind of dispute, and he has been working towards this goal, and finally Konoha was established. She was quite clear about her husband's thoughts at the time, and even discussed it many times when he joined forces with Uchiha to establish Konoha, and she understood her husband's philosophy very well. Is it to protect the children from going to the battlefield? Tsunade whispered to herself silently. She had seen similar words when she was looking through her grandfather's notes before. At that time, she only felt that her grandfather was great, but now it seems that it is not the case. Can you hurt innocent people wantonly for this protection? Looking up and looking at her grandmother, Tsunade really couldn't agree with this way of protection. If you can hurt others at will in order to protect yourself, then the hatred and killing of ninjas will continue endlessly, and even brew a greater disaster. Man-made disaster. Faced with her granddaughter's questioning, Uzumaki Midori didn't know how to respond for a while, and finally sighed. This is a way of survival that has been passed down from the Warring States period. In that era, the law of the jungle was followed, and the big fish ate the small fish. For their own survival and interests, the behavior of attacking other ninja clans was a major mainstream. She couldn't say anything about this matter. After all, it was the way of survival that the ninja clan had continued for thousands of years. Time has proved that this way of survival is cruel, but it is indeed necessary. The law of the jungle is indeed very effective, but we are human beings, not beasts. At this time, a voice came from outside the house, and a young man in golden armor walked into the villa. It was Shimura Gendo. What are you doing here? Tsunade stared unhappily, and now she didn't want to see this traitor. I'm here to deliver the wedding dress. She took out a 2-meter-high box from the purple gold gourd on her waist and put it down. This was the wedding dress that Shimura Gendo asked the family tailor to make. There was no way. This world was similar to the island country in many aspects, and the wedding dress for women to get married was also similar. That thing might look normal in the island country, but it would be quite creepy in China, making it look like a funeral. In order to avoid being scared and leaving any shadows on the wedding day, he specially delivered the wedding dress. You win. First bring the whole set of Chakram mode secrets. After verifying the authenticity, Uncle will give you a part of Chakram metal, and we will trade layer by layer. Looking at the big box for a long time, Tsunade took a deep breath and told Uncle Senjua Orange Water and second grandpa about their decision. The Senjua family made this deal. No need to be so troublesome. I have brought all the secret techniques that we agreed on before and put them in the box. Those Chakram metals can also be regarded as your dowry, teacher. Waving his hand, Shimura Xianding didn't want to bother with the Senjua family. The sooner he could get those Chakram metals, the better. As for the Senjua family getting the secret technique and refusing to pay, hee. I have only heard of the strong refusing to pay the weak, but I have never heard of the weak daring to refusing to pay the strong. If they really dare to have a little idea, their Shimura family will have an excuse to destroy the Senjua family. Miss Mito, I have something else to do, so I won't stay for long. Aware of the large group of people hiding outside, Shimura Gentoi was in no mood to chat with the two young ladies. He said hello to Midoriya and turned away. Tsunade-sensei, the first generation was too naive, and Konoha had long since departed from his philosophy. How many ninja clans were there in the village when it was founded, and how many are there now? How many ninja clans that existed in the Warring States period have declined in the past 30 years? Have you ever thought about the reasons behind this? When he reached the door, he paused for a moment, and continued on his way after leaving a few words. This time, in addition to delivering the wedding dress, the more important thing was to determine whether the Iron Country tragedy was done by the second generation. Now it seems that his guess was correct, and all of them were indeed deceived by the second generation Hokage. Perhaps the impure world reincarnation technique was indeed imperfect, but if it was just a simple burst of chakra, it should not be difficult. After Shimura Gento left, a figure walked into the villa, staring at the box with fiery eyes. The visitor was Senja Orange Water. After receiving the report from the tribe members that Shimura Gento came, he personally led people to hide in the surroundings to watch and monitor, and even just eavesdropped, knowing the powerful secrets in the box. Bang! Just when he couldn't help but reach out, he was suddenly pulled out by a diamond chain. Let Tobirama come to see me. A huge amount of chakra exploded, blood-colored hair flew, and Uzumaki-Mei was in a very bad mood. She was not stupid, and she knew very well how precious the secret arts of the Shimura family were. The whole set of chakra mode secret arts alone was priceless. You have to know that the Hidden Cloud village used 15 tons of chakra metal to exchange for a set of lightning chakra mode secret arts. The whole set must be even more precious, at least hundreds of tons of chakra metal, not to mention that judging from the meaning of the granddaughter's words just now, there are more advanced cultivation secret arts to be traded, and it may even be the Reisnan Jinden cultivation method. This value is immeasurable. Where does the Senjua family get so much chakra metal to trade? Even if the patriarch is the veins concealed some chakra metal, but there was absolutely no way that there could be so much. Something was wrong. Senjua Orange Water, who was blown away, smiled helplessly, knowing that the truth could not be concealed, and his aunt was really angry. Fortunately, they had predicted it long ago. After all, the matter had been leaked and would inevitably spread, and even the Iron Country would fight them to the death. His aunt would also know about this, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. In desperation, he took out a Flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja tool bag and used chakra to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. The next moment, a white-haired figure appeared beside him, and it was Senja Tobirama. Sensing the chakra burst of his sister-in-law in the villa, Senja Tobirama probably guessed that it was what happened. She signaled her son and others to leave, and walked into the villa to face her angry sister-in-law. Where did those chakra metals come from? Uzumaki-Mei was very annoyed and disappointed as she stared coldly at her brother-in-law. Although she had long known that her brother-in-law was shady and would do anything to achieve his goals, she had never expected him to do such a cruel thing. Yes, she had roughly guessed where the Senjua family's chakra metals came from. After all, the only force that could have so many chakra metal reserves was the Iron Country. I am doing this for my family and the village. With your wisdom, it is impossible for you not to see the relationship between the daimyo mansion and the village. If you don't prepare early, Konoha will inevitably be destroyed. In the future, only one of us can stand. Not afraid of his sister-in-law's anger, Senju Tobirama still didn't think he was wrong. He did this for his family and the village. Uzumaki Mito, who was originally angry, looked at her brother-in-law's resolute expression, and the anger suddenly collapsed, leaving only deep sorrow. She knew that her husband was wrong, she was wrong, and all of them were wrong. The ninja village is not the future of ninjas, or ninjas have no future at all. Take the secret technique and get out. Waving his hand dejectedly to signal to get out quickly, Mito was discouraged. Is it necessary to protect such Senju and Konoha? After all, it was wrong from the root, and continuing to protect it would only make things worse. Seeing that his sister-in-law did not continue to be angry, Senju Tobirama was relieved. He did not dare to delay. He used a kunao to cut open the outer layer of the box in front of him, revealing a glass wardrobe. Inside was a white model figure wearing a bright red wedding dress with a golden phoenix pattern embroidered on it. It was extremely exquisite and luxurious, especially the chest that was shocking. Unfortunately, Senju Tobirama's heart was not here, and his eyes were fixed on the small scroll under the glass wardrobe. It was a sealed scroll. If Shimura Gentoi was not lying, the powerful secrets must be sealed inside. Picking up the sealed scroll and performing the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, even Senju Tobirama couldn't help but be excited. Grandma. Tsunade sat down and hugged her grandmother's arm tightly, extremely worried. She had experienced the collapse of faith before, and knew that feeling very well. Now her grandmother was also experiencing the collapse of faith, and she must be very uncomfortable in her heart. Take Naoki to the Shimura family. The Senju family is hopeless. There is no future for the Senju family in Konoha. Alas! Maybe I shouldn't have taken you from the daimyo mansion back then. It took a long time to calm down, and Uzumaki Mito stroked her granddaughter's hair lovingly. She was completely disappointed with the Senju family in Konoha. This was indeed not the future of ninjas. It could even be said that the ninja group had no future at all. If it was an external factor, she could find a way to remedy it, but this was an internal factor, and even a problem with the roots of ninjas. Just as Master Yinzong Niao wrote, you can survive if it's caused by heaven, but you can't survive if it's caused by man. Grandma, are you going to give up the family too? Tsunade was shocked. Although she was disappointed with her second grandfather, she had never thought of giving up the family. Now her grandmother's words obviously meant that she and her brother should completely leave the Senju family. Things are much more serious than you think. Tobirama has violated the taboos of the daimyo of each country, making the Senju family in Konoha unacceptable to each country. The Senju family has no future. Even if your great-grandfather is alive, he can't save it. Don't associate with Tobirama Cheng Shui and others in the future. From now on, your surname is Shimura and Noeki and I are Uzumaki. Shaking her head slightly, Uzumaki Mito made arrangements for her granddaughter and grandson. Things have developed to this point and it is irreversible. The Senju family has become the mortal enemy of the 5 major daimyo in the Iron Country, the kind that will not stop until death. What worries her most is that during the previous war to kill the demons, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men finally broke through the interception of the samurai swordsman, which makes her feel very uneasy. If the conjecture is true, Konoha is really hopeless. 386. Chapter 385 Hyuga Treasure. The fact that Shimura Gento is going to marry the eldest daughter of the Senju family, Senju Tsunade, is very unusual. All the major ninja clans are worried, but in comparison, the civilians are happy. Because the prodigal young master Shimura has said that he will hold a 9-day banquet in the village, and all villagers can come to eat for free. The chefs used are the teachers and all the students of the Shimura cooking school outside the village, and their cooking skills are absolutely impeccable. The villagers are naturally very happy with the free food supply, and even some villagers from some villages around Konoha rushed over to eat after hearing about it. On the Senju clan side, Senju Tobirama was naturally unwilling to let his granddaughter marry Shimura Gendei. After all, Tsunade had good qualifications and would definitely become a strong man in the future, and even had the hope of awakening or transplanting her brother's complete wood release. It was a pity that he was only a second grandfather, and his status was not as good as Uzumaki Midori. With his sister-in-law fully supporting this marriage, Senju Tobirama had no way to stop it, let alone the ability to stop it. But no matter what, the other ninja clans in Konoha became wary of the Senju clan, and the Uchiha clan, which had originally planned to cooperate with the Senju clan, immediately drew a clear line with it. The subsequent accusation letter jointly sent by the daimyo of the 5 great countries and the general of the Iron Country brought the topic of the Senju clan to a peak. That's right, after guessing that it was Senju Tobirama who caused the Iron Country tragedy, Shimura Gendai shared the information with the 5 great countries and the Iron Country, especially the Iron Country. If it weren't for the recent unrest in the Rain Village and the need to restore the Land of Water Trap, the general of the Land of Iron would have led the samurai army to attack. Under such circumstances, the pressure on the Senju clan can be imagined. And no. Fortunately, the interests of the ninja clan and the ninja village are the same when it comes to targeting the daimyo and the samurai groups. After all, no matter how the ninja villages fight each other, even if they fight to the point of killing each other, it is still an internal matter of their own system, but the samurai system represented by the daimyo is a class enemy. In this regard, Konoha and the 4 major ninja villages secretly support the Senju family. As a reward, the Senju family will share a batch of chakra metal. And this series of events has caused undercurrents in the 5 major ninja villages, especially Konoha. The day before Shimura Gendo's wedding, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned from visiting the Hyuga clan with a very bad look. Did you find out anything? The most impatient Koharu Yudatan couldn't help asking. At the beginning, Onoki mentioned the information that the strong man on the moon had the Byakugan, which made them have to be suspicious and wary of the Hyuga clan. It was not until today that they were ready to visit, and they didn't know how much information they could get from the Hyuga clan, and what the attitude of the Hyuga clan would be. Hyuga Tokugawa admitted that the Hyuga family has a relationship with the Otsutsuki clan on the moon and was separated from the Otsutsuki clan, but the relationship between the 2 families has not been very good. If we are hostile to the Otsutsuki clan on the moon in the future, the Hyuga family will stand on our side. Sitting on the main seat, he took out his pipe, lit it and took a puff of smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very troubled by this. I thought those mysterious strong men were hiding in the sea, but I didn't expect them to be hiding on the moon. At such a long distance, they couldn't go there even if they wanted to fight, which was equivalent to saying that they were invincible. How can people deal with this? What kind of eye technique did that person use at the beginning? Can the Byakugan also evolve into a Mangekyo? Like the Sharingan? After a little digestion, Yudatan Koharu asked another question. At the beginning, they had been watching from a distance, and vaguely saw that the eyes between the eyebrows of the Otsutsuki strongman changed at the end, and showed the powerful ability of the Chakra Golden Sword. That is probably a kind of eye technique ability. That's called the Samsara Eye. The conditions for its evolution are much more demanding than the Mangekyo. The Hyuga clan has never awakened it for thousands of years. Speaking of the information he got from Hyuga Tokugawa, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt terrible, and at the same time, he was full of envy and jealousy. Although the state of the Moon Warrior seemed unstable at the time, he had to admit that the Chakra Golden Sword was very strong and he couldn't resist it. None of their Sarutobi clan had such a powerful bloodline limit. How is the research on the meteorite going? Suppressing his bad mood, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. The meteorite that fell from the sky scared them a lot. If it really fell, all of them would die. We must find out as soon as possible how the thing was brought down. Was it man-made? Or coincidence? If it was man-made, how much could the other party bring down? Our people have finished dismantling the meteorite and found something inside. The person in charge of this matter, Mizuta Manyan, took out a sealed scroll with a strange look on his face and unfolded it. After a puff of mist dispersed, a pile of broken bones was first revealed. Human bones. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who knew the structure of the human body, immediately recognized that they were human teeth. But wasn't that a meteorite that fell from outer space? How could there be human bones? And he also saw a broken megatama in the broken bones. What the hell is going on? There are many biological bones in the meteorite. According to the test results, they have been dead for thousands of years and were squeezed to death by huge pressure. Hiruzen Mizutaman looked even more weird and suspicious, and he was puzzled by this. Legend has it that the Six-Path Sage created the moon. Maybe that legend is true. Akimichi Toko, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up and said a possibility. Human bones and megatama fragments can prove that they come from a human civilization, but the strength of those bone fragments is very ordinary, which should be ordinary people, and it is impossible for them to go to outer space. So someone must have sent them to outer space, and there happened to be a legend that the Six-Path Sage created the moon, and the two just fit in. We have explored too little about chakra. All of them were shocked, and after a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled the smoke from his mouth, realizing that he was too superficial before. In the past, I only thought that the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara were the pinnacles of the ninja world, but until my good friend Azang showed his strength, I realized that there is always someone better. But now I am deeply shocked again. If the Six-Path Sage really has the strength to shape the moon, then the limit of ninjas must be far more than the level of the current ninja world. At least he doesn't think Azang is capable of shaping a moon now. If the legend is true, the Six-Path Sage is obviously not a good guy. Also calming down his shocked mood, Vitamin N's face looked very bad. The moon should not be created out of thin air. The source of the material must be the earth itself. God knows how many people were crushed to death in the moon. It is a huge tomb. Although I don't know why the Six-Path Sage shaped the moon regardless of the lives of countless people, this incident itself is enough to prove that the Six-Path Sage is not a good person. What do you think about the resurrection of Mr. Tobirama? Yuditen Kohara suddenly spoke, making the atmosphere in the room dull again. Several people looked at each other and felt that this matter was also very difficult. Mr. Tobirama said that he would not interfere with the decision-making of the village, nor would he show up in public. Sarutobi Hiruzen set the tone for this matter. This was the promise made by Senju Tobirama after he was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. But this did not make the other three feel at ease. If it was before, they have confidence in the integrity and promises of Senju Tobirama, but now that it has been revealed that Senju Tobirama is the real murderer of the Iron Country tragedy, they have deeply realized the teacher's viciousness and horror. How credible is the promise he made? It is really impossible to guarantee it, and no one can guarantee it, even if the first generation Hokage is alive. The four people discussed until late at night before they dispersed. After sending the three teammates away, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at the bright moon in the night sky and couldn't help sighing gloomily. Konoha. He was really scared. The three major clans of Konoha were not easy to deal with. Except for Uchiha Madara, the first rebel ninja of Konoha, the Senju Tobirama of the Senju family was ruthless and cruel. The remaining Hyuga clan was not a good person either. They must have a terrible background, otherwise they would not be qualified to be hostile to the Otsutsuki clan on the moon for thousands of years. The Shimura family is also extremely terrible. With the existence of the four major ninja clans, he really can't be a Hokage. I hope the plan will succeed. Sighing again, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only hope for the upcoming Second Ninja World War. He was not a fool. He vaguely guessed that the four major ninja villages had ulterior motives and might have targeted Konoha. But this was a good thing. He could use the four major ninja villages to weaken or even destroy the four major ninja clans in the village. As long as he destroyed the four major ninja clans, he could be truly worthy of the title of Hokage. This was the tacit understanding of the village chief. At the same time, several elders of the Hyuga family and the clan leader Hyuga Tokugawa gathered together to discuss major events. Activate the heritage. After a long discussion, the oldest elder spoke and decided to activate the relic sealed by the ancestors. Originally, he didn't want to use that thing, but the current situation in the ninja world was unprecedentedly dangerous and terrible. In addition, with the appearance of the Moon family, their Hyuga clan had been targeted by major forces. If they didn't activate the heritage treasure as soon as possible, they would be exterminated. In the face of the crisis of extinction, nothing can be broken, including the teachings of the ancestors. Agree. Several elders of the clan looked at each other and nodded in agreement. After all, they had no way out. Finally, Hyuga Tokugawa, the clan leader, also spoke up and agreed to use the treasure. After discussing for a while, after sending off the elders, Hyuga Tokugawa took his eldest son Hyuga Hayashi and his son Hyuga Hayashi back to their original seats. Grand Elder, how do you arrange for Suzuan? Without further delay, Hyuga Tokugawa asked directly. With the style of Shimura Danzo and his son, this deal can only be done once. You can think about what you want. After Suzuan is sent over, she will change her surname to Shimura. Speaking indifferently, the Grand Elder knew very well that he could not keep his granddaughter, nor could the Hyuga family, because the Shimura family was too strong, far beyond the Hyuga family at this stage. He even doubted that even if he activated the ancestral treasure, he might not be able to defeat the current Shimura family. After all, the strong men of the Moon family had almost died twice at the hands of the Shimura family. Glancing at the two brothers Hyuga Hayashi who were kneeling behind Hyuga Tokugawa, the elder stood up and left without saying anything. He knew that the two brothers had that kind of idea about their own Suzune, but what could he do? Just as the women in the family were destined to become tools for marriage from birth, the same was true for men. In the face of the interests and life and death of the family, personal feelings are worthless. Hayashi, you also heard what the elder said, forget about Suzune as soon as possible, don't bring trouble to the family, that kid is not very smart. Hyuga Tokugawa didn't want to see his eldest son continue to have any thoughts about Hyuga Suzune. If the Shimura family misunderstood, it would be a disaster for their Hyuga family. As for the second son, Hyuga Hisashi, he is destined to become a branch family and just needs to be obedient. It is not that he is heartless, but he must cultivate his second son's obedience before his death. Only in this way can the Hyuga family be passed on and there will be no internal strife. Although this fate is very unfair to the second son, this is the way of the world. Everything is for the family. 387. Chapter 386 Marrying a Fat Sheep. The Hyuga family is not peaceful, and the Uchiha family is the same. Misaka, the family needs the secret technique of the Shimura family now. With his hands behind his back and looking at the bright moon in the night sky, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists and whispered in pain. Behind him was Uchiha Misaka in mourning clothes. When he killed his father-in-law, he did not bury him immediately, but kept the body for Uchiha Misaka to check. Some plans still need that little bitch to execute. I understand. For the sake of the family, for my father, and for you, brother Fugaku, I will definitely get those secret techniques from the Shimura family. Uchiha Mikoto responded resolutely, holding back the sparkle in her eyes. She hated that bastard even more. She checked her father's body. He had indeed died by performing that desperate secret technique on his own. There was a smile on his face, and there were no external wounds on his body. Obviously, as brother Fugaku said, her father was under pressure from the Shimura family and had no choice but to sacrifice himself to fulfill brother Fugaku. Her father was willing to sacrifice himself for the family, so she, as a daughter, could not be any worse. It was all because of that bastard and the Shimura family. If it weren't for them, her father would not have been forced to do this. Everything was for Uchiha. Shimura Gento didn't know that he was being plotted against by many forces. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep. After all, he could break his shameful virginity tomorrow night, and he could also take down Tsunade. The fat sheep in his hand enjoyed the best of both worlds. Fortunately, he was strong, and even though he was so excited that he didn't sleep all night, he didn't have dark circles under his eyes. When he got up the next day, when the time came, Shimura Gento wore a bright red wedding dress, a big red flower on his chest, and rode his battle pet Shimura Urha to meet his bride. There was no way, among his battle pets, this thing had the highest appearance and the most appearance, while the others were either cute or ferocious, which were not very suitable for the occasion. On the other side, the Senju family was also ready, and Tsunade also put on the golden phoenix wedding dress and wore a phoenix crown and bridal robe. You are so beautiful today. He walked into his teacher's boudoir with familiarity, and there was no dog blood wedding scene blocking the door, and he met his teacher Tsunade smoothly. Why did I fall for you in the first place? Staring with hatred, Tsunade really didn't expect that she would fall into the hands of this traitor. If I had known this, I shouldn't have accepted this traitor for money. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret now. As a woman, I naturally fantasized about my future marriage and partner, and even fantasized about it many times, but I never expected it to end like this. Who made you so beautiful and broad-minded, attracting me, a hungry wolf? Smiling, he walked up to sit next to the teacher and hugged her in his arms. Tsunade was already accustomed to the traitor's little moves, so she didn't resist in vain. Does ninja really have no future? Still confused, Tsunade has been thinking about the way out for ninjas these days, but unfortunately she has found nothing. Ninjas and chakras are more complicated than you know, teacher. The water in the ninja world is very deep, and it is impossible to reverse it with personal strength. And now ninjas have walked into the abyss by themselves, and outsiders can't help. Shaking his head slightly, Shimura Gentoi really can't do anything about ninjas. This is a problem at the root, and there is no solution. Now I'm about to become your woman, can I tell you now? Tsunade's eyes turned, and she was very curious about the words left by the traitor that day. The other party said that he would tell her the truth about ninjas and chakras after she got married, and now it's time to tell her. The Six-Path Sage is still alive, and the Moon Otsutsuki clan is the descendant of the Six-Path Sage's younger brother, Otsutsuki Hamura. After simply mentioning 2 points, Shimura Gentoi knew very well how smart this teacher was, and he could definitely figure out some things through those 2 points. Sure enough, Tsunade's pupils shrank suddenly, and she even stood up in shock, and her great chest hit Shimura Gentoi in the face. Is this true? Tsunade forced herself to calm down, and she was more serious and solemn than ever before. The chakra of ninjas comes from the Six-Path Sage. In the past, people thought that the Six-Path Sage had died long ago, so there was no need to think too much, but now that the Six-Path Sage is still alive, the nature of many things is different. Let's talk business. Looking down, she found that the rebel's face was sunken into her chest. Tsunade's forehead was black, and she pinched the rebel's ear to pull him out. Can't this little pervert be more serious? The teacher already has the answer in his heart, why ask again? Think about it, the chakra refined by the ninja is released by ninjutsu, but that only transforms the chakra into a form. Energy will not disappear inexplicably, so where did the chakra go in the end? Smiling, now this teacher's sister is already one of her own, and she will even change her surname to Shimura after marriage, so there is no need to hide some things. What are your plans? Sitting on the edge of the bed again, Tsunade tried to calm the shock in her heart and asked about the views of the Shimura family. The Six-Path Sage brothers are just 2 mice. Our real enemy is the Otsutsuki clan of the universe. The Six-Path Sage brothers are the descendants of the Otsutsuki clan of the universe who stayed in this world. Some time ago, they sent a message to the powerful Otsutsuki of the universe. In the future, there will be powerful enemies coming. That is the enemy we need to deal with. In our eyes, the ninja world is just a child playing house. Holding the teacher's sister on his lap again and playing with her jade-like hands, Shimura Gendo did not fool people. He really did not take the 5 major ninja villages seriously. If necessary, he can even destroy the 5 major ninja villages now. Unfortunately, the real problem now is the Six-Path Sage brothers hiding in the dark. Before their strength is improved to the point where they can crush the 2 old silver coins, some things must be left with a bottom line and take it slowly. Don't even think about telling these secrets to the Senju family. You have my last name now, teacher, don't force me to modify your memory. Smiling, he had long guessed that this teacher would definitely not let go of the Senju family. After all, it was the family that had raised him for more than 20 years, and there were still many relatives in it, how could it be cut off just like that? Bastard! Staring angrily, Tsunade really wanted to punch him with a strange force. But she didn't argue. With this memory, she could still make some preparations in secret, and then retain some vitality for the Senju family. But if the memory was deleted, she would really be in trouble if she didn't know anything. How do you plan to deal with us Senju? You still don't understand the key to the problem. It's not that I want to do anything to you Senju, but the Six-Path Sage has already made arrangements for all of you. In fact, if your Senju family doesn't take the initiative to seek death, I don't bother to care. To tell the truth, Shimura Gento really didn't think of dealing with the Senju family personally. After all, there are many ways to kill the enemy, why bother to do it yourself and get bloodstained? At the very least, ask Uchiha Madara to do it. I think that old guy will definitely be happy to destroy the Senju family, especially with the Senju family in Tobirama. After staring at it for a long time, Tsunade finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the traitor was not fooling people. As long as this guy and the Shimura family don't attack the Senju family, there is at least a glimmer of hope. Is there a problem with the 3 holy places? Recalling that on the ship before, Shimura Danzo also cleared the fairy power from the Wetbone Forest Holy Land in his body, and even forcibly cancelled the summoning contract. Tsunade didn't understand it at the time, but now she vaguely knows that there must be something wrong with the Wetbone Forest Holy Land, and even the 3 holy places. The big toad in Miyaboku Mountain is a companion of the Six-Path Sage, and they have a very close relationship. For thousands of years, the 3 holy places have been indirectly influencing the development of the ninja world through the contractors, and their intentions are sinister. After saying a key point, Shimura Gentoi thought for a while and asked, you are more suitable for the yang and fire escape routes, at least you have to major in these 2 in the future. Which one do you plan to major in? He was quite troubled by this. In terms of personality, Tsunade, who has a hot temper, is suitable for the training route based on fire escape, but she also has a strong talent for medical skills and can practice yang escape. It is really difficult to choose between the 2. You said that only children make choices, and adults want everything. You decide. Pinching and pulling the cheek of the rebel, Tsunade finally turned the game around this time and threw a difficult question to the other party. That's the path of bloodline limit. You can see that Yang escape and fire escape merge into a new bloodline limit, which has both the destructive power of fire escape and the healing ability of Yang escape. I can't help you much in this regard. I can only give you a secret technique to fuse attribute chakra and form bloodline limit. Shimura Gentoi was really embarrassed. He couldn't help much with this matter. Tsunade had to do it herself. You even have a secret technique to fuse bloodline. Tsunade was very surprised. She really didn't expect that the Shimura family even had such a secret technique. In other words, the Shimura family can now mass-produce bloodline limits, and the power of bloodline limits far exceeds that of ordinary single attribute ninjutsu. The foundation of the Shimura family is far more terrible than they imagined. With such strength, it is indeed enough to despise the 5 major ninja villages and even the entire ninja world. By the way, don't leak these, otherwise I will throw Rope Tree on the battlefield and find a way to make him die gloriously. Well, I will ask someone to leave as much as possible for him to bring back to you. If it really doesn't work, I will build a cenotaph. At the end, Shimura Gentoi revealed his true face and threatened in a sinister way, which made Tsunade speechless. He was fine before, why did he suddenly stop talking? It's almost time, let's go to the church to get married. After estimating the time, Shimura Gentoi picked up the beauty in his arms and walked out happily. It has been 5 years since he first became a disciple of this fat sheep. Finally, he can marry this fat sheep home to have children and reach the peak of his life. Although she is generous, she is still a woman after all. Tsunade hurriedly covered her head with a red veil. If the groom was someone else, it would be unnecessary, but the groom happened to be his disciple. At the beginning, many people said that he was an old cow eating young grass, even Jiraiya and Orochimaru thought so. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger, even if I have 10 mouths, I can't explain it clearly, so I can only accept my fate. After that, things went much more smoothly. The teacher's sister was carried out of the Senju clan's territory in a sedan chair, walked around the main street of Konoha, and finally welcomed into the Shimura family. Then it was a wedding ceremony, and she and Sister Keiko were married together, but Sister Keiko was on the left. In this era, the left was more noble, and even the left and right ministers of the daimyo mansion were higher than the left minister. So Sister Keiko on the left was the eldest wife, and established an unshakable position in the Shimura family. After the wedding ceremony, the sisters of the same generation in the Shimura family took the 2 wives covered with red veils to the bridal chamber to wait, and Shimura Xianding stayed to toast and collect money. After all, the 9-day banquet was a big expense, and we had to find a way to make up for it. Uncle Hiruzen, come here, let me toast you a glass. The oversized wine glass filled with the special edition of Shimura Urquiwato was handed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the good friend of his father, the old father of the Nabe Cage, he naturally had to be the first to toast. Looking at the oversized wine glass in front of him that could fit his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. Could this kid want to die of alcohol poisoning? 388. Chapter 387, Tips for Minato. Shimura Danzo ignored his son's toast to many elders. He was sitting at the table with his master's wife Uzumaki Mito and drinking with her. There were only 2 of them sitting at this big table. After all, Uzumaki Mito was too senior and too powerful. If you want to sit at this table, you must be qualified or powerful. In terms of seniority, Tobirama Senju is one of them, but it's a pity that he can't stand in the open now. In terms of strength, only Danzo Shimura is strong enough in the whole Konoha. Master's wife, please stay after the wedding banquet. There are some things I need to discuss with you. After 3 cups of wine, Danzo Shimura suddenly spoke. Okay. Nodding without saying anything, Uzumaki Mito continued to eat the perverted spicy dishes on the table, which were specially prepared for her. But the food she loved in the past made her lose her appetite at this moment, like chewing wax, tasteless. It's not the food, but her bad mood. Since she gained the ability to sense malice in the 9 tails chakra, she rarely went out, because as soon as she entered the village, she could sense the malice coming from all directions. Their Senju family was almost hostile to the entire Konoha ninja clan. The same was true for this wedding banquet. She could sense it from almost all the ninja forces. That kind of hidden malice. Shimura Danzo's words were not concealed at all. Everyone present was strong, so they naturally heard it. Even if they didn't hear it from a distance, they could know what was said just by looking at the lips. Seeing that Shimura Danzo was going to stay in Uzumaki Midoriya to discuss things, all the ninja clan leaders felt depressed, and Senju Orange Water and others also had a bad premonition. But they couldn't stop him, so they could only worry. Shimura Gento was too lazy to guess his father's plan and the thoughts of many guests. After toasting to those elders, Shimura Gento came to the area of a his peers. Although he didn't know many of his peers, his identity was there after all. As the eldest son of the Shimura family, he had to get familiar with the younger generation of the major ninja clans no matter what. Red hair? Are you from the Uzumaki clan? Coming to a table, Shimura Gento looked at the red-haired girl who was stuffing the braised fish into the innermost part in surprise. There was another red-haired girl sitting next to her, but this red-haired girl was much more quiet and ate more elegantly. What's wrong with red hair? After swallowing the braised fish in her mouth, the round-faced girl stared angrily, as if she didn't like others talking about her hair. Boss, they are my cousins. This one is Uzumaki Kushina and that one is Uzumaki Kyupin. They have only been in Konoha for a few years and are more sensitive. Senju Nawaki, who was sitting next to them, hurriedly introduced them and pulled Kushina's wrist, indicating that she should not speak so aggressively. Little girl, did you get bullied at school? Hearing the name Kushina, Shimura Gento put on a sunny smile. He had been coveting the mother of the protagonist for a long time. She is also a high-quality sponsor. Although she is still young, she has great potential and will never be worse than Uchiha Mikoto. As for why Kushina came to Konoha at this time, he was not surprised. Because of her, the Second Ninja World War had been postponed for a few years, and the Whirlpool country is still there. However, Uzumaki Mito is not young after all. Konoha and the Senju family need a new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the Senju family also needs to take this opportunity to continue to control the Nine Tails. So he communicated with the Uzumaki clan and asked for Uzumaki Kushina, and also brought a younger sister Uzumaki Kyupin as insurance. The quality of those students in the school is indeed very poor. Fearing that Kushina would say something else, Senju Nawaki hurriedly responded on her behalf. He knew something about the experiences of his two cousins a euro in school, but he couldn't intervene in these things, so he could only worry. Those little brats are just asking for a beating. They don't understand unity and friendship at all. Little girl, if you are bullied in school in the future, you should beat them back. As long as you don't kill them, I, your brother, can help you deal with the aftermath. He patted his chest and guaranteed it with a sense of loyalty. He was very concerned about this girl. And since he wanted to cultivate a loli, he naturally had to increase his efforts to cultivate her so that she could achieve greater success in the future, so that he could have greater understanding. With the improvement of his strength, he now needs more advanced training methods, which require higher understanding to deduce, and now he feels a little strenuous. So, he needs more young ladies to sponsor him. Really? With her bright eyes, Uzumaki Kushina immediately felt that this big brother was much more pleasing to the eye, and then hesitated. But there are some people I can't beat. Although she also practiced the Shimura's bodybuilding secret technique, and her progress was not bad, her disadvantage in body shape as a girl made her inferior to some geniuses of the same grade, not to mention those in the senior grade. As for the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, she is not strong enough now and cannot practice it, so her strength is neither high nor low. It's a small matter. From tomorrow on, you two sisters come with rope tree, and I will guide you in your practice. The real purpose is revealed, and Shimura Xianding generously expressed his willingness to guide the three people in their practice. Such a good opportunity cannot be missed. Why don't you thank the boss? Senju Rope Tree was overjoyed and hurriedly urged the two cousins a euro to thank them. Thank you, brother Xianding. Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Jupin sisters also hurriedly stood up and bowed to thank them. They have heard about Shimura Xianding's deeds and know that he is a strong man. It is a great honor for them to receive his personal guidance. Minato, say hello to your senior brother. At this time, Jiraiya shamelessly came over and gestured to the blonde boy sitting next to him to say hello. Although he is considered Shimura Gentoi's teacher, his own teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are of the same generation, so if you count carefully, he is of the same generation as Shimura Gentoi and is not sitting in the area for the elders. Hello, brother Gentoi. Minato Namikaze stood up and greeted him politely, with a sunny smile on his face. It's just that his warmth comes from the heart, and it can't be compared with the fake and shoddy products like Shimura Gentoi. He's a smart fool, and he doesn't look like he will live long. After looking at the little junior brother in front of him, Shimura Gentoi gave a fair evaluation, which almost made Minato Namikaze's warm smile fail. Is there anyone who talks like you? Jiraiya stared in frustration, and he really didn't expect this cheap disciple to talk like this. He cursed him as soon as they met. Minato, what is your ideal? Ignoring the resentment of his cheap teacher, Shimura Gentoi still stared at Minato Namikaze. Honestly, Namikaze Minato is a very good talent, he admires him very much. If possible, he can also be a great cannon fodder by winning him over. Of course, the premise is that the other party is willing to accept this good intention, otherwise he is too lazy to care. My ideal is to become a Hokage. Calming down, Namikaze Minato replied seriously, and he did not forget to look in the direction of the Hokage cliff. He hoped that one day he could carve his own portrait on it and be admired by thousands of people. Does Jiraiya know about his suicidal ideal? As expected, Shimura Gentoi frowned and looked at Jiraiya. The situation in Konoha is very complicated now, and in his plan, the situation in the village will become more complicated in the future. Whoever wants to be Hokage will die. Your idea is too extreme. There are still many beautiful things in the village. Jiraiya frowned when he heard it. He knew very well that this disciple rejected ninjas and even ninja villages. He also knew that there were indeed some dark sides in the village, but the overall situation was definitely bright and beautiful. You can't deny everything just because of a little bit of darkness. That would be too extreme. Brother Xianding, I don't know why you have such a big prejudice against the village. Maybe the village does have some imperfections, but if I become the Hokage, I will definitely start to improve it and make Konoha better. The little face was full of seriousness, and even brought a sacred sense of mission. This is his philosophy and ideal of Minato Namikaze. I remember that the elites of the Namikaze family died as early as the last Ninja World War, and the family also fell and dispersed, integrating into the civilian class of the village. Without the support of the family, it is useless even if you become the Hokage. You need enough trustworthy people to do anything. Don't count on Jiraiya, he is unreliable in big things. A kind reminder, Shimura Xianding really admires Minato Namikaze. Such excellent cannon fodder is hard to find, and it is definitely not comparable to the mass-produced cannon fodder like White Zetsu. And he had checked the ninja clans that joined the village when Konoha was first founded, including the Namikaze clan, which means that Minato Namikaze is essentially a ninja. In fact, seriously speaking, in this world, anyone with a surname is from a family, because the surname is unique to the family and is also the bond that maintains the family. Besides, the top talent of Minato Namikaze, especially the spatial talent, is definitely not born by ordinary people. You must know that the chakra talent of ninjas all comes from their parents. If the parents do not have good qualifications, it is impossible for them to have genius offspring. Hey, hey, hey! Why am I unreliable? Jiraiya, who was innocently caught in the crossfire, glared again. This cheap disciple was talking more and more too much. It's okay to say that he is unreliable in small matters. After all, his personality is like this. He has always been casual, but he is absolutely reliable in big matters. Oh? If Minato really becomes the Hokage in the future and disagrees with Sarutobi Hiruzen in politics, which side will you support? Don't tell me you can't see that some of the problems and malpractices in the village were caused by your teacher. If Minato really wants to change the malpractices in the village, he will inevitably confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. Glanced at him with disdain, Shimura Gentoi threw a big question, leaving Jiraiya speechless for a while. He is not stupid, so he naturally knows the current situation in the village, but he just didn't want to pay attention to it before. This heavy topic made everyone at the same table and the young people around him silent, and they hurriedly pretended not to hear anything and ate their food and drank their drinks. Even the originally ambitious Minato Namikaze was dumbfounded. He was not a fool. From the teacher's reaction, he could see that what the senior brother said must be true, which means. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked in the direction where the third Hokage sat, and couldn't help but shuddered, and hurriedly turned back. If you want to become the village chief of our Konoha, qualifications, strength and ideas are only a foundation, and political tactics are the core. If you only have strength, you are only qualified to be a thug, like Brother Sakumo and teacher Jiraiya. And even if you want to be a thug, you have to have some brains, otherwise you might be killed by your own people one day. With patience and earnest guidance, Shimura Gentoi really cherished his talent. And this aspect has been verified. In the original work, a certain White Fang died very aggrieved, and even after death, he was worried about his son and stuck on the road to the Pure Land waiting for his son to arrive. Unfortunately, his big truth hurt many people, and Jiraiya, who was sitting next to him, cast a resentful look at him. Am I just a thug in the eyes of my cheap disciple? Hatake Sakumo, who was sitting in the seat next to him, tightly grasped his chopsticks and wanted to turn around and draw his sword to stab him. Listen carefully. The red-haired beauty sitting next to him glared at her husband after noticing his husband's abnormality and reminded him in a low voice. Compared to men's good face, as a woman, she pays more attention to reality. After marrying to Konoha, she did vaguely sense some problems. Even when she went to the Senju family to visit Aunt Mito, she vaguely reminded herself that the situation in Konoha was obviously not as simple as it seemed. Her husband was one of the most powerful people in the village, and there were too many people watching him. 389. Chapter 388 What's Wrong with Men Being Perverted? Thank you, Senior Brother Xianding, for your advice. Maybe what you said makes sense, but I don't like it. I have my own way of ninja. After a brief silence, Minato Namikaze finally chose to stick to his way of ninja. You have ambition. Raising a thumbs up, Shimura Xianding ate a bite of food, picked up the wine glass and walked to the next table. Good words can't persuade a ghost who wants to die, and Mercy is not saved and he will kill himself. Since that kid is looking for death, he naturally doesn't bother to pay attention. He had said so much before only because they were fellow apprentices. If the other party didn't appreciate it, he would not waste his words. Ah! Jiraiya sighed and felt very uncomfortable. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to introduce Minato Namikaze to Gen Shimura and ask him to help teach him. After all, when it comes to teaching ability, the entire ninja world is no one can surpass Shimura Gentoi. Senju Nwaki is the best example. Even if he is not sure that he can defeat Nwaki now, Uchiha Mikoto and Hyuga Suzune are also making great progress in their strength. All this is the credit of that cheap disciple. With Minato's talent, if he can get the guidance of Shimura Gentoi, his future achievements will definitely be higher. It's a pity that the two disciples have different ideas and broke up after a few words. Brother Sakumo, don't you introduce me? Sitting in the new seat, Shimura Gentoi looked at the red-haired lady sitting next to Hatake Sakumo, especially the slightly bulging belly of the other party. She is my lover, Miko. He introduced her briefly with a stiff face, and gave her a resentful look. Although Shimura Gentoi's words just now were not loud, the people present were all strong, so they naturally heard it clearly. He, Konoha White Fang, is also a respectable person, and he wants to save face. Hello, Sister Miko, are you also from the Uzumaki clan? Shimura Gentoi was quite curious about Kakashi's mother. In the original work, Hatake Kakashi was a rare all-attribute talent, but his father Hatake Sakumo only had the 5 attributes of wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth, which means that his mother must have both yin and yang attributes. There are not many people who have both yin and yang attributes at the same time. Didn't you see that even Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first generation, only has a yang attribute and no yin attribute? I just didn't expect Hatake Sakumo to marry a beauty from the Uzumaki clan, but that's right. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is essentially the use of yin and yang escape. After all, even the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei of the 6 paths sage are yin and yang forces. The proportion of Uzumaki clan members who have both yin and yang attributes will be greater. My last name was Uzumaki, and I was also considered a guard of Kushina in the 9th rank. Nodding gracefully, Uzumaki Miko looked at today's groom curiously. Her aunt had mentioned this person to her several times and praised him highly, so she was naturally very curious. Could it be that Brother Sakumo was one of the people sent by the village to pick you up? Thinking, Shimura Gentoi probably guessed how Hatake Sakumo and Uzumaki Miko got together. How do you know? Uzumaki Miko was very surprised. She had just been observing. From Shimura Gentoi's reaction, she could see that he didn't know that the Uzumaki Kushina sisters came to Konoha, so he naturally didn't know of her existence. But the other party knew that her husband was the escort back then. How did he know? Is it difficult to guess? Just look at Brother Sakumo's steely straight man. You can tell at a glance that he is destined to be alone. It is impossible for him to actively pursue girls. I guess it was you, Miko, who took the initiative to pursue them. Shrugged, Shimura Gentoi knew a little about Hatake Sakumo. His personality was very similar to the future Wavyukai. In essence, they were both the kind of high-cold male gods. And his only hobby is swordplay. He is the kind of person who has nothing else to do but sword. Would such a person actively pursue a girl? However, this truth hurt a certain Bia again, and his expression became even gloomier. Brother Xianding really guessed it right. Uzumaki Miko smiled and held her husband's arm. There was nothing shy about it. At the beginning, she did have a good impression of Hitaki Sakumo, and then took the initiative to pursue him, and then begged her aunt Uzumaki Mito to match them up, and finally it was done. Sister, please give me some advice on my Sakumo. After laughing, Uzumaki Miko lowered her voice and asked softly. The more she understood Konoha, the more worried she became. There was almost no one who could be trusted. Even her aunt had implicitly expressed that the Senju family seemed untrustworthy, which made her very uneasy. I can help brother Sakumo with external matters, but he has a problem with his temper. As the saying goes, a person who is too young will break easily. If he doesn't change his temper, his future will not be good. How could Shimura Gento refuse the request of the young lady? Besides, Hitaki Sakumo is also a good cannon fodder. It's a pity to be pitted to death. However, this guy's temper is indeed problematic. Although it is not known why this guy committed suicide in the original book, he committed suicide after all. Obviously, his own character is problematic. This made Hitaki Sakumo's face darken and his eyes became more resentful, but Uzumaki Miko was thoughtful. Shimura Gento didn't stay for long. After drinking a cup with this table, he continued to hang around other tables. Boss, I toast you a cup. Seeing the arrival of the big brother, Uchiha Doju came forward enthusiastically and poured a full cup of the special edition Urquiatu. I feel like you are hiding something from me. His eyes swept back and forth between his younger brother and his sister-in-law, and finally fell on the full wine glass in his hand. Ziken Xianding vaguely sensed a trace of malice. What do these two guys want to do? Boss, what you said is too sad. I'll drink first to show my respect. With a resentful look in his eyes, Uchiha Doju picked up the wine glass and drank it all. The spicy taste of the special version of Urquiatu made him grin and tears flowed out of his stimulation. Seeing that his younger brother was so straightforward, Ziken Xianding didn't think much about it and picked up the full wine glass and drank it all. Anyway, the wine glass is his own, and the wine is the same, so there shouldn't be any pitfalls. After a round of drinking, it was not until night fell that he went around all the wine tables and finally came to the new house drunk. Although with his current physical fitness and strength, as long as he doesn't want to get drunk, he can quickly decompose the alcohol. But what's the point of getting a little drunk on such a happy day? Sister Huizi, wait a minute, I'm going to brush my teeth and take a shower. Shutting the door with his backhand, Shimura Gento suppressed his excitement and rushed to the bathroom with a greeting. He was now full of alcohol, and he had eaten so much before, his mouth washed. Here are all kinds of smells inside. I must leave a perfect memory for Sister Keiko. After washing up in 3 minutes, Shimura Gentoi returned to the bedroom, lifted the red veil with full expectation, and looked at the flawless jade face, intoxicated. Sister Keiko's appearance is already top-notch, otherwise she would not have married the eldest son of the Hokage, Sarutobi Shinoshuke, in the original book. Now that she is dressed up, with the help of the bright red wedding dress, she is really beautiful. Well, he really can't think of any gorgeous words to describe this beauty now. Haven't you seen enough? Rolling her eyes coquettishly, Shimura Keiko reached out to unbutton, but unfortunately Shimura Gentoi grabbed her bare hand. I want you to wear this wedding dress all night. Shimura Gentoi proposed with full expectation. He had long been accustomed to his fiancée copyrightee's frank side, and now he felt very much about her wearing a bright red wedding dress. Pervert. Her body froze. Keiko Shimura really didn't expect her little man to have such a perverted request. What's wrong with a man being perverted? He said it with confidence. Shimura Gento didn't think there was anything wrong with being a little perverted. It's the nature of men. I want to be on top. She rolled her eyes coquettishly again. After thinking about it, Keiko Shimura also made a request. Okay. She agreed and lay down on the bed quickly, signaling Sister Keiko to start quickly. Little pervert. With a touch of pink on her pretty face, Keiko finally walked to the bed without taking off her shoes and socks, picked up the bright silver gun leaning against the edge of the bed and waved it, accurately opening a hole in the little man's clothes. This scene frightened someone so much that he almost fainted, and then he had an endless amount of good fortune. At the same time, after all the guests had left, Shimura Danzo invited his master's wife Uzumaki Mido to a hall and asked the servants to bring a set of perverted spicy hot pot. He saw that his master's wife was in a bad mood today and had a small appetite, so she had to eat more. At that time, Hiruzen and his men rescued the evil demon and the Moon Otsutsuki strongman. After his master's wife had eaten and drunk for a while, Shimura Danzo suddenly spoke out a piece of information. Although Senju Tobirama's actions were very covered at the time, the play itself was arranged by them. Even if they didn't see Senju Tobirama's figure, they could be sure that he rescued the evil demon and the Moon Otsutsuki strongman. Even later, Black Zetsu hid in the dark and saw the process of the 5-cage alliance. Obviously, the 5-cage were following the script they had set. The chopsticks in his hand paused, and Uzumaki Mido was silent in a gloomy manner. She also saw the strange behavior of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others at the beginning. Logically, there was no need to forcefully intervene. Obviously, they had other intentions. She had some guesses about this, but she only guessed that they wanted to obtain the bodies of the evil demon and the Moon strongman. After all, for ninjas, the body of a strong man is a great treasure in itself. But she never expected that her brother-in-law and others would actually rescue the evil demon and the Moon strongman. Lita Euro trademark S not talk about the Moon strongman, but the evil demon killed countless civilians, which is a heinous crime. Such a being was rescued. What on earth did Tobirama and others want to do? If it was before, she naturally didn't Euro trademark T believe it, but after knowing that her brother-in-law Senju Tobirama was the mastermind behind the Iron Country tragedy, she realized that she was too naive before. Senju and Konoha are not as good as she thought, and have long deviated from her husband Euro trademark S ideas back then. With her brother-in-law Euro trademark S ruthless character and style of doing things, it is not impossible to rescue the evil demon. And there is no need for Shimura Danzo to lie about this matter. As long as the evil demon and the Moon strongman show up again, the truth can be proved. I got the information that the key to sealing the 9 tails with you, master's wife, was the secret of the Uzumaki sealing technique, and it was probably leaked by Senju. Another piece of information was revealed, like a bombshell that made Uzumaki Midoriya instinctively reject it. Impossible, Orange Water and the others have no reason to do this. She absolutely did not believe that her nephew and others would do such a thing. There was no motive. The Senju family has been clinging to power in the village. They just want to produce another Hokage and turn Konoha into their private property. To achieve this, the Senju family alone is far from enough, so the teacher accepted Uchiha Kagami as a disciple and made him a member of the Shadow Guard, using him as a foundation to let the two great families of Senju and Uchiha join forces again. But even so, it is still not enough. After all, without the first-generation teacher and Uchiha Madara, the Senju and Uchiha are just two powerful families, not enough to suppress all the ninja clans in the village. But if the Uzumaki family is added, it will be different. I guess some people in the Senju family may want to force the Uzumaki family to join Konoha through the next Ninja World War, or even directly integrate into the Senju family. Calmly speaking, Danzo Shimura has absolute confidence that he can make the master's wife suspicious. Although he is not as good at talking as his son, it is not difficult to make the master's wife suspicious, and the rest of the things can be left to his son. 390. Chapter 389, Tragic Plot. Uzumaki Mido didn't believe it at first, but her expression gradually became serious, and her heart became more and more sad. Senju. She picked up the wine glass sadly and drank it all. Uzumaki Mido felt very sad. She really didn't expect that the Senju she had protected for decades would have such evil intentions. It was ridiculous and sad to think about it. Although Shimura Danzo's analysis sounded incredible, even a fantasy, but if you think about it carefully, especially if you think about it with the ninja's thinking mode, you can find the rationality in it. Now the key to sealing the 9 tails is that the Uzumaki sealing technique has been leaked, and the Uzumaki country will definitely be targeted once in the next Ninja World War. Either the Uzumaki clan surrenders the Uzumaki sealing technique that they rely on for survival, or the clan is destroyed and the 4 major ninja villages snatch the inheritance of the sealing technique, otherwise it will not stop. Once the Uzumaki country is besieged by other ninja villages, it is indeed possible to abandon the territory of the Uzumaki country under unfavorable conditions. Although it is shameful and helpless, everything is for survival. The Uzumaki clan that left the Uzumaki country can only join Konoha, but if they want to settle down in Konoha, they must rely on the Senju family. After all, the Uzumaki clan had missed the opportunity to join Konoha. After 30 years of development, Konoha has formed a balance and checks and balances in all aspects, and it is difficult to accommodate a powerful ninja clan to join. However, most of the clan members have a stubborn mind. How can they be the opponent of the Senju, and they will inevitably be annexed in the future. In the final analysis, it was she who harmed the family. If she had not chosen to seal the 9 tails with the Uzumaki sealing technique for her husband and Konoha, there would not be the current situation, at least the family would not be so passive. Shimura Danzo naturally saw Uzumaki Midori's reaction and was secretly very satisfied. He had already ordered Black Zetsu to secretly instill this concept into an elder of the Senju family. He believed that with the character of Senju Orange Water, he would definitely agree. In this way, this matter can be made real, and the master's wife will be completely disappointed with the Senju family, and even hate it in return, so that she can better integrate into the Shimura family. Seeing that the plan was almost ready, Shimura Danzo asked with concern. Master's wife, it has been more than 20 years since the death of the first-generation teacher. Have you ever thought about remarrying and finding a new support and happiness? To be honest, it feels quite exciting to turn the master's wife into a daughter-in-law. What nonsense are you talking about? I can't marry you. Uzumaki Midori, who was still sad, was furious and wanted to clean up the mess for her husband. I'm not referring to myself, but Dinger. Dinger has liked you, master's wife, for a long time. He fell in love with you at first sight since you first met in the Senju's secret chamber. His face darkened, and Shimura Danzo hurriedly opened his mouth to correct him. It was also his fault that he didn't explain it clearly before, which made master's wife misunderstand him. Sure enough, it was different when he said it was Shimura Gento. Although Uzumaki Mido looked incredible, she was not angry. Obviously, the feeling towards Shimura Gento was completely different from the feeling towards Shimura Danzo. This reaction made Shimura Danzo understand that there was a way. Today's wedding banquet is not only for Tsunade and Keiko, but also for you, master's wife. Don't resist. I put drugs in your wine. You can't extract chakra in a short time. While explaining, Shimura Danzo clapped his hands, and soon several female ninjas from the family came in and stood on both sides of Uzumaki Mido. She looked at Shimura Danzo in disbelief, and then looked down at the wine glass in front of her. It was reasonable that with her current senses, she could not fail to distinguish the abnormality of the wine, but she had eaten that perverted spicy hot pot before, and her mouth had been numb for a long time, so she did not feel it. After trying, she found that she could not refine chakra. But she was not afraid. In addition to the newly refined chakra, she also had the raised Nan Jinden in the acupoints and the Karama in the sealed space. But before she could use the raised Nan Jinden in the acupoints, a figure appeared behind her, and the 9 kinds of immortal energy threads merged into one and pierced into the acupoints around the body, sealing the acupoints, and finally sealed the tailed beast seal in the abdomen. Uchiha Madara. Turning her head, Uzumaki Mi was so angry that her body trembled. She was calculated, and she was calculated by Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Madara together. Mido, accept your fate. Uchiha Madara sat at the wine table with pride, looking very excited. This act of trying to cheat on his best friend gave him a strange pleasure. Take her to Tsunade's room to wash up. After signaling to several clan members, Shimura Danzo had already arranged everything. Someone had informed Tsunade before, asking her to read and learn the secret arts in the family's secret arts library. With that girl's temper, it is impossible for her to come out in a short time. Danzo. Ban. Uzumaki Mido was so angry that her silver teeth were almost broken. She wanted to resist, but her body became weaker and weaker, obviously due to the effect of the drug. Now she can only pray that little brother Xianding has some integrity and will not do such a thing. Senju Tobirama will definitely do his best to revive the first-generation teacher, and the Six-Path Sage should also provide help secretly. In the future war in the Whirlpool country, it is very likely that he will face a stronger first-generation teacher. Speaking calmly, Shimura Danzo has no interest in the first-generation Hokage. The opponent he is eyeing is the Six-Path Sage brothers. Senju Hashirama can be handed over to Uchiha Madara to deal with, and I believe this guy will definitely be very happy. If the Six-Path Sage secretly helps, Hashirama's foundation will definitely make him stronger by practicing the Raise Nan Jinden system. However, it is impossible to step into the Six Paths level in 2 or 3 years. If he really steps into it by force, his foundation will be unstable and his combat power will not be able to be exerted much. Uchiha Madara poured himself a glass of wine calmly and sipped it. He was extremely confident and looked forward to meeting Hashirama again. I hope the first-generation teacher will not let us down and push wood release to a higher level. Also sipping the wine, Shimura Danzo also had a little expectation. Although Hashirama Senju has a problem with his brain, his cultivation aptitude is incredible. If he is resurrected, combined with the Reis-Nan Jinden system they deliberately traded, there is a high probability that he can push wood release to several levels, even to the level of the 7-attribute bloodline network. The wood release at the level of the bloodline network is worthy of their attention, and it is also very much anticipated. When are you going to trade the Reis-Nan Jinden cultivation method to Uchiha? Thinking of the plan of that cheap disciple, Uchiha Madara was a little unhappy. Although according to Shimura Danzo, the trade to the secret technique of the Senju family has pitfalls, but it can indeed be practiced. It is conceivable that the Senju family, which has mastered the Reis-Nan Jinden practice method, will surely make rapid progress in the future. Although he has left the Uchiha family, he does not want to see the Uchiha being suppressed by the Senju family. It should be soon. Shimura Danzo signaled not to rush. He has absolute trust in his son. He must have made arrangements for the Uchiha family long ago. Now he is waiting for a suitable opportunity to pass on the Reis-Nan Jinden practice method with pitfalls. The blood limit plan will be launched as soon as possible. I am about to reach the top of my practice at this stage. Leading to another topic, with the pressure from the 6 sage brothers and the universe Otsutsuki strongman, Uchiha Madara is extremely urgent in his heart and desires to become stronger quickly and continuously. According to the Reis-Nan Jinden practice system mentioned by the kid, after practicing the 9 attributes to the extreme and completing the first round of swallowing, various bloodline attributes must be added to the Reis-Nan Jinden in the acupoints in the body. But there are only so many bloodline limits in the current ninja world. Excluding the bloodline of immortals and gods like Senju Uchiha, there are really not many bloodline attributes left. They urgently need more new bloodline attributes to perfect the next step of the cultivation method of the Reis-Nan Jinden. The expansion of the bloodline limit fusion method must start as soon as possible, they don't have so much time to wait. Next time we go to war with the evil demon, I will give those people a chance. Maintaining his own high cold male god style, Shimura Danzo also knows the importance of spreading the bloodline limit fusion method. After all, they need too many new bloodline limits, more than 300 kinds, and it is impossible to fuse so many with just their own clansmen. Only with the help of the power of the entire ninja world can it be successful. Next, the entire ninja world will become their Shimura family's test site, and they just need to harvest it slowly. Not to mention the plans of Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Madara here. On the other side, Shimura Xianding, who was ridden for most of the night, walked out of the new house with a gloomy face. He was plotted against by his younger brother Uchiha Poison Wine. The wine he drank at that time contained medicine, a drug that can greatly enhance sensitivity. For ordinary people, it is naturally a magical medicine, but is he a person who needs medicine? The final result is that he couldn't help but contribute his first time within a few minutes at the beginning, and he didn't last long in the next few times. He didn't have the fighting power when he was massaged by the young ladies before. Uchiha Poison Wine, you kid is dead. Recalling the mocking smile of Sister Huiza before, Zhikan Xianding clenched his fists and made up his mind to make that little brother unable to take care of himself for half a year. Dare to plot against big brother, you are rebellious. After carefully sensing and confirming that the drug power was metabolized, Zhikan Xianding tidied his clothes and went to another bridal chamber. Because he wanted to give the 2 brides a good memory, 2 bridal chambers were arranged, and the distance was not close. After a while, Shimura Gentoi came to another new room. He could understand that there was no light in the room through the crack of the door. After all, with Tsunade's temper, it was probably impossible for her to stay alone in the empty room until dawn. He quietly opened the door with the lock-picking skills he learned from the Konoha ninja school. With the help of that little light, Shimura Gentoi saw the wedding dress hanging on the hanger at first sight, and felt regretful. Originally, he wanted Tsunade to change his job to become a bride knight, but it seems that he can only put it off until later. Although he felt regretful, he did not hesitate. He quietly took off his clothes, even the tight shorts were ruthlessly discarded, and he got into the bed very quickly. I have to say that it is different when someone warms the bed. You don't have to experience the excessive temperature difference, and you won't catch a cold. Without thinking too much, he bit it skillfully, but he noticed something wrong as soon as he took a bite. It was very wrong. The scale is too different, it is completely different. He wanted to turn on the light to watch, but hesitated because he smelled a familiar fragrance, a very familiar one. Why is Miss Mido here? Where is teacher Tsunade? He was secretly shocked. He didn't know what to do at this time, but he also understood that the source of the problem must be the old father, the pot shadow. That old guy is pitting his son again. But now is not the time to worry about those things. There is a problem in front of him at this moment. Should I turn into a werewolf? Shimura Gento was hesitating, and Uzumaki Mido was ashamed and angry, and was also very nervous. She naturally knew that the person who came was Shimura Gento, and wanted to resist, but her body was sore and weak, and she was not under control at all. The drug that Shimura Danzo gave her was too strong. Even with her current physical fitness, it would take at least 3 hours to metabolize the drug force. The acupoints in her body were sealed by Uchiha Madara, that bastard, and her body was sore and weak, and even talking became a luxury. Fortunately, judging from Shimura Gento's sudden pause, he should have noticed something was wrong. Now I just pray that this little brother can still restrain himself, otherwise everything will be over. After a long silence, just when Uzumaki Mido found that Shimura Gento did not make any further moves and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her red lips were suddenly sealed. At this point, Uzumaki Mido closed her eyes in despair. Hashirama, I'm sorry for you. 391. Chapter 390, Becoming an Immortal in the Mortal World. The sun rose and fell, and then rose again. In other words, Shimura Gento fought for a whole day and night, and more than 20 hours of struggle made him feel as if his body was hollowed out. Although his body was very strong, he could not withstand such torment. Moreover, the actual combat was completely different from the previous massage competition with Mikoto and the other girls. It consumed more energy and was more laborious. Miss Mido, do you want to continue? Kissed the beautiful woman's sweaty forehead, Shimura Gento asked with a smile. Although he was very weak, he didn't show it at all. As a man, how can he show weakness in front of a woman? Is this how you took down Tsuna? Opening her eyes, Uzumaki Mido glared at the beastly little brother in front of her with hatred, and asked in a hoarse and cold voice. Don't ask why the voice was hoarse. She felt that her granddaughter's reaction was a little strange at the beginning, and she just thought that her granddaughter was shy at the time. Now it seems that it is not what she thought. I admit that I am very greedy and fickle. When I see a beautiful lady, I want to possess her, including you, Miss Mido. Be my wife. After another kiss, Shimura Gento said affectionately. He did hesitate at the time, but now that things have come to this, not only did his father do this, but he also took a bite, the relationship between the two sides will definitely not be able to return to the previous level. But Uzumaki Mido is related to many of his own plans, so he can only take advantage of her and occupy her by force. The young lady is indeed very loyal. She endured it on the first day, and now her voice is almost hoarse, and he is also hollowed out. Why are you targeting me? We are really not suitable. Realizing that Shimura Gento began to recover again, Uzumaki Mido's pale face blushed, and she said helplessly. This little pervert has too many tricks. She has reached her limit. Her consciousness was blurred before. If she continues to fight, she will definitely die. Does the young lady care about age? I have already initially understood the limit of my lifespan and can live for a long time. In the future, as my strength increases, I will also live for a long time. After 1,000 or 10,000 years, you will only be a little older than me, Sister Miyadu. Holding the beauty in his arms tighter, Shimura Gento showed his domineering side. As a new person of the new era, do you need to care about the age of the young lady? The predecessors have already set a good example, such as the grassroots hero Su Hanwen, the ghost rider Ning Ketchin, and the angel child Ge Xiaolun. Their partners are hundreds or thousands of years old. Just like Queen Keisha said, it will only be a little older in a million years, so what's there to care about? As long as the young ladies can stay young forever, let alone a few decades older, even hundreds or thousands of years older is no problem. This is the basic ethics of being a true man. But after all, I have a husband, children, and even grandchildren. Feeling even more helpless, Uzumaki Mido regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Why did she meet this kid out of curiosity in the first place? Now, she has been tormented by him like this and her innocence is gone. How can she meet her husband who has passed away long ago after her death? I will let you, Sister Mido, practice immortality with me. By then, you will have a lifespan of thousands of years. Do you want to be alone forever, Sister Midu? You don't owe Hashirama Senju anything. You have already paid back what you should pay back. There is no need to remember him all the time. You need a brand new start. I still have a set of thunder stick techniques that I haven't used yet. It is the unique skills used by Yuyuefan in the book The Great Ruler. I guarantee that you, Sister Midu, can become immortal. Still with such an affectionate look, and then the war resumed. Don't! Uzumaki Midu exclaimed, but unfortunately she was powerless to resist and could only passively fight. In order to really take down this young lady, Shimura Gentoi fought hard and even secretly took some grayer energy liquid to speed up recovery. After 8 hours of fierce fighting, he took the exhausted young lady into the bathroom to take a bath, and then held her in his arms and fed her intimately. There was no way, the excitement just now was too much, and now the young lady really had no strength at all. Fortunately, the young lady had no choice but to admit defeat and accept her fate before, and he slowly untied the seal that Uchiha Madara had created with a mixture of 9 kinds of immortal energy, allowing the young lady's chakra to start to work and speed up the body's repair. During the recovery period, Shimura Xianding dressed the young lady and asked his old father to use the second-generation chakra god tree to completely devour the chakra in her body and the chakra bloodline. Since she has become his woman, he naturally doesn't trust her to continue to let others control her lifeblood. In the future, she can practice the immortal energy system with him, which can also extend her life with the help of immortal energy. Uzumaki Mei, whose strength has not yet recovered, is powerless to stop it, and can only watch the chakra she has worked hard to practice being devoured. Keep this chakra just in case, but it's best not to use it unless it's absolutely necessary. After purifying the swallowed chakra and compressing it into crystals, he returned it to Uzumaki Midu. After giving a few words of advice, Shimura Danzo turned around and left, leaving the space to his son and daughter-in-law. Uzumaki Midu, who was angry, didn't even look at the little pervert beside him and left quickly. It's so embarrassing. But would Shimura Gentoi let the young lady leave alone? He enthusiastically followed and escorted Miss Midu back to the Senju clan. He was not worried that the Senju clan would discover the abnormality of Uzumaki Midu's loss of chakra. As long as he carried the compressed chakra crystal with him, it would be enough to cover up the loss of chakra in his body. To hide their abnormality. In fact, Tobirama Senju and Senju Orange Water did not notice anything unusual, and they would not think about it. They were hesitating whether to go over and ask what they had discussed with Shimura Danzo, but the last incident in the Iron Country angered Uzumaki Midoriya, so they did not dare to ask at this time. Fortunately, Uzumaki Midoriya did not show any abnormality after returning, which made them slightly relieved. As for the fact that Uzumaki Midoriya stayed in the Shimura family for 2 days, they did not care, just thought that she stayed there to take care of Tsunade. In this way, day life became dull. After Shimura Gentoi beat Uchiha Poison Wine so that he could not take care of himself, he began to train his younger brother and little Loli during the day, and lived a happy life of cultivating immortals with his 2 wives at night. It is worth mentioning that Tsunade is worthy of being the 5th generation of Hokage in the original work. She is domineering and powerful. From beginning to end, she only acts as a female knight and holds the absolute initiative. She does not give Shimura Gentoi any chance to turn the tables. On the other hand, Uzumaki Midu began to cultivate the new energy of immortal energy. With a strong mental power and vitality as the foundation, the cultivation went smoothly. She cultivated it in a week, and then it was out of control. In just over a month, she accumulated a considerable amount and condensed a lot of immortal energy raised Nan Jinden. According to this trend, at most 1 year can be used to condense the raised Nan Jinden for 361 acupoints. Originally, she planned to cultivate peacefully, but an unexpected discovery made her change her mind. "Aunt, are you going to transfer the 9 tails?" Senju Orange Water, who was called over, was confused and couldn't figure out her aunt's train of thought. Uzumaki Mido's strength is at its peak now, and her physical condition is also very good, enough to last for a long time. And now they need this powerful fighting force, but Uzumaki Mido said that she wants to transfer the 9 tails. What kind of international joke is this? When will it be transferred? Senju Tobirama was much calmer. After seeing that his sister-in-law had made up her mind, he asked in a deep voice. They were not qualified and had no strength to interfere with Uzumaki Mido's decision. Since she wanted to transfer the 9 tails, they could only accept it. Fortunately, the Uzumaki Kushina sisters have improved their strength a lot because of practicing the Shimura bodybuilding secret technique. In addition, the special abilities of the Uzumaki clan are enough to carry the 9 tails. Tomorrow, after transferring the 9 tails, Tobirama, you take me back to the Whirlpool country. I haven't seen my father and others for a long time. After telling a time, Uzumaki Mido signaled that Senju Tobirama and his son could leave. The father and son looked at each other and wanted to say something, but seeing Uzumaki Midori's expression, they could only leave the villa helplessly. Didn't they say that after the tailed beast was transferred, the Jinchuriki would die? After returning, Senju Orange Water couldn't help asking. This was what the ant said before. The Jinchuriki essentially connects its own chakra with the chakra of the tailed beast with the help of the tailed beast seal. This connection is very close. Once the tailed beast is lost, the Jinchuriki will also die. The two can be said to live and die together. This is also to deter the tailed beast to a certain extent. If the 9 tails can't be sealed one day, the tailed beast can be killed indirectly by killing the Jinchuriki, so that it can't harm the village in a short time. But judging from the meaning of the ant's words just now, it seems that she will not die after transferring the 9 tails. What's going on? Maybe it's because my sister-in-law is too strong, and the Uzumaki clan has a special physique, but it will definitely cause great harm, at least the strength will plummet. After thinking about it, Senju Tobirama could only come up with this explanation. Why did my aunt insist on moving the 9 tails ahead of time? Did the Shimura father and son tell her something? With worry in her heart, Senju Orange Water directly suspected Shimura Danzo and his son. Originally, seeing that my aunt had not shown any abnormality in the past month, she did not take the fact that my aunt stayed in the Shimura family for 2 days to heart. But who would have thought that such a bombshell would come today, 1.5 months later? The root of the problem must be Shimura Danzo and his son. They must have said something to make my aunt change her mind and move the 9 tails ahead of time. It's useless to think more. Things have come to this point. You go and appease Kushina and Kyubin, and let Kushina become the 2nd generation 9 tails Jinchuriki tomorrow. Senju Tobirama also had doubts, but he knew that it was useless to think about those things now. The most important thing at this moment was to cultivate Uzumaki Kushina. Their Senju family really needed the power of the 9 tails for deterrence. Since Auntie is unwilling to be the 9 tails Jinchuriki anymore, Father, can we start implementing that proposal? It's not a good idea to keep the Uzumaki clan in the land of whirlpools. With a turn of his eyes, Senju Orange Water recalled the suggestion made by the elder before. Although he didn't know how long Auntie could live after losing the 9 tails, it would definitely cause great damage and greatly reduce her value. In this way, the plan for the Uzumaki clan could be implemented. You go and make arrangements, be careful, and don't leave any clues. After some thought, Senju Tobirama decided to do it. Now is the era of ninja villages. The Uzumaki clan alone cannot support a ninja village. If they continue to stay in the land of whirlpools, they will be destroyed sooner or later. It's good to take over this ninja world war, and it can also enhance the strength of the Senju clan and better fight against the Shimura clan. He wanted to see if the forbidden sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan could deal with Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Madara, and Shimura Gendo. €. This chapter is specially updated for the book Friend Xiao Ao Renzheng Jun Linshan. Thank you for your support. 392. Chapter 391 Tobirama's Murderous Intention. The transfer of the 9 tails is not a small matter. Moreover, the current situation in Konoha is very complicated, because the truth of the Iron Country tragedy was exposed before, and too many forces are eyeing the Senju family. In order to avoid accidents, Senju Tobirama deliberately transferred Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Midori to the former Senju clan land using the Flying Thunder God technique. That was the clan land of their Senju family during the Warring States period. Although the whole clan moved to Konoha that year, they did not give up that clan land and sent people to manage it. After transferring to the huge secret room specially prepared under the clan land, Senju Tobirama led a group of shadow-level strongmen of the Senju family to separate into 4 directions, be prepared for battle and fight the runaway 9 tails at any time. Unfortunately, the transfer of the 9 tails went beyond everyone's imagination. Uzumaki Mido pressed her palm on her abdomen and pulled out a big black ball, which was covered with dense sealing techniques, and then pressed it straight into Kushina's abdomen. It's over. Blinking her bright eyes cutely, Uzumaki Kushina reached out and touched her smooth belly. This was completely different from what she had imagined before. I thought I would experience unimaginable pain, but who would have thought that the transfer of the 9 tails would be completed without any feeling? Little Nana, Kurama is not a beast, but your friend. Get along with him well in the future. Uzumaki Mido felt guilty as he gently stroked Kushina's little head. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is essentially a war weapon after all. Kushina's life will inevitably be affected after becoming a Jinchuriki. Fortunately, Kurama was influenced and became much easier to get along with. At least he would not run away and impact the seal, and the pressure on Kushina would be much less. As if remembering something, Uzumaki Mido took out the chakra crystal from her arms and sealed it inside the tailed beast seal. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Kushina should be able to perfectly integrate and refine her chakra, and at the same time, this chakra can also serve as an insurance, enough to protect the little girl to grow up. Send me back. Turning her eyes to Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mido said coldly. Although she was bullied by Shimura Jondun in those 2 days, the information her father Shimura Danzo said was probably true. Moreover, today she vaguely sensed some malice from her younger brother-in-law Senju Tobirama and his nephew Senju Orangewater, and even those Senju Cage-level strong men also had malice hidden in them. This is the most powerful evidence. She wants to use her last time to atone for her sins and atone for her sins to her family. Senju Tobirama, who had just come to his senses, first checked the seal that had been transferred to Kushina's body. After confirming that there was no problem, he placed his palm on his sister-in-law's shoulder and released the chakra sealed in the acupoints to perform the ultra-long-distance Flying Thunder God technique. In his early years, he had imprinted the Flying Thunder God technique all over the world. Not to say that there is one in every place, but at least there is one within 1,000 kilometers. With the help of the covered Flying Thunder God techniques, he jumped several times before reaching the border between the land of whirlpools and the land of fire. That's it. Signing Senju Tobirama to stop the Flying Thunder God technique that was about to be launched again, Uzumaki Mido walked south alone. She didn't want this brother-in-law to set foot on the land of whirlpools, not now, and even less in the future. Sister-in-law, let me take you to the whirlpool village. With a worried look on his face, Senju Tobirama stepped up to follow. He was not at ease letting Uzumaki Mido go back alone. Just now, I sensed that there was not a single bit of chakra in my sister-in-law's body. It was obvious that the price paid for transferring the 9 tails was not small. If Uzumaki Mido really had something happen on the way back, he would not be able to explain to the current Uzumaki clan leader Uzumaki Ashina, and their plan for the Uzumaki clan would not be able to continue. Don't go any further, and don't set foot in this land in the future. Leaving behind a word, Uzumaki Mido circulated the immortal energy in his body and flew quickly towards the direction of Ozushio village. Seeing that Uzumaki Mido still had strength, and it was not chakra, Senju Tobirama's heart jumped and he had a bad premonition. Why did she say that? Did she notice our plan for the Uzumaki clan? With an uncertain look, Senju Tobirama's uneasiness became stronger and stronger. If Uzumaki Mido noticed something, their plan would inevitably end in vain. After all, it was also a conspiracy, and the conspiracy could only succeed if it was carried out in secret. Once it was exposed, it would inevitably fail. It shouldn't be possible, otherwise my sister-in-law won't let it go. He quickly rejected this conjecture. Tobirama Senju knew his sister-in-law's temper very well. If she really noticed something, she wouldn't be so calm. Do you want to draw a line with the Senju? His thoughts turned quickly, and he quickly thought of a possibility. Because the truth of the Iron Country tragedy was exposed, the Senju family is now on the blacklist of the 5 major daimyo, and even the Uzumaki clan, who is on good terms with the Senju clan, has been greatly affected. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to further use external forces to pressure the Uzumaki clan to lean towards their Senju clan, but it seems that the sister-in-law seems to have other ideas. Thinking of this, Tobirama Senju's murderous intent emerged in his heart. As a pure ninja, he can do anything for his family. If Uzumaki Mido dares to destroy their plan for the Uzumaki clan, he doesn't mind erasing it. But when he thought of the power that his sister-in-law had exploded before, he had to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. That power is almost the same as the immortal energy in Shimura Suinding's body, but the cultivation method of that new power is only mastered by the Shimura family, which means that the Shimura family passed on the immortal energy cultivation method to my sister-in-law. So did the Shimura family reach an agreement with my sister-in-law? The more he thought about it, the uglier his face looked. He stood there hesitating for a long time, and finally Senju Tobirama performed the Flying Thunder God technique to return. Now he couldn't kill Uzumaki Mido, otherwise, let alone Uzumaki Ashina, the Shimura family alone would never let him go. At this stage, the Shimura family is too powerful and it is not advisable to confront them head-on. What Senju Tobirama didn't know was that the moment he burst out with murderous intent, Uzumaki Mito, who flew far away, felt it. Although she had lost the power of chakra and the nine-tail, she had already integrated the ability to perceive good and evil into herself, and naturally sensed the murderous intent that her brother-in-law had just burst out. Senju. Muttering this name in a low voice, Uzumaki Mito regretted it. I regret marrying into the Senju family. I thought the Senju family was a family of love. Who would have thought that they are a group of wolves in human skin? She was skeptical about what Shimura Danzo said, but the murderous intent of Senju Tobirama just now shattered the luck in her heart. In fact, the performance just now was a test, and the result of the test broke her heart. She paid so much for the Senju family, but was treated like this, and even her own family was calculated. After being sad, there was only guilt in her heart, guilt towards her family. The Uzumaki family gave birth to her, and her sealing technique also came from the Uzumaki family, but she not only failed to bring benefits to the family from the Senju family, but also put it in danger. How could she feel good about this? With her thoughts in mind, Uzumaki Mito continued to fly, and the speed of the flight was also very fast. When the sun set, she finally arrived at Uzushio village. The Uzumaki family has a strong perception. Even if Uzumaki Mito has no chakra now and uses immortal energy, she can still be sensed. The powerful aura of immortal energy made the Uzumaki clan alert immediately, and a large group of strong men came to the village entrance to concentrate on alert. Little Mito. The first old man with white hair and beard saw Uzumaki Mito falling from the sky, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and when he confirmed that it was indeed his daughter who had been married for many years, tears immediately filled his eyes. Father. Seeing her father, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help crying, and threw herself into her father's arms like a young swallow. Although she was not young, and even had grandchildren, she was still the ignorant little girl in front of her father. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Uzumaki Ashina also shed tears while patting her daughter's vest. Since the establishment of Konoha, I haven't seen this girl for more than 30 years. If she hadn't used the yin seal to maintain her body's youthfulness, I would have found it difficult to recognize her. Several brothers and sisters of Uzumaki Mito also recognized the little sister and cried with joy. Although the little sister had been married for more than 30 years, they had never forgotten the little sister, not to mention that the little sister had sent powerful secret techniques many times in the past few years, which made the tribe members' strength increase several times. Obviously, the little sister was always concerned about them and did not forget them because of the prosperity and strength of Konoha. Father, don't stand there, welcome the little sister in quickly, I will go to cook some food for Mito. As the eldest sister, Uzumaki Yanza wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and gestured to welcome her sister in. After all, standing at the entrance of the village was not a good thing. Look at your father's brain, little Mito, come home with your father. Patting his forehead, Uzumaki Ashina also wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and took his daughter home. After confirming that it was Uzumaki Mito who returned, the village's previous alert was also lifted, but it still maintained a certain degree of vigilance, especially the full perception ability. This was what Uzumaki Mito had specifically told her in a letter a month ago. Although she didn't know why, it was better to be careful. Uzumaki Mito, who was welcomed into the family, once again felt the warmth of home, which was something she didn't have in the Senju family. Although she was the wife of the clan leader, she was not a member of the Senju clan after all, and was considered an outsider. The Senju family was on guard against her in many things. Especially since her father Uzumaki Ashina refused to join Konoha, the Senju family became more wary of her, especially her brother-in-law Senju Tobirama. She didn't know many things, such as the Iron Country tragedy. How could she feel such a strong family affection in such a family? Come on, eat more, these are your favorite foods when you were a child. Uzumaki Ashina smiled and picked up a large piece of fish head for her little daughter. Her daughter loved to eat fish heads when she was a child. But looking at the fish head covered with a layer of oil and smelling the unique fresh smell of the fish, a strong feeling of nausea emerged, and Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but cover her mouth and retched. Ugh! Looking at Uzumaki Mito who ran outside the room and squatted and retched, the whole family in the room was stunned. Uzumaki Yanzi, the eldest sister, also picked up a piece of fish head and tasted it, and was even more confused. It tastes very good. Smacking her lips, Uzumaki Yanzi didn't taste anything wrong, and these fish were just caught by her in the river, absolutely fresh. Uzumaki Yumi, the second sister with the most delicate mind, seemed to understand something. Her face changed slightly and came to the side of the younger sister, patting the younger sister's vest to slightly relieve the retching, while carefully observing, and finally confirmed her guess. "Brother, you all go on patrol tonight and be alert." Uzumaki Yumi winked at several brothers and signaled to go out on patrol. "We haven't eaten yet." Uzumaki Masaichi, who was holding the chopsticks, looked confused and even licked his lips subconsciously. Such a rich meal is rare, and he was just about to eat a big meal. "Go on patrol if I tell you to. Why are you so long-winded? All of you go." Uzumaki Ashina also seemed to understand something and scolded. Seeing their old father speak, Uzumaki Masaichi and his brothers naturally did not dare to refute, and got up and went out for patrol in a dejected manner. 393. Chapter 392 Son of Xianding. The brothers were sent away, and Uzumaki Yumi helped Uzumaki Midu, who felt a little better, to sit back in her seat. The whole family just stared at Uzumaki Midu quietly. They were all experienced people, so they naturally knew what that reaction meant. "But Hashirama Senju has been dead for more than 20 years, whose child is this? Whose surname does the child have?" Seeing that his daughter didn't want to say it, Uzumaki Ashina didn't ask, and the topic turned to the child in his daughter's belly. "No matter who the father of the child is, it is still my daughter's child, and he is also the grandson of Uzumaki Ashina. Take my last name Uzumaki." The pretty face is as red as blood. Uzumaki Mitoshi stroked her belly and whispered. She originally wanted to forget what happened in those 2 days, but she got pregnant, and she couldn't bear to abort it. No matter what happened in those 2 days, the child was innocent, and she couldn't do it. In desperation, she could only transfer the 9 tails in advance, and then leave the Senju family, return to Izushio village to give birth, and avoid that little bastard. Otherwise, once he knew that she was pregnant, who knows what he would do? What's there to be shy about? Senju Hashirama has been dead for so many years, and you have been a widow for him for more than 20 years. You don't owe him anything. What's the big deal about remarrying? Uzumaki Swallow supported her sister. Although her sister was not young, because of the yin seal, her body remained young, like a 28-year-old girl, and she had enough conditions to remarry. That's right, little sister, you don't owe the Senju family anything, there's no need to tie yourself to the Senju family all the time. If you ask me, the Senju family is nothing. During the Ninja World War, it was agreed that we would support Konoha to resist part of the Kirigakuru's troops, and give us resources after the war, but only 30% has been given so far. Several sisters supported their little sister and complained about the Senju family and Konoha at the same time. They all had a lot of resentment. During the Ninja World War, Konoha was besieged by the 4 major ninja villages, and it was their Uzushio village that participated in the war and resisted nearly half of the Kirigakuru's troops. It was agreed that a sum of materials would be given after the war as a post-war recovery, but more than 20 years have passed, and only 30% of the materials promised were given. In the past 10 years, nothing has been given. It seems that they want to default on their debts. The excuse they gave was that the third Hokage was not a member of the Senju clan, so they could not make decisions on Konoha's political affairs. But they were not fools, and they knew that the Senju clan still held nearly half of Konoha's power. If they really wanted to give the promised supplies, would the third Hokage dare to object? Uzumaki Ashina also looked unhappy. In the last Ninja World War, their Uzushio village could have stayed out of it, but because of the invitation of the Senju clan, they were involved in the war and suffered heavy losses. Originally, they thought that with the promised supplies, they could quickly recover their vitality, but who would have thought that the Senju clan would play tricks on them? The resentment of the sisters made Uzumaki Mei feel more guilty. Her father had written a letter to mention this matter, but the situation of the Senju clan was indeed not good at that time, so she did not mention it to her nephew. But in the past 2 years, the Senju clan has used its resources to develop vigorously, and the materials consumed are frightening, far more than the materials promised to the Uzushio village that year. Obviously, the Senju family didn't have any money, but they just didn't want to give it to her. How could she not have some ideas? You wrote to us before and asked us to be on high alert. Did the group of sharp-toothed monsters in the Hidden Mist village make any moves? Knocking on the table, signaling the girls to stop talking, Uzumaki Ashina mentioned the letter that her daughter sent back with a secret technique a month ago. The content of the letter was very little, just asking them to be on high alert. There should be an external enemy targeting them, but I don't know which one it is. Hidden Mist Village or Hidden Cloud Village? Or maybe the Hidden Sand Village? With a stern look, the Uzumaki Swallow sisters looked at their younger sister Uzumaki Midu in unison. They had analyzed before that it was likely that the Hidden Mist Village was going to take action. After all, many Hidden Mist ninjas died in their hands in the last Ninja World War. The hatred had already been formed, and they had been mentally prepared for this. Father, I'm sorry for you. Uzumaki Midu had tears in her eyes, and she felt even more guilty and remorseful. If I hadn't helped Hashirama and Konoha, and used myself and the Uzumaki sealing technique to seal the 9 tails, there wouldn't be the situation today. Don't cry, tell me what happened. Uzumaki Ashina wiped away her daughter's tears lovingly, and she felt more and more uneasy. It was obvious that something big had happened to make her daughter lose her composure like this. The secret of me using the Uzumaki sealing technique to seal the 9 tails and become a Jinchuriki was leaked to the 4 major ninja villages by the Senju, and now the 4 major ninja villages are eyeing our Uzushio village. In the next Ninja World War, our Uzumaki country is likely to become the main battlefield. Uzumaki Midu reported the situation and grabbed her father's wrist to transfer the immortal energy to prevent her father from being stimulated by this information. Sure enough, Uzumaki Midu's approach was correct. Uzumaki Ashina was stunned at first, and then she was so angry that her face turned red after she reacted, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Father! The girls were shocked and hurried forward to perform medical ninjutsu to relieve their father's heart and lungs. Don't worry, I'm fine. After catching his breath, Uzumaki Ashina indicated that he was fine, and then looked at his little daughter beside him in surprise. Your power is very good. He naturally sensed the power transmitted to his body by his daughter. He was so angry that his lung blood vessels burst and he spat out a mouthful of blood, but the ruptured blood vessels healed in a short while, and even his internal organs were strengthened, with a tendency to recover his youth. Apart from other things, in terms of the warming effect on the body, this energy is much stronger than chakra. This is called immortal energy. It is a kind of cultivation method passed down to me by the Shimura family. Thinking of the little bastard who taught her the immortal energy cultivation method, Uzumaki Mido couldn't help blushing. Is it from the Shimura family? Shimura Danzo? No, that kid is not interested in this. Could it be his son? Uzumaki Ashina was thoughtful about his daughter's abnormality, and he probably guessed who the father of the child in his daughter's belly was. The Uzumaki Yanza sisters also reacted and cast ambiguous glances. Shimura Gento is now a famous person, so they have naturally heard of him, but they didn't expect that the younger sister would get together with that boy. This is an old cow eating young grass. My younger sister is not at a disadvantage. Uzumaki Mido, who noticed the exposure, turned even redder, as red as blood. This reaction was even more. Let several people confirm that guess, and laugh even more happily. Why did the Senju family do that? Glazing at the girls, Uzumaki Ashina wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, very confused. He naturally didn't think that the girls would lie. Since they said so, it must have been confirmed. But he couldn't figure out why the Senju family wanted to harm their Uzushio village in this way. Although the two families had a little unpleasantness because of the supplies, it was just a small matter. The relationship between the two families was still very close. It was because of this that he agreed to let the people sent by the Senju family and the third Hokage take away the two sisters' kushina. It stands to reason that the Senju family would not do that. Why? The Senju want to have another Hokage and turn Konoha into their private property, but they don't have enough power. They want to use the next Ninja World War to force our Uzushio village to join Konoha, or even merge into the Senju family. Uzumaki Midori told Shimura Danzo's original analysis. Although there is no concrete evidence, the murderous intent of Senju Tobirama before is enough to prove everything. How can they do this? Beast. Something worse than a beast. Damn Senju. The Uzumaki sisters were so angry that they cursed. They never thought that the Senju family, who had been related to them for generations, would plot against them like this. What a cruel plot! Uzumaki Ashina said hatefully after closing his eyes and recalling the situation in the ninja world for more than 30 years, confirming what his daughter said. As an old generation of strong men who came from the Warring States period, his mind is naturally not bad. Although he can't say that he is strong in political tactics, he has some basics. Naturally, he can tell that the plan of the Senju family is very feasible. If it weren't for the youngest daughter's reminder, they would have really fallen into the trap of the Senju family. Did the Shimura family give you the information? Looking at her daughter, Uzumaki Ashina knew her daughter's temperament very well. Although she was not bad-minded, she would never be able to see through the plan of the Senjua family. After all, her daughter was alone in Konoha, without even a trustworthy person, and there was no available intelligence network at all. And since the Senjua family had this plan, they would definitely try every means to conceal it, and there was no way they would let their daughter know. So the source of the information must be outside the Senjua family. Considering the child in her daughter's belly and the immortal energy in her body, it was easy to guess. Yet, nodding, Uzumaki Mito felt very complicated. Danzo did remind her at the beginning, but he also calculated her, making her lose her virginity to that little bastard, and even had a child. She didn't know what to do now. Since it is the information given by the Shimura family, it is basically correct. Also nodded, Uzumaki Ashina had heard about how terrifying the Shimura family's background was. Not to mention their Uzumaki clan, even the entire Konoha would tremble under their feet, and a Uzashio village is not worth their calculations. Not to mention that their daughter is pregnant with Shimura Gentoi's child, it is even more impossible to calculate. Does that kid know about this child? Uzumaki Ashina felt guilty as she lovingly stroked her little daughter's hair. Back then, marrying her little daughter to Hashirama Senju was also a political marriage, at least the little daughter and Hashirama Senju had no emotional foundation before marriage. But who would have thought that they would entrust the wrong person? The Senju family are all a group of wolves in human skin, which really made the daughter suffer. He doesn't know, don't tell him. The pretty face blushed again, and Uzumaki Mei didn't want that little bastard to know about this, otherwise there would be no way to deal with it. During those 2 days, she fully realized the tyranny of that little bastard. Once he knew that she was pregnant, he would definitely force her into the Shimura family. At that time, she didn't know how to face her granddaughter. She would be so embarrassed. Well, I won't tell you. He promised with a smile, but Uzumaki Ashina had already started thinking about how to reasonably inform the Shimura family about this matter. He didn't want his future grandson or granddaughter to become a child without a father. Moreover, his daughter had been entrusted to the wrong person in the first half of her life, and she must have a new happiness and support in the second half of her life, otherwise he would not rest in peace after his death. This is what he and the Uzumaki family owed his daughter. Yanzi, take Mito back to the room to rest, and prepare a light meal to send over. Also, call back Shoichi and the others. Concentrating his thoughts, Uzumaki Ashina signaled his eldest daughter to take good care of the youngest daughter who had just returned, and prepared to discuss this matter all night long. With such a big thing happening, he naturally couldn't sleep tonight. He had to discuss a response plan as soon as possible, lest the Uzashio village really perished in his hands. Father, don't worry, the Shimura family will form an alliance with us and overcome this difficulty together. While saying this, he once again sent a stream of immortal energy to his father to warm his body. Uzumaki Mito was not desperate, because they still had the Shimura family as an ally. Moreover, since Shimura Danzo knew about this, he would definitely make preparations in advance, at least to save their Uzumaki clan. 394. Chapter 393 The Real Madara. Shimura Gendo naturally didn't know about the changes in the Uzumaki clan, even Black Zetsu and White Zetsu didn't know. During this period, Black Zetsu focused his main energy on monitoring the 5 major ninja villages and searching for the evil demon again. Although the last time the evil demon ran away was a planned result, it couldn't be allowed to devour human souls and grow wantonly, so it had to be hit a few more times. 2 years later, Black Zetsu relied on the huge number of White Zetsu to lock onto a sea area again, and Shimura Gentoi and his son and Uchiha Madara went out again. However, this time they did not bring too many people, and did not let the 5 major ninja villages know. By the time the 5 major ninja villages reacted, the battle was over. The evil demon's main body, which had just recovered a little vitality, was hit hard again, and even the 3 10,000-meter-long evil beasts that had been cultivated were killed. This kind of enemy is annoying. Looking at the pile of minced meat in front of him, Shimura Xianding was panting with the big silver sword, and he was also very depressed. This time, the preparations were more thorough. The evil demon's main body was cut into pieces and killed, and even the soul inside was torn into pieces and sealed in the Bagua furnace to slowly burn. Are you sure it's not his main soul? Looking at the sealed Bagua furnace, Uchiha Madara, who was also panting, asked unhappily. He couldn't handle the 3 evil beasts at once, and he almost capsized in the ditch just now. Fortunately, he was promoted to the Immortal God level, which is the 6th-path level of the ninja system. Even if he was promoted not long ago, his strength has also improved qualitatively. It's definitely not the main soul of that guy, and the 6th-path sage didn't intervene. Shimura Gento spoke angrily, and he was 100% sure that it was not the main soul that was killed this time, otherwise the 6th-path sage would not have watched them kill the evil demon. You should know that the 6th-path sage attaches great importance to the evil demon, and even placed his 6 Magadama Samsara eye in Lulin. According to the characteristics of the evil demon's immunity to chakra, it should be the ultimate weapon specially prepared for the Otsutsuki clan in the universe. And the evil demon has infinite potential, and it is far from growing to the peak at this stage. The 6th-path sage cannot watch the evil demon being completely killed by them. Since he didn't take action this time, it proves that the evil demon is not dead yet. Get up! Even more unhappy, seeing Uchiha Doju lying on the ground, Uchiha Madara kicked him angrily. This kid has good potential, but his brain is too bad. After training for so long, he is still useless, which really embarrasses him, Uchiha Madara. Mr. Madara, let me rest for a while, I'm dying. Uchiha Doju, with 2 lines of blood and tears hanging on his face, pleaded weakly. He felt that his whole body and mind were hollowed out now, even more exhausted than when he first did it with Xylee in the Sand Village. Not only Uchiha Doju, but everyone else present felt uncomfortable. Tsunade, Keiko and others were all pale. They paid a heavy price to deal with the evil demon this time. What does the 6th-path sage want to do? After recovering a little, Tsunade said hatefully. In the past 2 years, she has completely integrated into the Shimura family, especially after giving birth to a child. The Shimura family showed her a lot of top-secret information, such as the existence of the 6th-path sage and the true source of the evil demon. Today, she personally fought against the evil demon and fully realized how powerful it was. If it weren't for the powerful power of the little pervert, he would have escaped. That's right, the reason why they had such a hard time this time was mainly to prevent the evil demon from escaping. The ones who really fought against the evil demon were Shimura Gento and his son and Uchiha Madara. But she didn't understand why the 6th-path sage created that kind of monster. If they hadn't all turned to cultivating immortal energy, they wouldn't have been able to take that thing down with just chakra. As the ancestor of ninja, the 6th-path sage created an evil demon that specifically restrained chakra, which was really weird. It didn't make sense to say that it was to fight against the Otsutsuki clan of the universe. After all, from the existing information, the brothers of the 6th-path sage seemed to have signs of joining the Otsutsuki clan of the universe. It was really weird. He is probably also hesitating whether to join the Otsutsuki clan, or whether the Otsutsuki clan will want him, or even destroy him directly, so he wants to be prepared for both situations. He sneered. Uchiha Madara could roughly guess the thoughts of the 6th-path sage brothers. Judging from the other party's behavior of hiding in the dark for thousands of years, it is obvious that they are on guard against something. The only thing worth guarding against by the 2 old silver coins is the Otsutsuki clan. Obviously, the 2 are afraid and hiding, and have not really connected with the strong Otsutsuki clan. Get ready, we will land on the moon in a month. After recovering a little, Shimura Gento looked up at the sky. Although it was daytime, his goal was outside the sky. In the past 2 years, Miss Cho has made every effort to develop and consume a huge amount of chakra metal to finally create a black technology rocket. Thanks to the 1,000 tons of chakra metal sponsored by the Senjua family, it would not be easy to build that rocket. That guy belongs to me. With his arms folded across his chest, Uchiha Madara also looked up at the sky, his murderous intent unconcealed. He had not forgotten the scene of being killed by that guy in the hidden cloud village. Last time, he asked Senjua Tobirama to rescue that guy, but this time he had to kill him by hand. Mother, wait for me. Black Zetsu also looked up at the sky, his eyes seemed to see the moon in outer space through the cover of the sun. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. It was not that he had not thought about killing his mother directly inside the moon, but he did not even have a complete body and his strength was very weak, far inferior to those 2 brothers. If he was really ambushed by the backhand left by those 2, it would be difficult to rescue his mother. So he could only hide and plan the Moon Eye plan, but now it is different. There is the Shimura family in front. As long as the 6th-path sage and the 2 do not attack directly, the descendants of the Hamura in the moon are not a concern. At that time, it will not be a problem to break the seal and rescue his mother. Those 2 guys probably won't let me rescue my mother in advance. After the excitement, Black Zetsu calmed down and realized that it would be difficult to rescue his mother. At least the six-path sage and the other two would not watch them rescue their mother like this. That guy is still thinking about getting his mother's complete samsara Sharingan. Send this amount of supplies to Uzushio village and let them prepare for the Ninja World War. At this time, Shimura Danzo suddenly ran throughout a sealing scroll. Although the sealing scroll itself was not big, it contained a huge amount of materials. He specially prepared it for the Uzumaki clan. Why, let me go. Catching the sealing scroll in astonishment, Shimura Gentoi didn't understand why he, the eldest son of Shimura, needed to do such rough work as running errands. You wrote it in the book yourself, the land of gentleness, the tomb of heroes, look at how ridiculous you have become in the past 2 years. Shimura Danzo didn't explain, but Uchiha Madara on the side scolded him angrily. These words made Tsunade and Keiko blush. If it really came down to it, they were also responsible. It's all because of that little pervert. Okay, I'll go. Being scolded by Madara, Shimura Gentoi could only accept his fate. There was no way, because his grandmother succeeded in taking that guy down, and she was even pregnant now, ready to give birth to a little uncle for him. Now he is his real grandfather, it is natural for him to scold him. What can he do? He patted his forehead gloomily, flew up and flew towards the direction of the Whirlpool country. And watching the figure of Shimura Suin flying away quickly, Uchiha Madara and Shimura Danzo looked at each other and smiled, a very strange smile. Recalling the letter that Uzumaki Ashina secretly sent to them before, they were very happy. Now Senju Hashirama's hat will turn dark green. On the other side, Shimura Suin, who didn't know he was being calculated, absorbed natural energy to restore consumption while flying quickly. He has not been idle in the past 2 years, practicing immortality day and night, practicing with those battle pets during the day, and practicing with 4 wives at night, and his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Yes, it is 3 wives. A year ago, he married Miss Zionjayu and Uchiha's Hilly. It's just that Miss Zionjayu and Miss Hilly got pregnant half a year ago, and are now staying at home to take care of their pregnancies, so they did not participate in this operation to surround and kill the evil demon. But even with the 4 young ladies' external plugins to speed up their training, it is still very difficult. The main reason is that they can't go further, because they lack enough blood limit attributes to fill the Rei's Nan Jinden in those acupoints, and they are stuck. Not only he is stuck, but Uchiha Madara and his own father, the Nabe Cage, are also stuck. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult to deal with an evil demon this time. Whether I can become a Superman depends on this time. Looking up at the sky again, Shimura Gento is looking forward to the next trip to the moon, especially the trick that Otsutsuki Tonari used to devour Uzumaki Naruto's chakra in the original work. In the original work, Otsutsuki Tonari used that trick not only to devour Uzumaki Naruto's chakra through the air, but also to devour sunlight, and even because the energy of the sunlight he devoured was too much, he almost burst himself. Sunlight is different from natural energy and cannot be absorbed directly. Even though the little fairy tree has been working hard on it for the past few years, there has been little progress. If we can use the technique used by Otsutsuki Tonari as a reference, we will definitely be able to quickly deduce the secret technique of absorbing and transforming sunlight energy. Then we can become a Superman and become stronger by basking in the sun. There is no other way. The natural energy of the ninja world was first swallowed up by the first generation of Chakra God Tree for thousands of years, and then it was continuously swallowed up by the 6-path sage with ninja chakra for thousands of years. The concentration has long been diluted to a limit. It is not a big problem to use natural energy to practice in the early stage of the local world, but it is not possible in the later stage. This is also a major reason why I have not made much progress in recent times. If we can directly absorb solar energy for practice, or transform it into natural energy, all problems will no longer be problems. Thinking of this, Shimura Gendo accelerated his flight. The location where he dealt with the evil demon before was only thousands of kilometers away from the Whirlpool country, and he could reach it in one day at his current flying speed. But when he arrived at Whirlpool village, he was stunned. Senior Ashina, you don't have to be so polite. The excessive enthusiasm of Uzumaki Ashina and the large group of Uzumaki clan members around him made Shimura Gento feel flattered and uncomfortable. Especially the look in Uzumaki Ashina's eyes was very strange, like an old father looking at his son. You still call me senior? Call me father-in-law. After staring at him in reproach, Uzumaki Ashina was extremely satisfied. Apart from anything else, at least this boy is very handsome, and his daughter has good taste. His own strength is also very strong, and the Shimura family is even stronger, perfect in all aspects, at least much stronger than that guy Senju Hashirama. Ah! With a sense of weakness, Shimura Gento shrank his neck subconsciously, wondering if Miss Mito had told her family about her true identity. However, looking at Uzumaki Ashina's attitude, it seemed that he did not show any signs of being angry and wanting to use the Shiki Fujin to die with him, so he felt a little relieved. "Hello, father-in-law. Miss Mido is in Uzushio village." He hurriedly called his father-in-law and asked thoughtfully. He hadn't seen Miss Mido for 2 years. Every time he went to the Senju family, he was turned away. The reason given was that Miss Mido was in seclusion. Even Tsunade couldn't see her when she went back, and the Uzumaki Kushina sisters hadn't come to the Shimura family for 2 years, and there was no news of Miss Mido. Now it seems that Miss Mido is not in Konoha at all, but has returned to her parents' home. 395. Chapter 394 All Over the World. Chapter 394 All Over the World. Uzumaki Mido naturally sensed the arrival of Shimura Gentoi, and she even sensed it as early as when Shimura Gentoi set foot in the territory of the country of Uzushio. Although Shimura Danzo used the second-generation Chakra God Tree to devour the Chakra bloodline in Uzumaki Midoriya, some of his abilities and characteristics had already been integrated into his body and soul, and were guided out again with the cultivation of the immortal power. Even because of the immortal power, the power that belongs to oneself can be perfectly controlled, making those abilities even stronger. However, even if it becomes stronger, Uzumaki Mido has never thought of meeting Shimura Gento again, and hides in a treehouse in the mountains behind Uzushio village. Doudou should be hungry. Soaking in the bathtub, feeling the swelling of her chest, Uzumaki Mido missed her daughter. Although her daughter is more than 1 year old, she has not been weaned, but the temperature in the mountains is too low, and the conditions here in the treehouse are not good, so she did not bring her with her. Thinking about it, Uzumaki Mido couldn't help but think of a figure, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Those 2 days were really embarrassing. When she was thinking about it, she suddenly felt a pair of hands pressing on her shoulders. Just when she wanted to fight back instinctively, the voice beside her ear made her body stiffen, and her heart couldn't help but panic. "Miss Mido, why are you hiding from me?" Sniffing the unique fragrance of the beauty, Zhikan Xianding bit her delicate ear, feeling resentful in his heart. The little sister was too naughty, she dared to hide from him. It seemed that he was not really conquered at the beginning, so he had to work harder this time. Biting her lips tightly without saying a word, Uzumaki Mido didn't know what to do now. It would be fine if she was not found by this little pervert, but since she was found, she would never be able to escape from his hand. Although her strength has improved greatly in the past 2 years, she can feel that the immortal energy in the person behind her is stronger than her, both in quantity and quality. In other words, she has no ability to escape. The next scene made her even more panicked. She saw Zhikan Xianding skillfully take off his battle clothes, and the tight shorts were ruthlessly abandoned again. He sat in the bathtub and faced the little sister. "Mido, I'll rub your back." He walked forward with a smile, forcibly hugged the beauty into his arms, and provided her with a back massage service. Mido naturally refused, but unfortunately her strength was no match for the guy opposite, and the acupoints in her body were blocked again. "This little bastard wanted to bully me again." But Shimura Gento quickly stopped the back rubbing service because he discovered a secret of the young lady. "I saw that the young lady's mind was broader before, and I thought it was a secondary development of the body, but who would have thought that her mind was full of worlds? We have a child? Boy or girl?" Thinking through the key point, Shimura Gento almost jumped up with excitement. Although Sister Keiko and teacher Tsunade had given birth to children for him, and Sisters Ionjiu and Sisters Hilly were also at home to take care of the fetus, as a Chinese time traveler, he naturally hoped to have many children. Anyway, he is no longer the kind of house slave in his previous life, and he can afford to raise 100 children. And as long as there is a child, it will be much easier to conquer Miss Mido. Even if Hashirama Senju is really resurrected, it will be too late. As for who the child belongs to, there is no need to think about it. With Miss Mido's personality, how could she have a relationship with others? Even if I took advantage of the situation and took her by force under the matchmaking of my old father. But I didn't expect that I could hit her with one shot. I was so lucky. Still pursing her lips tightly, Uzumaki Mido didn't want to talk about it. The considerate Shimura Gentoi naturally wouldn't force it. "What are you doing?" Sensing the movement of the claws, Uzumaki Mido was very anxious. This little bastard really wanted to bully me again. One child is not enough? I want Miss Mido to give me a litter of children, preferably all girls. Smiling, Shimura Gentoi picked up Miss Mido horizontally and walked towards the simple bed in the tree house. Although the bed was simple, it looked very sturdy and should be able to be used as a battlefield between him and the young lady. No, I'm still pregnant. Seeing that they were going to fight for real, Mido was shocked and told the truth regardless of her inner shyness. What? Still pregnant? Looking confused, Shimura Gentoi was really shocked. Although the young lady didn't say much, the amount of information contained in it was quite amazing. How could she be pregnant again after giving birth to a child? Whose child is it? Did Senju Tobirama really resurrect Senju Hashirama and reconcile with Miss Mido? Thinking of this, Shimura Gentoi couldn't help but have murderous intent in his heart, thinking about killing his rival Senju Hashirama in the future, and destroying his soul. It's also your child. Sensing the murderous intent of the person next to her, Uzumaki Mido couldn't help guessing what he was thinking, and hesitated to tell the father of the child. What? It's also my child. Shimura Gentoi was really confused. Thinking back to his past 2 years, he was sure that he had never been to Uzushio village, nor had he seen Miss Mido again. How could it be possible? Wait, could it be that his future self had traveled through time again? Thinking of the future Xianding he had met in Lulin, Shimura Gentoi's murderous intent became even stronger. Although the future Xianding was also himself, it was in the future after all, and he would never allow his future self to cheat on him. It's Kurama. Sensing the deeper murderous intent of the person beside him, Uzumaki Mido said helplessly, and his teeth itched in anger. Kurama. Shimura Gentoi was confused again, and he found that he really didn't understand women's brain circuits. Why did he bring up Kurama again? At first, I was pregnant with only Xiao Daodu, but Ju Lama infused his consciousness into the embryo, causing it to split into twins, but his development speed is much slower than Xia Daodu's. Gently stroking her flat belly, Uzumaki Midori was speechless. She also realized it after a few months of pregnancy, and thought that the child was developing slowly and would be stillborn. After all, for humans, multiple births are not a normal pregnancy phenomenon, and there are many accidents. It is not surprising that there is a stillbirth. But as a mother, she naturally does not want her child to die, so she uses immortal energy to nourish it, but the huge amount of immortal energy she inputs does not have much effect. Only then did she realize that things are not simple. After a careful sensing, it was finally determined that the fetus had the spiritual consciousness of Ju Lama in its body, but in order not to hurt the soul body that has not yet formed, it is in a deep sleep. Is there such a thing? Feeling even more confused, Ziken Xianding learned a lot today, and then realized that something was wrong. You just said Xiao Daodu, so our child is a girl, so Ju Lama will also become a girl. The expression gradually became weird, and countless images of Vixen flashed in his mind, such as Daji, Ari, and a lot of other Vixen. Is my daughter going to become a Vixen? Sister Mido, I'm hungry. Concentrating his increasingly surging emotions, Ziken Xianding felt infinite greed in his heart. Since the young lady is still pregnant with a daughter, of course she can't be dragged over to join the battle, but she can use other methods to further attack her. Get lost. Following someone's gaze, Uzumaki Mido was so angry that her pretty face turned red, and she signaled someone to get lost quickly. Unfortunately, in any world, the strong fist is the truth, and the weak can only obey the strong. It is obvious that Shimura Gentoi is now a strong man. On the morning of the third day, Shimura Gentoi got up contentedly and looked at the rising sun in the east. Don't ask where he went the next day, asking is to omit 100 million words. Go home with me in a month. Aware of the sound of dressing behind him, Shimura Gentoi announced his decision in an extremely domineering manner. Since the young lady is pregnant, he naturally won't feel at ease to keep her in Uzushio village, otherwise once the news leaks out, the young lady will be in danger. There is no way, there are too many bad guys in the ninja world. Don't refuse. We have no choice. The 5 major ninja villages are ready for war. The Whirlpool country will inevitably become the main battlefield. It is dangerous for you and the child to stay here. Without waiting for the beauty behind him to speak, Shimura Gentoi turned around and hugged her in his arms, and was very grateful to the 5 major ninja villages. If it weren't for the existence of the 5 major ninja villages, he really couldn't convince the little sister to go home. Sure enough, Uzumaki Mitu hesitated after hearing this. I'll go to Lulin. After hesitating for a long time, Uzumaki Mitu finally decided to obey the little bastard, but she didn't want to meet her granddaughter Tsunade. She didn't know how to face her granddaughter. Okay. Nodding, Shimura Gentoi also knew that this was the last bottom line of the little sister. But it doesn't matter. His strategy plan for these little sisters has always been based on the kingly way, supplemented by the warm water boiling frog, advancing layer by layer, and bit by bit breaking through the little sister's inner defense line. You must know that habit is a very terrible power. When you get used to it, nothing is unacceptable. In the following days, Shimura Gento stayed in the mountains to accompany Miss Mitu, and didn't even pay much attention to the girl Uzumaki Doudou. After all, children and other things are gifts for recharging phone bills, and it's enough to meet them once. The most important thing is to live a good life with the little sister. Of course, the most important thing is that he wants to eat alone. Uzumaki Mitu was helpless about the little man's advances, but she accepted this relationship in her heart. Since she switched to the immortal power system, she has truly realized the power of this training system. Maybe the range of destructive power is not as good as ninjutsu, but other aspects are much stronger, especially for the improvement of physical fitness, and even can break the limit of life. According to the results of her current induction, she can live to at least 500 years old, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Compared with the value of lifespan, her own age is really nothing. It is also a good ending to have someone to accompany her in the future. Of course, it would be perfect if the little brother was not so lustful and there were not so many annoying new tricks. While Shimura Xianding was enjoying his own world, the 5 major ninja villages were actively preparing for war in secret. Even the 5 shadows gathered in secret to hold a 5-shadow meeting to discuss the details of the plan against the Shimura family. The Shimura family was too strong, especially the Shimura father and son and Uchiha Madara, who were like 3 mountains that made them breathless. They couldn't wait any longer. This time they had to succeed in one fell swoop and completely eradicate the Shimura family. Can you still join the battle? The 3rd generation of Mizukage looked at the tentacles transformed by the evil demon. The evil demon was a major force in this plan, but the evil demon was surrounded and killed by the Shimura family again some time ago. Although their people could only watch from a distance, the results did not seem to be very good. That's just one of my clones. The evil demon's evil voice came from the tentacles. He had long guessed that the Shimura family must know that he was not dead and would definitely surround and kill him again, so he deliberately made a clone to confuse the other party for the next decisive battle. Get ready. The war in the Whirlpool country will begin in a month. Looking at the evil demon tentacles and the puppet sent by the Otsutsuki Dojin, Sarutobi Hiruzen set the time for the decisive battle. He was thinking about how to use the 4 major ninja villages to kill the Shimura family and the 3 major clans. It would be best if these bastards died together. By the way, we must also lure the samurai swordsmen from the 5 major countries over. Thinking of the number of samurai swordsmen shown by the 5 major countries and the Iron Country when they surrounded and killed the evil demon last time, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled. These are all hidden dangers that threaten Konoha and must be eliminated. 396. Chapter 395 Forced Moon Landing. Shimura Gentoi placed the construction and launch of the moon landing rocket on the New World, which is in the southern hemisphere of the planet. The ball will basically not be noticed by the 5 major ninja villages. Even if the 5 major ninja villages react by then, it will be too late. And it was Miss Cho who designed and supervised the rocket, but now the maker of the moon rocket is in a daze. Her eyes rolled back, her breathing was rapid, her pretty face was pale, and she was sweating. After an unknown amount of time, Cho, who finally came back to life, bit the chin of the guy next to her, and punched him in shame and anger. This little pervert is such a bastard, he only knows how to bully her. Back then, I must have had a brain seizure to accept this traitor. Shimura Gento did not resist, and even enjoyed it. Miss Cho herself is not good at physical strength, and she was exhausted after a whole night of passive fighting, and she couldn't move much strength at all. That strength is not even a massage. Teacher, give me a child. When the beauty in his arms was tired, Shimura Gento said affectionately. The progress of the strategy for this teacher lady has reached the last step. He only needs to make a child to completely conquer her. That's right, he has already taken this teacher lady. After marrying Zionjihu teacher, he rushed over to force this teacher lady to take her down. In the process, he naturally encountered strong resistance, and also deployed the latest puppet armor, and then was suppressed. It's just that it's a bit difficult to make the lady pregnant. Don't even think about it. He refused decisively without thinking. Cho has never thought of giving birth to a child for this traitor. He even dealt with it every time after to prevent her from getting pregnant. Don't refuse. Anyway, your big account has been practiced and useless. It's just right to practice a small account with your disciple. Smiling and persuading, Shimura Xianding really hopes to have another child. Although for him, children and other things are gifts for recharging phone bills, they are gifts after all. The most important thing is that gifts can be used to complete the last step of the strategy for the young ladies, completely eliminate the hidden dangers of the kingly way, and achieve the perfect state of combining hardness and softness. Why not do it? Don't even think about it. Still refused decisively, Cho couldn't afford to lose that person. Really not agree. Shimura Gento didn't want to use that killer move, his starry eyes narrowed slightly. After all, we are master and apprentice, so we can't be too extreme. Don't even think about it. In that case, I will go to the Sand Village to ask Brother Zhang for marriage, and marry you openly. Well, we will also invite famous ninjas from the entire ninja world to attend our wedding. Shameless. With her eyes wide open, Cho really didn't expect the traitor to be so shameless, and she was so angry that she wanted to bite again. Teacher, I really love you, you can feel this love. Putting the teacher's jade-like hand on his heart, and straightening his waist to let her feel his feelings, Ziken Xianding still had that affectionate expression. You leave. Putting her pink lips tightly, Cho finally compromised. Compared to making this matter known to everyone, it is better to secretly give birth to a child for the traitor. Hey! Blinking his eyes in confusion, Ziken Xianding didn't quite understand what the teacher meant. If you don't leave, how can I get you pregnant? Don't say you don't know my days. Staring with hatred, this traitor is too hateful. Every time he comes to bully himself at the right time, he wants her to get pregnant. Ah! Oh, I'll leave now. Just reacting, Ziken Xianding happily left, and then got up and left the room, preparing to get a sumptuous dinner for the teacher. After all, I had consumed a lot of energy before, so I had to replenish nutrition, especially water. What a sin! Touching her belly, Cho sighed gloomily, and she regretted it more and more. Why did she have the brain to kidnap the traitor? Now, she has been targeted by him, not only has she lost her virginity, but now she has to give birth to a child for him. It's good to get pregnant, at least I can have 2 or 3 years of peace. After sighing, Cho thought about it and felt that this was a good thing. At least she wouldn't be bullied by the traitor for 2 or 3 years. But when she thought of the traitor's lust and the endless new knowledge, she couldn't help but feel nervous. She shouldn't be bullied again, right? Giving Miss Cho 3 days of rest, Shimura Gento arrived at the rocket launch base deep underground on time. But looking at the rocket launch device, I always felt something was wrong. Are you sure this is a rocket launcher, not an electromagnetic gun? Looking at Miss Cho next to him, Shimura Gento always felt that the little sister's way of thinking was very wrong. He was an outsider in this area. At the beginning, he only mentioned some of his previous life's brain-hole inspirations and handed them over to the little sister to develop and implement them. The electromagnetic gun was one of them. Compared with those brain holes in anime, the electromagnetic gun has been scientifically proven to be feasible in the previous life, but it is difficult to mass-produce due to some conditions. But those limitations in the previous life can be solved in this world, and the problem is not big. But he didn't expect Cho to use the electromagnetic gun in rocket launches. Are you sure this is a manned rocket, not a shell? If you are afraid of death, you can choose not to sit. Cho stared coldly, still angry in her heart. It's embarrassing to think that her Sand Village flower was planted in the hands of a junior. How to operate? Not caring about the little sister's temper, Shimura Gento asked how to operate the big guy to land on the moon. We will control the first stage and send you out of the atmosphere. You will control the second stage. When it comes to business, Cho suppressed her anger and explained, the whole rocket is an electromagnetic cannon thruster. You will be launched into the air. After that, you need to adjust the angle of the rocket and calculate the time difference to launch the inner chamber. In the vacuum environment you mentioned, the speed can theoretically reach 100 km per second. The only question now is whether you can withstand that speed. She was a little worried. Although she wanted to get rid of this traitor, she didn't want him to die. A speed of 100 km per second was too dangerous. She had no way to test it and could only give a theoretical guess. But she could only use this extreme speed to land on the moon. Only in this way could she catch the moon Otsutsuki off guard and maximize the benefits. Shimura Gendo didn't set a flag for death. He domineeringly hugged the little sister into his arms, gave her a deep kiss, and then walked out of the command room. This scene made the staff in the command room look sideways, especially those people from the Sand Village even gave them ambiguous looks. They had long been aware of the abnormal relationship between Cho and Shimura Gentoi, but this was a good thing for them. When they were brought here, they were still worried, fearing that the Shimura family would suspect them. Although the Shimura family has treated them equally in recent years, the worry in their hearts still exists. Now, their eldest brother Cho has become one of the young ladies of the Shimura family, and with Zionjaihu's side, they are enough to protect them. As long as they don't have any bad thoughts in the future, nothing will happen. Traitor! Just coming back to her senses from that overbearing kiss, Cho noticed the strange looks from everyone, and her pretty face flushed with anger, wishing she could rush up and get rid of them. Originally, they had only come here secretly, but now they were kissing goodbye in front of so many people, and the nature of the matter immediately changed. Although Cho, who was so ashamed and angry, wanted to get rid of them, she still suppressed her anger in the end and started the rocket launcher according to the procedure. The 100,000 white Zetsu that had gathered long ago output their own lightning immortal energy. The huge lightning power quickly rotated along the wires made of perfect energy metal, and was transformed into magnetic force on the rocket under the blessing of magnetic escape. At the same time, Shimura Gendo was not idle either, performing anti-gravity techniques to offset the weight of the rocket itself. The reason why rockets were so difficult to deal with in the previous life was mainly because they were too heavy. Plus air resistance, the force required to send a rocket into space is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But in this alien world with a cultivation civilization, gravity and air resistance are not a problem, and without the restrictions of gravity and air resistance, it is conceivable what speed the rocket can burst out. The magnetic force quickly accumulated to the limit, pushing the huge rocket to instantly take off and shoot into outer space at a speed far beyond imagination. At the same time, there is magnetic force mixed with wind on the surface of the rocket to displace the air above and reduce air resistance. Although it cannot be completely eliminated, after all, the speed is too fast, but it is not a problem to reduce most of it. The speed of the rocket is very fast. It didn't take long for it to cross the atmosphere of tens of thousands of kilometers and appear in the vacuum environment of outer space. Zhikan Xianding, who stayed in the inner warehouse, adjusted the direction of the rocket and at the same time, the speed of the rocket was 100 km/degrees to calculate the angle. The moon is not stationary, it is orbiting the planet at a speed of about 1000 meters per second. Add to that the distance between the Earth and the moon, and the slightest angle error will cause the moon to pass by. It would be a pitfall if it was really sent into the depths of the starry sky, so it is necessary to hit the moon accurately. After adjusting the angle, Shimura Gendo activated the lightning immortal energy sealed in the rocket itself, converting it into a huge magnetic force to act on the inner warehouse. The shape of this rocket is like a gun barrel, and the inner warehouse he is riding in is the warhead. Next, the rocket barrel needs to be used to launch the inner warehouse. Because the inner warehouse is much smaller than the rocket itself, it will accelerate faster. Not long after, the rocket head bounced off, and a silver stream of light rushed straight to the moon. That's right, it was a silver stream of light. No, like the rocket itself, which is made of chakram metal, although the main body of the inner chamber is also made of perfect energy metal mixed with heavy gold, the outer layer is covered with a layer of high-density meteorite alloy. Even if it is finally detected by the moon's Otsutsuki strongman, it is enough to ensure that it will not be destroyed. At least the golden wheel reincarnation explosion is not enough to break the meteorite alloy. The power provided by the inside of the rocket is only half of the previous rocket launch base, but because there is no air resistance in the vacuum, and the inner chamber is much smaller than the rocket, the speed is several times faster, reaching an astonishing hundreds of kilometers per second. It is hundreds of kilometers per second, not per hour, and its speed can be imagined. The distance between the Earth and the Moon is nearly 400,000 kilometers. It is naturally difficult to cross such a distance. Even at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per second, it still takes about an hour. But fortunately, they were launched from the southern hemisphere of the planet, and the Moon's Otsutsuki clan may be more concerned about the ninja continent in the northern hemisphere, so they didn't notice it until the inner chamber approached the Moon. Even the Six-Path Sage brothers hiding in the dark did not expect that there would be such an operation as forcibly landing on the Moon. It's not that they are not smart enough, but they don't have the brains to think about it. Shimura Gendo, who was riding in the inner warehouse, quickly sensed a new gravity, or gravity to be precise, from the gravity of the moon. He immediately used this gravity as a basis to perform anti-gravity techniques, and at the same time he ejected himself from the end of the inner warehouse. Hundreds of kilometers per second is no joke. It's no problem to simply bear the pressure brought by the speed, but to bear the reaction force of the impact on the moon, his current physical fitness is still far behind. He continued to exert the reaction force to slow down his speed with the help of the moon's gravity, so as to avoid being smashed into a chopped green onion pancake. But the inner warehouse continued to hit the moon at a speed that did not slow down. The mass is large enough, coupled with the extreme speed of hundreds of kilometers per second, the kinetic energy contained can be imagined. 397. Chapter 396 Sword Slashing Samsara I. Boom boom. Like a pinball shooting at a watermelon, the moon was smashed into a huge crater with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers and a depth of hundreds of kilometers, and the entire moon was shaken. Not long after, Shimura Gendo also fell on the surface of the moon. Ugh! While retching, he released Madara and his old father who were in the purple gold gourd in advance. The speed of hundreds of kilometers per second before was very uncomfortable, even with his physical fitness, it was a bit too much. Even so, he had applied the 7 attribute immortal energy mode to himself in advance, especially the Vajra indestructible blessed by the earth escape immortal energy mode, otherwise it would not be just nausea and vomiting. Dust escape. Ignoring his own child who was in poor condition, Shimura Danzo performed dust escape and quickly rushed into the interior of the moon along the huge crater created by the smash. The previous collision must have caused chaos to the Moon Otsutsuki clan. They had to kill their way into the interior before the Moon Otsutsuki could react, so as to prevent the Moon Otsutsuki from preparing for a counterattack. As for the dust release, it was naturally acquired from Onoki. When performing plastic surgery on Onoki, Shimura Gento secretly got some of the old guy's body cells, and then allowed his old father to temporarily obtain the dust release attribute. With the dust release, the speed of opening the way is amazing. It didn't take long to penetrate the moon and rush into the interior space. The interior of the moon is not small. The Moon Otsutsuki clan has opened up a space of thousands of kilometers over thousands of years, and even used the ceiling boundary technique to simulate the sky and the sun. Without paying attention to the environment inside the moon, a Shimura clan member immediately took out a portable electromagnetic cannon and fired a cannonball engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique at the core of the moon. When the cannonball entered the core, Shimura Danzo used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport everyone there, and killed into the core area of the Moon Otsutsuki clan like a divine soldier descending from the sky. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon were stunned by the sudden appearance of the enemy before they figured out what was going on. They couldn't organize a decent defense at all. They had never thought that anyone could enter the interior of the moon for thousands of years. They didn't even have any defense facilities and measures, which made them even more passive. Not to mention that the Otsutsuki clan was stunned, the Otsutsuki Dojin and other strong men who were practicing in seclusion were also confused. They really couldn't figure out where the enemy came from. Die. Uchiha Madara locked the position of the Otsutsuki Dojin at the first time, and controlled the 10,000-meter high Susanoo to swing the sword down. The super combat quality of the Otsutsuki Dojin saved his life. Although he didn't know how these enemies came in, he entered the reincarnation eye mode at the first time and summoned the ancestor statue. The huge Hamura stone statue raised his hand to block the Susanoo blade that was cut down. Although the huge arm was cut off, it also saved the Otsutsuki Dojin. Without hesitation, he used the Rinnegan between his eyebrows to communicate with the giant Rinnegan in the temple, and mobilized more Rinnegan chakra to bless the Hamura statue. With the blessing of a huge amount of Rinnegan chakra, the Hamura statue expanded rapidly and soon reached the same size of 10,000 meters as Susanoo. The two behemoths started to kill, which was earth-shattering. Every blow could cause destructive power like a natural disaster. Even Uchiha Madara deliberately destroyed the surrounding buildings to prevent the Moon Otsutsuki clan from destroying the things inside. The annihilation of the Moon Otsutsuki clan was only a secondary goal of this operation. The main goal was to obtain the other party's thousands of years of heritage, especially the inheritance left by Otsutsuki Hamura. Hamura, enjoy the pain of losing your relatives. The Black Zetsu, who also sneaked and sneered, took out his own storage equipment, released the million white Zetsu troops sealed inside, and followed the Shimura ninja to join the battle. He led the most elite group of white Zetsu troops to sneak into the secret places of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon to protect the items inside, so as to prevent the Otsutsuki clan from being destroyed. In particular, he got the secret treasure that the Otsutsuki Djinn had stolen from the hidden cloud village. After the moon is conquered, it will become a large base for them, and naturally they will not allow anything that can threaten the moon. The war, or the killing, is proceeding quickly and effectively. One side is well trained and well planned, while the other side is passively fighting and has no fighting experience. The result can be imagined. Wholesale of the Samsara Eye. Shimura Gento, who finally arrived, looked at the 18 Otsutsuki strongmen on the moon in the fierce battle, especially the sky-blue Samsara Eye between the other's eyebrows, and couldn't help but complain. In the original work, only Otsutsuki Tonari awakened the Samsara Eye. Obviously, it is difficult to awaken that kind of eye, but now there are 18 people who have awakened the Samsara Eye. Although it is not the double eye type of reincarnation eye like Otsutsuki Tonari, but the vertical eye between the eyebrows, it is also a reincarnation eye, and its power is not weak. The most important thing is that the 18 people seem to have awakened the reincarnation eye for a while, and they are very skilled in the use of the inner pupil technique, but their combat experience is a little lacking. The source of their power is there. Shimura Danzo, who was controlling 9 10,000-meter wooden men to fight fiercely, reminded him, and the wooden man under his feet threw out a giant wooden hammer. The wooden hammer, which was several thousand meters in size, flew out and pointed directly at a temple, which was the source of power for Otsutsuki Djinn and others. Stop them! Otsutsuki Djinn, who was suppressed by Uchiha Madara, roared wildly, anxiously trying to get rid of it, but was beaten even worse by Uchiha Madara. Dare to be distracted while fighting with me! Wheel grave! With a ferocious look on his face, Uchiha Madara decisively activated the new pupil technique that his eyes obtained after being promoted to the fairy god level. 4 undetectable figures appeared around Otsutsuki Djinn and attacked at the same time. Shi 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 shi. 4 soft sounds were heard. Otsutsuki was brutally cut in half, his limbs were cut off, leaving only his head and chest. This was because he was able to detect the reincarnation eye in his forehead in advance, otherwise he would have died long ago. Deeply aware of Uchiha Madara's power, coupled with the miserable state of his clansmen, Otsutsuki did not dare to fight and used space ninjutsu to return to the temple. Coincidentally, Shimura Gento also arrived at the temple with the wooden hammer thrown by his old father. The 10,000-meter wooden man threw out a super-giant hammer with a hammerhead diameter of several thousand meters. The kinetic energy it carried can be imagined, and it instantly destroyed the defense barrier outside the temple. Stepping into the interior of the temple, after turning around, he came to the space where the giant reincarnation eye was stored. Sensing the fluctuations in the space, he rushed up without saying a word. When Otsutsuki appeared, he grabbed it with one hand and dug out the reincarnation eye between his eyebrows. Ah! The eye connected to the brain was forcibly pulled out, and the pain caused made Otsutsuki scream. Before Shimura Gentoi could take him down, the spatial fluctuation reappeared, and the Otsutsuki Djinn, whose head and chest were left, disappeared strangely. Finally he made a move. Instead of being surprised, Shimura Gentoi knew that it was the 2 brothers of the Six-Path Sage who made the move. It was not the spatial ninjutsu that the Otsutsuki Djinn had just launched, but... Turning around to look at the giant golden reincarnation eye and the Otsutsuki Djinn who was protected inside, he decisively opened the 9 gates of Dungia. That's right, it was the 9 gates of Dungia, which was based on the 9 major acupoints. It was more perfect than the 8 gates of Dungia, and the explosive power was even stronger. Break! It broke out completely, and he swung his sword and slashed it fiercely. The vast immortal energy cut out a sharp sword energy of 100 meters long based on the big silver sword, which was mixed with the 9 powers of wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, yin and yang, and time and space, and was indestructible. The seal barrier outside the giant reincarnation eye lasted for a moment before it was torn apart, and then the giant reincarnation eye itself was cut. The sword light swept past, and the originally stable giant reincarnation eye chakra became turbulent, and the fluctuation became more and more violent, and it was about to explode on the spot. Just at this moment, a golden figure rushed into the giant reincarnation eye along the sword mark and grabbed the golden eye at the core. This is the core of the giant reincarnation eye. The pattern inside is exactly the same as the giant reincarnation eye. It can even be said that the giant reincarnation eye is a projection of this thing. Finally got it. He sneered. Shimura Xianding crushed the golden reincarnation eye in his hand. Looking for death. At the moment of crushing the golden reincarnation eye, a roar came into his mind, and the Otsutsuki Hamura hidden in the dark was angry. That golden reincarnation eye was his. It was nurtured for thousands of years with countless white eyes and chakras of his descendants. Now it was crushed. How could he not be angry? But despite being extremely angry, he still didn't dare to go out. The future Xianding had left a backup plan. If he drove out, he would surely die. There was no choice but to control the power of the golden reincarnation eye to devour the power of countless white eyes around him, and carried the Otsutsuki Dojin away again using space ninjutsu. At the same time, the six-path sage hidden in the Pure Land also reacted and moved the core seal of Kagaya at all costs. One Shimura Xianding was enough to give them a headache. If the mother was allowed to come out again, the consequences would be disastrous. The most important thing was that the mother's reincarnation Sharingan could enter and exit the Pure Land space. Once the door to the Pure Land space was opened, he would lose the last layer of protection, and all future plans would fail. Black Zetsu, who was looking for the mother's seal, seemed to sense something and stopped. He knew that his mother's seal had been moved, and it must have been done by the six-path sage. Without the moon's gravity, how can you suppress mother? He sneered. Zetsu was not surprised by this, and even gained something. He had studied the seals used by the six-path sage and Otsutsuki Hamura in the past. Logically, those two were weaker than mother, and mother had a complete samsara Sharingan, so even if she was sealed, it would not be permanent. After studying for thousands of years, he finally understood that those two were using the moon's gravity to bless the seal, otherwise mother would have broken the seal with the samsara Sharingan. Do you really think the moon eye is a joke? Now without the assistance of the moon's gravity, even if he doesn't do anything, mother can break the seal quickly. At the same time, Otsutsuki Hamura used the power of the reincarnation eye to launch a large-scale space ninjutsu, using his own bloodline as a guide to escape with all the descendants of the moon. There was no way. Now they didn't dare to act in person. Those tribesmen alone were no match for Shimura Gendo and others. Running away was the only option. Of course, only the living were taken away. As for those who died in the battle, they naturally could not be taken away, but their souls were also taken away, leaving only corpses. Da-da-da. Shimura Gentoi, wearing a battle suit, walked out of the temple and looked up. He found that the battle had stopped. He guessed that Otsutsuki Hamura had moved away those Otsutsuki people, which was also within their expectations. But the problem is not big. The main target this time is the heritage of the Otsutsuki clan. As for those Otsutsuki people on the moon, they lost the advantage of the moon, so that's it, not to mention that the core of the giant reincarnation eye was destroyed by him. Didn't kill them. Stepping over, with a gloomy old face, Uchiha Madara was very unhappy. Space ninjutsu is indeed disgusting. The Senju Tobirama was like this back then, and the current Otsutsuki fans are also disgusting. I don't kill people. Playing with the sky blue reincarnation eye in his hand, Shimura Gentoi showed a sunny smile. Since I promised Sister Huiza not to kill anyone, I must keep my word. Anyway, the means to kill the enemy there are so many, why should I stain my hands with blood? Besides, I am the eldest son of the Shimura family, and I have a lot of cannon fodder under my command. Is it necessary to do it myself? Tisk. Uchiha Madara curled his lips in disdain and paused his gaze on the sky blue reincarnation eye. He knew that this must be the same person as Otsutsuki, that is, the original Byakugan of the Heavenly Ninja. I think that guy will definitely not feel good after losing this Byakugan of the Heavenly Ninja. The materials and various information inheritances are all intact. It seems that they evacuated in a hurry. A large group of black Zetsu fell from the sky and landed beside Shimura Gentoi, laughing. This time it can be said to be a great harvest, making a lot of money. 398. Chapter 397 Demigod's Despair. After conquering the moon, Shimura Gentoi ordered everyone to disperse and eliminate all hidden dangers. Anything containing chakra, even a text mark, must be destroyed. This will be their big base, and they must ensure that it is foolproof, lest someone comes to destroy their nest with a divine soldier. Black Zetsu is the most active in this matter, and he personally checks every stone on the moon and removes all the tricks left by the six sage brothers. Our world is indeed rotating automatically. Standing on the surface of the moon, Cho stared at the sphere in the distance, which was the planet they were on. With her strong eyesight, she could see that the planet was rotating by itself. In contrast, the sun seemed to be stationary, so it can be seen that the sunrise and sunset are not the sun moving, but the change is caused by the rotation of the planet itself. After conquering the moon, they built a space channel. She was the first to come here, and then she saw the beauty of the starry sky and the true appearance of her own world. Why doesn't the moon rotate by itself? Looking down at the moon under her feet, Cho didn't understand why her own planet could rotate, but the moon couldn't rotate by itself. The moon has been locked by our planet's gravity, that is, gravity. It can only face our world from one side, so it is naturally difficult to rotate. Himura Gentoi, who was playing with a meteorite, explained with a smile that although the moon in this other world was man-made, the conditions in all aspects were similar to the moon in the previous life. It only revolved around the Earth and did not rotate. Just like the back of the moon in the Transformers movie, it refers to the side facing away from the Earth. Meteorites on the moon are indeed much easier to find. Taking the meteorite from Shimura Gentoi, Cho was very satisfied with the resources on the moon. Although theoretically there are more meteorites on their planet, they have been covered by the environment for countless years and are extremely difficult to find. Not to mention that most of the world is ocean, and meteorites that have fallen into the seabed are even more difficult to search. But the moon is different. It is a bare piece. You can find a lot of them by walking over, and the quality is good, with many new elements. What are you doing? The body was suddenly embraced in an embrace. Cho was furious. This traitor wanted to bully her again. One time is not enough, come a few more times to ensure a 100% pregnancy. Hehe, Shimura Xianding likes to bully these young ladies, that helpless and embarrassed expression is so tempting. Don't do it here. Resistance is ineffective, nervously looking around, and finally looking at the earth in the distant starry sky. Cho is not used to it, feeling like in public. Unfortunately, someone likes this feeling, and soon Chiyo's eyes became blurred and her breathing became rapid. Although there is no air on the moon and it is impossible to exhale, the body instincts that have been maintained for decades are not so easy to change. Fortunately, with Chiyo's current strength, she doesn't need to breathe, and the immortal energy alone can maintain the functioning of her body. While Shimura Gendo is working hard here, the Shimura clan members inside the moon are also working hard to clear all suspicious traces and search for all useful materials. As a force that has been passed down for thousands of years, the foundation of the moon Otsutsuki is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Among them, there are even treasures from the mythical era found by Otsutsuki Hamura, which are now cheap for the Shimura family. On the other hand, the moon Otsutsuki clan members who were transferred to the ninja world by Otsutsuki Hamura hid themselves as soon as possible and did not tell the 5 major ninja villages about the Shimura family's attack on the moon. The decisive battle is coming, and it is not easy to say this matter, so as not to hit the morale of the 5 major ninja villages. If the 5 major ninja villages retreat or even turn to the Shimura family, it will be a pit. After all, ninjas themselves have no moral integrity and bottom line. Moreover, they don't want the 5 major ninja villages to know that they have lost their nest. Once there is no inherent advantage of the moon, the 5 major ninja villages will inevitably have ideas, and it is not impossible to turn friends into enemies directly. Because the moon was too far away, the 5 major ninja villages had no idea that the moon had changed its owner and were still actively preparing for war. However, what the 5 major ninja villages did not expect was that the first to provoke the war was the Hidden Rain village. The demigod Hanzo led a large number of rain ninjas to attack the Hidden Grass village in the Grass Country, and even the daimyo prefecture of the Grass Country was destroyed. Even after taking over the Grass Country, Hanzo was still not satisfied and headed for the Taki Country in the north. The Iron Country, which had only recovered the Taki Country a few years ago, would naturally not give in. Mifune, who was stationed in the Taki Country, led the samurai corps to stop the rain ninjas, and Mifune personally faced Hanzo. Ding ding ding! Under a waterfall, 2 figures clashed rapidly, and the 8-sided Han sword and sickle collided with sparks flying everywhere, showing how fiercely both sides were fighting. Clang! Suddenly, the two passed each other, and a piece of the blade flew up and nailed to the rock. You lost. Sheathing his sword, Mifune calmly recounted the outcome of the battle. I lost. Watching the slain the broken sickle blade, although Hanzo of the Salamander was unwilling to accept it, the reality was that he had indeed lost. It was very helpless to say that the Iron Country had long been prepared for him and prepared a large number of anti-toxic equipment in advance, so that his strongest means could not be used. The Sanchuan in front of him could even spread that kind of immortal energy all over his body, isolate the air, and even did not need to breathe, and his swordsmanship was terrifyingly strong. He was also helpless to meet such an opponent. What made him even more helpless was that the raid plan failed. Although there was a backup plan, it was undoubtedly more difficult and the price paid was also greater. Retreat, the Iron Country is not something you can touch. His expression was still indifferent, and Sanchuan did not take Hanzhou of the Salamander seriously. After turning to cultivate immortal energy, his strength has been growing rapidly, and he has long surpassed Hanzhou. And his opponent is Xianding Jun, who is far from being comparable to Hanzhou of the Salamander. You samurai are going to eliminate us ninjas. With a gloomy face, Hanzhou of the Salamander was inevitably desperate for the future. He was not a fool, and he could naturally see the movements of the 5 great daimyo in the Iron Country in the past few years. They were going to take action against the ninja villages. And their Rain Country was sandwiched between the 3 major countries of wind, earth, and fire, and there was no room for survival. Because of this, he made a desperate raid on the Taki Country, wanting to open up the situation, and even moved the Rain Village to the Taki Country. The environment there was similar to that of the Rain Country, and he could maximize his own ninjutsu and poison techniques. It was a pity that he failed. Just a little-known Mifune was enough to hinder him, not to mention the general of the Iron Country. Ninjas should not exist in this world. Now they have become a cancer of the world. There will be no soil for ninjas in the future world. His expression was still indifferent. After learning some secrets from Xianding Jun, he no longer took ninjas seriously. His real goal was the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. That was also the goal of all their samurai, and they must be eliminated. Seeing Mifune's determination, Hanzhou of the Salamander became even more desperate. If it was just a few samurai swordsmen who were like this, he would naturally not care, but he saw that the samurai swordsmen of the Iron Country behind Mifune were the same. Even the samurai swordsmen of the daimyo prefectures of the 5 great countries seemed to have this tendency. If the 5 great countries and the Iron Country really wanted to unite, the current ninja world alone would not be able to compete. And the first to suffer would inevitably be their hidden Rain Village. In the end, Hanzhou of the Salamander left, leading his Rain ninjas to retreat back to the Rain Country, and even decisively gave up the Grass Country that had just been occupied. There was no other way. There was no natural barrier between the land of grass and the land of Haratake. It was impossible to set up a defensive line. There was no need to occupy a place that could not be defended. Of course, before withdrawing, they plundered the land of grass fiercely, and vented their bad mood of defeat. For a time, the land of grass was filled with wailing. I should have killed him. Upon hearing about the incident in the land of grass, Mifune immediately led his samurai corps into the land of grass. What he saw and heard made him clench his scabbard tightly, and his joints turned pale because of excessive force. He regretted that he should have killed the Salamander Hanzhou and the group of Rain ninjas at all costs. Send a message to the general. I will lead the army to the Sanchuan Gorge to block the Rain ninja. Please send people to support and send envoys to the daimyo prefecture of the Land of Earth and the daimyo prefecture of the Land of Fire to discuss this matter. Giving decisive orders to his subordinates, Mifune led the samurai corps to march quickly, killing all the ninjas they met along the way, no matter which ninja village they were from. He led the army to chase the main force of the Rain ninjas all the way, and soon rushed into the territory of the Rain Country and stopped at a steep canyon. This is the territory of the Rain Country. It is not that Mifune wants to invade the Rain Country, but this Sanchuan Gorge is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Before, there was no terrain to rely on the border between the Rain Country and the Grass Country. It would be a disadvantage to fight against ninjas, which is not conducive to the performance of their samurai corps. But it is different here. If the Rain ninjas want to rush over, they must confront them head-on. In terms of head-on combat power, their samurai are not afraid of ninjas. However, this is equivalent to splitting the territory of the Rain Country, and a quarter of it has been assigned to the Grass Country. The most important thing is that this area is not like other places in the Rain Country where it rains all year round. It is a rare land that can grow crops, and it is also the granary of the Rain Country. Upon hearing this news, Hanzhou, who had just returned to the hidden Rain village, was almost angry to death. However, he was not angry with Mifune and the warriors of the Iron Country, but with his own men. Go find those who took the lead in doing evil in the Grass Country and kill them. Hanzhou shouted angrily, smashing the low table in front of him with a palm, and was really angry. The hidden Rain village is different from other ninja villages. Because the special environment of the Rain Country cannot train a large number of ninjas on its own, it often recruits wandering ninjas to join, and even rebel ninjas from other villages. Although it quickly improved its strength, and even made the hidden rock village, the hidden sand village and Konoha suffer a little in the last Ninja World War. It is not mixed with good and bad. It was not him who gave the order to harm the grass country. He only ordered his ninjas to plunder the rich and powerful. After all, those guys controlled more than 90% of the country's wealth. But who would have thought that those minions would harm the civilians of the grass country and let him, the boss, take the blame? Now they have lost the largest grain-producing land in the rain country. With the reserves in the hidden rain village, they can't last for a few months. There is not much food, and they are still fighting a battle. It completely destroyed his second plan. What a pit. This is not the end. Konoha Sand Village and Rock Village tacitly led their troops to gather in the rain country and fight against the hidden rain village in the name of cleaning up the ninja world. On the surface, the fight was very fierce. Xiao Xianding really predicted it. After reading the intelligence, the fire country daimyo sneered. Konoha did ask for his permission to fight the hidden rain village this time, but it was after the departure, and now everyone has arrived in the rain country. It is obvious that he wants to kill first and ask for permission later, but it is just a formality. It is not easy to attract the main force of the Shimura family to the Whirlpool country, and there are only so many ways to use it. Also sneered, the flame blade swordsman gently stroked the sword in front of him, knowing that the decisive battle is coming soon. By the way, how are you still alive? As if he remembered something, the flame blade swordsman looked at the fire country daimyo in confusion. According to the old guy's physical condition at the time, he should have died long ago, so how come he is still alive and well now? Who let me have a good granddaughter? Shaking his long black and beautiful hair, the fire country daimyo was very proud. He originally thought that he would not live for many years, but who would have thought that his cheap grandson-in-law would get him some good treasures to regulate his body, and he would start practicing again, breaking the limit of his life for the first time. It would not be a problem for him to live for at least another 30 years, and he could even make a few more sons and daughters if he worked hard. 399. Chapter 398, A Clever Hunter. The 5 major ninja villages all had a tacit understanding. When the 3 major ninja villages of Rock Village and Sand Village of Konoha gathered in the Land of Rain and played mahjong with the Land of Rain, no, it was time to kill. The Cloud Village and the Mist Village also took action, secretly but clearly sailing out to the sea and heading for the Land of Whirlpools. The movements of the 2 major ninja villages were naturally noticed by Konoha at the first time, and then reported to the higher authorities. The information finally fell into the hands of Midaman N, who was in charge of the information, and then a meeting was held. From their route, the target should be the Whirlpool country, or more precisely, the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique inheritance. Staring at the unfolded ninja world map, Mito Kato N had a serious and solemn face. Everyone around him had the same expression, only Shimura Danzo still maintained that aloof male god style, and even closed his eyes to rest. Seeing that Shimura Danzo did not react at all, Yutain Kohara said helplessly, "Danzo, Hiruzen led the main force of the village in the rain country and cannot be pulled out for the time being. The Whirlpool country is also our ally. Now you are the only one in the village who has the ability to stop the 2 major ninja villages. You can't even solve the 2 ninja villages quickly, a bunch of trash." Opening his eyes, Shimura Danzo scolded coldly. It's not that he was deliberately scolding people, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and others performed too badly. Although he and his son had made many transactions with the other 4 major ninja villages, strengthening a wave of the 4 major ninja villages, he made the most transactions here in Konoha, and even discounted them many times. Konoha's strength has far surpassed the 4 major ninja villages, but Sarutobi Hiruzen took away more than 90% of the ninjas in the village, and they still couldn't decide the winner after fighting in the rain country for a month. Not to mention that they suppressed the Sand Village and the Rock Village, they didn't even have the upper hand, they were a bunch of trash. Although he also knew that those guys were acting, your acting was too fake. Although there were a lot of casualties, do you really think that I can't see that the casualties were all civilian cannon fodder? The Shimura family will go to support the Whirlpool country. Leaving a word, Shimura Danzo got up and left the meeting room. He didn't want to waste time with a bunch of trash. If he hadn't cooperated with the acting this time, he wouldn't have bothered to come. Danzo is proud. After a long silence, Mito Kato N sneered disdainfully. Shimura Danzo's previous trash scolding also included them, and he was naturally angry, but he also saw Shimura Danzo's pride, even arrogance. For ninjas, arrogance is a big taboo. Did he really not see anything? With worries in her heart, Kohara Yudaten always felt uneasy. So what if he saw it? This is an open plot. If you want to break the situation, you must go to the land of whirlpools. Midaman and didn't care about this. This time they were a combination of yin and yang, with both conspiracy and open plot. Shimura Danzo would definitely not have thought that they were secretly allied with the Moon Otsutsuki clan and the evil demons. Because of this, Shimura Danzo was so arrogant and thought that there was really no opponent in the ninja world. And the core point of their plan this time was that the arrogant army would be defeated. Midaman and others secretly mocked the Shimura family here, but they didn't know that the Shimura family was also mocking them. Second Grandpa and the others. In the family meeting room, Tsunade clenched her fists in grief. She really couldn't believe that the second grandfather and uncle dared to do this. As her status in the Shimura family increased, she also came into contact with some secrets and truths. Although not much, it was enough to judge some things. The 5 major ninja villages are really plotting against the Shimura family, and they seem to have also brought in the Moon Otsutsuki clan and the evil demon. Only with such a lineup can they fight against, or even kill, the Shimura family. It would be fine if the 5 major ninja villages united with each other, but the Moon Otsutsuki clan and the evil demon are not good things. According to the many data and intelligence obtained from the moon before, the goal of the Moon Otsutsuki clan is to destroy the entire world, and then the Otsutsuki clan will open up a new era and become the ancestor of the new human beings. The evil demon guy feeds on humans and is also the mortal enemy of the human race. Now the 5 major ninja villages have to cooperate with that kind of existence, and the nature of the matter has changed immediately. Originally, there was still a little fantasy about the family village and the ninja system, but now that fantasy has been completely shattered. The ninja village and the ninja world are really hopeless. Sister Keiko, you and teacher Tsunade will lead the tribe to Uzushio village to fight against the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Mist village. After the evil demons and the Moon Otsutsuki clan show up, we will go to support them. Be careful not to scare away the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja. Shimura Gento, open your mouth and make arrangements. The 5 major ninja villages are baiting them, and they are also baiting the 5 major ninja villages, including the evil demons and the Moon Otsutsuki clan. That's right, they are fishing. As the saying goes, a good hunter often appears as a prey. But fishing is also a technical job. You can't show too much strength at once, otherwise it will scare the fish away. And you can't show that you and others attach too much importance to the battlefield of the Whirlpool country. The degree is very difficult to grasp. Try to hold the decisive battle in the daytime. Uchiha Madara suddenly made a request, and there was a murderous intent. He has always been upset about not being able to kill the Otsutsuki fan last time. This time, he must kill that guy no matter what, even if Otsutsuki Hamura guarantees it behind his back. Of course. With a smile, Shimura Gentoi agreed with Madara's proposal. With the help of the secret technique recorded by the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and the research on the Hamura Rinnegan and the Dojin Rinnegan, he finally understood the energy-absorbing technique. That thing is considered a pupil technique, which was later integrated into the Reisnan Jinden practice method, allowing people to directly absorb sunlight energy. Although it is impossible to directly use sunlight energy to practice and improve oneself at this stage, it is not a problem to use it to replenish one's own consumption. In summary, their combat effectiveness can at least double when there is sufficient sunlight during the day. This advantage must be used naturally. I will let the clan members show their powerful combat effectiveness in night battles. Shimura Keiko nodded to show that she understood, and this will also be one of their tasks. Show enough powerful night combat capabilities to make the enemy mistakenly think that they are better at night combat, thereby forcing the other party to hold the decisive battle during the day. Several people discussed it and then went back to make preparations before the war. They still had plenty of time, thanks to the large transport plane made by Cho, which was enough for them to rush from Konoha to the land of whirlpools in one day. The warships of the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village will take another 3 days to reach the land of whirlpools. Are the ninjas really hopeless? Back in her boudoir, Tsunade stared at the night sky outside the window in a trance. After all, she has been a ninja for nearly 20 years, and she still has some feelings for the ninja community. Naturally, she doesn't want the ninjas to go to a dead end. Not to mention that there are her own family and village inside, and she really doesn't want to see both of them fall into an abyss of no return. This aspect is not something you and I can change. After all, the roots of ninjas and chakras are in the 6th-path sage, and he is the mastermind behind everything. As long as that old guy is alive for one day, ninjas cannot be changed. Holding the beauty in his arms, Shimura Gentoi was also helpless. He also wanted to control the ninjas in his hands, to become a capable cannon fodder, or even a qualified guinea pig experimental subject. But the chakra of the ninja world comes from the Six-Path Sage, and the Six-Path Sage seems to be able to secretly influence the ninja through chakra, so there is no way to fully control it. He can only play some edge balls and eat away at it bit by bit. In the final analysis, his current strength is too weak to confront the Six-Path Sage head-on. Although there is a backup plan left by himself in the future, it is still unknown how long it can deter. And if the Six-Path Sage brothers are really forced into a corner, it will be a pitfall to beat the Earth Lord. So he can only take it slowly. What are you doing? A war is about to start. Tsunade said coquettishly when she noticed that one of her claws was getting restless. This little pervert wants to bully her again. It is precisely because we are going to fight that I have to clear your inventory as soon as possible, so as not to affect the performance in the battle. With a serious expression on his face, Shimura Gento bowed his head to prepare for the battle for the teacher and clean up the inventory, so as not to affect the performance in the battle. No, I have to leave some for my daughter. A blush gradually appeared on her fair face. Although they were already an old couple and had been bullied many times, she was still not used to it. Even though she was generous, she was just a woman in this matter. After spending a whole night helping Tsunade teacher clean up the inventory, Shimura Gento went to Sister Keiko and helped her clean up the inventory, so as not to affect the performance in the battle. Although with the current strength of the two women, they can completely control everything in their bodies and will never produce inventory when they are not needed, but the already produced cannot be decomposed and can only be consumed. Based on the principle of not wasting, Shimura Gento took the responsibility to help consume it. After some shameless pre-war preparations, the two women finally led thousands of Shimura clansmen to board the transport plane and flew to the land of whirlpools. We must find another source of heavy gold and energy metals as soon as possible. Watching the transport plane fly away, Shimura Danzo was very dissatisfied. The thousands of clansmen who went to the battle this time were wearing heavy gold battle suits, which were made of the same material as the one on his son, enough to provide almost invincible protection for the clansmen. But it was still far from enough. At this stage, many of their plans required energy metals and heavy gold, and being able to forge thousands of heavy gold battle suits was the limit. The energy metals produced by the land of iron and the heavy gold reserves of the major countries were far from enough, they needed more. Besides, the daimyo prefectures of the 5 major countries were not opened by their family after all, so the raw materials could not always be controlled by others. They needed a source of raw materials that they could fully control. I have already figured out how to artificially manufacture energy metals. The heavy metal can only be collected at the center of the earth. After the Ninja World War is over, I will go to the center of the earth, and the rocket's inner chamber will come in handy. He said that everything can be solved, and Shimura Gentoi was also very knowing how crazy their plans are. Those plans basically need a huge amount of energy metals and heavy gold to support them, and the reserves of the Iron Country and the 5 major countries are far from enough. Besides, there won't be too many super heavy elements like heavy gold on the surface of the earth, and the bulk is in the center of the earth. The world is getting more and more interesting. With his hands folded across his chest, Uchiha Madara sighed with emotion, and at the same time full of expectations. The speed of the Shimura family's development is very crazy, it can be said that it is changing with each passing day. It has just completed the moon landing plan, and now it is going to start the geocentric plan. Compared with the development speed and progress of the Shimura family, the ninja world headed by the 5 major ninja villages is really not worth mentioning, and it is even still eating the old capital at a low price. Prepare a set of battle clothes for your father. Shimura Danzo suddenly made a request, which made everyone look sideways. I really didn't expect you to be such a Shimura Danzo. Okay. Blinking his eyes, Shimura Xianding came back to his senses and nodded to agree. In fact, he had already designed a set of battle clothes for his old father, and that design even came before his Sagittarius heavy gold battle clothes. There was no way, as soon as he saw the sexy X scar on his father's chin, he could immediately think of a high-class Saint Seiya. Give me one too. Uchiha Madara also spoke up, causing everyone to look at him sideways again. There was no way, he, Uchiha Madara, was also a respectable man, he had to save face, and he must not fall behind in terms of style. Otherwise, when he appeared on the stage, Shimura Danzo and Shimura Gento were both wearing gorgeous heavy gold battle clothes, and he was wearing that simple warring state's armor, and his style would immediately be low, and he would be laughed at. Not to mention that the Shimura family has already dressed thousands of people, and as one of the 3 giants of the Shimura family today, he can't be inferior to his younger brothers. 400. Chapter 399 War begins. Since being reminded by Uzumaki Mido, the Uzumaki clan has been paying attention to the 4 major ninja villages, especially the actions of the Hidden Mist village across the street. In addition, the Uzumaki clan has a strong perception ability, and they discovered the actions of the Hidden Mist village at the first time. Uzumaki Ashina was worried about the Hidden Mist village warship heading to the land of whirlpools, and his hair was almost bald, waiting for the reinforcements of the Shimura family. As for the support of Konoha and Senju, he did not expect it. As early as when he learned that Sarutobi Hiruzen led the main force of Konoha to the Land of Rain to fight against the 2 major ninja villages, he knew that they were enemies, not friends. Maybe it seems that there is no problem on the surface. Konoha does need to send out its main force to fight against the 2 major ninja villages plus the Hidden Mist village, but if the information brought back by the youngest daughter is added, everything will be different. Konoha and Senju almost came out in full force, which just happened to have an excuse not to come to support their Uzushio village. At least they could not arrive in the first time. After all, the Land of Rain and the Land of Whirlpools are located in the southeast corner of the Land of Fire, and the other is located in the northwest corner. If they want to come to support, they have to cross the entire Land of Fire, not to mention that Konoha is now entangled by the 2 major ninja villages. It is not easy to get out, at least on the surface. Even if the assistance comes by then, their Whirlpool village will have been conquered by the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Mist village. After that, the only choice is to join Konoha and join the Senju clan. It's really a good plan. Master, the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Mist village landed from the north and south banks at the same time, and are rushing to our Whirlpool village. A Whirlpool ninja took the latest information brought back by Fei Ying, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly handed the information to Uzumaki Ashina. Their Whirlpool country is a peninsula country with a long coastline, and the power of the Whirlpool village cannot defend it comprehensively. In order not to be defeated by the enemy one by one, they gathered almost all the ninjas in the village and made defensive fortifications. The military supplies sent by the Shimura family last time are enough to resist for a while. But it is not good to let the enemy penetrate deep into the country. At least it is difficult to protect the people along the way. Send the order to evacuate all the villagers on the route of the 2 major ninja villages and let them hide in the mountains and forests. After taking the intelligence and looking at the landing site recorded on it, Uzumaki Ashina glanced at the map and gave the order decisively. Since the defensive counterattack tactic was chosen, unnecessary losses must be avoided. Yes. The Uzumaki ninja rushed down to convey the order. Because of the Uzumaki clan's contraction defense strategy, the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Mist village almost drove straight in without any resistance. They arrived at the north and south sides of the Uzushio village one after another when night fell. The 2 major ninja villages did not merge. After all, they were only temporary allies. Who knows if they would stab each other in the back at a critical moment? It is better to fight each other. Destroy that wall. The 3rd Raikage looked at the wall in the distance and ordered an attack. Uzushio village is located on the top of a mountain. After receiving the information brought back by Uzushio Mido, Uzushio Ashina organized people to build a wall and reinforced it with a ceiling barrier. Military equipment sent by the Shimura family was installed on the wall, all of which were first-class killers. The 3rd Mizukage on the other side was not willing to lag behind. The wall was their first mission. They naturally knew about the changes in Uzushio village. They had discussed it in the last 5 Shadow Conference. Their 2 major ninja villages would destroy the wall as soon as possible, so that the Shimura clan members would not have the wall to assist in defense after they arrived. After all, a siege battle is much more difficult than a one-on-one fight. If the enemy is still very strong, and they use the wall to fight a defensive battle, their casualties will be very large. What they want is a big victory, not a tragic victory. However, as soon as they approached, the 2 major ninja villages were taught a lesson by the Uzumaki ninjas. I saw a group of chakra balls shooting out from the city wall and exploding one by one. The destructive power of each chakra ball explosion was comparable to that of an A-level ninjutsu. The most important thing is the number of madmen, thousands of them in one wave. What does it mean to have thousands of A-level ninjutsu falling down? This is the scene of landslides and cracks. Boom boom boom. A series of loud rumbling noises were heard, and the first wave of ninjas from the 2 major ninja villages were wiped out. Only a few shadow-level strongmen who led the team escaped back with their tyrannical strength. Shimura! The third-generation Raikage smashed the rocks next to him with a fierce punch. Naturally, he saw the strange ninja tools used by the Uzumaki ninjas on the wall, and from the luster, they seemed to be an alloy of heavy gold and chakra metal. Only the Shimura family had the ability to make such ninja tools in the ninja world. This was beyond their expectations, and they paid a price. Almost all of the thousands of ninjas who rushed up in the first wave were killed, and the hidden mist village on the other side should be similar. Like the third-generation Raikage, the third-generation Mizukage was so angry that he wanted to chop people. Use the fog of war to cover the whole mountain for me. Giving the order with hatred, the third Mizukage knew that sending a small team to attack would only be a waste of food. Only a full-scale outbreak could minimize the losses. Mixed ninja technique, fog of war. Hundreds of mist ninjas walked out of the team and simultaneously formed seals to perform the mist hiding technique. Thick fog spewed out from their mouths, gradually filling the entire mountain. With the gradually darkening sky, visibility was greatly reduced. Looking at the spreading fog, the third Raikage on the other side thought for a while and signaled his ninjas to get into the fog and disperse to kill the Uzushio village on the top of the mountain. This move was indeed very effective. Although the Uzumaki clan had thousands of chakra cannons sent by the Shimura family, their range was limited and they had to lock on to the target. Now that the thick fog blocked their vision, they could not form a hit bombardment, and the effectiveness was naturally greatly reduced. Father, this fog can't be blown away, and it seems that it can swallow our wind ninjutsu. Having performed several large-scale wind ninjutsu, it was like a drop in the ocean, unable to blow away the fog. Uzumaki was feeling even more difficult. It should be the boiling ninjutsu steam of the Terumi family, which contains fire attribute chakra and can swallow wind ninjutsu chakra. Uzumaki Yumi saw the essence of the problem. That kind of fog was very unusual. It was not ordinary water ninjutsu fog, but boiling ninjutsu fog, which contained fire attribute chakra. And because the chakra of the blood limit is of higher quality, it can greatly interfere with their perception ability, and they cannot effectively perceive and lock on the enemy. Activate the defensive barrier, women hold the chakra cannon and retreat, and men prepare for close combat. Uzumaki Ashina gave the order calmly. As an old generation of strong men who came from the Warring States period, he had seen all kinds of scenes, and had long expected that the Hidden Mist village would definitely send out the ninjas of the Terumi family. The female Uzumaki tribe members quickly retreated with chakra cannons, leaving the first front to the male tribe members. After all, men have more advantages in physical combat. However, everyone's face was not good. After all, the other side had more people and more power. If they really had to fight in close combat, they would have a great disadvantage and would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. But there was no way. This was their home and they had to defend it. Hell stab! The black lightning flashed, and the carefully arranged defense barrier was forcibly pierced, and then the black lightning quickly moved around the city wall, destroying the defense barrier. Third-generation Raikage. Uzumaki Ashina cursed angrily, and understood that it was the third-generation Raikage who took action. Although their defense barrier was powerful, the black lightning of the third-generation Raikage was stronger, and it was difficult to resist it with a point-breaking attack. Execute Plan B. He gave the order again, indicating that the tribe members would implement the new plan to deal with it. War is not a joke, especially when passively fighting. Multiple plans are needed to deal with various situations. However, without the defensive barrier as a support, the following casualties may be even greater. Stinky boy! Thinking of the upcoming casualties, Uzumaki Ashina was furious, angry at the son-in-law. It was that boy who strengthened the third Raikage and the Hidden Cloud village, otherwise the Uzumaki clan would never be so passive with their current strength. The third Raikage on the other side seemed very selfless and broke all the defensive barriers set up on the city walls, even the ones on the Hidden Mist village side. Although he was very tired, the third Raikage would not let the Hidden Mist village watch the show there. If you want to fight, fight together, don't think about being lazy and slacking off. The third Mizukage naturally would not be lazy and slacking off. After seeing that the defensive barrier was broken, he immediately ordered his ninjas to press forward and quickly open up a battlefield on the city wall. For a while, the ninjas of the two major ninja villages fought against the Uzumaki ninjas and started a physical battle on the city wall. But both sides wanted to curse at the beginning of the war. The Uzumaki tribe's physical training was more profound, their physical fitness was stronger, and they had more chakra. Naturally, their physical skills were stronger, and they also knew 7 kinds of chakra armor. Facing this kind of warrior with high physical fitness, large blood bar, and proficiency in 7 kinds of chakra armor secrets, the ninjas of the 2 ninja villages suffered a lot and had no way to defeat them in a short time. The most important thing was that there were a lot of detonating tags buried on the city wall, and the Uzumaki ninjas could detonate them at will according to the situation, which was even more pitfall. But the Uzumaki ninjas were not in a good situation either, mainly because they were at a huge disadvantage in numbers. The number of ninjas dispatched by the 2 ninja villages this time was more than 30 times that of the Uzushio village. Even if the space on the city wall was limited, the Uzumaki ninjas had to face enemies that were 10 times their own, and the pressure could be imagined. If they had not practiced the Shimura physical training secrets diligently in recent years, they would have been defeated long ago. The 2 sides were in a stalemate, and the 3rd Reikage and the 3rd Mizukage in the rear were very dissatisfied with the results of this battle. All cage-level warriors, go out and quickly open up a gap. The radical 3rd Reikage went first after giving the order. The cage-level warriors of the Hidden Cloud village went forward to fight. Lightning Chakra Mode. The Lightning Chakra Mode was activated, and the bodies turned into lightning and rushed towards the city wall. The Hidden Mist village was not bad either, using the Water Chakra Mode traded from Shimura Shending to form a water film protection layer and rushed up. But the Uzumaki clan was more powerful, sending out the same number of cage-level warriors to fight. Shimura's body strengthening secret technique was very suitable for the Uzumaki clan to practice. The naturally huge chakra allowed them to practice for a longer time each time and with higher efficiency. At the same time, the quality of chakra could be improved faster during the practice. There was no need to consider the amount of chakra, as long as the quality of chakra was improved, it would be easy to create a cage-level warrior. Looking at the 300 Uzumaki cage-level ninjas on the city wall, the 3rd Reikage's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he realized that he had underestimated the Uzumaki clan. Lord Reikage, retreat! Suddenly, the earthen platform next to him seemed to see something and roared in fear. Out of absolute trust in Dode, the 3rd Reikage took Dode and turned into lightning without thinking and left the original position. The next moment after leaving, a golden figure smashed through the thick fog above, and the huge sword cut into the ground. If Dode had not reminded him just now, or if the 3rd Reikage had reacted a little slower, he would have been cut in half by the sword. Giant Sword. Princess Tsunade. Looking at the huge sword lifted by Tsunade, his pupils shrank suddenly, and the 3rd Reikage signaled Dode to run away and command the battle. He had seen Tsunade's fat sheep battlesuit and giant sword, plus that shocking heart, no one could imitate it. It's just that this time the fat sheep battlesuit and giant sword are very different from the past. The main body is silver-white, just like Shimura Gento's big silver sword. But according to the information they got, the high-density meteorite in the Hidden Rock village was taken away by the moon powerhouse. How could it be used by Tsunade? That's right, it was Tsunade who fell from the sky. Her target was the 3rd Reikage. Shimura Keiko, who came with her, faced the 3rd Mizukage and hit him with one strike. However, although she pierced the 3rd Mizukage's heart with the spear in her hand, Shimura Keiko was not happy at all. 401. Chapter 400, Scheming the Whirlpool. You're really good at hiding. The spear in her hand shook, shaking the pierced 3rd Kazekage into a splash of water. Shimura Keiko looked at the 3rd Mizukage who appeared again not far away. What she just killed was just a water clone of the 3rd Mizukage, but the 3rd Mizukage really deserves the name of Mizukage. He used water escape to the peak. Even she didn't see that it was just a water clone. Ignoring the 3rd Mizukage who appeared again, Shimura Keiko rushed towards the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village at an extremely fast speed. Before abolishing the chakra, she not only cultivated her original 4 attributes to the limit of escape techniques, but also used the secret technique passed back by the little man to fuse the blood limit of Swift Escape. Swift Escape is a special blood limit fused from Wind Escape and Lightning Escape, which can greatly increase the user's speed, much faster than simple Wind Escape and Lightning Escape. Especially after adding the chakra mode of Swift Escape, the speed is even faster to the peak. Even if the chakra is abolished, this blood attribute is integrated into the body, and it is recultivated after the conversion of immortal energy. At this moment, Swift Escape is performed, coupled with the anti-gravity technique, even with the dynamic vision of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it is difficult to see clearly. It is said that nothing can be broken, only speed cannot be broken. When the speed reaches a certain level, it can achieve relative invincibility. Although it is not absolutely invincible, at least there is no one in the Hidden Mist village who can stop this speed. Seeing his men being slaughtered like melons and vegetables, the 3rd Mizukage was so angry that his face became even more gloomy, but he could do nothing. The opponent's speed was too fast, and he could not react at all. Moreover, this was not their home court, so it was difficult to exert the power of water escape. This was not the end. The Shimura clan members behind Shimura Keiko also landed on the battlefield one after another, and landed directly behind the Hidden Mist village, forming a pincer attack with the Uzushio village, causing the Hidden Mist village's offensive to collapse immediately. Tsunade on the other side was similar. 500 Shimura ninjas under her command landed and attacked the Cloud Ninja with the Uzushio village. Tsunade even directly faced the third Raikage. The two fought fiercely, and every blow could make the earth explode. Then his uncle's is a woman. Steadying his trembling palms, the third Raikage didn't know how to complain. Although his body size after the surgery was much larger than Tsunade, in the previous fight, his strength was not as good as Tsunade, and he even suffered a lot. Although he is best at speed, his strength is not weak with the blessing of speed, but he was suppressed by a woman named Tsunade. Hell thrust. After slightly relieving the numbness in his arms, the third Raikage flashed black lightning and continued to charge at Tsunade. Even though his own men were being slaughtered by the group of Shimura ninjas at this moment, he didn't care. Compared with those Shimura ninjas, Tsunade was more dangerous. One sword could blast the earth. If she really rushed into the crowd, the damage would be even greater. The Uzushio village on the top of the mountain also found that the reinforcements had arrived, and their morale was greatly boosted. Although they did not blow the horn of counterattack, they also increased their offensive. The female Uzumaki tribe members on the second front did not hesitate to use chakra, firing chakra shells to kill those cloud ninjas from a distance. Anyway, the Shimura tribe members were wearing battle clothes, so they were not afraid of being accidentally injured. The Shimura tribe members also took the lead in finding the group of Terumi family ninjas who maintained the boiling escape weapons, and killed them after a while, and the fog also dissipated. Without the fog blocking the view, the chakra cannons in the hands of the Uzumaki ninjas really showed their power, and the ninjas of the two major ninja villages suffered terribly. In desperation, Chuchita and the third Mizukage the Shimura clan naturally would not miss the opportunity to beat the fallen dogs, and bit to death the group of ninjas who were left behind by the two major ninja villages, and a bloody massacre began. Even the ninjas of the Uzushio village came down and surrounded and killed the remaining teams of the two major ninja villages together with the Shimura clan. Although it looked bloody and cruel, neither side felt that there was anything wrong. If the Uzushio village was captured, the end would be even worse. Even with the murderous style of the Hidden Mist village, I am afraid that even women and children would not be spared, and it is more likely that the clan members would be captured and used as guinea pigs for sliced A-euro slices for research. This is war, either you die or I die, there is no third choice. At most, they will find a place to bury these people after they die, so that they will not be exposed in the wilderness. However, the Shimura family is more ruthless, and they directly cremated the bodies of these people with fire, and scattered their ashes. After all, there are forbidden techniques such as the impure world reincarnation in this world, and it is not certain that these people will be resurrected and become new combat forces. Therefore, crushing the bones and scattering the ashes is a necessary step. After cleaning up the battlefield, Uzumaki Ashina personally welcomed Tsunade and others into the Uzushio village. He was not unfamiliar with Tsunade, his great-granddaughter, and even came to Uzushio village a few years ago. It was just that she had grown taller and older in the past few years. Big in every way. After greeting his great-grandfather and relatives, Tsunade and Shimura Keiko followed to a hall to hold a wartime meeting. This time, we just caught the two major ninja villages off guard. When they are ready, they will come back. It will be a fierce battle then. Uzumaki Ashina was the first to speak. He naturally knew that the two major ninja villages would not give up, especially after suffering a big loss, they would definitely return for revenge. It is certain that they will come back, but the Uzushio village is only their secondary target. The main target is our Shimura family. Tsunade spoke immediately afterwards. She knew more than the great-grandfather. You mean? The turbid old eyes opened wide, and Uzumaki Ashina guessed what Tsunade meant, but he really couldn't believe that the 5 major ninja villages would be so crazy. Humph! Human greed is infinite. Shimura Keiko snorted coldly. The reason why a conspiracy is that it can only be done in secret. It is nothing if it is put in the sun. Not to mention that the 5 major ninja villages, the Moon Otsutsuki, and the evil demon's encirclement and killing plan were the result of their deliberate guidance. Everything was within their expectations and control. For example, This time they took off from Konoha in a transport plane at only 70% of the speed, deliberately letting those people in Konoha misjudge their speed, and causing both the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village to miscalculate. They waited until half of the distance before flying at full speed, and even used wind escape ninjutsu to bless the speed, which caught the two major ninja villages off guard. The tactics tonight alone killed 5,000 people from the two major ninja villages. Although more than 90% of them were Chunin, it was enough to make the two major ninja villages feel pain. And this is just the beginning. But the 5 major ninja villages alone may not be enough to deal with your Shimura family. Uzumaki Masao was puzzled and didn't think the 5 major ninja villages would be so unwise. Uzumaki Ashina thought of a possibility, and his face suddenly darkened. The 5 major ninja villages alone are naturally not enough, so they colluded with the Otsutsuki clan on the moon and the evil demons in the sea. Shimura Keiko still sneered, confirming Uzumaki Ashina's guess. Everyone present also changed color, and several people turned their eyes to Tsunade. They all knew from Uzumaki Mito what role the Senjua family played in this war, so did the Senjua family also collude with the Otsutsuki clan and the evil demons on the moon? The Senjua are no longer trustworthy and have fallen. After saying this, Tsunade seemed to have exhausted all her strength, and her heart was in pain, very sad. She really didn't understand why the Senjua family had come to this point, or maybe her previous understanding of the Senjua family was too superficial. Is this the true face of the Senjua family? What are your plans? After a little contemplation, Uzumaki Ashina spoke again. It is obvious that the upcoming war has far exceeded the carrying capacity of Ozishio village and even the country of Ozishio. It is not something they can deal with. The main force still depends on the Shimura family. The country of Ozishio will inevitably become the main battlefield next. Our Shimura family means to relocate all the people of the country of Ozishio, and then fight here as much as we can. The main goal is to kill the evil demons. Shimura Keiko did not mean to hide the strategy agreed upon in the family before. Although the upcoming war will be cruel and even destroy the entire country of Ozishio, everything is worth it. Sure enough, after these words came out, many Uzumaki clan elders present looked extremely ugly. After all, Ozishio village and Uzuki country are their homes, so they will naturally not allow others to destroy their homes. However, before everyone could speak out against it, Uzumaki Ashina, the clan leader and village chief, spoke out. Save the people and lose the land, both people and land are gained. Save the land and lose the people, both people and land are lost. I support the strategy of the Shimura family. As an old generation of strong people who came from the Warring States period, he knew very well that this world is a world of the strong, and the weak can only obey, without any room for choice and ability. Don't be unconvinced. The peninsula-shaped country of Whirlpool has long been targeted by the evil demons hidden in the sea. Even if they don't land with the 5 major ninja villages this time, they will find a way to land and devour all humans in the future. We, the Shimura family, can't keep our main force in Whirlpool. There are stronger enemies that we need to defend against. Migration is your only and best choice. The new gathering place is already managed by Sister Midu. You just need to move there and you can get your package and move in. But the premise is, are you willing to give up chakra and cultivate our immortal energy? Knowing that most of the Uzumaki clan members are straightforward people, Shimura Keiko did not beat around the bush with these people and explained the matter clearly, including the matter of cultivating immortal energy. The Shimura family really wants to accept the Uzumaki clan, so they will naturally not allow them to continue to cultivate chakra. The hidden dangers are too great. Impossible, we will never give up chakra. Yes, strength is our only guarantee. Losing strength is like a lamb to be slaughtered. Your request is very inexplicable. We have cultivated chakra for a lifetime. Why should we give it up now and cultivate your immortal energy? Many Uzumaki elders objected. They came from the Warring States period and knew the nature of the world very well. If they did not have enough strength, they would become lambs to be slaughtered. Moreover, the power of immortal energy had not been heard of for thousands of years before, and the potential was still unknown. At that time, they also studied Uzumaki Mito's immortal energy and found that it was not as good as chakra in many aspects, especially in destructive power. Silence. Knocking on the table, signaling the tribe members to be quiet, Uzumaki Ashina looked seriously at Shimura Keiko and great-granddaughter Tsunade after the hall calmed down. The old man needs enough reasons to convince the tribe members. As the father of Uzumaki Mito, he knew more. At that time, the youngest daughter implicitly expressed that the potential of immortal energy was very high, and it seemed that there was also a problem with chakra. But as if she was afraid of something, the youngest daughter did not say much, but it gave him the seeds of doubt. Six-Path Sage and his brother Otsutsuki Hamura are not dead, and have been hiding in the dark and planning a huge conspiracy. The reason why the chakra disappeared after being transformed into ninjutsu was that it was taken away by the Six-Path Sage. For thousands of years, he has been using ninjas to transform natural energy into chakra and then use it for his own benefit. He also created the evil demons. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon are the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura. Their philosophy is to eliminate all humans and recreate a new era that belongs to them. This time it was Princess Tsunade who spoke up. After all, her grandmother was a member of the Uzumaki clan, so her words would be more credible than those of an outsider like Keiko Shimura. 402.